A month prior to rebirth, his mind felt distant. Just kill me. I swear there's absolutely nothing left in my storage space. Do you have no shred of humanity to torment me like this? No. Please no. Is that even edible? I haven't bathed in 3 years. Ack. Ack. With a heart-wrenching scream, Lin Feng jolted awake from his bed, clutching his groin. It was the dead of night. Lin Feng gazed around in bewilderment, taking in his surroundings. Why did everything seem so familiar? It then struck him this was his home before the apocalypse. He reached out to switch on the light, then abruptly looked down to inspect himself. Phew. Good. You're still there, buddy. My life wouldn't be worth living without you. Relieved to find his manhood intact, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The memory of his nightmare sent shivers down his spine. He never imagined it would be her, his goddess. She was truly devoid of any sentiment. This wasn't just a blow, it was a devastating blow. Lin Feng rubbed his temples, trying to recall the events leading up to this. January 1st, 2050, a date that should have been a joyous national celebration. Instead, solar flares erupted relentlessly, decimating the Earth's ozone layer. This resulted in a global heat wave, with temperatures in some equatorial regions soaring to over 80 degrees Celsius during the day. Even the sacred Ganges River, dried up drinking cow urine, was of no avail. Not even the gods could save them. The mortality rate reached a staggering 90%, leading to the complete annihilation of that certain overachieving nation. Due to the relentless radiation from the sun and the enduring high temperatures, over 80% of flora and fauna perished. The affluent among humanity continuously migrated towards the poles, and that year, the overall mortality rate among humans plummeted to a mere 50%. In the subsequent year, a kilometer-wide asteroid collided with the United States, resulting in its obliteration. The violent tectonic movements unleashed a torrent of volcanic eruptions, leading to the annihilation of the land of day. Volcanic ash blanketed the stratosphere, obstructing direct sunlight. Thus, although the sun's rays were no longer penetrating, Earth plunged into a glacial epoch. Global temperatures plummeted to minus 50 degrees Celsius, with the polar regions descending below minus 100 degrees. The unfortunate souls who had sought refuge in the polar regions perished en masse during the first wave of the cold front, with a staggering 90% succumbing to the frigid conditions there. Supplies meant for warmth proving futile. Russia faced complete annihilation. Conversely, those who remained in the southern territories clung to survival, albeit in a state of desperation. In the third year of this apocalyptic era, the volcanic ash gradually settled, allowing sunlight to once again grace the earth. The ice and snow began to melt, ushering in an age of deluge, and nearly all island nations faced extinction. The edible resources on Earth were nearly exhausted, leaving humanity as the sole survivors. Perhaps due to biological adaptation to the environment, or perhaps as a result of radiation-induced mutations, resilient flora and fauna emerged, along with various mutated organisms. Humanity began to awaken latent abilities. In those years, procuring sustenance was not a daunting task. One merely needed to consume the mutated wild boar meat, treating it as if it were ordinary pork. After consumption, some individuals merely require a brief stay in the ICU, while others succumb to eternal slumber beneath the ground. Those who have not tasted the experience yearn for it, while those who have wished for survival. Clearly, Lin Feng belongs to the former category, yet he has yet to act upon this desire. Lin Feng has awakened the rare spatial ability, yet this revelation occurred only after the apocalypse, when little remained that warranted his need for storage. The fundamental capability of his spatial power lies solely in storage. He remains oblivious to any advanced skills that may arise later, perhaps spatial rending, cutting, or even teleportation. Unfortunately, Lin Feng did not survive to witness such developments and is uncertain of the trajectory that his abilities might take. Moreover, his storage space is rather limited, encompassing just a few cubic meters, allowing for only a finite amount of possessions. In a world teeming with myriad abilities, his power has become commonplace, rendering the need for secrecy unnecessary. Once Lin Feng revealed his spatial prowess, he became as disregarded as a stray dog. In a team setting, a dog could serve a purpose in times of peril, defending its companions, and dogs are relatively easy to sustain merely requiring food, regardless of its nature. In dire situations of scarcity, one could even resort to consuming the dog itself. What utility does a spatial ability bring to a group? Merely a waste of resources? Consequently, Lin Feng found himself relegated to the role of a transporter within a large team, as his delivery of supplies was deemed safe and reliable. After all, when others witnessed the transport of goods, it often resulted in bloody skirmishes. After 3 years of conflict, exhaustion had set in. No one wished to engage in battles unless absolutely necessary. By leveraging his status as a transporter, Lin Feng managed to survive the apocalypse without succumbing to starvation, occasionally setting aside delectable morsels for his goddess, Feng Qian, thus managing to maintain a semblance of existence. This is a tale of a devoted admirer in a post-apocalyptic world, where a mere smile, a playful kiss, or a word of concern from the goddess ignites a fervor within him. However, as resources dwindle, Lin Feng finds himself without any provisions to offer, and the ungrateful woman, Feng Qian, turns her back on him. Feng Qian had already latched onto the captain, Wang Long, content with even a stale sausage. To her, any man who could provide a morsel sufficed. She played as she pleased, heedless of the consequences. Meanwhile, Lin Feng silently provided Feng Qian with 3 years' worth of supplies, yet she wouldn't even allow him a mere touch. In her desperation for sustenance, Feng Qian reported Lin Feng to Captain Wang Long, claiming he hoarded a bounty of supplies in his space. After enduring 7 days and nights of torment from the captain and his crew, Lin Feng emerged empty-handed. He felt a profound anguish. He truly possessed nothing. Alas, his space could not accommodate others, or he would have invited them in to search for themselves. Captain Wang Long, sensing the truth in Lin Feng's plight, recognized that he was indeed devoid of resources. Yet, the insatiable hunger among the crew led to the fateful decision to feast upon Lin Feng. Feng Qian, driven by her own hunger, demanded that Captain Wang Long prepare Lin Feng's head for a broth. But Wang Long, aware of Lin Feng's infatuation with Feng Qian, maliciously toyed with them, quipping, "If you wish to eat, it can only be that." In an astonishing twist, Feng Qian shattered Lin Feng's perception of reality. Cleansed of all desires, she extinguished his troubles, leading to his demise from sheer anguish. Reflecting on the past 3 years, Lin Feng felt as though he had traversed a long and harrowing nightmare. The recollection of that final scene sent a shiver of dread through Lin Feng. Have I been reborn? Or am I trapped in a nightmare? Lin Feng seized his phone, glancing at the time. December 1st, 2049? A mere month before the apocalypse descends? I must ascertain whether this is indeed a rebirth or merely a figment of a dreadful dream. But how can I verify this? With that thought, his will surged forth. A burst of spatial energy erupted from Lin Feng's eyes, and before him, the massive solid wood bed, weighing several hundred pounds, vanished into thin air. Next, the nightstand, the wardrobe. Everything within his gaze was drawn into the spatial void. Then, with a mere thought, the items that had been absorbed reappeared, restored to their original positions. Lin Feng, incredulous, repeated the process several times. Finally, conviction dawned upon him. Not only had he been reborn, but he had also brought his spatial abilities with him. Fortunately, his comrades had also returned. Otherwise, this rebirth would have been a complete failure. This time, let anyone dare to say that a spatial ability user is no better than a dog. Damn it, I really have been reborn. Feng Qian, you vile woman, just you wait. And my neighbors, my team captain, my uncle, after the apocalypse descends, none of you will escape. To kill is one thing, but to torment me to such an extent? Is there no shred of humanity left in you? Even my Kuan was not spared. My brothers have weathered storms with me for 2 decades. If not for merit, then surely for their toil. And yet, you defiled them so. I must exact vengeance upon this band of beasts. However, the prerequisite is to ensure one's own safety while living. In conclusion, parallel worlds, please do not imitate. Any resemblance is purely coincidental. In the stillness of the night, as the clock struck 12:30, Lin Feng found himself wide awake, acutely aware that merely a month remained to prepare for the impending apocalypse. He understood that within this fleeting time, He must amass all the necessary supplies to survive in a world turned chaotic. However, the mere few cubic meters of space at his disposal seemed somewhat insufficient. Yet, regardless of its adequacy, he resolved to fill it to the brim. The forthcoming 3 years loomed ominously ahead. 1 year of sweltering heat, another of biting cold, and a third of devastating floods. What else awaited him, Lin Feng could not fathom, for he had yet to experience those days. Nonetheless, he recognized that without adequate preparation, he would surely perish in this dystopian reality. A glance at his bank account revealed a remaining balance of 14 million. A pang of anguish surged within him. His parents had left him a fortune exceeding 10 million. He possessed 60% of shares in the Lin Real Estate Company, a grand villa, and several luxury sports cars. Yet, after 3 years of unrequited affection for Feng Qian, he was left with a mere 14 million, 1 sports car, and this villa. He had sold several vehicles, pouring his wealth into gifts for Feng Qian, designer handbags, diamond rings, necklaces, exquisite gowns, and cosmetics. He even purchased a property for her outright. The life of a devoted admirer had stripped him of all he held dear. It was only later that Lin Feng discovered Feng Qian was the mistress of Lin Tian, who had deliberately orchestrated this torment to undermine him, allowing Feng Qian to toy with Lin Feng's affections. The naive university student, oblivious to the treacheries of the world, was the last to uncover this truth. Feng Qian had manipulated his emotions, while Lin Hao covertly employed schemes that caused the value of the stocks left by Lin Feng's parents to plummet, diluting his shareholding from the original 60% to a mere 30%. In recent years, his uncle Lin Hao has reported annual losses in the real estate sector. Originally, he held 60% of shares valued at 6 billion, but now it has dwindled to merely 30%, with a worth of 2 billion. Lin Hao is not a virtuous character. He has embezzled funds by manipulating accounts, a fact Lin Feng was previously unaware of. With the advent of the apocalypse, Lin Hao has revealed his true colors. It was he who orchestrated the sabotage of Lin Feng's father's brakes through hired assassins, leading to a fatal accident on the highway. A single vehicle, 2 lives lost, both parents perished. Enough is enough, Lin Hao. After years of squandering my father's wealth, it is high time you settled your debts. Having contemplated his plans for the upcoming month, Lin Feng rose and dressed himself. Tonight, he would begin by preparing some essential food supplies. In this new world, no amount of money would suffice to procure what one needed. Money, when accepted, is deemed valuable. When rejected, it becomes useless, akin to rough toilet paper. Gold bars, antiques, none of these hold any worth now. Exiting the villa and stepping into the car, the sensation was a rare and precious one. Only a month of good days remains. He must cherish each day as it comes. Finally, he could indulge in a month of relaxation and enjoyment. Lin Feng drove to the night market, where the atmosphere was alive with the vibrant sounds of chatter and brilliant lights. How long had it been since he last experienced such lively bustling? In the past, as a wealthy heir, he would never have considered visiting a night market for food. Yet now, having tasted the most desperate of sustenance, he found himself craving anything and everything. His first mission for the evening was to buy as many snacks as possible, regardless of their taste. Hey there, handsome. What would you like to try? Our grilled lamb eggs are a specialty. Care to sample a few skewers? Upon spotting Lin Feng arriving in a limited edition sports car, the owner of the barbecue restaurant hurried over to greet him. Though he did not recognize the Lamborghini, he certainly recognized it as a remarkable sports car. Boss, grill me 100 lamb eggs, 100 large kidneys, 1,000 beef tendons, 1,000 lamb tendons, 1,000 dog tendons, 10,000 oysters, 10,000 bundles of chives, Lin Feng exclaimed, not even glancing at the menu. Just as the owner began to jot down the orders, his expression darkened. You're not here to eat. You're here to stir up trouble, aren't you? You scoundrel. Prepare to face the consequences. At that moment, as the owner brandished a kitchen knife, a notification chimed, 2,000 yuan received. The sudden sound from the payment system left the restaurant owner momentarily stunned. Goodness, what are you doing, sir? Lin Feng casually brushed off his attire and replied, I must admit, I quite preferred your previous defiant demeanor. Let us keep it simple, shall we? Just cook according to the 2,000 yuan I've provided. Whatever you have, grill it all. It's all covered. If the funds are insufficient, just let me know. Lin Feng's extravagance was evident as he effortlessly dropped 2,000 yuan. His unique ability to preserve items in a state of temporal stasis meant that whatever he stored remained intact, both in condition and temperature. This was precisely why he preferred to make purchases himself. Takeout would arrive cold and unappetizing. Thus, he decided to endure a bit of inconvenience and visit the restaurant directly, storing his purchases in his space immediately afterward. Barbecue for 2,000 yuan, waiting 3 months for it. You wouldn't be able to buy that for 100 million. Oh my goodness. Please, come inside. We are all family. Discussing money can dampen our relationships. Upon receiving the payment, the Mediterranean owner immediately transformed, a broad grin spreading from ear to ear. This startled Lin Feng, who instinctively shielded his groin. Could this fellow possibly harbor intentions of biting my precious coin? The incident with Fang Qian had already left Lin Feng with psychological scars. For others, a 20-year-old sword unsheathes and draws blood. For Lin Feng, it draws his own blood instead. While other swords spill the blood of their foes, Lin Feng's only ever spills his own. It seems that Lin Feng will carry the shadow for life, too fearful to let anyone bite him again. I shall not partake. You roast it for me first. I will return shortly to collect it. With his hands still guarding himself, Lin Feng dashed away, leaving the Mediterranean owner scratching his head. A check of the inventory revealed a fridge stocked with skewers of meat, squid, assorted seafood, eggplants, chilies, greens, and leeks. If grilled and sold, he could easily fetch over 20,000. Offering Lin Feng a discount, he would still pocket a cool 14,000. Such is the lucrative nature of barbecuing. Darling, rise and do not slumber. We have work to do. Quickly, defrost and skewer those frozen goods we just acquired from the cold storage. There was no choice. Some food stalls operate this way. Those with integrity use quality meats to earn a living, while the unscrupulous profit even more. Lin Feng was well aware of this. But who could resist such temptation? Besides, with the impending apocalypse, what could one possibly be choosy about? In the future, it would be a blessing just to consume moldy rice, let alone gourmet delicacies. Yet, Lin Feng had not fled. He had merely ventured to the next hamburger joint, where fried chicken, hamburgers, chicken wraps, and various pizzas awaited. Inquiring about the inventory revealed a staggering figure of 18,000. Such extravagance. The street was lined with various establishments, a braised food shop, a beef offal store, a spicy hot pot restaurant, bridge crossing rice noodles, and soup dumplings. The owners of all the shops were left bewildered, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Yet, upon asking about the prices, Lin Feng simply transferred the funds without hesitation. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The street was out of stock. Boss, how much for your soup dumplings? Not for sale. We've run out. What about your stinky tofu? You might want to check with the shop next door. We've sold out. Everyone was utterly perplexed. It wasn't even 1 p.m. yet. The nightlife had barely begun. How could there be no inventory? Meanwhile, Lin Feng leaned against his Lamborghini, one hand clutching a skewer of lamb testicles and the other cradling a box of grilled leeks, consuming them while tears streamed down his face. They were tears of joy, reminiscing how long it had been since he tasted such delightful food. Yet, they were also tears of regret. Was he truly so foolish? Why keep such delectable offerings to himself? He chastised himself for being so short-sighted. Brother, I apologize for not sharing this fortune with you. Not only did I neglect to bring you along, but I also allowed you to suffer the loss. A crowd passed by, witnessing Lin Feng's emotional outburst, scoffing at his apparent foolishness. Were all wealthy individuals of such questionable intellect? What distinguished me from this affluent man? Chapter 3. Clearing the Night Market, 519. At that moment, a young woman in her 20s, embracing her best friend, strolled through the night market. Both wore expressions of confusion. Typically, after school at this hour, they could indulge in whatever their hearts desired. Why was it today that everything was inexplicably unavailable? Jojo, what is going on today? Is the night market being shut down? Inging, I have no idea. Why is there nothing to eat? As the two lovely young women strolled along, they caught the attention of a group of admirers. In the winter chill of December, Jojo donned a dazzling white ensemble, complete with a flowing skirt and a puffy vest, complemented by her long, elegant legs and cascading hair. Her delicate, oval face was adorned with a touch of pink lipstick and subtle makeup, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. On the other hand, Liang was clad in an all-black outfit, her makeup bold. Though her beauty paled in comparison to Jojo's, she was undoubtedly a striking beauty in her own right. As they rubbed their bellies, they had hoped to indulge in some late-night snacks now that school was on winter break, but the situation was perplexing. Look, Jojo, that person over there is eating grilled leeks. Let us go ask him where he got it. Li Ying pointed towards the distance, her eyes filled with longing. They were indeed hungry, yet there seemed to be nothing available. All right, let us go inquire, Jojo said, her carefree nature pulling Li Ying along. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was munching away, tears streaming down his face. I'm so sorry, brother. After this apocalypse, I promise to let you enjoy life. His sobs rendered Jojo and Li Ying momentarily bewildered. What on earth happened to your brother? Is it really necessary to cry like this? Jojo, let us not pry. This person seems rather odd. What apocalypse is he talking about? Does he have a mental issue? Li Ying expressed her concern, sensing something was amiss. Don't worry. I'll ask him. I've trained in Taekwondo and Sanda. Jojo, with her straightforward personality, was unafraid and boldly approached Li Ying. Excuse me, may I inquire where you purchased that? She asked. We are rather hungry and wish to buy something to eat. Jojo's words brought Lin Feng back to reality. He glanced at Jojo and nodded. Given her looks, she could be worth 2 sausages. Li Ying, upon hearing Lin Feng's remark, was utterly bewildered. We want to buy food. Sausages are such lowly fare, we certainly wouldn't eat those. Lin Feng nodded slightly and replied with utmost seriousness. Remember your words today? With your looks, in a few months, you might not even be able to trade for a single sausage. Jojo and Li Ying exchanged puzzled glances. As their conversation continued, Lin Feng produced 2 cooked sausages and offered them to the girls. Today, I shall treat you to sausages, but should you wish for more a month from now, you will need to pay. Both Jojo and Li Ying were left in a haze, utterly confused. Pay? We never said we wouldn't give you money. After speaking, Lin Feng clapped his hands and turned to leave. These 2 girls were indeed beautiful, but he wondered what kind of girls he could find a month from now. A single sausage could be exchanged for a night. Finally, he could indulge himself. Having awakened such a vast space, surely he deserved a little enjoyment, didn't he? At that moment, Li Ying glanced at the Lamborghini supercar and an idea sparked in her mind. We must seize this opportunity. It may not come again. Let us go? Jojo, we should follow them. Jojo hesitated for a moment before grasping Li Ying's hand. Ying, why should we follow them? That's illegal. Li Ying was determined to find a wealthy partner for marriage, and Lin Feng was the richest person she had ever encountered in her life. She was resolute not to let this opportunity slip away. Ciao ciao. Your brother works tirelessly at construction sites year-round, earning only a meager income. Yet, this man possesses a fortune worth hundreds of millions. Aren't you curious about how he amassed such wealth? Let us follow him and uncover his intentions behind purchasing so many items. Perhaps a chance to prosper awaits us. Li Ying's words, though whimsical, piqued Xiao Qiao's curiosity. I, too, was intrigued by the means through which the affluent acquired their riches. After contemplating, I quietly trailed behind Li Ying. Lin Feng took a deep breath, relishing the long-lost feeling of tranquility, though he knew this bliss would be fleeting. He then entered a barbecue restaurant carrying a black bag. The establishment was devoid of customers due to a shortage of supplies. Noticing the absence of patrons, Lin Feng moved to a corner and discreetly placed the skewers prepared by the owner into the bag, which, in reality, was a spatial storage. Boss, I've taken my leave. Please continue grilling. The owner, preoccupied with his tasks, paid no heed to Lin Feng. All right, just leave the cooked ones there. You can come and collect them. Lin Feng then proceeded from one restaurant to another. It was evening, and the absence of customers made it busy for the staff. He repeated the process in each establishment, nonchalantly filling his bag while ensuring it appeared empty to those around him. No one seemed to notice the seemingly endless black bag Lin Feng carried. Lin Feng had just returned from the apocalypse and was still struggling to adjust to the realities of everyday life. During those years of chaos, supernatural abilities had become commonplace, and Lin Feng had mastered the art of concealment. Meanwhile, Jojo and Li Ying, who were discreetly trailing him from a distance, gaped in astonishment at his actions. Good heavens! Is he performing magic? Has he vanished into thin air? Their mouths hung agape in sheer disbelief, although they could not discern where Lin Feng had hidden his belongings. The spectacle bore an uncanny resemblance to street magic. As Lin Feng made his rounds, he gathered all the food he could find. After all, once these items cooled down, they would lose their appeal. He reasoned it was better to put in the effort now, for once this opportunity passed, it would be gone forever. His culinary skills paled in comparison to those of seasoned vendors who had honed their craft over decades. Meanwhile, Jojo and Li Ying watched with wide-eyed wonder, unable to comprehend the fate of the items Lin Feng had collected. Jojo, could it be that we are witnessing a haunting? Li Ying's voice trembled with fear, finding the situation exceedingly bizarre. Impossible. It must be that he has concealed them in a place we overlooked. This man is undoubtedly a street magician, and a highly skilled one at that. Look around. Surely someone is capturing this spectacle. After finishing their grilled sausages, the two girls resumed their pursuit of Lin Feng. Indeed, no one could escape the allure of delicious food. Just moments earlier, they had claimed they would not indulge in hot dogs. Yet now they found themselves irresistibly drawn to them. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, the two girls had been following him the entire time. In the midst of the bustling night market, he remained oblivious to their fascination, turning around only to find the two young ladies staring at him with mouths agape. In that instant, Lin Feng felt a chill run through him. Lin Feng had developed a psychological shadow over this matter. Now, whenever he saw someone open their mouth, he felt an unsettling chill in his trousers. What are you two doing following me? Don't think I'm oblivious. You still want to eat for free? Let me tell you, that is utterly impossible. Lin Feng, in a fit of exasperation, pointed at the two of them and shouted, "Your thoughts are perilously misguided. You expect to feast on roasted sausages without payment? Absolutely not." Xiao Xiao and Li Ying exchanged glances. This fellow was clearly not in his right mind. The sausages you offered aren't even that delicious. Their taste is rather mediocre. Do you think we are that desperate for a meal? Are you performing some street magic or executing a prank? Where's the camera? I've searched high and low and found nothing. Xiao Xiao, with her cheerful disposition and insatiable curiosity, couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng realized that he had been too complacent. Initially, he hadn't regarded the supernatural abilities with much seriousness, mainly because, during those years, such powers had become commonplace, making concealment unnecessary. Everyone was aware of them. Now, as he came to his senses, he recognized that he had been careless, forgetting that the apocalypse had yet to arrive. Indeed, in this pre-apocalyptic era, he had allowed himself to become overly relaxed, neglecting the importance of safeguarding his abilities. He had been so engrossed in enjoying life that he had overlooked the people around him. There was no alternative. He would have to continue hiding. After enduring 3 years in the apocalypse, one could not survive without a modicum of vigilance. It's all staged. Every passerby you see could very well be filming. Naturally, you two have also entered the frame. Your astonished expressions have been captured on camera. If you wish to avoid exposure, it would be wise for you to keep your distance from me. Lin Feng was determined to avoid any unnecessary trouble, especially as he was strategizing for his next significant move, ensuring not to reveal his hand prematurely. Returning to his car, Lin Feng cast a glance at it. Once the sweltering heat arrives, temperatures typically soar to 50 degrees, occasionally reaching 70 or even 80 degrees. This dilapidated vehicle is bound to break down. It would be more pragmatic to seize an opportunity to sell it and procure some sustenance. Li Ying followed Lin Feng's gaze towards the limited edition Lamborghini, a vehicle worth over 30 million. How could such an extravagant car be found in a night market? Is this car yours, handsome? Li Ying inquired, her eyes wide with astonishment. Their photo shoot team was certainly extravagant. It's not mine. You two should leave quickly. Don't hinder our filming schedule. Lin Feng had seen too many women like this since the apocalypse and had no desire to engage. It was a waste of his time. Lin Feng retrieved several skewers of grilled kidneys from his bag, aiming to replenish his vital energy. He was also apprehensive that this might be devoured by that vile Feng Qian, and he wondered if there would be any lingering repercussions in the future. Li Ying was taken aback by Lin Feng's outright rejection. Did he find her unattractive? Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao, with remarkable agility, snatched the black bag from Lin Feng's grasp and turned it upside down. To her astonishment, it was completely empty. Where had all those items gone? While it might have been easy to conceal skewers, how could such a large quantity of hamburgers and chicken wraps have vanished? What are you doing? This is theft. I could call the police on you. That bag contains my means of sustenance. Lin Feng swiftly reclaimed the bag, determined to convince the two girls of his prowess as a magician. After all, he had no intention of allowing them to record a video and share it online. The apocalypse had not yet arrived, and he still harbored hopes of obtaining items for free. I apologize, my curiosity got the better of me. This is my first encounter with a magician, and I am eager to understand the underlying principles. Xiao Xiao hastily returned the bag. Her inquisitive nature had compelled her to act impulsively. She had assumed the bag was a prop used in magic tricks. Having witnessed David Copperfield's illusion of making a train disappear, she had thought it merely a video trick involving props. Yet today, such an occurrence had unfolded right before her eyes. Driven by curiosity, she had done something rash and now felt regretful. Street magic is not to be divulged. I bid you farewell. Lin Feng gestured for them to leave, which incited a flicker of annoyance in the two girls. After a moment's consideration, realizing the futility of their position, they decided to depart. I truly did not mean to offend. If it would appease you, I am willing to offer some form of compensation. Please forgive my indiscretion. Compensation? Upon hearing this word, Lin Feng's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Xiao Qiao's ample figure. Compensation is not out of the question. I could indeed delve into the realms of software hardening engineering, rice irrigation engineering, and pipeline maintenance engineering with you. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Qiao felt a bit bewildered. What does this have to do with my university studies? I am a student of architectural design. Meanwhile, Li Ying comprehended Lin Feng's implication. Observing Lin Feng's striking demeanor and his luxurious sports car, her heart raced uncontrollably. I believe I can manage this. Shall we exchange WeChat contacts? We could learn gradually from each other. Lin Feng cast a glance at Li Ying, noting that her makeup was excessively heavy. Who could discern whether the visage beneath the faade was that of a human or a specter? Never mind, there is no time for this. Let us move swiftly. I prefer not to involve the authorities in a report of theft against you. Lin Feng waved his hand, leaving Li Ying with a countenance full of disappointment. Is it true that the tastes of the affluent are so discerning? He seems to have his sights set on Xiao Qiao, overlooking me entirely. I could offer you compensation in another manner. What amount do you deem appropriate? Xiao Qiao felt a sense of culpability and decided to make amends. She had intended to voice more, but Li Ying was determined not to let Xiao Qiao seize the opportunity. Such a high-caliber handsome man. If I cannot win him over, I won't allow Xiao Qiao to either. Let us go, Xiao Qiao. That car is worth tens of millions. Let us not embarrass ourselves with our meager finances. Xiao Qiao glanced at Lin Feng. Her interest in him piqued further. Why would someone so affluent engage in street magic? Very well, let us depart. With that, Xiao Qiao and Li Ying left, while Lin Feng remained indifferent. Time was of the essence, and the tasks ahead were demanding. There would be plenty of women in the future. Yet, as he pondered Xiao Qiao, Lin Feng couldn't shake the feeling that he had encountered her somewhere before. Though the memory eluded him, unable to recall, he decided to stop thinking about it. Glancing at the clock, he resolved to take a brief respite in the car before collecting the next batch. It was not until 4 in the morning that Lin Feng finally organized all his belongings. With 2 tasks left unfinished, he generously opted to forego them. Before departing, he kindly advised the vendors to stock up, assuring them he would return on the evening of December 31st, promising to procure as much as they could supply. This news filled the merchants with joy, as if the god of wealth had graced them with his presence. While Lin Feng's attendance on December 31st remained uncertain, his thoughtful suggestion to prepare additional stock could only yield benefits. Should he choose not to buy, the surplus would sustain them for months to come. Having survived 3 years in this apocalyptic era, Lin Feng retained a modicum of conscience, albeit not much. He had resolved that while his neighbors hoarded provisions, he would stockpile weapons, viewing them as his granary. However, the question remained, where could he possibly procure such arms? Upon returning to his villa, he completed the first wave of supplies, 680,000 worth of various fast food items, sufficient to last him over a decade. Once home, he sent a WeChat message to his uncle. Lin Hao. Uncle, this is Lin Feng. I find myself in a bit of a financial pinch and wish to liquidate my 30% stake. Please consider an appropriate offer. With the impending apocalypse, those shares would scarcely be worth a mere expired sausage. It was imperative to exploit Lin Hao to the fullest. In a previous life, Lin Hao had amassed a fortune in cash, hoarding supplies during the first month of the apocalypse and employing a cadre of henchmen, reigning supreme in Huanhai City. Furthermore, Lin Hao's son, his own cousin Lin Tian, later awakened a fiery ability, thriving in the chaos. Considering the apocalypse had yet to arrive, Lin Feng estimated that Lin Hao's cash reserves exceeded 20 billion. It was essential to extract every last penny from him. With the audacity, why not exchange stocks and properties for rice when the time comes? After sending the WeChat message, Lin Feng took a shower, a luxury he had not indulged in for 3 years, nearly forgetting the sensation of cleanliness. He focused on scrubbing himself thoroughly, ensuring there were no lingering issues, avoiding any potential aftereffects. Once refreshed, Lin Feng felt relieved. Fortunately, everything seemed fine, and he was merely awaiting an opportunity to put his skills to the test. Returning to his room, he opened his phone. Had Lin Hao replied? Feng, are you that eager to liquidate your assets? If you need money, just tell uncle. He can lend you a few million to tide you over. Reading the words on his screen, Lin Feng sneered disdainfully. Uffed, how hypocritical. If I hadn't overheard your treachery against my parents, I might have actually believed your deceitful words. He then began to type. No need. I've lost some money gambling online recently, sold the family car, and now I'm short of funds. Just this amount could turn my fortunes around. He clicked send, awaiting a response. Oh dear. Fenger, gambling is a perilous endeavor. However, if you truly require funds, Uncle can offer you 800 million for your shares. He'll come by tomorrow morning at 8 to sign the contract. Upon reading Lin Hao's message, Lin Feng's spirits soared. This old fellow was still so fixated on the shares of Lin Realty. It was time to take advantage of him. 800 million? Uncle, you jest. It must be 7 billion, or else I shall hold an auction tomorrow, where I am certain to fetch at least 5 billion. After all, a 30 stake in the Lin Group should attract quite a few interested parties. He sent the message, and before long, a reply came through. Uncle has invested 5 billion. Truly, he cannot afford to part with any more. Currently, he does not possess that much disposable wealth. As the real estate business has become increasingly challenging in recent years, you should comprehend his situation. We are both cunning as foxes. So what tales of spirits are we discussing? The valuation of 5 billion is one that Lin Feng is quite content with. After all, it is cash. And it is Lin Hao who is on the losing end. The sum of 5 billion is indeed substantial. Moreover, the auction process would only squander time. There are very few who can produce 5 billion in cash on the spot, making it a difficult sell. In these times, money is crucial. But time is of even greater essence. I will draft the contract now, and you can bring the funds to sign it by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Having sent the message, he tossed his phone onto the bed and proceeded to compose the share transfer agreement. When you find yourself holding your property certificate and shares, yet unable to exchange them for even a bag of rice, you will truly grasp the folly of your actions. Chapter 5. Expansive Space. On the other end of the line, Lin Hao was laughing heartily, slapping his thigh. Ha, ha ha. Lin Feng is such a fool. He believes everything I say. That 30% stake is worth at least 2 billion. Although the real estate sector has indeed faced hardships in recent years, what could the building costs possibly be? Properties in East City are still profitable at 500 yuan per square meter. The same steel and concrete are involved. It's merely the land price that varies. If we build a few more stories, won't the profits come rolling in? Lin Feng, you are truly naive. Lin Hao burst into laughter, akin to a pig's squeal, and immediately began calling to raise funds. Meanwhile, Lin Feng paid no heed to his phone. He was well aware that the value of his stocks certainly exceeded 2 billion, yet he could not be bothered to verify the accounts. After all, 50% of the company's shares are in Lin Tian's hands. Having not visited the company for many years, he lacks any personal connections, rendering the accounts untraceable. 1.5 billion is more than sufficient, and Lin Feng has already devised a strategy to extract every last drop from his uncle. Securing this sum, he plans to devise a method to acquire several more billion. When the apocalypse arrives, possessing not a single cent, I wonder how you will procure supplies in the first month. How will you sustain your enforcers? How will you maintain your arrogance? Ding dong. Awakened by the sound of the doorbell at 8 in the morning, Lin Feng stirred from his slumber. Woof, woof, woof. The large Tibetan mastiff, Abe, confined in its cage in the yard, began to bark furiously upon hearing the noise. Had it not been for the dog's barking, Lin Feng might have almost forgotten that he owned a pet. In his past life, when the apocalypse approached, Lin Feng had not taken it seriously, believing it would merely pass in a few days. For the first month, Lin Feng consumed whatever the dog ate. During the second month, staring at the dog food, he found himself helplessly starving. Whatever the dog consumed, he consumed as well. Lin Feng resorted to eating dog food, and even in dire straits, Abe survived on excrement. In the last month, clutching his stomach and gazing at the dog, tears unwittingly streamed from the corners of his mouth. It seems I must continue to feed the dog. Without Abe, Lin Feng would not be who he is today. This dog is a lifesaver. Rubbing his eyes, Lin Feng resolved to care for this life-saving companion. For Abe's resilience in dire times is invaluable. Rising from bed, dressing, and stepping outside, he opened the door to find Lin Hao and Lin Tian entering the yard, their faces beaming with joy. Oh, Feng, it has been so long. You've put on some weight. Lin Hao approached enthusiastically and embraced Lin Feng. while Lin Tian observed the villa with keen interest. This villa is situated in the most prestigious residential area of Huanghai City, valued at a staggering 850 million. It was constructed during the peak of Lin Feng's parents' real estate success, boasting immense worth. Inside, it features not only a swimming pool, a game room, a screening room, a bar, a study, an esports room, and a reception area, but also sits adjacent to an upscale residential block, with a vast private golf course spanning 800 acres behind it. If this land were to be acquired for the development of another villa complex, the profits would be astronomical. Yet, Lin Feng, in his folly, sits atop a mountain of gold, begging for scraps. His intellect is undoubtedly beyond redemption. Upon entering the house, it was clear that as long as the funds were sufficient, all matters could be negotiated favorably. Lin Feng directly invited the two in, declaring that he would soon seize control of their financial resources. He mused that in a month, if they possessed the audacity, they could trade their property for sustenance. Much of what Ma Yun said was mere empty chatter, but one statement resonated with Lin Feng. In the future, housing prices would soar. This assertion held truth. A single scallion could indeed be exchanged for a house. Lin Feng had experienced this firsthand, having traded his own villa for a single scallion. Without that scallion, he would have perished from hunger. He was certain they had brought money, and he requested to see the share transfer contract. If all was in order, he would sign. Lin Hao was impatient, having awaited this day for over 30 years. From this moment forth, Lin Real Estate would finally belong to him. "All right, uncle, come inside. I'll fetch the contract for you." Lin Feng gestured for them to enter, closing the door behind him. As he watched their departing figures, a fierce intent simmered in his gaze. Had it not been for the current predicament, the two of them would surely have found themselves in custody. Lin Feng had taken action against both, and their hearts were now filled with unease. Lin Feng's spatial ability could contain anything, except for living beings. Dead bodies were also excluded. This was not a hypothesis. Lin Feng had previously attempted to enclose a person, only to discover that advanced life forms could not be stored within. While dispatching individuals was a straightforward affair, managing corpses proved to be a challenge. A moment of impatience could disrupt grander schemes. You too should fervently invest in shares. There will come a day when you will regret it. Upon entering the room, Lin Hao cast a glance at the share transfer agreement on the table, a smile illuminating his face. It appeared Lin Feng was indeed intent on selling his shares. Naturally, Lin Feng noticed the glimmer of excitement in Lin Hao's eyes, prompting him to pick up the contract and present it. "Uncle, please inspect this document. If all is in order, you may transfer the funds, and we shall sign and affix our fingerprints to make it binding." "Excellent, excellent. Let me take a look," Lin Hao exclaimed, eagerly donning his glasses and meticulously examining the share transfer agreement. Once he confirmed that no traps were concealed within, he retrieved the seal and placed it on the table. "Fenger, everything seems in order. Let us proceed with the signing and fingerprinting." Lin Feng glanced at Lin Hao, sensing the old man's intent to benefit without cost. "Acquiring it for 0 yuan. I suppose I am your ancestor." Lin Feng had sensed the presence of two individuals in Lin Hao's vehicle, which struck him as peculiar. How had he developed such perceptive abilities? Expanding his awareness, he amplified it further, until he was astounded. This notion of reincarnation could indeed be magnified. Lin Feng's exclamation startled both Lin Hao and Lin Tian. Bewildered, Lin Feng realized this was not merely heightened perception, it was his spatial capability. This marks the awakening of his second skill, spatial perception. He distinctly sensed that he could contain everything within the confines of his space. Is this the fabled spatial awareness? His supernatural ability has evolved. In his previous life, Lin Feng's space spanned merely a few square meters. Yet in this life, its radius extends to an astonishing 1,000 kilometers. What does such a concept entail? As long as Lin Feng's space can accommodate everything within that area, he is acutely aware of what lies within. It is akin to a radar. Contemplating this, Lin Feng found himself momentarily stunned. A bold thought crossed his mind. He must embark on a journey to Russia, to encapsulate Lake Baikal within his space. In his past life, Lake Baikal became a haven for the world's affluent and Russia's largest survival base. Lin Feng lacked the financial means to visit Lake Baikal, as during that time, stocks could not be liquidated, and cash was futile. Lake Baikal and the Arctic Circle only accepted gold bricks. This singularly elevated Russia to the status of the world's sole superpower. After all, Russia is situated at a high latitude, resulting in frigid temperatures, and with Lake Baikal, The water there could sustain 6 billion people for 50 years. Not to mention, the lake teems with fish. There was no shortage of food or drink, merely awaiting the end of the apocalypse. As temperatures rose, Russia would unify the earth. However, their prosperous days lasted only a year. The following year, a cold wave claimed the lives of 90% of them, and the third year brought floods, breaching Lake Baikal's banks, leading to Russia's complete annihilation. This time, I shall take Lake Baikal away. I wonder how those Russians will maintain their bravado then. With that thought, Lin Feng was suddenly struck by a searing pain in his head, and darkness enveloped him. Lin Feng recognized that his spiritual energy was insufficient to expand the space to such an extent. In that fleeting moment, he had already exhausted his mental fortitude. He then clasped his head, his vision swirling with golden stars, and sank into the sofa. It appeared that his spatial abilities could not be carelessly unleashed to their fullest. His mental strength could not withstand it, and would lead to a collapse of his psyche. Chapter 6. Cashing out 1.5 billion Feng. What has happened to you? Upon witnessing Lin Feng suddenly sitting down, Lin Hao felt a pang of panic. The contract had yet to be signed, and if Lin Feng were to faint, he ought to wait until after the agreement was finalized. It's nothing. I just have a bit of low blood sugar. A short walk will suffice. Lin Feng fabricated a flimsy excuse without hesitation, disregarding its plausibility. With that, he rose and stepped into the courtyard, unlocking the dog cage. Inside the vehicle were two individuals, armed no less, and given his sudden depletion of mental energy, he found it impossible to focus. He truly could not manage for adversaries. Anbei, come out to play. We have guests. Anbei was a purebred Tibetan Mastiff, standing at a height of 1 meter and weighing 180 pounds. A magnificent creature that Lin Feng had acquired for over 3 million from a herdsman in a Tibetan region last year. Tibetan Mastiffs are known for their limited intellect, recognizing only one master throughout their lives. Otherwise, they would starve to death, and Lin Feng could never bring himself to harm his loyal companion. Fortunately, Anbei had been raised by Lin Feng since childhood and comprehended many of his commands. At Lin Feng's bidding, Anbei would bite whoever he instructed. In any case, should a fatality occur, compensating for it would be the end of the matter, as the police had no leverage against Lin Feng. Woof, 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 woof. As soon as Anbei was released from the cage, he charged towards the entrance, barking fiercely, his territorial instincts kicking in as he detected the presence of individuals in the vehicle. Fenger, what are you doing? Why let the dog out like this? Inside the house, Lin Hao and Lin Tian felt a twinge of panic. This foolish dog only listened to Lin Feng, and it wasn't he afraid even when a wolf was at the door. They simply couldn't handle the situation. No worries, uncle. Anbei won't bite. He's quite well behaved. As he spoke, Lin Feng affectionately ruffled Anbei's head, and the dog obediently sat down. Inside, Lin Hao and Lin Feng were both troubled. It seemed their day of indulgence would have to conclude prematurely. Uncle, if everything is in order, please transfer the money. Once the funds are confirmed, I will sign the contract immediately. Upon entering the room, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He was genuinely elated. In his previous life, his space was merely a few cubic meters, hardly sufficient to store any substantial resources. In this life, with such ample space, if he were to perish, it would be truly tragic. All right, I will transfer the money right away. Lin Hao, left with no choice, realized that purchasing shares for 1.5 billion was still a worthwhile investment. He promptly took out his phone to initiate the transfer. Ding. After a minute, Lin Feng's phone chimed with a message notification from the bank. He opened his mobile banking app, meticulously checking the zeros following the 1.5, confirming thrice that it was indeed 1.5 billion, before finally setting his phone down. He approached the table and swiftly signed the contract, pressing his fingerprint beside it. Fenger, you are indeed straightforward. Well then, uncle, I shall take my leave now. This dog won't bite me, will it? After signing the contract, Lin Hao picked it up and pointed toward Anbei outside, feeling a bit anxious. Such a large Tibetan Mastiff was not something his old limbs could contend with. No worries. Anbei 1T bite. You can rest easy and depart. With that, Lin Feng mischievously opened the door, gesturing for him to exit. Woof, 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 woof. Abe remained obedient, lying on the ground, yet upon spotting a stranger, he barked a few times. Lin Hao and Lin Tian, the father and son duo, were filled with trepidation. Couldn't you at least have tethered him? They exclaimed. How could you just let him loose? Is this any way to allow someone to pass? The two men stealthily approached Abe, akin to thieves, and finally reached the entrance, releasing a sigh of relief. Just as Lin Hao was about to open the door, Lin Feng, with a mischievous grin, decided it was time to collect some interest. Abe, bite his rear. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but the keen ears of the dog were alert. Woof, woof. And with that, Abe dashed out, aiming straight for Lin Hao's backside. Lin Feng, control your dog. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Lin Tian was startled and quickly pushed open the door, pulling Lin Hao outside. The two bodyguards in the car hurriedly disembarked to assist their employer. If anything happened to him, who would pay their wages? The three men struggled to pull Lin Hao away, while Abe stubbornly clung on. Lin Feng, with a wicked smile, simply shut the door behind him, feigning ignorance. Hurry, pull with all your might. He's got my backside. Lin Hao exerted his strength, but every tug caused a sharp pain. With the massive jaws of the Tibetan Mastiff clamped down, who could withstand such force? It must be said that the two bodyguards were quite formidable. Standing at 6 feet tall and weighing over 160 pounds, they managed to pull Lin Hao and the dog out through the door. Despite Abe's fierce tenacity, the overwhelming numbers of the opposing force were too much to contend with. There was a ripping sound as Abe tore through Lin Hao's padded trousers, leaving behind 4 puncture wounds on his rear, along with a gash. Woof, woof. Abe was thrown quite a distance and still attempted to bite Lin Hao. If he manages to take another bite, he would surely tear off a piece of flesh. Quickly, close the door. Don't let it out. Lin Hao frantically opened the car door and jumped inside, while the two bodyguards hurriedly shut the door, thwarting Abe's assault. Woof, woof. Abe still wanted to bite, but the 4 of them had already entered the vehicle and sped away to safety. Damn it, that little brat is definitely doing this on purpose. Ouch, my backside. Inside the car, Lin Hao dared not sit down. The 4 gaping wounds were bleeding profusely, and recovery within a month was out of the question. Father, don't worry. I'll take you to the infectious disease hospital right away. Lin Tian drove directly towards the hospital, and at that moment, Lin Feng also sent a WeChat message. Ding. A WeChat transfer of 2,000 yuan. Lin Feng, what do you mean by this? Why are you transferring me 2,000 yuan? In a fit of rage, Lin Hao directly sent a voice message, restraining himself from cursing. Uncle, my apologies. I didn't keep an eye on the dog and it bit you. I'm sending you 2,000 yuan. Hurry and get a rabies vaccine. If you don't, it should be fine. I remember Abe did get the rabies vaccine. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice message, Lin Hao clenched his phone tightly, making it creak in his grip. What status does Lin Hao hold? Does he really need that mere 2,000 yuan? Was it for nothing that your dog bit me? Father, don't be angry. I believe Lin Feng is doing this on purpose. Could it be that he found out about the incident from years ago? Is he in a hurry to extort money and flee? Lin Tian asked, perplexed, as he continued to drive. Within the confines of the vehicle, the two bodyguards were unnecessary burdens, as they were tasked with all the unsavory work, including the incident involving Lin Feng's parents. I suspect an escape may be imminent. Otherwise, given Lin Feng's disposition, why would he need such a substantial amount of cash if not to pursue his goddess, Feng Qian? Is he preparing for an apocalyptic scenario? Stockpiling supplies? Lin Hao, with a playful demeanor, expressed his thoughts, eliciting laughter from Lin Tian. Lin Feng is utterly foolish. He remains oblivious to the fact that his goddess, Feng Qian, is actually my mistress. It is I who instructed her to toy with Lin Feng. He believes her to be a deity? It's enough to make one nauseous. Lin Tian jested, convinced that Lin Feng was unworthy of inheriting such wealth. Is it merely due to having a well-off father? Otherwise, he would still be a penniless wretch. Son, after you take me to the hospital, call your little mistress and inquire about Lin Feng's intentions. Why the urgency for such an exorbitant sum? I find it hard to believe his claim that he needs 1.5 billion to recoup his losses from gambling. Who would take him seriously? Lin Hao pondered, eager to unveil Lin Feng's next move, while Lin Tian wore a mischievous grin. Very well, dear father, I shall contact Feng Qian shortly. Having invested so much in her upkeep, it is high time she contributed to the cause. With a swift press on the accelerator, Lin Tian drove towards the hospital. Chapter 7. Preparations before the end of days in Bay. Such a good dog. Here is a leg of lamb for you. Lin Feng retrieved a frozen leg of lamb from his refrigerator, which was stocked with 2 large freezers filled with Bay's provisions: chicken, duck, fish, pork, beef, and mutton. Naturally, Lin Feng had dog food available as well, but Bay showed little interest in it, and Lin Feng seldom fed him. In the previous life, Lin Feng managed to survive the first month solely by relying on these morsels of meat, and the dog food sustained him through the second month. However, This lifetime is destined to rewrite the future. Ha! Abe, with its tongue lolling out, eagerly awaited Lin Feng's bounty in Abe's eyes. Lin Feng was akin to a deity. Lin Feng tossed a leg of lamb into the dog cage, and Abe promptly bounded in with exuberance, after which Lin Feng secured the cage once more. With other matters to attend to, his next task was to procure visas for Russia and the United States. Fortunately, Lin Feng possessed a Canadian passport. Otherwise, the process would have been far more arduous. Now, he merely needed to arrange for the visas. For an average individual, obtaining a visa typically takes about 10 to 15 days, but with Lin Feng's financial means, he aimed to secure it within 3 days. A trip to Russia was imperative, for if he could encapsulate Lake Baikal within his space, he would be free from worries about sustenance. With ample freshwater and a bounty of aquatic life, he could feast endlessly. Moreover, it was essential for Lin Feng to acquire some weaponry from Russia. Their arms are renowned for their durability, unlike the delicate munitions from the United States, which are prone to malfunction under extreme conditions. A visit to Russia would necessitate equipping himself adequately for at least 10,000 individuals. He also needed to venture to the United States. With so many large chain supermarkets and storage centers, failing to take advantage of $0 purchases would haunt him for a lifetime. He drove directly to obtain a tourist visa, the quickest and most straightforward option. Lin Feng was not one to hesitate. He promptly invested $10,000 to facilitate connections. It was merely a tourist visa, after all, and that amount sufficed. The staff was delighted and assured Lin Feng that they would expedite the process, promising the visa within 3 days at the earliest, or 7 at the latest, instructing him to await their call. With the second task accomplished, he now turned his attention to the third, determined to undermine Lin's realty and perhaps acquire a few resources in the process. Lin Feng pondered the concept of a zero-cost purchase. He parked his vehicle by the roadside and attempted to open his spatial realm, hoping to store a bottle of mineral water from the back seat within it. After a prolonged and fruitless effort that left him quite dizzy, he realized it was futile. However, upon turning his gaze back to the bottle of mineral water, he found that it effortlessly entered the space. His attention then drifted toward the water bottles in a distant trash bin, but alas, the same limitations applied. After much experimentation, Lin Feng deduced the criteria for objects that could be stored in his spatial realm. 1. The object must be within his line of sight. 2. It must be within 100 meters of his position. 3. Living beings may be stored, yet they will perish in the process. 4. Humans cannot be contained, nor can objects held or worn by them. Deceased entities are also excluded. In his previous life, he too could not enter the spatial realm. With this understanding of the spatial rules firmly established, Lin Feng recognized that attempting to seize items without consequence would be an exercise in futility. Just as in his past existence, he could neither store humans nor their wielded weapons. With several days remaining before his journey to Russia, he resolved to prepare adequately and first establish a company. Driving his limited edition Lamborghini, valued at $30 million, Lin Feng followed his recollections to a modest real estate agency. Given the current stagnation in the property market, this agency was barely afloat, having not closed a deal in over 2 weeks. As he alighted from his luxurious vehicle, a striking saleswoman in stockings hurried to greet him, opening the door with enthusiasm. After all, anyone who could afford a $30 million sports car could certainly purchase a villa worth over $100 million. Sir, are you in the market for a home? Welcome to Home and Realty. Lin Feng cast a glance at the petite saleswoman, who stood at a mere 1.50 meters, approximately 25 years of age. Her features were exquisite, adorned with a youthful visage reminiscent of a doll, complemented by a pair of charming glasses. Quite endearing indeed. He mused that should he ever crave a sausage, he could seek her out, deeming her worth the price of a single sausage. Nodding in acknowledgement of his assessment, he proceeded directly to the boss's office. After all, she was merely a sales representative. Conversing with her would yield no benefit. Sausages? Why would he indulge in such trivialities? Saleswoman Sun Feng scratched her head, hastily leading the way, recognizing the importance of the esteemed client that required proper attention. Boss, we have a significant client eager to see you. Wu Yong, the owner of Jiahe Real Estate, was in a state of distress, burdened by an overwhelming number of unsold properties and a severed financial chain. However, upon catching sight of the luxury sports car outside, a glimmer of hope sparked within him, prompting him to rise and greet the visitor. Good day, sir. I am Wu Yong, the owner of Jiahe Real Estate. How may I assist you in your property search? Lin Feng remained silent, engrossed in his phone. After a prolonged moment, he presented the balance displayed on his mobile banking app to Wu Yong. The latter's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the staggering figure. 15 billion. In cash. Sir. No, father. Grandfather. What properties are you interested in purchasing? I shall find them for you immediately. Lin Feng was quite pleased with Wu Yong's enthusiastic demeanor. It seemed his own words were unnecessary. What is the total price for a complete acquisition of your real estate agency? I am prepared to buy. Upon hearing Lin Feng's declaration, Wu Yong was utterly elated. At long last, a potential buyer had emerged. This was indeed a benefactor. Our real estate agency, a modest establishment with merely 46 employees, has secured deposits or down payments on 246 properties, including this office building. Would you consider a bundled sale for 50 million? Wu Yong has asked for a sum that is slightly less, as the current market valuation of the package hovers around 47 million. He fears that Lin Feng might scrutinize the accounts, and should the price escalate, Lin Feng could potentially flee. This asset was acquired by Wu Yong for 60 million during the recovery of property prices, and he has already accepted a loss, now simply wishing to minimize the damage. A bold decision indeed, as he is resolute. Draft the contract. Accompany me for the company name change, and upon completion, I shall transfer the funds to you. Upon hearing this, Wu Yong realized he was dealing with a true magnate. There would be no negotiation. He had encountered a benefactor. Very well, my esteemed elder. I shall commence drafting the contract immediately. Wu Yong joyfully set about writing the contract, while the saleswoman, Sun Feng, was left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Did this individual possess an abundance of wealth? Why would one purchase a nearly bankrupt real estate agency? Chapter 8. A 3 billion business grandfather. Do you believe this contract is acceptable? If so, let us sign it and affix our seals. Then proceed with the transfer of ownership. Wu Yong was exceedingly humble. There was little choice for him, given his financial predicament, yet the other party possessed the means to extricate him from his troubles. The property need not undergo a transfer. We simply needed to declare the number of units and their respective values. The corporate legal representative would be changed to myself, and I shall employ you as the general manager with a monthly salary of 1 million. The base salary for other sales staff would be set at 10,000, with an additional commission of 1% on sales. This should not pose too great a burden, would it? In an instant, every member of the Jiahe real estate sales team stood in stunned silence. Their previous base salary had been a mere 500. This new arrangement quadrupled their earnings. I am capable, truly capable. How could this possibly pose a challenge? Long live the new boss. In an instant, Wu Yong and all the employees erupted in joyous exclamations. What exactly does this boss do to afford such a generous salary? Wu Yong was moved to tears. A monthly salary of 1 million? What kind of treatment is this? Boss, I assure you, I will take excellent care of the family and properties. I will not disappoint your high expectations. Wu Yong was wholeheartedly convinced, resolutely determined to work alongside Lin Feng to achieve greatness and create a new era of brilliance. Let us proceed to change the legal representative. From now on, I will be the legal representative. You will do as I instruct, and all legal responsibilities will rest on my shoulders. Lin Feng signed the contract and directly took Wu Yong away. Wu Yong would undoubtedly hesitate to act without the change in the legal representative. As for their salaries, Lin Feng had no intention of paying them whatsoever. Currently, Lin Feng could promise them a monthly salary of 10 million. Though such an outrageous claim would be met with skepticism, Wu Yong sat in Lin Feng's car, his hands trembling with excitement. As Lin Feng drove, Wu Yong inquired, "Boss, how am I supposed to sell houses in the future? The real estate market is quite bleak, and properties are difficult to sell." Lin Feng replied while driving, "In the future, we will not sell houses. We will transition to a rental model. Tenants will only need to pay a 50% deposit of the property price, and they can live in the house for free for as long as they wish. Utilities and internet fees will be their responsibility, while we will cover property management, elevator fees, and heating costs. Upon signing the contract, they can withdraw at any time and reclaim their deposit. If we breach the contract, the house will belong to the tenant." Wu Yong was left bewildered by Lin Feng's words. "Is this business? This seems like charity." "What? Boss, are you jesting with me? If that were the case, we would be left with nothing but our undergarments, wouldn't we?" Regardless, Wu Yong receives a monthly salary of 1 million. He certainly wishes to secure his position, does he not? Shouldn't he consider the company's interests? Let us not forget that even if Lin Feng possesses 1.5 billion, He cannot sustain such a venture indefinitely. The purpose of establishing a company is undoubtedly to generate profit, with rental income equivalent to 50% of housing prices. And a 20% down payment for a mortgage, we could acquire 2.5 properties. Subsequently, by leasing these properties at 50% of their rental value, we would amass enough funds to secure an additional 6.25 properties, thus perpetuating this cycle of investment. Can you fathom that before long? At least half of the real estate in Huanghai City could belong to our family? At that juncture, would we not have the liberty to raise prices at will? Do you comprehend the essence of monopolization? Lin Feng's words resonated with Wu Yong like a profound revelation. The affluent truly possess an astute grasp of the game. Boss, I have come to understand. Your 1.5 billion merely requires timely loan repayments each month. As long as property values continue to rise, we shall never incur losses. Observing Wu Yong's epiphany, Lin Feng nodded in approval, successfully implanting his ideology. Repaying loans? Lin Feng had never intended to do so. A month hence, when the day of repayment arrives, the apocalypse may have already descended. What sensible individual would honor a loan under such circumstances? If this strategy continues in the final days, Lin Feng would simply utilize cash to procure supplies. Provided the advertising is executed effectively, could we not amass a fortune of 1 or 200 billion? With such an abundance of resources, would it not suffice to sustain hundreds of thousands until the end? Let us drive to the Industry and Commerce Bureau, amend the legal representative, and transfer 50 million to Wu Yong. This time, Wu Yong felt considerably more at ease. The legal representative was Lin Feng, who was solely responsible for securing a loan to purchase a property. Even if Lin Feng suffered losses, he would remain a stranger to him. With a monthly salary of 1 million, Wu Yong simply had to execute his duties. I will give you an additional 10 million. Let us commence advertising immediately. Homes and properties, offering half-price residences to the entire nation. Having received another 10 million from Lin Feng, Wu Yong nodded affirmatively. All right, boss. I shall head to the television station to launch the advertisements. Subsequently, I will reach out to prominent platform hosts. I guarantee that within a day, this advertisement will saturate the entire country. There is no need for you to accompany me. I can take a cab to the station. Filled with confidence, Wu Yong mused that if he could not sell properties at half price, he would truly be inept. If that is the case, then I am utterly useless, he thought. However, do refrain from purchasing any properties from Lin's real estate. They are my competitors. Lin Feng instructed, if the company is short-staffed, hire new personnel. Offer a base salary of 5,000 and a commission of 1% for each unit rented out, deferring all salaries for a month. Off you go. Lin Feng waved his hand, imparting his final directive to Wu Yong. Understood, boss. Safe travels. Wu Yong thought little of it, considering a 1-month salary deferral quite normal. He occasionally deferred 2 months. Lin Feng then drove away, leaving matters to unfold without his further involvement. Lin Hao, are you not seeking 80% of Lin's real estate? With an investment of 60 million, I could diminish your market value by at least half. Furthermore, from this moment forth, not a single property shall be sold. I will ensure your downfall. Lin Feng chuckled mischievously as he drove, envisioning a day when Lin Hao would be left destitute. He then proceeded to the Hulong Security Company. The Hulong Security Company has emerged as a formidable force in the city of Huanghai since the onset of the apocalypse. Although their financial resources are limited, they boast a considerable number of robust and youthful personnel, equipped with electric batons and riot shields, having seized ample supplies from others, living quite freely. Most importantly, the general manager of the Huanghai branch of the Hulong Security Company is none other than Wang Long, the captain who murdered Lin Feng. If Lin Feng does not confront Wang Long, his life would have been in vain. Arriving at the Hulong Security Company, Lin Feng parked his vehicle. As one of the largest security firms in China, Hulong not only undertakes various security tasks, but also constructs the safest villas for the wealthy, making them an ideal choice for specialized services. Good day, sir. Welcome to Hulong Security Company. How may we assist you? The receptionist greeted Lin Feng with enthusiasm. Recognizing his impressive height of 185 centimeters, handsome features, and designer attire, an unmistakable sign of a wealthy heir. Such an aura cannot be feigned. I seek your general manager, Wang Long. I have a business proposition worth 3 billion to discuss with him. Upon hearing Lin Feng's statement, the receptionist was taken aback. 3 billion in business. That could fund the creation of an atomic bomb. Sir, I will escort you to our general manager immediately. This matter is beyond the purview of a mere employee like myself. Realizing Lin Feng was quite serious, the receptionist promptly led the way. Following her, Lin Feng arrived at the 28th floor of the Hoarding security company, which indeed exhibited considerable strength, with its headquarters towering at 30 stories. General Manager, a guest has arrived to discuss a business deal worth 3 billion. A gentle knock resonated at the door, momentarily startling Wang Long, who was indulging in a cigar within. 30 billion? Is this for constructing a rocket launch facility or perhaps a military base? Though taken aback for a brief moment, Wang Long swiftly regained his composure. Please, come in. He beckoned, setting aside his cigar, eager to uncover the matter at hand. Lin Feng confidently pushed the door open, and upon seeing Wang Long, a subtle smile graced his lips. If I don't leave you destitute today, then I, Lin Feng, have lived in vain. Good day, General Manager Wang. I am Lin Feng, of Lin Real Estate. Lin Feng introduced himself, and Wang Long immediately recognized him. Lin Feng held a 30% stake in Lin Real Estate, valued at 2.2 billion. His proposition of a 30 billion venture was indeed plausible. After all, apart from his shares, Lin Feng possessed luxury vehicles, a villa, and substantial cash reserves. Young Master Lin, what brings you here? Please, take a seat. Wang Long rose promptly to welcome him, fully aware that Lin Feng had the means to negotiate such a significant business deal. I prefer to dispense with pleasantries. I wish to construct a villa spanning 10,000 square meters, with 3 stories above ground and 2 below. The entire structure will forego cement, opting instead for a steel framework. The walls will be composed of 1 meter thick steel plates, encased in half a meter of titanium alloy. Internally, there will be 10 centimeters of lead lining for radiation protection, coupled with half a meter of aviation-grade materials to ensure thermal insulation. Windows will be unnecessary. The glass will be embedded directly in the walls to allow light to filter through. The glass must be 10 centimeters thick, reinforced with a 1 centimeter explosive-resistant interlayer and UV-protected, culminating in a thickness of 1.5 meters, fully integrated into the wall structure. The villa shall be adorned with built-in radiation-proof curtains, capable of insulating against both cold and heat. The entrance door must be crafted from titanium alloy, with a minimum thickness of 1.5 meters, impervious to even the most formidable missile strikes. The rooftop shall be entirely covered with solar panels, ensuring an uninterrupted power supply irrespective of weather conditions. Surrounding the villa, a high-voltage electric fence will be installed, complete with strategically placed firing ports, which must also be constructed from titanium alloy, rendering them invulnerable to casual breaches. The entire villa will operate on an independent local network, with capabilities for external connectivity. It will be equipped with cooling and heating systems, a power generation setup, as well as a toxic spray system and an air purification mechanism. The entire premises will be integrated into a smart home system, while still allowing for manual control through a centralized console. What I envision is a structure that, even in the event of a nuclear detonation in the vicinity of the Imperial Sea City, can withstand the blast, provided it does not directly impact my villa. Even if my villa were to be lifted by the explosion, it must remain intact. Is this feasible? Wang Long. In this day and age, it seems that business is not as straightforward as it once was. This 3 billion deal appears to be quite challenging. Who on earth has ever undertaken such a project? Wang Long wiped the cold sweat from his brow, taken aback by the outrageous demands. Young Master Lin, are you seeking to construct an apocalyptic nuclear war villa? With these requirements, I hardly see any profit in the 3 billion investment. Wang Long had ceased to calculate. He could hardly fathom who would take on such a colossal endeavor. Let me break down the numbers for you. Occupying an area of 10,000 square meters, 5 stories tall at 15 meters, if constructed entirely of solid steel, that would amount to 150,000 cubic meters of steel, with a density of 785 tons per cubic meter, and the current steel price at 3,000 yuan per ton, that totals 3.5 billion. I am building a villa, after all. With the interior largely hollow, other materials might be more expensive, and titanium alloy is currently priced at 12,000 yuan per ton. However, with 3 billion, constructing a villa would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Conservatively estimated, you could earn around 300 million. Lin Feng took out his phone and began to calculate in front of Wang Long, engaging in a bit of persuasion. Wang Long gazed at the calculator, contemplated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the figures seemed accurate. As we approach the year 2050, The titanium production capacity in Huaxia has become excessive, and the prices of titanium alloys have significantly decreased. Wang Long estimated that a profit of 5 to 800 million could be feasible. This business proposition was worth discussing. Lin Xiao, your earnest demeanor indicates that you are not merely jesting. Yet 30 billion is certainly no trifling sum. How do you intend to make the payment? Wang Long pondered, feeling intrigued by the prospect of such a substantial deal. I will give you a month for construction. There is no need for you to dig the foundation, as I will handle that myself. Upon signing the contract, I will pay 30% upfront. Another 30% upon inspection, and within 3 months, I will ensure that the house is without flaws before paying an additional 30%. Should any issues arise, you will be responsible for addressing them. The final 10% will be paid 1 year after the inspection. How does that sound? If agreeable, let us sign the contract now. Upon hearing these payment terms, Wang Long felt quite tempted. 60% of the total payment should suffice for materials, while the remaining 40% would cover labor and profit. The arrangement of paying 30% in 3 months and the final payment after a year was indeed reasonable. However, constructing such a large villa in just 1 month seemed excessively rushed. Lin Xiao, I can certainly accept your payment agreement, but the timeline is too tight. Is it possible for me to complete the construction within 3 months? Wang Long considered signing the contract. Yet he harbored doubts about the capability of the Huanghai City Hulong Security Company to erect the villa Lin Feng desired within such a short time frame. Could you not request support from other dragon security companies? After all, they are idle, and there is profit to be earned together. I must move in before January 1st, 2050. If your dragon security cannot manage it, I will seek assistance from others. With that, Lin Feng rose, poised to depart. Wait, young Master Lin. We can manage it. I will request support from headquarters. It can definitely be done. However, calling for headquarters assistance would mean sharing a portion of the profits. Given the urgency of the situation, Lin Feng's impatience necessitated such a request. Very well, shall we sign a contract? You can commence work this afternoon. Lin Feng was eager to ensnare the opportunity. Hold on. Young Master Lin, that is a 3 billion business deal. My initial investment is substantial. I would need some collateral from you. We must be candid in our dealings. If I complete the project and you choose not to proceed, 3% of the payment will hardly cover the material costs, and I would be at a loss. Indeed, Wang Long was shrewd. He would not accept a loss. All right, here is the land deed for the West Mountain Villa area, covering 800 acres. I trust you understand its value? Lin Feng presented the prepared deed. Wang Long's eyes widened in astonishment. Everyone in Huanghai City knew about this plot of land. Home to a private golf course. Its worth exceeded 850 million. If developed into high-rise buildings, a commercial center, schools, and hospitals, the profits would be astronomical. Lin Feng was undoubtedly foolish, risking his entire fortune for the sake of constructing an end-of-the-world villa. Could it truly be the end of the world? Lin Xiao is indeed straightforward. Let us finalize the contract at once. I confirm that the land deed is authentic. Wang Long has taken the bait. Lin Feng smiled subtly. I could give you this plot of land for free, for when the apocalypse arrives, you may build whatever you desire, though I fear you may not afford it. After the two signed the contract, they affixed their signatures and fingerprints. A direct transfer of 300 million to Wang Long was made. Lin Feng remained entirely unperturbed. Even if the apocalypse did not come, he had nothing to fear. If necessary, he could declare bankruptcy, having spent 30 billion to safeguard the global populace. What a noble deed. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? At worst, one must sacrifice oneself for others. Very well, General Manager Wang. Please dispatch a team to the Shishan Villa District this afternoon to commence construction. Contact the necessary personnel, materials, and equipment without delay. Additionally, expedite the creation of the architectural design. I require a structure of 100 meters by 100 meters, with 4 entrances. Lin Feng and Wang Long exchanged a cordial handshake. Go ahead and build, for once this villa is completed, one of us shall meet our demise. Ultimately, one of us must perish. Understood, Lin Xiao. I will reach out to the headquarters for support, and I shall initiate the design process immediately. Materials will be prepared forthwith, with round-the-clock shifts to ensure completion within a month, allowing you to move in before the new year. Wang Long was equally elated, a 30 billion project. If this endeavor succeeds, it could yield several lucrative returns. Chapter 10. The 300 million modification vehicle having left the Hulong Security Company. Lin Feng let out a deep sigh. If the apocalypse arrives, I shall ascend. If it does not, I shall be left bewildered. Moreover, the legal entity of the house and the real estate agency is oneself. What if the apocalypse never arrives, and one finds oneself perpetually renting? This scenario bears a striking resemblance to a Ponzi scheme. One might end up toiling away for the latter part of their life. Lin Feng scratched his head, acknowledging that it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anxiety. However, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. One must simply proceed. What has Lin Feng not witnessed? He has seen brothers fall victim to Feng Qian's machinations. Such occurrences do not sway his resolve. Upon returning to his villa, he commenced excavation adjacent to his original residence, creating a pit measuring 110 meters in length, 110 meters in width, and 8 meters in depth. He excavated a bit extra to allow for construction space. This necessity for a plot of land measuring 10,000 square meters stemmed from his spatial limitations, which appeared capable of accommodating such dimensions. Yet, Lin Feng remained uncertain and looked forward to testing this theory in Russia. Regardless, this land belonged entirely to him, and he could construct wherever he pleased. Lin Feng was acutely aware that the walls of his former dilapidated villa were made of lightweight bricks, easily reduced to rubble by a mere hammer in the hands of an 8-year-old. Thus, it held no value for renovation and was better replaced entirely. The notion of renovating buildings or villas within 30 days of a doomsday rebirth is pure folly, indicative of a complete lack of common sense. Modern construction employs a frame structure. Once the load-bearing beams are poured, lightweight bricks are added to shape the building. Where would one insert steel plates? Could the beams withstand such an addition? Therefore, Lin Feng opted for a complete rebuild, confident that Wang Long possessed the capability to finish the project within a month. In essence, Lin Feng's shelter was a mere assembly of steel, welded together. It was as straightforward as stacking blocks, with ample steel materials. One could layer them upwards and weld them securely. Within mere minutes, the foundation was excavated. Lin Feng glanced at his phone, noting a balance of over 540 million. It was imperative to acquire 2 specially modified vehicles. After all, could he truly resign himself to a life of seclusion at home? Such a fate would be utterly monotonous. He decided to drive directly to the largest specialized vehicle manufacturing plant in Huanghai City, where his good friend Zhao Jun served as the factory director. Zhao Jun, a fellow enthusiast of modified vehicles, shared a close friendship with Lin Feng. However, uncertainty loomed over Zhao Jun's well-being since the onset of the apocalypse. The prospect of these 2 modified vehicles would certainly provide Zhao Jun with a lucrative opportunity, and Lin Feng intended to encourage him to stockpile supplies. As for inviting Zhao Jun into the shelter, Lin Feng had not entertained such thoughts. While they were indeed good friends, they were not bound by brotherhood. Lin Feng had witnessed the depths of human depravity that emerged in the wake of the apocalypse. There were those who resorted to unspeakable acts, even cannibalism. Could he truly find solace knowing Zhao Jun was within the shelter? What if Zhao Jun, in a moment of misguided compassion, opened the door to strangers while Lin Feng slumbered? Therefore, he resolved to merely advise Zhao Jun to accumulate provisions, leaving the details of his stockpiling for another day, perhaps when the apocalypse had fully unfolded. Upon arriving at the specialized vehicle manufacturing plant in Huanghai City, Lin Feng sought out Zhao Jun. "Ah, is that not young Master Lin? What wind has brought you here?" Zhao Jun exclaimed, his face alight with joy upon recognizing Lin Feng's wealth. "I have an excellent task for you. I need 2 modified vehicles manufactured." Hearing Lin Feng's request, Zhao Jun's spirits soared even higher. 2 vehicles represented a significant business opportunity. "Young Master Lin, please articulate your requirements. I assure you, I will fulfill them." Zhao Jun vowed, confidently patting his chest. As an expert in modified vehicles, he was curious if Lin Feng had any unexpected demands. The first vehicle must withstand extreme temperatures of up to 70 degrees Celsius. Equipped with a minimum of 10 wheels, 4 at the front and 6 at the rear, all of which must be high-temperature, explosion-proof tires. It should be powered by dual engines, with one serving as a backup to prevent overheating and engine failure. An integrated water cooling system is essential to ensure the engine remains operational without risk of damage. The vehicle's body must be constructed from titanium alloy plates with a thickness of 2 centimeters, with the front reinforced to a minimum of 10 centimeters. Capable of withstanding impacts at 180 miles per hour without sustaining damage. The glass must be composed of explosion-proof and bullet-resistant materials, while the undercarriage should be impervious to anti-tank mines. Additionally, the interior must feature air conditioning and incorporate materials resistant to high temperatures. As for the second vehicle, It should be a snow track design, also powered by dual engines, but this time equipped with insulation materials capable of enduring temperatures as low as -70 degrees Celsius. It must reliably ignite even in frigid conditions, which may necessitate the use of high-capacity batteries, potentially multiple units for backup. The vehicle must be fitted with skis to enhance contact with the snow and prevent it from sinking into snowdrifts. The glass should be low-temperature resistant, as well as explosion and bulletproof, maintaining the same titanium alloy body standard to ensure durability upon collision with the wall. Moreover, I require more than 10 sets of spare parts for both vehicles, with frequently used components numbering at least 100 or even 1,000. Completing both vehicles within a month should not pose too great a challenge, should it? Upon hearing Lin Feng's demands, Zhao Jun felt utterly overwhelmed. The cost of such a project, along with the extensive parts required, seemed astronomical. Were these expectations truly reasonable? Could he even fulfill them? If not, he would have to seek assistance elsewhere. Lin Feng, pressed for time, had other matters to attend to. Can it be done? He implored. Yes, it can. I am indeed seeking workers who can operate in shifts, tirelessly around the clock. However, young Master Lin, with such demands, I conservatively estimate that it would require no less than 2 billion. I dare not quote a price, for I have never manufactured such vehicles before. Ding. Payment received via Alipay. 3 billion. At that moment, Zhao Jun's phone buzzed with a notification. He glanced at his phone, and his eyes widened in shock. Good heavens. Young Master Lin, 3 billion? You cannot be serious. I have no time for jest. Produce the vehicles within a month, or I shall take legal action for breach of contract. Spare no expense on materials. Utilize only the sturdiest. If funds fall short, call me, and I shall transfer more. Lin Feng's commanding voice resonated with Zhao Jun, who felt as though he were in the presence of a deity. For these two vehicles priced at 3 billion, how much profit would he earn? At the very least, 30 million, right? Earning 30 million within a month. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. Very well, young Master Lin. I shall immediately push all current orders aside and expedite production for you. Rest assured, if I do not deliver the two vehicles to your residence within the month, I shall offer my head as a token. Zhao Jun earnestly promised, which greatly alleviated Lin Feng's concerns. Zhao Jun is a man of good character. One can only hope that his integrity remains intact in the aftermath of the apocalypse. I am leaving now. Ensure that both the vehicles and parts are delivered to the Shishan Villa within a month. Work diligently. Young Master Lin, take care, Zhao Jun exclaimed, kissing his phone in excitement. 3 billion. Moreover, he would personally modify the two most impressive vehicles in the world. This was a dream come true, and he would earn a fortune. Lin Feng glanced at his phone balance, pondering how quickly the money had dwindled. In just one day, his fortune of 1.5 billion had shrunk to a mere 242 million. With the acquisition of both a house and a car already accomplished, his next focus lay on procuring medical supplies. In the wake of the impending apocalypse, the balance on his phone had transformed into nothing more than a sequence of digits. It had to be spent now. Otherwise, when the end arrived, many affluent individuals would come to realize the profound sorrow of being deceased with unspent wealth. Tens of millions could not even procure a single sausage, leaving them to merely gaze at their past glories within their digital banking apps, while succumbing to hunger. Having secured his phone, Lin Feng felt a pang of hunger after a day of toil. It was already 5 in the afternoon. He got into his vehicle and retrieved 2 hamburgers and a bottle of milk tea from his supplies to quell his appetite. The war had yet to conclude, and the challenges ahead were formidable. Arriving at the First People's Hospital of Huanghai City, he proceeded directly to the office of the hospital director. As he entered, Director Li Yuan was preparing to leave for the day and paused momentarily upon seeing Lin Feng. Hello, how may I assist you? Director Li Yuan inquired amicably, uncertain whether Lin Feng was there for medical attention or another purpose. Lin Feng, a man of straightforwardness, wasted no time in articulating his intent. I would like to place an order for a batch of medical equipment and various medications according to your hospital standards. Please provide me with 10 sets of all medical devices your institution possesses. How much would that amount to? Li Yuan stood momentarily speechless and then picked up the phone to call the head of the psychiatric department. This young man might be losing his sanity. It was best to address this issue promptly. Hello, is this Director Zhao from the psychiatric department? Please bring 2 nurses to my office. A patient with a mental disorder has entered, and we must promptly contact the family for hospitalization. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat flustered, realized that Director Li Yuan had mistaken him for a patient. He retrieved his phone, accessed his banking app, and presented it before Li Yuan. I am not jesting. I intend to establish a private hospital in the Shishan Villa area. Provide me with a quotation, and I shall send you a deposit. Upon noticing the substantial balance displayed on Lin Feng's phone, Li Yuan remained somewhat skeptical. He took the phone to close the app, then reopened it, confirming that the balance was not merely a screenshot. It was only then that he began to believe Lin Feng's claims. Young man, according to our hospital standards, acquiring a complete set of equipment will cost over 100 million. For 10 sets, it would exceed 1 billion. Do you possess such funds? Taken aback by Li Yuan's words, Lin Feng calculated the expenses, including various medications, realizing that even his deposit of over 200 million would be insufficient. Then I shall require 5 sets. Furthermore, according to your hospital's pharmacy standards, provide me with 500 million worth of medications, focusing on bandages, gauze, hemostatic agents, anti-inflammatory drugs, sunburn ointment, as well as medications for infection and frostbite. In total, that amounts to 1 billion. I will provide a 200 million deposit now, and the remainder will be paid upon delivery. Let us proceed to sign the contract and transfer the funds. Realizing that Lin Feng was indeed serious, a smile spread across Li Yuan's face. This was an opportunity to receive a substantial sum. The profit margins on medications and medical equipment are often over 90%. This meant that even if Lin Feng were to default on the remaining payment, Li Yuan could still profit by 100 million. Let us sign the contract. Transfer the funds. Li Yuan thought to himself, brimming with excitement as they swiftly moved to finalize the agreement. Chapter 11. The green tea delivery. Having exited the hospital, Lin Feng paid a deposit of 200 million for medical supplies, leaving him with a mere 42.3 million in his account. Taking a deep breath, he felt relieved that the most crucial necessities, shelter, vehicles, pharmaceuticals, and medical equipment, were all secured. He was not particularly anxious about food. If the apocalypse were to descend, he could simply drive with a firearm and procure supplies from his neighbors. While they hoarded grains, he would stockpile weapons. His neighbors would serve as his granary. The concept of zero-cost purchases was something Lin Feng had indulged in countless times over the span of 3 years, honing his skills to an exceptional level. Pharmaceuticals were far more precious than food. Whether for treating infections in high temperatures or frostbite in extreme cold, such medications were irreplaceable during those years, often unobtainable even with food in exchange. When the apocalypse struck, even the slightest ailment could prove fatal. This was no mere exaggeration. A close friend of Lin Feng's had succumbed to sepsis after stepping on a nail in a high-temperature environment. Within 2 days, he was gone, leaving no remedy in sight. Consequently, Lin Feng felt compelled to allocate funds for the hospital director to stock various medications. Otherwise, when the end of days arrived, where would he find an adequate supply of medical equipment and pharmaceuticals? Even if he were to seize every hospital in Huanghai City, the existing stock would undoubtedly fall short. It was imperative to prepare in advance. Moreover, with 1 month remaining, Lin Feng had devised a plan for food. He would make a trip to the storage center in the beautiful country to procure supplies at no cost. Renowned for its wealth, the storage centers there were replete with resources, each one catering to several large supermarkets, making them the quickest targets for acquisition. As he drove back to his villa, he noticed a figure standing at the entrance. The headlights illuminated her face, and in that instant, Lin Feng felt a chill in his pants. Isn't that Fang Qian, the sharp-tongued and fastidious one? Normally, she never speaks unless provoked. But what wind has blown her this way today? Lin Feng stepped out of the car, feeling the chill in his trousers, a lingering shadow of dread that he would carry for a lifetime. Lin Feng, what a coincidence. I was merely passing by and didn't expect to run into you, Fang Qian said with a sweet smile, her hand sweeping through her hair, revealing her stunning visage. She had heard from Lin Tian that Lin Feng had liquidated his shares for a staggering 1.5 billion. Perhaps she could persuade this devoted admirer to purchase a few designer bags for her. Maybe, just maybe, this admirer could even buy her a villa? Indeed, quite the coincidence. What brings you here? Lin Feng thought, recognizing the cunning behind Fang Qian's gestures. Wasn't this simply a ploy to stir his emotions and have him fall into her orbit? However, from this day forth, he would not be referred to as Lin Feng the admirer. He would be known as the Wolf Warrior. Casting a glance around, he noted the absence of onlookers. Should he seize the moment? After pondering, he dismissed the thought. If Fang Qian were to vanish, Lin Tian would undoubtedly alert the authorities. There was no room in his space for the living or the deceased. Eliminating Feng Qian would surely lead to exposure. It was nearly 2050. One should not underestimate the capabilities of the police. Better to tread carefully. The opportunity for action could await the apocalypse. Killing her now would be too merciful. This green tea type thrived on male attention. After all, he could find countless suitors to toy with her, each encounter a mere reward of a sausage. It was essential to ensure that Feng Qian could neither seek life nor find death, making her regret ever gracing this world. Experience the profound despair of a post-apocalyptic world. Yet, I shall not bring her demise. I cannot bear to see you perish. Feng Qian seemed to sense a chill in Lin Feng's tone, his gaze no longer embodying the naive adoration of a devoted admirer. After a moment's contemplation, she grasped the reality. Lin Feng was now wealthy, possessing a fortune of 1.5 billion. What type of woman could he not attract? Indeed, wealth has a corrupting influence on men. Her once devoted admirer had succumbed to this transformation. Oh dear. It has been such a long time since we last met. Is it too much to ask for a leisurely outing together? Where are you headed? I happen to have some free time. For the sake of that 1.5 billion, her luxurious villa, her extravagant cars, and her diamond-studded accessories. Feng Qian suddenly intertwined her arm with Lin Feng's, adopting a playful demeanor. Lin Feng felt a wave of revulsion. Had he not witnessed Feng Qian's fierce nature firsthand, he might have almost believed her feigned innocence. He harbored no doubts that, should the apocalypse return, Feng Qian would not hesitate to betray him again for a taste of his resources. Although Lin Feng currently felt no affection for her, it was not the opportune moment to sever ties. Reflecting on his dwindling supplies, he decided to endure Feng Qian's presence for now. The meat for Bei is nearly depleted. Today, let us tire out this pretentious woman. I plan to visit the market to procure some meat. There will be ample provisions. Would you care to join me? Lin Feng had little need for additional purchases, having already secured everything necessary. However, since he resolved to care for Bei, it was only right to acquire some sustenance. After all, one cannot allow Bei to subsist on refuse, for he was his savior in dire times. That would be utterly inhumane. Very well, I shall accompany you. Feng Qian remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, clutching Lin Feng's arm. Despite having endured a fierce battle with Lin Tian and waiting for Lin Feng all afternoon, she was determined to stay by his side. By the way, I need to purchase a few items. Let us head to the mall, as it conveniently aligns with our route. Lin Feng immediately got into the car, leaving Feng Qian puzzled. You're only buying some meat. How much can you possibly buy? Once you've finished with the meat, it will be my turn to purchase a handbag, won't it? Driving straight to the Walmart, Lin Feng remained silent throughout the journey, while Feng Qian contemplated how to steer him toward the luxury handbag section. 15 billion, 15 small goals. How many bags would that entail? Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Feng promptly brought 2 shopping carts and wheeled them directly to Feng Qian, entirely disregarding her opportunity to buy anything else. Feng Qian shot him an annoyed glance. Lin Feng, why are you so utterly lacking in romantic sensibility? Even if Lin Tian has requested my assistance today, that should be approached with reason and emotion. We ought to buy a handbag first, then engage in heartfelt conversation. You possess 15 billion. If you wish for a deeper connection with me, that is not out of the question. A villa only costs a few tens of millions. Is that too much to ask? Lin Feng, however, exhibited no interest in Feng Qian at that moment. If she were hungry, she would eat anything. This shadow cast upon him would take a lifetime to heal. He headed directly to the fresh produce section, unbothered by the variety of meats, pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, and goose, grabbing them and stuffing them into Feng Qian's shopping cart. Before long, her cart was overflowing. Lin Feng, what on earth are you doing? Are you expecting guests at your home? Feng Qian pushed the cart, struggling slightly as the weight of the meat was substantial, the cart overflowing with its contents, easily weighing 200 to 300 pounds. Feed the dog, Lin Feng remarked coolly. And indeed, his words rang true. Abe's 2 large freezers were nearly empty, necessitating a replenishment. Feng Qian was perplexed. She knew Lin Feng owned a dog, but was it really necessary to purchase such an enormous quantity? A single dog, even with a hearty appetite, would consume no more than 5 pounds a day, totaling a mere 150 pounds in a month. The sheer amount he was buying seemed excessive. Ignoring her, Lin Feng began to fill his own cart, which soon reached its peak, leaving no space unoccupied. Chapter 12. Rectifying Feng Qian. As Lin Feng and Feng Qian wheeled their carts towards the checkout, they drew the attention of all shoppers around them. While it was not uncommon to witness significant purchases, The sheer volume of meat on their 2 carts exceeded 500 pounds, enough to last an ordinary person 3 years. Were they preparing for a feast of zombie meat? Feng Qian initially intended to guide Lin Feng to the luxury handbag section, but the effort of pushing a cart laden with meat had exhausted most of her strength. She felt powerless to maneuver the cart towards the desired area. Resigned, she followed Lin Feng, perspiring profusely, until they reached the checkout. "Good day, sir. Your total is 23,382 yuan. Do you have a membership?" The cashier greeted them with a sweet smile. Lin Feng simply retrieved his phone and prompted her to scan for payment. Once the transaction was completed, she cheerfully wished him a pleasant shopping experience. With his signature smile still intact, Lin Feng pushed the shopping cart to the parking area. He opened the rear door, preparing to load the over 500 pounds of meat, which would surely fill the space to capacity. "I'll have a smoke." "You can load the car first," I said. However, Lin Feng seemed unfazed as he opened the back seat for Feng Qian to unload. Transporting meat in a limited edition Lamborghini may appear ludicrous, yet it held no fault. In this post-apocalyptic world, abandoned vehicles litter the streets, and any who pry them open claim ownership. A Lamborghini holds no value against a pound of meat. Meat sustains, while cars do not. Lin Feng retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and stepped aside to smoke. Feng Qian seethed with frustration. "After all these years as a mistress, I encounter such a fool for the first time. A woman presents herself to you, and you refuse to indulge. Instead, you make me do the heavy lifting. I've never endured such indignity." Yet, out of necessity for Lin Feng's 15 billion, the villa, and the designer handbags, she complied. Lin Feng, seemingly possessed by a chain smoker, continued to puff away, showing no intention of assisting Feng Qian. It was not until 20 minutes later, when Feng Qian, utterly exhausted, had loaded all the meat into the car, that Lin Feng finally returned, cigarette in mouth. "Lin Feng, after all this labor I've done today, shouldn't you treat me to a meal as a gesture of appreciation?" Feng Qian gasped for breath, seated on a stone at the supermarket entrance. She was genuinely fatigued, more so than after an exhausting night of passion. Beautiful people suffer too, but it was a new experience for Feng Qian, who had been pampered since childhood. "I've already eaten today, and I have a business trip to Russia soon. When I return, I will invite you to dinner at the Tianhai Hotel. I'll arrange a time then." Lin Feng extended his pole thousands of meters away. By the time he returned from Russia, whether the Tianhai Hotel still existed would be a matter of little consequence. Feng Qian wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead, finally gleaning some useful information. She had heard from Lin Tian that Lin Feng might be fleeing. So it was indeed to Russia? It appeared to be true. "Very well. I shall await your good news," she thought, concealing her thoughts and nodding in agreement. However, Feng Qian could not comprehend why Lin Feng, on the brink of escape, would buy so much meat. Was it truly for feeding dogs? "Let us get in the car. We're heading back," Lin Feng said, tossing aside his cigarette butt and taking a seat, leaving no opportunity for Feng Qian to suggest purchasing a bag. Feng Qian took a few deep breaths. Despite the frigid December weather, she was sweating profusely. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, she would indeed be drenched in sweat. The Shishan courtyard was expansive, divided into 3 sections: a standard residential area, an upscale residential area, and a villa district. Lin Feng resided in the villa district, while Feng Qian lived in the upscale residential area. Of course, her residence had been purchased by Lin Feng, the devoted admirer, and registered in her name, making it nearly impossible to reclaim even through legal battles within a month. The standard residential area averaged around 10,000 yuan per square meter. The upscale area approximately 30,000, while the villa district commanded prices ranging from tens to hundreds of thousands per square meter, highlighting a significant disparity. Shishan Courtyard was the largest community in Huanghai City, encompassing the villa district, upscale residential area, and standard residential area, collectively housing over 100,000 residents. Upon entering Shishan Courtyard, Lin Feng drove directly to his doorstep, entirely unbothered by the prospect of dropping Feng Qian off like a mere devoted admirer. Upon disembarking, he opened the grand entrance and made his way into the villa, promptly accessing the 2 large freezers. Lin Feng retrieved a pack of cigarettes and commenced smoking. Feng Qian cast a glance at Lin Feng, remarking, "Your pocket is quite limited. How do you possess so many cigarettes?" "I am weary from driving. I merely wish to enjoy a smoke." "Just place the meat from the car into the freezer," he replied, and without waiting for Feng Qian's objection, he retreated to a corner to indulge in his cigarette. This infuriated Feng Qian. Have you forgotten your own name just because you possess a bit of wealth? Nevertheless, for the sake of the substantial sum of 1.5 billion, she rolled up her sleeves and began to assist. Who would dare oppose the allure of money? While Lin Feng sneaked away to smoke, Fang Qian toiled to transport the meat. Over 500 pounds of meat. And with a 50-meter distance from the yard to the villa, it was quite the task for her. After a considerable time, their neighbor, Mrs. Yu Jing, was seen walking past Lin Feng's residence with her small dog. In an audacious display, the dog relieved itself right at Lin Feng's entrance. Yu Jing, lacking any decorum, had a son involved in violent demolitions who, within a few years, had managed to purchase a villa in this affluent area of Huanghai City with a mere 20 down payment, thus becoming Lin Feng's neighbor. Oh, Lin Feng has procured a substantial amount of meat. You want to be able to consume it all. It might spoil. Allow me to help you out, Yu Jing exclaimed. Boldly entering Lin Feng's yard and seizing several vacuum-sealed packages of fresh beef to tuck into her embrace. Yu Jing, devoid of morals and always eager to take advantage, often allowed her dog to relieve itself carelessly, frequently targeting Lin Feng's car tires. Lin Feng, once a pushover with a timid disposition, was intimidated by Yu Jing's son, Zheng Dehai, and thus remained silent. In the previous life, Lin Feng had stored enough meat to feed both himself and Abe for over 3 months. However, due to a shortage of food at Yu Jing's home, her son, Zheng Dehai, repeatedly came to rob them wielding a katana, leading to the depletion of their supplies in just a month. Eventually, when Lin Feng ran out of meat to offer them, Zheng Dehai arrived with a few accomplices, smashing down his front door and raiding his home, taking every morsel of food he had, leaving only dog food behind. This implies that without Yu Jing and Zheng Dehai, Abe might have survived. The memories of the past ignited Lin Feng's fury, prompting him to toss aside his cigarette, butt, and stride over. Put that down. That is for my dog. Do you even have the audacity to steal food from a dog? Lin Feng seized the beef and tossed it into Abe's cage, realizing he hadn't fed Abe yet that evening. What do you mean by that? Who are you calling a dog? Yu Jing retorted angrily, incensed that a coward would dare to insult her. I never insult anyone. Whoever steals food from my dog is the real dog. With the world seemingly on the brink of collapse, Lin Feng grew weary of Yu Jing's provocations. If you have the capability, summon your son Zheng Dehai back. I am no longer the person I once was. Shall we have a little spar? Just the two of us? A one-on-one or a group fight? Choose your preference. Chapter 13. A dog-eat-dog situation, Big Yellow. Go bite him. Yu Jing, driven to madness, commanded her dog to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng regarded the small mutt, weighing less than 50 pounds, with a derisive smile. Is that all? I don't even need to dirty my hands. As the dog lunged towards him, Lin Feng turned and effortlessly used his spatial abilities to retrieve the dog cage's handle. At that moment, just as the large dog was about to sink its teeth into Lin Feng, Abe's cage burst open. Woof! With just a single word from Abe, the large dog was rendered powerless. This 180-pound Tibetan Mastiff was far beyond the capabilities of a mere small mutt. In an instant, Abe surged towards the large dog like a gust of wind. With a swift bite, he clamped down on its neck, howling. The anguished cries of the dog echoed through the villa district as Abe clung to the large dog's neck, executing a relentless and frenzied shake. The disparity in weight was staggering. Abe's 180 pounds tossed around the 50-pound large dog as if it were a mere infant. Lin Feng, you need to control your dog. If anything happens to my large dog, I will not let this go. Yu Jing had not anticipated Abe's sudden emergence. Listening to the pitiful cries of the large dog, her heart bled for it. This dog, now 8 years old, had faithfully guarded her home for 8 years, apart from her son. Yu Jing shared the deepest bond with her large dog. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, hearing the tragic howls, pulled out a cigarette and lit one. His home was equipped with surveillance cameras, and even if Abe were to kill the large dog, Lin Feng would not be liable for a single penny. After all, they had trespassed into his residence, stolen his belongings, and unleashed their dog upon him. Truly, they had spoiled you rotten. The cries of the large dog grew weaker, eventually fading into silence. Yet Abe, as if he had discovered a new toy, continued to savage the large dog, shaking his head violently. In a moment of carelessness, he tore away a large chunk of flesh, sending blood splattering onto Yu Jing's face. Stunned for a few seconds by the unexpected shower of blood, Yu Jing quickly retrieved her phone and, pointing it at Lin Feng, shouted furiously, Lin Feng, I am calling the police. Your dog has killed my large dog. Today's events are far from over. However, Lin Feng paid no heed to Yu Jing. With a swift motion, he kicked her out of the door, exclaiming, "Get out and make your phone calls. This is my home. Did I invite you in?" The door slammed shut, and Yu Jing tumbled into the flower bed, landing unceremoniously and sitting in a puddle of dog urine left by the deceased De Huang. Lin Feng then tossed the lifeless De Huang onto Yu Jing before firmly closing the door. Meanwhile, Feng Qian cowered inside, too frightened to emerge, her gaze fixed on the bloodied figure of Bei, terrified beyond measure. This dog was formidable. It could easily kill her with a single bite. "Go home, Bei. You have served your master well. Tonight, you shall have an extra chicken leg." Bei strutted back to its cage, shaking its head with pride, daring anyone to challenge its loyalty to its master. "De Huang, De Huang, how will I survive without you?" Outside the villa, Yu Jing clutched the lifeless De Huang, weeping inconsolably, as if mourning the loss of a child. "How pretentious," Lin Feng scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Yu Jing. He distinctly remembered that when her family's provisions ran low, Yu Jing had ordered her son, Zheng Dehai, to strangle De Huang for a meal. Indeed, she was the first in the entire neighborhood to consume a pet. Furthermore, after indulging in dog meat, Yu Jing had shared images in the community group, detailing how to prepare the meat and extolling its delectable flavor. This sparked a wave of interest among the residents of Xishanbiyuan, who began eyeing their own pets and those of their neighbors hungrily. Every pet in the community, save for Bei, was at risk. Cats, hamsters, lizards, snakes. What pets to raise when one is famished? It's not that no one dares to make a move against Abe. Rather, Abe's ferocity intimidates all. After all, would you have the audacity to confront a 180-pound Tibetan Mastiff even with a butcher's knife? Lin Feng's later actions towards Abe were influenced by Yu Jing, whom he despised intensely. "Hello, is this 110? I wish to report a murder at Villa 108 in the Xishanbiyuan residential area. Please hurry. Someone is unleashing dogs to kill me. They have already slaughtered my dog. I am next." At that moment, outside, Yu Jing, drenched in canine blood, was calling the police. Meanwhile, Feng Qian, witnessing Abe returning to its cage, seized the opportunity to escape. "Lin Feng, there is hardly anything left. You'll have to manage on your own, won't you? I remember I left my electric blanket on. I must return to turn it off, lest it ignite a fire." Seeing Feng Qian attempt to leave, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with her pretentious demeanor. "You run away whenever trouble arises, don't you? You can't even stay to be a witness?" Without uttering another word, he swung open the door. There was no need to engage in conversation with someone like her. Feng Qian dashed out the door, eager to return home, not wishing to attract any trouble, especially with the police on their way. Once Lin Feng closed the door, he noticed there was little meat remaining in the car. He retrieved 2 chicken legs and tossed them into Abe's cage, declaring that rewards must be given. As for the remaining meat, he couldn't be bothered to store it away. It would be enough for Abe's meals this month. Inside the cage, Abe behaved well, devouring the chicken legs before beginning to tear into the packaging of the beef. It must be said that Abe is truly foolish. A package covered in bite marks is simply impossible to open. "Very well, Abe, allow me to assist you." Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, could no longer bear to watch and began to tear open the packages one by one, feeding them to Abe. "Lin Feng, do you have time to feed a dog? Just wait. The police are on their way. Even if you escape unscathed, I shall demand justice from your dog for my dear Huang." Outside, Yu Jing continued to shout, still under the delusion that she was in the right. Were it not for the fact that his space could not accommodate a corpse, Lin Feng would have eagerly turned off the surveillance and dealt with Yu Jing right then and there. Patience is key. There is still a month to endure. Ignoring Yu Jing, Lin Feng settled on the steps of his doorstep, quietly retrieving his phone to adjust the surveillance footage. He paused it at the moment Yu Dama entered his yard, lighting a cigarette as he awaited the arrival of the police. In less than 10 minutes, a police car, sirens blaring, rushed to Lin Feng's home. Upon seeing the officers, Yu Dama sprang to life again, believing that the death of her dog would justify her actions. "Madam, did you call the police? Are you injured? Should we summon an ambulance?" As the police exited their vehicle and observed Yu Dama, bloodied and panicked, they crouched low, brandishing their firearms in a state of alert, suspecting they were confronting violent criminals. Lin Feng's heart stirred at the sight of the guns. The prospect of acquiring Russian weaponry felt distant. But perhaps procuring a few handguns for self-defense would suffice. However, his space was unable to accommodate firearms, proving utterly useless. His space could not absorb the clothes or belongings of individuals, which meant that Lin Feng could neither disarm an opponent nor strip them of their attire with ease. Dear officer, I implore you to take my side. The individual inside is named Lin Feng. He unleashed his dog upon mine. Look, my dear De Huang was so well behaved. Yet he was brutally killed by Lin Feng's dog. With that, Aunt Yu cradled De Huang's lifeless body, tears streaming down her face. Upon hearing this, the four armed officers felt a wave of relief. After all, it was merely a case of dog versus dog, a trivial matter. Chapter 14. Preparedness. The officers rose, securing their firearms, and gestured towards Lin Feng, stating, Comrade Lin Feng, please open the door. We need to ascertain the situation and understand what has transpired. Observing Lin Feng calmly smoking in the yard and catching a glimpse of Abe, who was busy gnawing on beef, they sought to gather more information. These were professional officers, not ones to presume guilt based solely on the report made. Lin Feng discarded his cigarette, but rose and opened the door. He then produced his phone, presenting the surveillance footage to the officers with an air of nonchalance, declaring, This old woman trespassed into my home, stole my belongings, and unleashed her dog to harm me. I acted in self-defense. You may judge for yourselves. One officer accepted the phone while the other three leaned in, their curiosity piqued. They activated the playback of the surveillance footage, which was of the highest quality, capable of night vision and equipped with sound, making the events abundantly clear. The footage revealed the sequence of events. It began with Yu Jing allowing her dog to relieve itself at Lin Feng's doorstep, followed by her noticing Feng Qian moving meat. Yu Jing then entered the yard to procure the meat, but when Lin Feng refused, she unleashed her dog to attack. In a twist of fate, perhaps due to a loose latch, Abe's dog suddenly burst forth, leading to a violent altercation that resulted in the death of Yu Jing's dog. Lin Feng then decisively kicked Yu Jing out of the yard, discarding the deceased dog, uttering not a single word throughout the ordeal. From beginning to end, the four officers clearly observed that Lin Feng had committed no wrongdoing. Moreover, this was Lin Feng's private property. How could one enter to steal and unleash dogs to attack, and still feel justified? It was utterly brutal. Look, officers, witness the tragic fate of my beloved dog, De Huang. He met a most grievous end. This matter should warrant the death penalty for Lin Feng. I demand retribution for De Huang's life. Yu Jing, having witnessed the surveillance footage and hearing the mournful cries of De Huang, could not restrain her tears. The four officers exchanged glances, bewildered by Yu Jing's blood-stained face. From start to finish, this was a situation she had instigated. Even if the dog had killed her pet, or had even attacked her, Lin Feng would not be at fault. It would be deemed justifiable self-defense. Lin Feng, is this a large breed of aggressive dog you are keeping? Such breeds are prohibited in residential areas. The leading officer did not return Lin Feng's phone. Instead, he retrieved his own device, activated the screen recording, and transferred the surveillance footage via Bluetooth to his phone. Officer, I possess 800 acres of land behind my house, so this is not a residential area. I also have a dog ownership permit, which is quite reasonable, isn't it? Lin Feng remarked, producing the dog ownership license, which he had actually retrieved from his spatial storage. The officer took the license, glanced at it, and confirmed it was indeed for the Tibetan Mastiff. The other three officers looked up at the expansive 800-acre golf course behind Lin Feng's residence, feeling a surge of frustration. You truly are an affluent individual devoid of empathy. After toiling to purchase a modest home, your backyard spans over 800 acres. Truly, being born into wealth is an art form. The disparity between individuals is infuriating. Comrade Lin Feng, we have gathered all necessary information. You acted in self-defense throughout this incident, and responsibility lies entirely with Ms. Yu Jing. Regarding the issue of her stealing your beef, do you wish to pursue accountability? If so, please present the pieces of beef in question, as we need to ascertain the actual value of the stolen items. Lin Feng had not anticipated this turn of events and glanced at Abe, who was savoring the last bite of beef. The four police officers also cast a look at Abe, left speechless. The surveillance footage was too distant to discern the type of beef, yet the packaging indicated that it was quite valuable. The officers felt a surge of frustration. Despite their diligent efforts for the nation and its people, their meal seemed less worthy than that of a mere dog. Where could they voice their grievances? It was one thing to overlook the act of theft, but they could at least caution her to refrain from intruding into Lin Feng's home. He could afford to compensate for a bite, but not for a life. Lin Feng was not averse to seeking accountability, yet the evidence of the crime had been consumed by Abe, making the situation exceedingly cumbersome to address. Furthermore, his time was precious. He had no desire to accompany Yu Jing in a legal battle, for that time could be better spent amassing more meat. Ms. Yu Jing, You are at fault here. Since Mr. Lin Feng wishes not to pursue accountability, we kindly ask that you cease your harassment of him from this day forth, the police stated formally to Yu Jing, who was instantly incensed. Oh, De Huang, how could I possibly survive without you? You met such a tragic end, and no one cares. I might as well die alongside you. Yu Jing cradled De Huang's lifeless body, sitting on the ground and beginning to throw a tantrum. A crowd of neighbors had already gathered to witness the commotion upon the arrival of the police. Some even took out their phones, capturing the spectacle and sharing it in the community group. The members of the group responded with fervent applause, praising Lin Feng for his splendid handling of the situation. The large yellow dog, a local mutt, displayed no semblance of canine decorum, incessantly urinating on the tires of others' vehicles. The residents, intimidated by Zheng Dahai, dared not voice their grievances. Furthermore, this dog had a penchant for defecating indiscriminately, often choosing the entrance of residential buildings, causing numerous unfortunate encounters. Today, however, the malevolent creature finally met its demise. Officer, she threatened to kill me. Does that constitute a false report? She demanded, adding that the woman had been causing a scene at her doorstep. Could I not charge her with creating a disturbance? Lin Feng stroked his chin, posing these inquiries to the four officers, who found themselves in a quandary. Adhering to the principle of resolving significant issues by minimizing them, they preferred informal settlements over formal proceedings. Yet, how could they overlook the fact that she had trespassed, stolen, and unleashed her dog upon others? You seem to think I, an elderly woman, am afraid of you. Do you know who my son is? My son is Zheng Dahai. Dare you lay a finger on me, and you shall see the consequences. My son will ensure your destruction. Are the police above reproach? Can you act with impunity? My son will not hesitate to deal with you. It must be said that Yu Jing, lacking in decorum, displayed a woeful ignorance. Despite her son's apparent prowess, he was merely an ordinary individual compared to law enforcement. Did she truly believe they would be intimidated by her? It was nearly the year 2050. Her son might even find himself behind bars. How dare she threaten the safety of police officers? Without hesitation, the four officers restrained Yu Jing, placing handcuffs upon her and escorting her into the police vehicle. Excellent. How splendid. The vicious dog is dead, and the wicked individual is apprehended. Isn't your son formidable? Let him come and bail you out. A group of neighbors erupted in applause, finally releasing a breath of relief. Mr. Lin Feng, do you intend to file a complaint against her? If not, there is no need to visit the police station for a statement. I have already transferred the surveillance footage to my phone, and this evidence is more than sufficient. The officer inquired one last time, and Lin Feng simply shook his head. His time was precious. He had no desire to pursue legal action against Yu Jing. Besides, should Yu Jing truly find herself in the station, it is highly probable she would be sheltered in an official refuge when the apocalypse descends, making any intent to harm her exceedingly difficult. No need. Just detain her for 15 days to let her reflect. The officer suggested, let us exchange WeChat. If she troubles me upon her release, I will contact you directly. Lin Feng retrieved his phone, and the officer readily accepted. Well, I've never encountered someone as generous as you. If everyone were as affluent and magnanimous as you, we would save ourselves a myriad of troubles. I am Dong Wei. Feel free to reach out to me whenever necessary. Dong Wei took out his phone, and the two exchanged WeChat information. Lin Feng's connection with Dong Wei was not without purpose. Should he find himself unable to procure weapons and ammunition in Russia, he would need to visit the military depot at the Huanghai City Police Station upon his return. In the face of an impending apocalypse, one must always leave a path open for oneself. This is what one calls being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 15. Is it you? Sausage. Officer. Take care. Lin Feng waved his hand as Dong Wei and the others tossed the lifeless dog, De Huang, into the trunk before escorting Yu Jing back to the police station. Their intent was not to feast on dog meat. Rather, this deceased animal served as evidence that must be taken away. As the police departed, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yu Jing, having committed numerous misdeeds, deserved her fate, and everyone applauded in agreement. Lin Feng closed the door behind him and returned home. Making his way to the foundation beside his villa, he felt it necessary to inspect the construction progress, especially given its proximity to his residence. Currently, dozens of workers had arrived, with the primary equipment already on site, including 2 excavators. However, the skill displayed by the operators left him somewhat bewildered. Their expertise was remarkable. The foundation, measuring 110 meters on each side and 8 meters deep, was excavated with precision and sharp angles, flawless to the last detail. It seemed the excavators could return home, as their services were no longer required here. "You must be young Master Lin," a young man around 25 approached him, introducing himself as Xiao Feng, the construction team leader. "The equipment has been delivered, and once the materials arrive tomorrow morning, we will commence work immediately." "Has the villa blueprint been completed? I would like to see it," Lin Feng inquired. Upon glancing at Xiao Feng, Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder if this young man was perhaps Duan Yu's brother. "My apologies, young Master Lin. You only requested the designs this morning, so they are not yet ready. However, I believe it will be finished soon. My sister is diligently working on it. Her specialty is architectural design, and her skills surpass mine. She is also passionate about designing apocalypse shelters and has researched extensively, which is why I entrusted this project to her." Xiao Feng spoke candidly, acknowledging his own expertise in villa design, but he was certain that his sister was far more adept when it came to safety shelters. "If anyone inquires about the nature of the construction, do not refer to it as a safety shelter. Simply say it is a private tertiary hospital." Lin Feng's remark left Xiao Feng momentarily perplexed. "Why refer to it as a private tertiary hospital? Is there a difference?" "Very well, young Master Lin. The workers are still unaware of what is to be built. Once I begin, I will inform them that we are constructing a tertiary hospital." Xiao Feng felt a sense of urgency. After all, this was a monumental project worth 3 billion. Once completed, he could earn a minimum of several million. And that would be within just a month, equivalent to what he earned in an entire year. How could he not approach this with utmost seriousness? As for the workers, weren't they merely making 200 a day without meals, working in 3 shifts? What did the owner's profits have to do with them? "Bro, I'm here. I've finished the design. It nearly exhausted me. Why is the construction site right in our community?" At that moment, a tall and lively young woman, seemingly around 20 and possibly still a university student, bounced into view. Lin Feng turned to glance and was momentarily taken aback. Then, both of them exclaimed in unison, "It's you, sausage." Xiao Feng stood there, utterly bewildered. "What sausage? How come you two are so in sync?" As a brother with a severe affection for his sister, he couldn't help but cast a wary glance at Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with a hint of hostility. This gaze evidently pierced Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng was exceedingly wealthy. How could such a man not be unfaithful? Standing at 185 centimeters, he was handsome and affluent, with a fortune in the billions. What woman could he not have? What if he deceived his sister into a relationship and then discarded her? What if his sister unintentionally became pregnant and, in despair after being abandoned, sought to end her life? What if Lin Feng carried a disease that could ruin his sister's future? There were too many uncertainties. Xiao Feng hastily seized his sister Qiao Qiao and shielded her behind him. After all, how many women in the world could resist a handsome, towering man of 185 centimeters? Orphaned and worth billions? Xiao Feng and his companions belong to the working class. Xiao Feng has constructed numerous villas and has witnessed the residences of many affluent individuals. Is there any wealthy person who does not keep a bevy of women hidden away in their lavish homes? Xiao Feng certainly does not desire Lin Feng to covet his sister. The working class has no aspirations to marry into a wealthy family. Such a notion is utterly impossible. It must be said that Xiao Feng possesses a keen perception of reality. "Brother, what is troubling you?" he inquired. "Here are the design blueprints." Xiao Qiao, somewhat bewildered, pulled out a stack of drawings, wondering why her brother had such a strong reaction. Lin Feng, indifferent to Xiao Qiao, had only met her once and felt little. It was merely a trivial matter akin to 2 sausages. Taking the blueprints, Lin Feng examined them. The design was quite commendable, including not only the floor plans for each level but also detailed cross-sections of the walls, their thickness, material distribution, and the positions of windows, all clearly delineated. Each floor and room was allocated a specific purpose, and the design was exceedingly rational. The only aspect that Lin Feng found unsatisfactory was that Xiao Qiao had inexplicably added an attic to the rooftop. While this design might optimize space, Lin Feng's requirement was for a total area of 10,000 square meters across 5 floors, amounting to 50,000 square meters. The space available was already ample. With the impending apocalypse, the attic must be filled with insulating and fireproof materials. Otherwise, under the sun, the iron structure would surely catch fire. Eliminate the attic and fill the space with insulating and fireproof materials. The rest of the construction can proceed as planned. I will oversee your progress at all times, Lin Feng instructed, handing the blueprints back to Xiao Feng. Nodding, Xiao Feng took out a pen and noted Lin Feng's requests. Young Master Lin, with no further requirements. Shall we commence construction tomorrow morning once the materials arrive? Xiao Feng respectfully inquired, to which Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. It must be completed within a month, as stipulated in the contract. If you fail to finish, I shall pay not a dime of the remaining 70%. Xiao Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Was this the aura of the wealthy? When they say a month, it is indeed a month. How ruthless. Lin Feng turned to leave, for he had matters to attend to. Time was precious, and he did not wish to squander even a second. You're busy, so I shall return home as well. Xiao Qiao cast a glance in the direction Lin Feng had departed, her gaze laced with intrigue. All right, let us go, Xiao Qiao. Keep your distance from Lin Feng. He is not quite right in the head. Spending 3 billion to construct such a thing? It is nearly 2050, and he still believes in the apocalypse? Xiao Feng advised Xiao Qiao, then turned his attention to the blueprints. The timeline was tight, and the task was daunting. Over the course of this month, he estimated he would manage only 3 hours of sleep each day. This 3 billion project allowed for no missteps, for he could not afford the loss. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao stealthily followed Lin Feng, realizing why he had driven a sports car worth over 30 million this morning. He was indeed wealthy. It was not Lin Feng's riches that captivated her. Her brother Xiao Feng earned millions each year, and her own finances were sufficient. Yet, she was curious about how Lin Feng had managed to procure so much so swiftly. Where had all those things disappeared to? Did a young tycoon worth 3 billion possess magical abilities? And what purpose did spending 3 billion on such an endeavor serve? Xiao Qiao quietly trailed behind Lin Feng, aware that curiosity could lead one into peril. Meanwhile, Lin Feng kept his head down, engrossed in his phone, fervently placing orders for takeout. In the software Hungry to Death, every restaurant is selected indiscriminately by Lin Feng, regardless of the quality of the food or the menu. He simply inputs an order of 50 portions for each item and proceeds to payment before moving on to the next establishment. He refrains from ordering excessively, primarily due to concerns that the vendors may lack sufficient stock, which would necessitate the inconvenience of canceling orders over the phone. With thousands of takeout options available in Huanghai City, he finds solace in this chaotic selection process. As Lin Feng returned to the courtyard, he did not enter the house, but instead took out a cigarette and sat on the steps, indulging in his frantic ordering spree. With over 40 million left, how many takeout meals would that entail? Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao concealed herself in a corner, observing Lin Feng intently, pondering whether he was engrossed in a game given his serious demeanor. Chapter 16. The frenzy of ordering takeout. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Feng's first delivery arrived. Is this Villa 108 in the Xishanbri Yuan district? Why have you ordered 50 portions of sausage rice? The delivery rider, the Blue Knight, proved to be quite the adept driver, transporting 50 portions of sausage rice on his electric bike. He was elated, as each delivery fee amounted to 2 yuan, yielding him a profit of 100 yuan for this single order. In the year 2050, the delivery fee regulations for Hungry to Death had long been revised. Fees were charged per portion, and packaging was also billed accordingly. After all, with Hungry to Death dominating the market, one could simply refrain from ordering takeout if they had the means. The construction workers next door were numerous, so Lin Feng casually gestured toward that direction, confirming the presence of many people. The Blue Knight did not dwell on it for long, dropping off the takeout and riding away to prepare for his next order. However, as Lin Feng opened his space to store the food, he suddenly froze. The spatial energy indicated that there was someone nearby. Lin Feng turned his head and happened to catch a glimpse of the sneaky Xiao Qiao peeking out. She quickly withdrew her head, perhaps hoping Lin Feng hadn't noticed her. This woman certainly didn't seem virtuous. Was she coveting my sausages? Should I arm myself? Fortunately, the space could sense everything that could be stored within it. Otherwise, my secret would undoubtedly be exposed today, without any firearms and with the apocalypse yet to come. What if the secret were revealed? The authorities would surely seize me for dissection and research. After contemplating this, Lin Feng sighed, lamenting the waste of 50 servings of sausage rice. Carrying the 50 portions of sausage rice towards the construction site, Xiao Qiao hurriedly concealed herself behind the villa, continuing her observations of Lin Feng. Upon arriving at the site, Lin Feng set down the food and called out to everyone, "Dinner time. 1 serving for each." The workers were deeply moved by this scene. How considerate was this employer to treat them to takeout? If they didn't perform well on the job, it would be a disgrace. Did they even deserve such generosity? This employer was exceptionally kind. He must be wealthy, and they felt no envy. Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand and shouted, "Let us eat. We'll resume work after the meal." Although unsure of Lin Feng's motives for providing the food, Xiao Feng felt a swell of gratitude. In all his experience with various projects, he had never encountered an employer who offered meals to the workers. It was a miracle to not have deductions for minor complaints. Xiao Qiao was even more astonished. This fellow was remarkably kind-hearted, delivering meals to the workers. Moreover, he had given her sausages on their very first meeting. Could it be that he was a philanthropist? The workers joyfully accepted their sausage rice and began their dinner, while Lin Feng approached Xiao Feng and quietly inquired, "Xiao Feng, is your sister unwell?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng experienced a moment of mental paralysis. Is it that my sister is infertile? Or has she, unbeknownst to me, fallen ill? What exactly is wrong with her? Who can enlighten me? Lin, what do you mean? Xiao Feng stammered, panic surging within him. Could it be that something has already happened to my sister at your hands? For a brother with an intense affection for his sister, this was a devastating blow. Look over there, Lin Feng gestured, and Xiao Feng followed his gaze. His sister, Xiao Qiao, was peeking curiously at Lin Feng, and upon catching her brother's stare, she immediately withdrew. If she were truly untroubled, why would she be following me around? Although I, Lin Feng, am handsome and charming, captivating countless young hearts, I am not a man who can be easily attained. Lin Feng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Since the apocalypse began, numerous women had willingly offered themselves to him, yet he had turned them all down. After all, in these times, people often indulge their desires, and it was not uncommon for someone to engage in casual encounters. However, Lin Feng struggled with his own psychological barriers. He found them unclean and consistently refused their advances. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Qiao resembled the little admirer who had pursued him in the past. I understand now, Lin. I will take care of this matter. I assure you it will not disrupt your normal life or the progress of your work. Xiao Feng, filled with indignation, pulled out his phone and directly dialed Xiao Qiao's number. Seeing her phone ring and vibrate, Xiao Qiao hesitated to answer. However, avoiding the call was not an option. Her position was clearly compromised. Hello, brother? What is the matter? Go home at once. You are not permitted on the construction site. And do not follow Lin Xiao again. I mean it. Immediately, Xiao Feng was genuinely furious. As a brother who dotes on his sister, he could tolerate Lin Feng pursuing Xiao Qiao to some extent. However, it was evident that Lin Feng was ignoring Xiao Qiao, and it was his own sister who was pursuing him. What brother could endure such a situation? Oh, I see now. I shall return home right away. Xiao Qiao replied helplessly, realizing that she would not uncover Lin Feng's secret today. She was merely curious about how those things had vanished and who was pursuing him. After ending the call, Xiao Qiao reluctantly got up to head home. With her parents having passed away early, all her tuition and living expenses were provided by her brother. He was like a parent to her. And Xiao Qiao felt great affection for him. She would certainly heed his words. Yet, she could not shake her curiosity about Lin Feng. This wealthy individual who performed magic tricks and had spent 30 billion to construct such a peculiar edifice. What could be his intention? Could it possibly be the end of the world? Curiosity is a virtue, but it is said to be the cat's downfall. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, resolving the troublesome matter. After enjoying a meal, he encouraged everyone to work diligently, yet maintain a balance between labor and rest, ensuring that no one overexerted themselves. His words warmed the hearts of the laborers. None of them were lacking in sustenance. What they sought was his attitude. This project must be completed with both quality and quantity assured. Upon returning to his villa, Lin Feng was unaware that due to a simple takeaway meal, the overall quality of his safe house had been elevated a notch. As he gazed in the direction where Xiao Qiao had departed, he was momentarily taken aback. Oh, no wonder she looked so familiar. Isn't she the beauty from across the street who had been surrounded and cooked? The video was also shared in the community owner group. After much contemplation, Lin Feng realized that she lived right across from him, merely a few dozen meters apart. Finally recalling who Xiao Qiao was, an encounter from 3 years ago, his memory was somewhat vague. Xiao Qiao was strikingly beautiful and possessed an enviable figure, making her a potential asset in the post-apocalyptic world. After all, in such dire times, finding an untouched maiden was far more challenging than securing unclaimed supplies, especially when it came to someone of Xiao Qiao's caliber. The depravity of humanity knew no bounds, preying on everyone from 8-year-old girls to 80-year-old women. Silently observing Xiao Qiao as she returned to her building, Lin Feng discovered she resided on the 2nd floor. The proximity was so close that he could see her with the naked eye. He remained patient, thinking that if she ever faltered, an opportunity would present itself. As Xiao Xiao entered her home, Lin Feng confirmed she was no longer peering from the second floor. Meanwhile, a steady stream of food deliveries continued to arrive, which he instructed to be brought directly into the villa. After securely closing the doors and windows and drawing the curtains, he began to accumulate the outside world within his space. Sitting inside, he continued to place frenzied orders for takeout. Knowing that such establishments would not be available beyond this village, he intended to capitalize on every opportunity. Eventually, he had ordered takeout from every restaurant in the entirety of Huanghai City, with each dish totaling 50 servings. The exorbitant sum of over 380,000 was spent on takeout alone, enough sustenance to last him for 20 years. At midnight, the date changed to December 2nd, 2049. Lin Feng, still unsatisfied, opened an online grocery shopping app and began his relentless quest once more. Regardless of the item, if it was for sale, he was willing to purchase it. Today, as selections would be delivered tomorrow. Before 6 o'clock each day, orders must be placed, ensuring delivery between 8 and 10 o'clock, precisely on time. Lin Feng, having spent an additional 500,000, was determined to purchase everything from beginning to end, acquiring as much as he could. Finally, by 3 in the morning, fatigue overcame him, and he fell into a deep slumber, clutching his phone. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Lin Feng awoke to find the delivery truck had arrived, unloading an entire vehicle of vegetables into the yard, a consequence of his forgetfulness in locking the front door the night before. Unperturbed, he rose to accept the delivery, which continued until 10 o'clock, marking the cessation of the arrivals. Now, with the groceries ordered and all items procured from the marketplace, Lin Feng had sufficient supplies to sustain himself indefinitely. This realization brought him considerable relief. After all, embarking on uncertain ventures to gather resources from Lake Baikal in Russia or warehouses in the United States was fraught with unpredictability. Relying on his own purchases felt far more secure. Chapter 17. Securing loans for fuel. Having completed his grocery shopping, Lin Feng devised his next plan. He had yet to procure gas, petrol, or diesel. Without sufficient fuel, how could he endure the harsh winter of the following year? With 41 million remaining in his account, he resolved to acquire several gas stations. Setting a modest target of zero-cost acquisition seemed prudent. What if he failed to secure them? He could not afford to wait idly for his fate. After surviving for 3 years in this apocalyptic world, Lin Feng was averse to any misstep. After lunch, he went directly to a first-tier gas station in Huanghai City and purchased it outright. A first-tier gas station typically holds around 300 cubic meters of fuel. Factoring in equipment and infrastructure, the total cost was less than 5 million. The storage capacity of 300 cubic meters was evidently insufficient for Lin Feng's needs. In a single day, he purchased 8 gas stations outright, acquiring a total of 2 for 100 cubic meters of fuel, while maintaining a balance of 1 million in his account. The reason for not directly purchasing the fuel was the impracticality of filling it in increments. The sheer volume would raise suspicions. By acquiring gas stations, he could expedite the collection of fuel in a more discreet manner. However, with funds dwindling and impending trips to Russia and a beautiful country, he could not afford to deplete his resources entirely. Despite owning 8 first-tier gas stations, the total fuel collected was still insufficient. Faced with this dilemma, Lin Feng resolved to close the stations, filling the tanks with tap water to maintain the pressure gauges, and hung a banner announcing renovations and temporary closure. In the grand scheme of Huanghai City's numerous gas stations, the absence of these 8 would hardly be felt. Given Lin Feng's current financial constraints, this arrangement would have to suffice. The 2 for 100 cubic meters of fuel would sustain him for quite some time, especially considering the extreme cold weather would only last a year. However, just as he was about to leave, an idea struck him. Lin Feng decided to seek out high-interest loans, using the 8 gas stations as collateral to secure a loan of 30 million. He also pledged his vehicle for an additional 20 million. The high-interest loan came with a rate of 3%, along with an upfront fee, requiring repayment of 39 million within 3 months. Subsequently, Lin Feng turned to various online lending platforms, borrowing a total of 50 million. His affluent status and excellent credit rating facilitated swift loan approvals. He even maxed out his credit card, cashing out an additional 20 million, successfully amassing a total of 120 million. He then placed an order with the oil company for 4,000 cubic meters of gasoline and 3,000 cubic meters of diesel. scheduled for delivery the following day. Including his own 400 cubic meters of oil, the total amounted to 400 cubic meters, which should suffice. The visa had yet to be processed, and Lin Feng, the king of survival, felt it prudent to exercise caution. What if the overseas shopping spree fell through? Lin Feng was not inclined to take such a risk. Purchasing it himself seemed the most reliable option. Should the apocalypse fail to materialize, Lin Feng would indeed find himself in dire straits, vulnerable to the predatory lenders who would not hesitate to eliminate him or dismantle him for parts. On December 3, 2049, with no funds available on his phone, Lin Feng reclined at home. That evening, he visited a gas station to collect gasoline and diesel. Thus, the day passed. Lin Feng had thoroughly exhausted every resource he could muster: his house, car, high-interest loans, online debts, and credit cards, all collateralized to the hilt, leaving him with nothing but a clean slate. In stark contrast, the Lin Group was abuzz with activity. Lin Tian had already received word from Feng Qian, learning that Lin Feng was likely to abscond to Russia with 1.5 billion. However, Lin Tian lacked the time to concern himself with Lin Feng. The announcement of the rental properties had created a nationwide stir. The advertisement proclaimed that one could purchase a house for merely half its market value, an irresistible allure. A single upfront payment covering half the property's value would grant one free residence, exempt from maintenance, heating, and elevator fees. Tenants could stay as long as they wished, and upon vacating, reclaim their deposit. Moreover, contracts were signed, and should any breach occur, the property would belong to the tenant. Some were skeptical of this apparent windfall, while others began to act decisively. Initially, a dozen individuals visited the rental properties, paying deposits and signing contracts. To safeguard their interests, they recorded the entire process, wary of potential deceit. Yet, when they signed the contracts and received the keys, bewilderment ensued. Is it truly possible to reside in a half-price free house? Following the dissemination of these videos online, numerous individuals approached Jia Real Estate with a trial-and-error mindset regarding rental properties. Remarkably, within a mere 3 days, all over 200 houses managed by Jia Real Estate were leased out. Wu Yong, having acquired these funds, proceeded to purchase 500 properties under Lin Feng's name with a 20 down payment and a loan. After all, Lin Feng would bear the loan. So what was Wu Yong to fear? This incident rapidly gained traction across the internet. In the span of 3 days, Lin Real Estate, a company valued at nearly 8 billion, recorded not a single transaction. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and Lin Hao stared at the plummeting stock prices on their screens, their brows furrowed with worry, entirely preoccupied with the possibility of Lin Feng absconding. Within just 3 days, the stock value of Lin Real Estate had crashed from 8 billion to 6 billion. Lin Hao's heart felt as though it were bleeding. That was a staggering 2 billion evaporated. Moreover, the stock displayed an ominous trend of further decline. In an instant, the headlines across the internet transformed to, "In the future, housing prices plummet." Lin Hao found himself at the computer, anguished by the news headlines, his discomfort physical, yet the emotional pain was far more profound. Lin Tian, have you thoroughly investigated? What exactly does Jia Real Estate intend to do? Who is their proprietor? Lin Hao's frustration was palpable, as if he were on the verge of a heart attack. Were it not for the legal consequences of murder, he would have already contemplated drastic measures against the owner of Jia Real Estate. Father, the legal representative of Jia Real Estate is Lin Feng. No wonder he is selling shares at such a low price. He must have realized that we were responsible for his parents' demise. He is intent on bringing us down with him. Over the past few days, Lin Tian had meticulously uncovered the details surrounding Jia Real Estate. Lin Feng's maneuvers were utterly disgraceful, and now the housing prices throughout Huanghai City were in freefall, having dropped by 10% in just 3 days. The decline is one matter, but the inability to sell is quite another. Those with financial means, eager to purchase or lease properties, have all opted for half-price rentals. There are no property fees, heating charges, or elevator expenses to consider. How can one engage in such dealings with home and real estate? Who could possibly surpass the likes of Lin Feng? Surely, he must be out of his mind. What advantage does the plummeting housing market offer him? Does he not possess properties himself? Is he not facing financial loss? Lin Hao clutched his chest, nearly succumbing to a heart attack. He had believed that acquiring Lin Feng's shares for 1.5 billion would lead to great profits, yet now he finds himself on the brink of disaster. Father, take it easy, we've only lost 2 billion. Others, like Bai Gui Yuan and Feng Hao, have fared much worse. Bai Gui Yuan lost 15 billion. And Feng Hao 13 billion. We are not in such dire straits. Lin Tian gently rubbed Lin Hao's back, feeling helpless. For comforting him was the only recourse at this juncture. In comparison to others, Lin's real estate company was indeed better off. After all, we are not the only ones facing losses. Everyone is suffering. Lin Tian, is there a viable solution? We cannot afford further losses, should our stocks have in value. We would deplete our original capital. Lin Hao yearned to sit down and rest, yet the discomfort prevented him from finding solace. Father, I believe we need not concern ourselves overly. Lin's real estate is indeed the foremost in Huanghai City, yet this issue has reverberated across the nation. Will Bai Gui Yuan and Feng Hao real estate remain indifferent? I suspect Lin Feng's actions have surely encroached upon everyone's interests. He won't survive the next few days. Once he is gone, his assets will belong to us, for he has no other relatives, does he? Therefore, I think you need not fret. The ones who should be anxious are Feng Hao real estate and Bai Gui Yuan. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Lin Hao nodded in agreement. This son is truly astute. Indeed, compared to those colossal enterprises, Lin Realty is insignificant. You are correct. Lin Feng possesses 1.5 billion in cash, a luxury sports car, and 800 acres of land. With a total value of 2.4 billion, we may have incurred a loss of 2 billion. However, once Lin Feng passes, we stand to gain a profit of 400 million. Lin Hao feels considerably relieved, yet he has overlooked a crucial detail. The debt that Lin Feng currently bears is enough to make Lin Hao's scalp tingle. Lin Feng's account holds merely 1 million, and with debts looming over him, it appears he owes money to everyone. To claim Lin Feng's inheritance, one must first settle his debts. Lin Feng is not a billionaire. He is, in fact, a billionaire in debt. As the repayment deadline approaches next month, Lin Feng will surely face restrictions on high-value expenditures, rendering him unable to even afford a train ticket. If Lin Feng were to declare himself the nation's most indebted individual, he would be second. No one would dare assume the title of first. Furthermore, as Wu Yong continues to expand into rental properties, Lin Feng's debts will only escalate, with an impending financial crisis looming within 2 months. Considering there is still a 30-day grace period for overdue loans. Chapter 18. Purchasing tickets. Lin Hao and Lin Tian remain in their office, dreaming of inheriting Lin Feng's fortune, while Lin Feng reclines on a bench in the courtyard, savoring roasted lamb eggs and sipping on a light beer, thoroughly enjoying himself. Despite being a billionaire in debt, Lin Feng remains unperturbed. After all, he possesses resources and space. Even if he were to find himself imprisoned, he could simply tunnel his way out to escape to Myanmar. Moreover, as a solitary individual, he has no worries about sustenance and can relish life wherever he goes. Lin Feng, come out here. How dare you send my mother to prison? Had I not returned home today, I would remain oblivious to this matter. Just then, Yu Jing's son, Zheng Dehai, along with several companions, blocked the entrance to Lin Feng's residence. Zheng Dehai, a bald man bearing a scar across his head, stood at an imposing height of 180 centimeters. With a robust physique and a pronounced belly, weighing at least 200 pounds. His fierce countenance suggested he was not to be trifled with. The henchmen behind him brandished baseball bats, rationalizing that should they encounter the police, they could collectively claim to be playing baseball. Leave, Lin Feng stated nonchalantly after taking a sip of beer, his single word dripping with disdain. This audacious demeanor infuriated Zheng Dehai and his entourage. There are 8 of us. You are exceedingly arrogant. Brothers, smash the door. Break his legs. I will take responsibility for any consequences. With a commanding shout from Zheng Dehai, his gang brandished their bats and began to assault the door. Unfazed, Lin Feng calmly picked up the intercom and spoke. Xiao Feng, send me 50 workers. Someone is vandalizing my front door. On the other end, Xiao Feng, who was overseeing construction, promptly dispatched workers upon hearing the intercom. Lin Feng had been providing them with meals daily, making this trivial matter hardly worth concern. With over 300 young and vigorous workers at the construction site, they swiftly made their way to Lin Feng's door, which was conveniently nearby. Upon witnessing the formidable procession of uniformed workers approaching, Zheng Dehai and his band hesitated to continue their assault. As individuals accustomed to demolition, they understood the repercussions of antagonizing construction workers. Disrupting their work could jeopardize their livelihoods, and any fatal incidents could result in bodies being disposed of in foundation pits, rendering them nearly impossible to recover. Xiao Feng, just break their legs. That will suffice for self-defense. Lin Feng gestured towards the surveillance cameras, indicating to Xiao Feng to avoid any fatal outcomes. Upon witnessing this scene, Zheng Dehai also hesitated. The notion of avenging one's mother must be predicated on the ability to exact such vengeance. 8 individuals against 50? Moreover, there were over 200 workers on that construction site. This was akin to a mere egg striking a stone. Damn it. Lin Feng, just you wait. I refuse to believe this construction will never conclude. If you possess the audacity, do not relocate. Zheng Dehai was the first to flee, with a throng of underlings hastily following suit. If they did not escape, they would indeed face broken limbs. Lin Xiao, shall we pursue them? Xiao Feng inquired, to which Lin Feng shook his head. A bothersome fly can be deterred easily. Let us return and not disrupt the progress of the construction. Should anyone engage in sabotage, you may break their legs. The medical expenses will be on me, and I shall reimburse you. For now, the construction remains paramount. Lin Feng had no inclination to engage with Zheng Dehai. After all, I am not relocating. We shall have our reckoning in a month's time. Understood, Lin Xiao. Call me if anything arises. Xiao Feng waved his hand, prompting the workers to return to their tasks. Meanwhile, Lin Feng continued to recline, motionless throughout, savoring some skewers and sipping on beer. Life was becoming increasingly delightful. Buzzing. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he answered. Hello? Who is this? Greetings. Is this Mr. Lin Feng? Your visa has been processed. Please come to collect your passport tomorrow. All right, understood. Lin Feng ended the call and then sat up. Currently, there remains less than 1 million in my account, which should suffice. It is time to purchase the plane tickets. I shall depart tomorrow. Lake Baikal, here I come. Lin Feng opened his phone to book the flight. First, he needed to drive to the capital, from where he would fly to Irkutsk, Russia, on a flight scheduled for 3 p.m., arriving at 8 p.m. The ticket for economy class costs 8,300. With only 1 million in his pocket, Lin Feng resolved to be frugal, as the arrival time would remain unchanged. He proceeded with the payment without hesitation. Rising from his seat, he opened the door and drove off. Since he planned to go to Lake Baikal to collect water, preparation was essential. He needed a wetsuit, oxygen tank, climbing ropes, snowmobile, down jacket, and so forth. It must be said that these items are typically associated with the affluent. Lin Feng spent over 180,000 yuan. Fortunately, Huanghai City, being a coastal northern city, offered easy access to such equipment. After completing his purchases, he returned home and indulged in a refreshing sleep, knowing that restful nights would soon be a luxury. The following morning, after tending to Abe, Lin Feng pondered the necessity of finding someone to assist with feeding his dog. His absence could extend for an uncertain number of days, and the ideal candidate for this task was none other than Xiao Feng. Lin Feng did not employ a full-time housekeeper, opting instead for monthly housekeeping services for convenience. He retrieved his walkie-talkie and called out to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, I will be on a business trip to Russia for a while. Could you help me feed the dog? There is meat in the fridge, and the water is automatically dispensed. When I return, I shall treat you to a meal. No problem, Lin Xiao, leave it to me. Xiao Feng replied without hesitation, finding it a trivial task, as it would take no more than a moment. Lin Feng filled his gas tank to the brim and then drove off to collect his passport and visa. Acquiring a passport and visa is quite a hassle-free process. One simply needs to mention their name upon arrival. With the passport in hand, Lin Feng set off, driving towards the capital airport, a journey that would take approximately 4 hours. Upon reaching the capital airport, Lin Feng parked his vehicle in a secluded corner devoid of surveillance, alighted, and promptly stowed the car away in his spatial dimension. After passing through security, he entered the waiting area, anticipating the departure of his flight at 2 o'clock. As Lin Feng had brought nothing but his various documents, the inspection was remarkably swift, even for an international flight. Once aboard the aircraft, he succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening and glancing out the window, all thoughts of sleep vanished in an instant. In the distance, Lake Baikal glimmered like a crescent moon under the silver glow of the moonlight. Lin Feng's mind echoed a singular phrase, "Oh my." Having slept well throughout the afternoon, Lin Feng was eager to commence his endeavors that evening. Missing this opportunity would mean losing a rare chance. Chapter 19. 0 yuan purchase at Lake Baikal. Lin Feng disembarked from the plane, and it was already nighttime. Russia, situated in a high-latitude region, was now in the depths of winter, with temperatures plummeting to a staggering -35 degrees. The moment he stepped off the aircraft, Lin Feng shivered. No wonder the apocalyptic heat had soared to 60 or 70 degrees in Huanghai City, yet so many humans had survived around Lake Baikal. It seemed that the temperature here hovered around 50 degrees, still high, but not lethal enough to claim so many lives. The fellow passengers, clad in heavy winter coats, regarded Lin Feng with expressions of disbelief. You flew to Russia in the dead of winter? With no luggage? Just a thin cotton coat? Do you think you're in Kyoto? Do you believe it's only 0 degrees? What a fool. How are you not freezing to death? Lin Feng shuddered, but paid no heed to them. Although the temperature was frigid, he was still able to acclimatize. During the extreme cold of the following year, the outdoor temperature plummeted to an astonishing -60 or 70 degrees, which was akin to the indoor temperature. Lin Feng had long since adapted to such conditions. This was merely a trifling matter. Anyone who survives until next year will surely regret remaining here. Surrounding him were tall, blonde, blue-eyed Russian flight attendants, whose physiques were undeniably impressive. However, he had heard whispers of their rather potent fragrance. Lin Feng was not here to indulge in foreign delicacies, and besides, he had no money in his pockets. They wouldn't spare him a glance, so there was no point in wasting time. Finding a secluded corner, Lin Feng retrieved his down jacket and pants from his space, donning them to warm his body. He took out his vehicle, removed the license plate, and started the engine. Before long, the temperature within the car began to rise. As for the absence of a license plate, what of it? This was not the land of Huaxia, but rather Siberia, a vast expanse of uninhabited territory where no one would concern themselves with such trivialities. Seated in the car, he produced 2 handguns and a cup of milk tea, commencing his dinner. Having missed the in-flight meal due to his slumber, he was not particularly troubled by it. After finishing his meal, he set off southward from Irkutsk International Airport along the highway, fully aware that to the south lay Lake Baikal. Passing an intersection, he noticed a stranded vehicle. Upon alighting to inspect, he found it deserted, indicating its former occupant had departed. Lin Feng removed the license plate from this vehicle and affixed it to his own. Surely, no one would feel the need to report such a minor infraction, and besides, what good would it do? Whether or not he was in Russia was a different matter altogether. With the license plate secured, I entered the vehicle and continued my journey southward, heading towards the majestic Baikal Lake. It was winter, and the temperature had plummeted. The roads were nearly deserted. My dilapidated car could barely reach a speed of around 100 kilometers per hour. Along the way, I encountered a few vehicles, easily counted on a single hand. A testament to the desolation of Siberia. After stopping midway to refuel, I drove for another half hour, only to find the road ahead had come to an end. Scratching my head in contemplation, I parked the car and retrieved my snowmobile, grateful for my ample preparations. I sped straight towards Baikal Lake, arriving around midnight. At this point, the temperature had dropped to a chilling -40 degrees, numbing my hands to a deep purple hue. Even the finest down jacket from my homeland could not withstand the biting winds of Siberia, and I regretted not purchasing an additional set. Riding the snowmobile was excruciatingly cold. I vowed never to embark on such an endeavor again. I located a sturdy tree and secured a mountaineering rope, having purchased 2,000 meters of it, not solely for this trip, as one could never predict future needs. Braving the frigid -40-degree temperature, I donned a wetsuit, finding solace as I submerged into the water, which hovered around 0 degrees. Mercifully, it could not get any colder. I fastened the rope around my waist, donned an oxygen tank, and activated my spatial abilities, commencing the extraction of ice from the lake's surface. With a resounding crash, 5 meters of ice was removed, and I plunged into the icy waters, which surprisingly brought a sense of warmth. Then, I summoned all my strength to unleash the full potential of my spatial abilities. A swirling vortex, 100 meters in diameter, formed, a colossal pumping mechanism, rapidly siphoning water with astonishing speed as the currents surged around me. A colossal waterspout emerged in the heart of Lake Baikal. Various aquatic creatures caught in the vortex met their demise as they were drawn into the abyss. Yet, Lin Feng remained indifferent. After all, with the apocalypse looming, they would perish regardless, whether sooner or later mattered not. I, Lin Feng, do not I am merely a porter of nature. With a thunderous roar, the water level plummeted. The isotop Lake Baikal, 5 meters thick and seemingly robust, could not withstand the sheer magnitude of the lake's expanse. This resounding crash startled the inhabitants surrounding Baikal. Could it be an earthquake? Why did the ground tremble? Lin Feng, sensing impending danger, hastened his pace. Although he was unconcerned about being discovered, it was still preferable that he remained unnoticed. Massive ice blocks began to yield to the current, retreating into the void. Each item was meticulously stored away. While Lin Feng's space could not accommodate humans, It possessed an automated organization feature. The immense whirlpool at the center of Lake Baikal voraciously siphoned water, causing the lake's water level to visibly recede. Fortunately, it was the dead of night. The temperature outside plummeted below -40 degrees. Very few ventured near Lake Baikal at this hour. Of course, a handful of inebriated Russians, stumbling home, witnessed this extraordinary sight. Where had the water of Lake Baikal vanished? Shaking his head, one of them dismissed it as a drunken hallucination. Surely, Lake Baikal could not dry up. Absolutely impossible. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Even if all the water in the world were to evaporate, Baikal would remain intact. At this hour, only the inebriated would be outside, which granted Lin Feng the advantage of time, place, and circumstance. With a climbing rope secured around his waist, he swam deeper into the depths of Lake Baikal. Every creature in his vicinity was utterly doomed, all ensnared and stored within the confines of a separate space, awaiting the moment when Lin Feng would partake of them. As he absorbed the essence of everything within this realm, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped his heart. These fish and shrimp. This water, he could survive a millennium and still not exhaust their abundance. Indeed, his decision to hoard provisions proved to be astute. By 3 a.m, Lin Feng found himself at a depth of 1,000 meters in Lake Baikal, where life ceased to exist beyond this point. Yet, having ventured so far, could he possibly leave anything for the Russians? Absolutely not. He resolutely plunged deeper into the abyss. The water he had already gathered was sufficient. He could sustain the entire population of Huaxia for a century. Still, he continued to collect more. Lin Feng's actions were purely detrimental to others, devoid of self-interest. At such depths, fish and shrimp could not survive. Only a few primitive aquatic organisms lingered, and their numbers were scarce. Undeterred, Lin Feng pressed on, descending further until 4 a.m, when he reached his utmost depth of 300 meters. The lake's deepest point is believed to be 600 meters, yet here, the maximum depth was merely 300 meters. I shall graciously leave you with 300 meters, for dawn approaches, and I lack the time to gather further. It is not that Lin Feng lacked the prowess. Rather, the vastness of Lake Baikal rendered it impossible for one man to consume it all, leaving some for the Russians. The true depths of 600 meters might take him 10 days or even half a month to locate. He had no time to squander here. The lake bed was significantly warmer, as the biting winds could not penetrate the sanctuary. Lin Feng shed his wetsuit and donned a down jacket, then began to utilize the space to retrieve climbing ropes. As the climbing rope was reeled in, Lin Feng was pulled upward. He dared not retract it too swiftly, fearing a collision with the rocky wall might prove fatal. At an altitude of 1,300 meters, Lin Feng ascended for half an hour, unfastening the other end of the climbing rope and securing it properly before extracting the snowmobile. With the throttle fully twisted, he took off, having acquired the Baikal Lake experience for a mere zero cost. What a thrill! Chapter 20. An unconventional path the following day. The residents along the shores of Lake Baikal were in an uproar. Had the lake sprung a leak? In a single night, it had vanished. Numerous reporters received frantic calls, eager to cover the astonishing news. The situation was utterly unfathomable. They could scarcely believe that a nuclear weapon had been launched by the United States towards Russia, nor could they fathom the miraculous disappearance of Lake Baikal overnight. At this moment, the orchestrator of this chaos, Lin Feng, had returned to the city, seeking refuge in a hotel to warm himself. He turned on the television, where every Russian news channel was broadcasting the astounding story of the lake's overnight disappearance. The significance of this event was monumental. Lin Feng retrieved his phone and opened a translation app. By 2050, traveling abroad required only a smartphone for translation. Good day, sir. I hear you witnessed the disappearance of Lake Baikal last night. Could you please elaborate on your experience? A tall, blonde, blue-eyed Russian female reporter, clad in cold-weather gear, was interviewing a somewhat weary man who still bore the remnants of a hangover. Last night, after drinking with friends, I was on my way home, passing by Lake Baikal when I heard a tremendous roar. The ground shook violently, knocking me to the ground. I thought it was an earthquake. When I managed to get back on my feet and approach the lakeshore, I beheld what appeared to be a colossal whirlpool at the center of the water. At that moment, being inebriated, I thought I might be hallucinating and dismissed it, returning home to slumber. However, this morning, I was awakened by my wife, and upon glancing outside, I was astonished to find that Lake Baikal had indeed dried up. I suspect it must be due to tectonic movements. All the water has seeped deep into the Earth's crust. Otherwise, how could this phenomenon occur? One may question whether Russia might be bombarded by the weaponry of a certain nation, yet one must never doubt the veracity of the water in Lake Baikal. The man spoke with fervor. As a native of the Baikal region, he could hardly fathom the lake's desiccation. Lin Feng smiled subtly. It seemed that his plan to acquire Lake Baikal for a mere zero cost had been remarkably successful. These Russian experts would never dream that I, Lin Feng, was behind this occurrence. Turning off the television, Lin Feng nestled under the electric blanket to warm himself. Last night's chill had thoroughly penetrated him, and it would take more than a couple of days to recover. Nevertheless, Lin Feng could not afford to be idle. His mission in Russia was only one-third complete. Water was secured, aquatic resources were at hand, yet the weaponry remained elusive. Regardless of the uproar this incident might cause in Russia or the world, Lin Feng activated his spatial abilities to their fullest extent. He was not attempting to encapsulate the entire city, as it was inhabited and could not be contained. With a radius of 1,000 kilometers, he commenced searching for Russian military bases. Lin Feng felt as though his head might explode, yet for the sake of acquiring weaponry, he persevered. He found it. Right here. Lin Feng confirmed the location and swiftly closed the spatial portal. This Russian military base turned out to be a missile launch facility. Lin Feng had merely ascertained the location, yet the precise number of soldiers, the extent of personnel, and the level of defense remained uncertain. Ideally, the presence of nuclear warheads would be most advantageous. He rubbed his temples, for a throbbing headache plagued him. It is worth noting that Russia possesses over 5,000 nuclear warheads scattered across the nation, with their exact whereabouts shrouded in mystery. Should he manage to locate a few, the prospect of biological mutations would pale in comparison. Even an alien invasion would evoke no fear in him. Lin Feng took a sip of hot vodka to warm his body, then opened his phone's map to pinpoint the military base's coordinates. It lay 800 kilometers to the northwest, and traveling by car was out of the question, as the map revealed no nearby airports. It appeared to be a clandestine military installation nestled in a remote mountainous region. The closest city was over 100 kilometers away. Such a secretive base would surely attract attention if approached by land, not to mention the potential dangers of landmines. Contemplating the map, Lin Feng realized that a cunning strategy was essential. Brute force would be futile. If a military base were easily accessible, it would cease to be a military base. Approaching on a snowmobile would likely trigger alarms, leading to a hail of gunfire aimed at him. He set down his phone and finished a glass of hot vodka. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities. He needed to rest for a day, both mentally and physically. It must be said, this vodka was indeed potent. Before long, the effects of the alcohol took hold, and wrapped in his blanket, Lin Feng drifted into a hazy slumber. After a full day of rest, he awoke on the morning of December 6th, feeling rejuvenated. Descending the stairs, I procured several sets of Russian winter cotton coats, primarily due to my reluctance to engage in a 0 yuan purchase. The risk of these numerous coats suddenly vanishing and attracting the attention of the military was simply not worth it. The cost of living in Russia is remarkably low. I spent merely 60,000 yuan on dozens of coats. One cannot help but admire the strength of the great Xi'an nation. For now, one can even utilize Alipay abroad. After securing the coats, I purchased a train ticket, setting my sights on the next city. I indulged in an authentic Russian meal, deeming this journey worthwhile since I had embarked on it for tourism. The rye bread was quite hard and unpalatable, while the borscht was a curious blend of sour and sweet, which did not appeal to me either. However, their smoked meat sausages were truly delightful. After finishing my meal, I cleared out the establishment's supply of smoked meat sausages, spending 22,000 yuan, much to the proprietor's delight. Indeed, tourists from the Great Xi'an nation are the wealthiest. At 9 in the morning, I checked out of my accommodation and boarded the train, heading straight for the next city. By 5:30 in the afternoon, the leisurely Siberian green train finally arrived at my destination. I hailed a taxi and directed the driver northward. The driver appeared somewhat perplexed, questioning why we were heading north in such frigid weather, suggesting we were leaving the city. Curious about my destination, he inquired, and upon consulting my phone map, I confirmed a village as my goal. I gestured for the driver to stop, indicating my intention to visit this village. His initial doubts dissipated as he realized I was merely a curious tourist, albeit one not often seen in such numbers. After settling the fare through a translation app and watching the driver depart, I ventured deep into the forest. Ensuring I was alone, I utilized my spatial abilities to excavate a 5-meter wide hole. Extracting my Lamborghini, I continued northward through the opening, The conventional land routes were certainly impassable, but I was not one to tread the beaten path. With my spatial capabilities, I directly collected the Earth into my space. I shall directly tunnel into your military base from underground. The reason I did not commence digging immediately upon disembarking from the train is twofold. Firstly, I was utterly fatigued. Secondly, Lin Feng was uncertain whether this tactic would indeed prove effective. However, it seems that now is the time to test it. To my astonishment, it works splendidly. The ample space is indeed advantageous. Lin Feng accelerates to a speed of 70 miles per hour, feeling utterly liberated as he propels himself directly towards the Russian military base underground. Even if you have laid mines below, I harbor no fear. I shall simply absorb all into my space. Chapter 21. Zero-cost acquisition of the Russian missile base. After an hour of travel, Lin Feng ascertained the location of the base. Parked, and took a moment to rest. This base accommodates approximately 3,000 personnel and is indeed a missile launch facility. Lin Feng was uncertain about the presence of nuclear weapons, as he had no familiarity with them. He resolved to take action at 3 in the morning, a time when individuals are most fatigued and weary. After enjoying a bowl of spicy hot pot, Lin Feng set an alarm and fell asleep. At 2:30 in the morning, the alarm sounded, and Lin Feng rose to commence his task. As the space unfolded, he clearly discerned the layout of the missile base. His first order of business was to identify the location of the surveillance room. Such a significant operation must leave no trace of evidence. Inside the surveillance room, 2 Russian soldiers were indulging in pickled cucumbers and vodka, completely oblivious to any impending danger from below. After all, it had been years since any war had transpired, and Russian soldiers are known to be unable to function without alcohol. The absence of drink could even lead to a strike. To sneak a drink. The 2 had turned off the monitoring cameras that surveilled the surveillance room, thus rendering the superior unable to capture evidence of their clandestine imbibement. Perhaps this is what they call darkness beneath the lamp? The superior was undoubtedly aware of the situation, choosing to turn a blind eye and allowing it to pass. There is no alternative. Russian soldiers are indeed like this. Even before a battle, they must each consume a bottle of vodka, followed by a resound as they charge forward. Lin Feng found himself quite anxious as he delved a meter deep beneath the 2 soldiers, for they were armed with real weapons, and his space could scarcely accommodate anyone. How could he not feel apprehensive? Using his spatial abilities, Lin Feng excavated a pit 100 meters deep. Such a height would guarantee that no one could survive the fall. He then sidestepped to avoid standing directly above them, utilizing his space to remove the ground beneath their feet. Whoosh! 2 shadows zipped past him, and without a sound, they plummeted into silence. They could scarcely fathom that someone would launch a surprise attack from beneath, having dug a pit so profound. Their demise was tragically unjust. Who could have anticipated such an end? Afterward, Lin Feng filled the pit with earth, burying them 100 meters below, a depth unlikely to be discovered. Entering the surveillance room, he promptly seized every item within. Now, the fun could truly begin. This would undoubtedly become a supernatural event. Returning to the tunnel, he restored the floor to its original state and began to excavate towards the armory from below. Upon reaching the area beneath the armory, Lin Feng expanded his spatial awareness, confirming that there was indeed no one inside the iron door of the armory before breaking through the floor and climbing up. This was his opportunity for fortune. Even if the apocalypse never arrived, should he find himself imprisoned, he could still make a violent escape. Lin Feng activated his flashlight and commenced the collection of weapons, handguns, submachine guns, rocket launchers, RPGs. Anything illuminated by the beam of light was drawn into his space. Truly, this was a Russian missile launch base of remarkable significance. The armory housed vehicle-mounted missiles, tanks, armed helicopters, and even 2 fighter jets. Lin Feng was astounded. Such items were not easily obtainable, not even before the apocalypse, let alone after. He dared not make excessive noise and spent an entire hour clearing the area. In the dead of night, it was unlikely anyone would suddenly appear to retrieve weapons, and with his spatial awareness, Lin Feng would certainly notice any intruders. After finishing, he burrowed back into the ground, replaced the floorboards, and covered the earth again, achieving a flawless concealment. Yet, Lin Feng was not satisfied. His spatial perception informed him that 5 missile launchers remained outside. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to seize the opportunity. What a waste it would be to visit Russia without bringing these back. He dug beneath the missile launchers, ensuring the vicinity was clear, and swiftly emerged, surveying the area before collecting the 5 launchers. These were the land's daggers, a sight that would induce trepidation in anyone. Upon completion, he leapt back into his burrow, replacing the soil as it had been, and then took off running, simultaneously filling in the earth behind him. It was a thrilling game of heart-pounding excitement. As for the colossal intercontinental ballistic missile, Lin Feng certainly could not let that slip by. He directly seized the missile silo along with a spare missile, then buried it once more. He sped away in his Lamborghini, retracing his path while ensuring all the soil was returned to its original state. After all, he had excavated 50 kilometers to reach this point. If anyone had the audacity, they could also dig 50 kilometers to follow him. As the missile silo vanished, the night watch soldiers were abruptly roused from their slumber. Then he gazed incredulously at the scene before him. Just a few days ago, the loss of Lake Baikal was already unfathomable, and now this missile has gone missing. How outrageous can it get? He knew that this missile was irreplaceable. It was known as the SS-18 Sarmat intercontinental missile, colloquially dubbed Satan. With a range of 18,000 kilometers, it could strike anywhere on the globe. Moreover, this Satan was equipped with 10 nuclear warheads. Its presence was a safeguard against the increasingly powerful nation of Huaxia. If it could not be recovered, the entire world might be on the brink of annihilation. How absurd. Initially, he dismissed the loss of Lake Baikal as mere media hype. But now, to his horror, Satan had vanished right under his nose. In a moment of desperation, a Russian soldier even uttered words in Huaxia's tongue, after all. The entire world was speaking Huaxia now. The soldier promptly activated the air defense alarm, and within 5 minutes, all personnel at the base had assembled. Upon witnessing the missile silo, everyone was left dumbfounded. Had Satan truly gone missing? Furthermore, 5 mobile launchers had also disappeared, and then, the entire arsenal from the armory was gone as well. Even the backup Satan beside the silo had vanished. How could this be so preposterous? What on earth were the monitors in the surveillance room doing? How could they not raise the alarm when Satan had gone missing? The commander of the missile launch brigade was nearly apoplectic. This was utterly incomprehensible. Upon reaching the surveillance room, as expected, it too had seemingly vanished. All that remained in the base were those solitary cameras, now rendered useless. Hasten to make a call to report to the superiors, regardless of the hour. For if the Satan were to explode, the Earth would be on the brink of annihilation. Moreover, there are not one but 2 SAT-SANs, 20 nuclear warheads, a missile silo, and 5 mobile launchers. Should this news reach the United States, it would undoubtedly provoke a nuclear confrontation with Russia. Is this some sort of jest? Upon receiving the news in the dead of night, the superior was so terrified that he felt decades younger, transformed into a mere child by fear. Just days prior, he had been skeptical about the incident at Lake Baikal, and now, with the SAT-SANs gone as well, this revelation compelled him to urgently contact his superior. Overnight, thanks to the efforts of Lin Feng, the entire Russian high command appeared rejuvenated by several years. The missile launch facility was a secret that even the United States could not possibly uncover. Who could be behind this? Meanwhile, Lin Feng buried the evidence and returned to his original location, a cigarette dangling from his lips, oblivious to the fact that the 2 missiles were SAT-SANs after all. One cannot visit without purpose, can one? Chapter 22. Russia in peril. Upon hearing this news, President Jinping of Russia immediately imposed a strict news blackout. He then took a private jet, flying through the night to inspect the missile launch facility. This was utterly beyond comprehension. While the loss at Lake Baikal could be attributed to tectonic movements, the simultaneous disappearance of the SAT-SANs along with their launch silos was incomprehensible. The magnitude of this incident necessitated military secrecy, leaving other missile bases unaware of the unfolding situation. Consequently, this provided Lin Feng with a unique opportunity. Driving the latest limited edition Lamborghini at a staggering 380 kilometers per hour, Lin Feng surged towards the next missile launch site. For the first time, he realized the true purpose of a supercar. The path ahead is unimpeded, a straight road indeed. My fuel tank is filled to the brim. I pressed the accelerator to the floor. Let us proceed with determination. For the first time, Lin Feng felt that his investment of over 30 million in a supercar was not in vain. It appears that this seemingly wretched vehicle is worth keeping. Is this not akin to a subterranean aircraft? After all, I traverse the underground. I wonder who among you will notice that I, old Lin, have returned. In the dead of night the following day, Lin Feng stealthily infiltrated another missile launch facility. Upon receiving the news, Jing Pu was rendered utterly speechless. He flew to the missile base to assess the situation. Everything appeared unchanged, save for one stark difference. The number of missing personnel had escalated from 2 to 8. There were no living souls in sight, nor any corpses to be found. It seems Lin Feng's audacity has grown exponentially. Yet Jingpu is no fool. This individual is clearly intent on targeting missile launch sites. He promptly ceased all concealment of information, alerting every missile facility to operate in round-the-clock shifts. Anyone who dares to lose a missile shall face immediate execution. It is the Divine's prerogative to forgive. My mission, Jingpu, is to escort you to meet the Almighty. However, 2 days later, another grim report emerged, not that a missile facility had been lost, but rather that it had been inundated with water. Is such absurdity even conceivable? Currently, in Siberia, the nocturnal temperature plummets to -40 degrees. Where on Earth could such an abundance of water possibly originate? A missile base housing over 3,000 personnel, with not a single survivor, in such frigid conditions. Who could withstand the elements? Consequently, when Jingpu arrived by private jet, he appeared to have aged decades. It seems he resembles an elder of over 200 years. Having traversed battlefields throughout his life, what spectacle has he not witnessed? However, Jingpu had never encountered such an absurd situation in his life. The personnel at the base were all deceased, and missiles, weaponry, tanks, aircraft, and supplies had all been abandoned. A sense of despair enveloped Jingpu. Was this a sign that fate sought to obliterate Russia? If this continued, Russia would be in dire peril. Having pilfered 3 missile launch bases from Russia in succession, Lin Feng resolved to cease his operations. This decision stemmed primarily from the overwhelming difficulty of stealing from the 3rd missile launch base, where over 1,000 individuals patrolled throughout the night. Armed with night vision goggles and submachine guns, they remained perpetually vigilant in their watch. Lin Feng spent an entire night underground, grappling with the challenge of stealthily extracting the missiles without detection. Ultimately, he resorted to releasing a minuscule amount of water from Lake Baikal to inundate the base. Presently, Lin Feng possessed nothing but an abundance of water. Once the area was flooded, Lin Feng began the arduous task of clearing the battlefield, which proved to be quite troublesome as various weapons were scattered everywhere. After the missile silos were submerged, he was uncertain whether they could still be operational. Nevertheless, the ammunition should remain intact, as the Russian military's equipment is notoriously resilient. A few fighter jets were also submerged, leaving their operability in question. Lin Feng found himself regretting not having raided the Russian Army's supply depot during his first attempt. It contained a wealth of valuable resources, cold weather gear, an assortment of frozen goods, military rations, and fuel, an opportunity worth several million. However, during the 2nd and 3rd attempts, he did not let any opportunity slip by. Although the 3rd warehouse was flooded, the impending high temperatures would quickly dry out its contents. Passing by an oil field, Lin Feng took advantage of the situation, for the oil field lacked heavy weaponry, and with the missiles he currently possessed, he had little to fear. He decisively seized all their reserves of gasoline, diesel, and natural gas, so much that Lin Feng could hardly keep track. Furthermore, with the underground oil and natural gas, Lin Feng no longer had to worry about future fuel shortages. He also meticulously accounted for the refining equipment, oil depots, and natural gas pressure storage units, leaving no stone unturned. In the event that the stored oil ran out, he could always establish his own oil refinery. Along the way, he also unearthed 2 coal mines, ensuring that even in the face of a cold wave, he would not fret over a lack of coal for heating. On December 14th, Lin Feng arrived at Moscow International Airport, no longer interested in Russia's affairs. His sights were set on Washington. The situation in Russia had reached a boiling point. Although the general populace remained unaware of the loss of 3 missile launch bases, they were acutely aware of the loss of Lake Baikal and the oil fields. The matter of the coal mines was still unbeknownst to them. As Lin Feng had extracted them from underground, it would take months, if not forever, for them to realize the depletion. Jingpu had begun to feel numb. Rather than the losses of the oil fields and Lake Baikal, he was most eager to ascertain how those 3 missile launch bases had been discovered. Could it be that there was a traitor among them? This matter could not be made public. Admitting to such losses was out of the question. If the Americans got wind of it, it would surely lead to nuclear war, and everyone would be doomed. Was this the result of American hex technology? But that seemed implausible. Moreover, while I could understand if you used your hex technology to steal my Satan, why would you pilfer my oil fields? And for what reason would you take Lake Baikal? Don't you have enough water from the Great Lakes? Jingpu, a seasoned warrior, was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the reality of the situation. Fortunately, after losing an oil field, all military bases remained secure, which could be considered a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Lin Feng's preparations for the extreme cold were nearly complete, and he contemplated acquiring 2 aircraft carriers to brace for the impending storms. Russia possessed only one aging and dilapidated aircraft carrier, the whereabouts of which were unknown to Lin Feng. After all, Russia is vast, and finding it would be no small feat. Moreover, Lin Feng's discerning taste rendered him unimpressed. In contrast, the United States boasted a plethora of aircraft carriers, and Lin Feng believed that acquiring 2 was not an unreasonable desire. This time, the security checks at Moscow International Airport were exceptionally stringent, with armed police stationed everywhere, fully equipped and ready for action. Although the reasons behind this heightened security were unclear to the public, a palpable atmosphere of tension permeated the entirety of Russia. Ordinary citizens began stockpiling weapons, food, and supplies, fearing that war was once again on the horizon. However, Lin Feng's security screening was swift, as he carried only his identification and phone, with no luggage whatsoever. Who could have guessed that the missile base had been pilfered by Lin Feng? Upon boarding the plane, he faced another 10 hours of travel, and exhaustion soon overcame him, leading him to fall into a deep sleep. When he disembarked, Washington was significantly warmer than Siberia in Russia, and its vibrancy was magnified several-fold, with skyscrapers dotting the landscape and throngs of people bustling about. In stark contrast to the situation in Russia, the United States remained blissfully unaware of the chaos that had befallen Russia. They had only heard news of the desiccation of Lake Baikal and the depletion of oil fields. The United States took little heed of these developments, believing that Russia neither lacked water nor oil, and perhaps depletion would be advantageous. If Russia was in distress, then the United States would revel in its own prosperity. Thus, the United States had no preparations in place. Who would dare to cast their ambitions upon it? Did they seek economic sanctions or the wrath of carpet bombing? Having found a hotel, Lin Feng requested a room on the first floor, a standard accommodation. With only 500,000 left in his pocket, he needed to be frugal. Moreover, being on the first floor would facilitate his endeavors. Chapter 23. A surprise attack on the beautiful nation's naval base. Lin Feng's primary objective was to steal an aircraft carrier. He had already gathered most of the necessary supplies. Even if provisions were scarce, the abundant fish in Lake Baikal would suffice. Activating his spatial awareness, he directly sought out the aircraft carrier base of the beautiful nation, focusing eastward. After a few minutes, Lin Feng confirmed his target. Approaching the year 2050, the world had enjoyed an extended period of peace, leading to the beautiful nation's aircraft carriers no longer patrolling globally, as it was too fuel-consuming. Instead, they were stationed conveniently at the doorstep of Washington, safeguarding the capital. To the east of Washington lay a naval base, housing not only 2 aircraft carriers, but also a dozen destroyers and numerous supply vessels. This discovery filled Lin Feng with elation. It was akin to a grand opening celebration with zero-cost purchases. Buy one, get one free. Without hesitation, Lin Feng gathered all the items from his room and began to dig. His speed was remarkable, reaching 380. His spirits soared as he worked. In less than half an hour, he arrived at his destination. He dug beneath the naval base, donned his diving suit, and opened his spatial portal, pinpointing an unguarded coastline. After sealing the tunnel, Lin Feng plunged into the sea. His plan was to first seize the aircraft carrier, followed by any other vessels he could acquire, taking as much as possible and fleeing at the first sign of detection. As Lin Feng entered the water, he couldn't help but admire the advantageous geography of the beautiful nation, surrounded by ice-free ports. He swam with an oxygen tank to the underside of the largest aircraft carrier and activated his spatial powers. With a swift motion, an aircraft carrier worth billions of dollars materialized before him. Did they simply vanish into thin air? Thud, thud, thud. Simultaneously, several individuals plunged into the water like dumplings. It seems there are sentinels stationed on the aircraft carrier's deck. Lin Feng has truly gotten himself into a significant predicament. Fortunately, there are only watchmen on the deck. Had there been personnel inside the carrier, Lin Feng might have faced dire consequences. Being a decisive individual, Lin Feng seized the moment and swiftly prepared to capture a second vessel while they were still in shock. After all, they had not equipped themselves with oxygen tanks. In the pitch darkness of the water, who can discern their surroundings? Indeed, the American soldiers, upon entering the water, instinctively swam upwards. The fate of the aircraft carrier was of no concern to them. In our great nation, human rights reign supreme. Freedom, America. Gunfire every single day. Lin Feng hurried to capture the second aircraft carrier, yet it proved futile. indicating that there were individuals aboard. He swiftly turned towards a nearby supply ship, successfully securing it, thankfully devoid of any crew. Alas, alas, alas. At this moment, the naval base of the United States had sounded the air defense alarm. They had already detected the sudden disappearance of an aircraft carrier. Countless powerful searchlights began to sweep across the vicinity, searching for potential enemy incursions. Yet, where were the adversaries? Activating radar, there were no signs of enemy activity within 1,000 miles. Lin Feng recognized that this opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The vigilance at the Russian military base was growing increasingly stringent with each passing day. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid meet their demise. My space contains an astounding 200 trillion tons of water from Lake Baikal. If need be, I could inundate your base. Emboldened by the vast resources within his space, Lin Feng's audacity grew. Even as the air defense alarms blared, he did not flee. Instead, he continued to pilfer their frigates, destroyers, and supply ships. The commander of the naval base of the United States was utterly stunned by the scene before him. A colossal aircraft carrier, weighing no less than 100,000 tons, had seemingly vanished without a trace. The destroyers, too, weighing 30,000 tons, had similarly disappeared. Was there something lurking beneath the waves? Urgently, he commanded, "Die. We must locate that aircraft carrier. We must see it alive or find its wreckage." This commander was not devoid of intelligence. He understood that the issue could not possibly lie on land. Therefore, it must be within the ocean. A contingent of American soldiers hastened to don their diving suits. For failure to locate the aircraft carrier would result in severe repercussions for them all. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had successfully secured half of the vessels. Yet the other half remained out of reach, prompting him to turn his attention to the nearby nuclear submarines. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. He declared, "I shall claim both the aircraft carrier and the nuclear submarines." With determination, he swam towards the nuclear submarines, discovering an astonishing 8 of them, alongside numerous other submersibles. As his spatial abilities activated, he began the retrieval process, managing to secure 3 nuclear submarines and 8 additional submersibles. Unfortunately, the remaining vessels were occupied, rendering them untouchable. Fortunately, decades of peace for the United States meant that Lin Feng faced little resistance. Otherwise, he would have found himself empty-handed. Suddenly, the soldiers began to leap into the water like dumplings being tossed into a pot, each armed with submachine guns. Lin Feng realized he was in grave danger. Should they discover his presence, he would surely be riddled with bullets. Alone, he could not hope to contend with the thousands of personnel at the naval base. It appeared that today, he would have to exercise a bit of restraint. Then, as Lin Feng activated his spatial powers, a tremendous wave surged forth, sweeping the American soldiers back into the depths. Those preparing to dive were sent flying several meters by the force of the wave, their fates uncertain as they were engulfed by the tumultuous sea. Even the commander of the beautiful nation's naval base was taken aback by the sudden emergence of such colossal waves. How could such a massive surge occur unexpectedly? Lin Feng executed his audacious maneuver. Seizing the opportunity when the shore was deserted after the waves receded, he climbed ashore and commenced digging. While excavating, he simultaneously obstructed any pursuit from behind. Retrieving a vehicle from his spatial storage, he pressed the accelerator, charging towards the supply station. As the troops of the beautiful nation scoured the shoreline for the aircraft carrier, Lin Feng felt it would be remiss not to seize the opportunity. Furthermore, the limited heavy oil aboard the destroyer would only sustain them for a few days. A cautious individual like Lin Feng would undoubtedly stockpile some resources. Upon arriving at the supply station, he found it utterly deserted, everyone preoccupied with the search for the aircraft carrier. Heavy oil, aviation gasoline, aviation fuel, everything one could desire was available. Opening his spatial storage, Lin Feng collected it all. He also made sure to raid the base's armory. This would be the final opportunity for acquiring arms at no cost. Time was of the essence. Hurry and seize the moment before it slipped away. Having taken the armory of the beautiful nation's naval base, he could not neglect the logistics supply depot. One must admit, the rations provided to the beautiful nation's military were far superior to those of the Russian forces. However, from this day forth, they would belong to Lin Feng. Various military provisions, winter supplies, frozen fruits and meats, canned goods, he gathered everything. After excavating, he returned home. When the commander heard from his subordinates that both the supply station and armory had vanished, he was utterly stunned. "I haven't even located the aircraft carrier yet? Have we lost more supplies?" He hurried to the surveillance room to check the footage, and under the beautiful nation's surveillance, he witnessed a hole suddenly appearing in the ground, from which a man clad in a diving suit emerged. This man seemed to possess superhuman abilities. Wherever he went, nothing remained. Wang Defa. The commander had confirmed it, the disappearance of both the aircraft carrier and the nuclear submarine. There is undoubtedly an undeniable connection to this. Lin Feng's actions this time did not involve absconding with the monitoring station of the beautiful nation. Rather, the circumstances were markedly different. The aircraft carrier was at sea while the monitoring station was situated on land, with a considerable distance between them. Moreover, the soldiers of the beautiful nation are not particularly inclined to indulge in alcohol. Had Lin Feng chosen to seize the monitoring station first, the naval base would have swiftly gone on high alert, potentially thwarting any chance to pilfer the aircraft carrier. Thus, Lin Feng opted to steal the aircraft carrier instead. What would it matter to capture images of it? In any case, within a fortnight, the world would descend into chaos, and the beautiful nation would be incapable of managing its own affairs, let alone those of my homeland, China. Upon returning to his hotel, Lin Feng commenced an examination of his spoils from the evening. One must admit that the beautiful nation is indeed affluent. An aircraft carrier hosts 62 fighter jets, all brimming with fuel. The prospect of launching one and discarding another would suffice for a 2-month expedition. Such exhilaration is truly intoxicating. Chapter 24. Arriving in good spirits. Departing with regret, Lin Feng secured the entrance, restored the floor to its rightful place, and organized the items within the room. Time had slipped past midnight, and it was now December 15th. Merely half a month remained until the predicted apocalypse. The sensation of abundance was exhilarating. He retrieved a bottle of vodka and dozens of warm, roasted oysters to warm himself, enjoying a simple late-night snack. Tomorrow, the beautiful nation would undoubtedly be in an uproar. However, amidst the vast sea of humanity and the expanse of the beautiful nation, who could possibly identify him? Furthermore, he was adorned with goggles obscuring his face, after all. Everyone is just human, with 2 shoulders bearing a single head. Who would know it was Lin Feng behind this? Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, he indulged in a restful slumber. While Lin Feng drifted into dreams, the high-ranking officials of the beautiful nation were destined for a sleepless night. They no longer wished to calculate the losses of other items. That aircraft carrier, along with its onboard aircraft, was valued at over 300 billion Huaxia coins. Moreover, it was equipped with strategic nuclear missiles. If Russia were to discover this, would they not retaliate with nuclear warfare? The United States, basking in its wealth and enjoying a prosperous life, would hardly seek conflict with a nation devoid of resources. All the high-ranking officials stared incredulously at the surveillance footage of a figure emerging from the hole clad in a diving suit. Their weapons and supplies had seemingly vanished into thin air. They magnified the surveillance video, again and again, scrutinizing the individual obscured by a mask, and the only discernible information was that this individual appeared to be human. Wang Defa. Pu Chuan slammed his hand on the table, cursing vehemently. According to estimates, they had lost at least tens of trillions of Huaxia coins worth of weaponry and supplies in just one night. Approaching the year 2050, the Huaxia coin had become an international currency, utilized globally for transactions, and the United States was no exception. From this moment forth, we shall seal our borders, prohibit all entries and exits. Any aircraft entering our airspace, and any vessels approaching our waters, shall be shot down or sunk without hesitation. All bases must remain on high alert 24 hours a day. Special forces conduct thorough searches of every individual. We must recover that aircraft carrier. Pu Chuan and the Pentagon slammed the table and immediately issued a presidential directive. It was not merely Pu Chuan's severity that prompted this response. The audacity of this individual to steal an aircraft carrier was utterly inhumane. Now, they had pilfered a naval base safeguarding Washington. Who could predict whether this person would target other bases next? Lin Feng is remarkably fortunate. Had he not traveled to Washington, he might never have stumbled upon the naval base dedicated to its defense. After all, Lin Feng can only locate items within a 1,000-kilometer radius. With the heightened security at the Pentagon, the operations across the United States commenced. This individual must be eliminated. They pose a significant threat. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Misfortune befell some, while others found joy. Suddenly, Jingpu received an unexpected call in the dead of night, startling him. Could it be that yet another missile base had been compromised? Upon answering, however, Jingpu's mood brightened. It was news from his spy embedded within the Pentagon. One of the United States aircraft carriers had gone missing, along with half of its fleet's equipment. resulting in a staggering loss exceeding 10 trillion Huaxia dollars. Well done. Continue your surveillance, and I shall commend your efforts, Jingpu remarked, setting down the phone with a relieved expression. This mysterious individual had finally shifted their focus from Russia to the United States. However, his delight was short-lived, as concern soon returned to his brow. 3 missile launch bases had been lost, and this individual had managed to escape from Russia? Who could this person be? Jingpu swiftly dialed the Department of Defense, requesting an investigation into the list of all personnel who had traveled to the United States in the past 3 days. Each of them could potentially be the thief of the U.S. aircraft carrier. This individual must be apprehended, for the items stolen could arm an entire... One cannot help but commend Jingpu's discretion, which far surpasses that of Putin. While Jingpu's loss of 3 missile launch bases went unnoticed, it would not be long before the world learned of Putin's loss of a naval base. Resolutely, Jingpu determined that this individual must be won over to Russia's side. He would even support them as the next president of Russia. This individual is undoubtedly a genius. At a time when the capital of Jingpu is devoid of successors, who could possibly refuse the generous offer from the president of Russia? After all, Russia is currently the largest nation in the world by area and holds the position of the 3rd strongest military power. With such a capable ally, what could possibly prevent the unification of the earth? Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly until dawn. As he stepped outside in the early morning, he was met with a sight of well-armed soldiers from the beautiful nation. It seemed the opportunity to infiltrate a U.S. military base had vanished. Not wishing to escalate matters, Lin Feng decided it was prudent to return to his safe haven. Next year, an asteroid with a diameter of 1,000 meters is set to collide with the beautiful nation, potentially obliterating it. Even a titanium alloy safe house would not withstand such an impact. Would Lin Feng's mortal body endure? It is far safer in Huaxia. Perhaps he should return and bide his time for 2 years. He hailed a taxi to the airport, purchasing a ticket home. With such heightened vigilance in the beautiful nation, it would be unwise to pilfer from their storage centers. Wouldn't that merely add fuel to the fire and invite trouble? The fish from Lake Baikal would suffice for sustenance. He did not need to resort to theft. Lin Feng had resolved to return home, yet upon arriving at the airport, he was taken aback. The beautiful nation had closed its borders. Everything had seemed fine upon his arrival. There was no way to return. In a state of panic, Lin Feng scratched his head at the airport. With merely half a month remaining until the apocalypse, he found himself without a home and less than 500,000 in his account. What could he possibly do? He could scarcely afford a dilapidated house. It was not that Lin Feng was unwilling to rob the bank vaults of the beautiful nation. With such vast sums of money, likely in cash, without gold bars are typically marked. Who would be foolish enough to steal cash with the intention of spending it? Suddenly pilfering $1 trillion for shopping? Even a fool would realize that this fortune was illicitly obtained by me, Lin Feng. The same goes for gold. When someone loses 1,000 tons of it, how could I spend it immediately without scrutiny? Even a simpleton would deduce the origin of my gold. Moreover, in the United States, firearms are not prohibited. If an apocalypse were to descend, one would be left homeless, unable to sleep soundly, and might tragically meet their end on the streets one day. Lin Feng never anticipated such a strong reaction from the United States. Is it so outrageous that I have merely stolen a minuscule amount of your resources and a handful of aircraft carriers? Must it lead to isolationism? Upon exiting the airport, Lin Feng felt an undeniable sense of anxiety. Firstly, he lacked the skills to pilot an aircraft, navigate a ship, or operate a submarine. Secondly, he dared not reveal his ill-gotten gains. The apocalypse has not yet arrived, and should he be discovered, wouldn't both Russia and the United States rain missiles upon him? Furthermore, the distance to Kyoto is a staggering 12,000 kilometers. Even if he were to dig underground and drive back, returning within 15 days is an impossibility. The journey spans half the globe, crossing the vast Pacific Ocean with treacherous trenches, underwater volcanoes, in the crushing depths of several kilometers. Encountering even one hazard could spell doom. The risks are far too great. Suddenly, Lin Feng had a brilliant idea. While the United States has sealed its borders, Canada remains open. The distance to Ottawa is merely 800 kilometers. Fortunately, Lin Feng had obtained his passport for tourism to Canada, and it would serve him well. Very well, United States. If you are unforgiving, do not blame me for being unjust. If I, Lin Feng, wish to depart and you obstruct my, then let us all engage in this peculiar game you have forced upon me, compelling me to pilfer from your storage centers. Having devised a strategy, Lin Feng departed from the airport and took a cab to the outskirts, ready to commence his hunt. Chapter 25. Sweeping through the storage centers of the beautiful nation, pillaging trillions of assets overseas. Returning home. In a span of 8 days, Lin Feng traversed from the storage centers in Washington to various supermarkets, making his way northward, pilfering whatever caught his eye. Oil companies, storage facilities, gigantic supermarkets, major hospitals, clothing factories, freezing plants, machinery factories, and military factories, if Lin Feng deemed it useful. It was swiftly appropriated. As he passed by Liberty Island in New York, Lin Feng audaciously made off with the Statue of Liberty. This act was monumental. For the beautiful nation, it was akin to the incident at Lake Baikal in Russia. The Statue of Liberty represented the very faith of the beautiful nation. Instantly, the populace erupted with fury. Their national belief had been desecrated. This was nothing short of a slap in the face to President Puchwan. His approval ratings plummeted. Citizens of New York took to the streets in protest, demanding the return of the Statue of Liberty. President Puchwan was under immense pressure. He was utterly oblivious to the intentions of this enigmatic individual. Regardless of whether it was aircraft carriers or supermarkets, nothing was safe. Not even the TT from the TT factory. Several states in the Northeast were left bereft of all possessions. The only fortunate aspect was that the banks remained unscathed, retaining every cent. But why pilfer the Statue of Liberty? It is neither edible nor drinkable, and would one dare to display it at home? Little did they know the ferocity of the militia in the beautiful nation. Currently, no one could decipher the mysterious individual's route of action. Sometimes he was in Washington, other times in New York, and occasionally in Boston. His movements were erratic and left no trace. Following a rough estimate by President Puchwan, in recent days, several states in the northeastern region have experienced a staggering loss of military and civilian supplies, amounting to trillions. Such an immense figure. What does it even signify? Currently, these northeastern states are beginning to suffer from famine, with nothing left to sustain them. Fortunately, the western regions remain unaffected. Yet, in the northeast, even Puchwan remains skeptical, questioning how, by the year 2050, the technological prowess of the beautiful nation could fail to detect him. On December 24, 2049, Lin Feng stealthily appropriated a modest quantity of supplies and burrowed his way to Ottawa International Airport. Since arriving in Canada, Lin Feng has adopted a more subdued demeanor, recognizing that any reckless actions could lead to Canada imposing strict border controls, jeopardizing his return home. With no immigration record, Lin Feng decided to wager all his remaining funds to secure a plane ticket directly to Kyoto. While chaos reigns in the beautiful nation, Canada remains indifferent. For it is a member of the Eagle Federation and has not lost anything, showing little concern for the turmoil in the beautiful nation. Moreover, with the beautiful nation constantly embroiled in controversy, who can discern the truth in their claims? They assert that the TT factories in their northeastern states have vanished. Just how much TT are we talking about? Such claims seem implausible. The tale of the boy who cried wolf has been told too often. No one believes anymore. The beautiful nation losing trillions worth of supplies? It is utterly ridiculous. Even if one were to allow people to take whatever they wished in recent days, it would be impossible to deplete such an enormous stockpile. As Lin Feng boarded the plane, a 14-hour journey lay ahead, bringing him closer to the sanctuary he so fervently desired. These past 8 days have been exhausting for Lin Feng, with nightly excursions into the earth, leaving no trace behind. It is time for him to catch up on much-needed rest. As the plane ascended, Lin Feng set his sights firmly on Kyoto. Having slept soundly, Lin Feng noted that the scrutiny in Kyoto was rather lenient. After all, the Huaxia nation had lost nothing of significance. He stroked his chin, pondering that this approach was ill-advised. He was soon to procure medical equipment and pharmaceuticals at no cost, and should he suddenly appear in Huanghai City, it would inadvertently announce to the world his presence in Huaxia's Huahai. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to create a diversion, stirring up chaos within Huaxia as well. He took a taxi to the outskirts and resumed his excavation, akin to a diligent gopher. This time, the items he pilfered seemed less crucial: cigarette factories, distilleries, logistics centers, breweries, drone manufacturers, and warehouses for phones and computers. His stockpile of survival materials was already ample. It was time to acquire some non-essential supplies. In a single night, several factories in Huaxia were emptied, all seemingly connected to the capital. However, the matter was neither trivial nor monumental, as these were merely consumer goods and did not warrant international attention. The staff began to investigate whether these factories had offended anyone, if there were any rivals, if theft was involved, or if it was a collective stunt aimed at gaining media attention or hoarding for inflated prices. A special task force was established to conduct a thorough and scientific analysis. In Huaxia, some officials understood that as long as no lives were lost, these issues were minor. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had returned to Huanghai City, swapped back his Russian license plates, and drove home. He glanced at Bei, who seemed to have gained some weight clearly. Xiao Feng had not been stingy with the meat during this period. He retrieved a heap of takeout, headed to the construction site, and treated the workers to a meal while checking on the progress of the construction. Lin Feng was quite satisfied. The project was nearing completion. Xiao Feng had allocated several groups of workers for both internal and external tasks, ensuring that it would be ready for use by the end of the month. Lin Feng, though satisfied, found himself in a predicament, needing to pay 900 million. If he did not settle this, would Wang Long allow him to reside there? It was not that Lin Feng feared Wang Long. If necessary, he could simply obliterate Wang Long's building with a missile. Rather, he preferred to remain discreet, not wanting to reveal his cards too soon, especially since the world had not yet reached its end. While Russia sought him across the globe, he could not afford to give them any leverage. After contemplating, Lin Feng picked up the phone and called Wu Yong. Surely, after all these days, he must have some funds available. Hello? Is this Wu Yong? This is Lin Feng. I urgently need 900 million. Do you have any money on hand? Without any preamble, Lin Feng stated his purpose. Yes, boss. You are truly remarkable. The rental properties have sold out. During this period, I've sold over 30,000 units. We are going to make a fortune. Lin Feng paused for a moment, calculating. If each property was valued at 2 million, half price would be 1 million. After deducting 400,000 for the down payment, heating, property management, and elevator fees, he would be left with 500,000 per unit. Multiplying that by 30,000, it meant Wu Yong currently possessed approximately 15 billion. Very well, Wu Yong. Transfer the after-tax funds from the account to me. We have 3 days left to sell the remaining rental properties. Wu Yong was taken aback by Lin Feng's words. How could such a lucrative venture simply be abandoned? Boss, a quarter of the real estate in Huanghai City now belongs to us. Do you have another grand project in mind? Wu Yong, possessing a modicum of self-awareness, realized he still had 50 million in hand and wished to partake in the profits. Let us stockpile some essential supplies. As you've seen in the news, recent times have been rather tumultuous, and hoarding resources is undoubtedly a wise investment. Lin Feng spoke candidly, and Wu Yong, well aware of the recent headlines concerning Russia and the United States, nodded vigorously. I understand, boss. The money will arrive by tomorrow morning. Encountering you, I, Wu Yong, would have no regrets. With Wu Yong's response, Lin Feng ended the call. After tax, the sum was 12 billion from a total of 15 billion. In these final 5 days, there was still ample opportunity to stockpile a vast array of supplies. Given the current circumstances, retreat was not an option. If worst came to worst, escaping from prison could be feasible. If there was nowhere else to go, he could always head to Myanmar, where his weapons and ammunition could easily arm an entire nation. Establishing a warlord was a mere formality. Even if the apocalypse did not arrive, Lin Feng could simply adopt a different narrative, first establishing a warlord regime, then unifying Myanmar. Supplying arms to underground forces across Southeast Asia, seizing the opportunity to unify Laos, Vietnam, Thailand, and Cambodia. He would then expand and strengthen his power, creating a glorious empire, ultimately striving for global unification. If weapons were lacking, he would resort to theft. After all, with 1,000 kilometers at his disposal, he could uncover even the most concealed hiding places. What could they possibly use to contend against Lin Feng? With a plan for when the apocalypse would not arrive firmly in mind, Lin Feng felt a surge of confidence as he began to check commodity prices, preparing for one last bold gamble. With 12 billion at his disposal, pork was priced at 30,000 per ton, translating to a staggering 400,000 tons. Naturally, it was impossible to stockpile only pork. He needed to gather burn ointments, frostbite creams, oxygen tanks, machetes, mobile phones, computers, and a variety of construction materials. Lin Feng aimed to hoard it all. Just then, a notification pinged on his phone, revealing a bank card message. Although Wu Yong bore that name, he proved to be quite resourceful. 12 billion? Has it arrived so swiftly? With the funds secured, Lin Feng urgently contacted various suppliers. If he did not act quick, he might miss the opportunity. The convenience of online shopping was undeniable. 12 billion could vanish in the blink of an eye. Primarily purchasing various food items such as ham sausages, weapons, and ointments for sunburn and frostbite, Lin Feng recognized the gravity of matters concerning offense, defense, and survival. Upon returning home, he reclined on his bed, having spent a staggering 12 billion in a single transaction, leaving him with merely 5 billion. After all, he needed to reserve funds for the final payment of the shelter, as well as the 1 billion he allocated for medical equipment. Chapter 26. The assassination attempt. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. To his surprise, it was Zhao Jun calling, and he answered immediately. Lin Xiao, I feel rather embarrassed. We've exceeded the budget. We can manufacture the vehicle for 3 billion, but I simply cannot gather the 1,000 sets of components you requested. Upon hearing Zhao Jun's voice, Lin Feng understood the situation. He had indeed been overly demanding. 1,000 sets of components was indeed asking too much. Has the vehicle been completed? How much more do the components cost? Lin Feng inquired directly about the progress of the vehicle's production. The vehicle will be ready by tomorrow. After testing, I can deliver it to you without issue. However, regarding the 1,000 sets of components, I pondered, we must also retain some for the glass, chassis, and engine, right? At the very least, we need 10 sets, don't we? Mass production will reduce the price. Just send me an additional 1 billion. I assure you, it will be delivered by the end of the month. Upon hearing Zhao Jun's reassurances, Lin Feng felt considerably relieved. Indeed, the initial set was always the most expensive, while mass production would bring costs down. Understood, Zhao Jun. I will transfer the funds now. You must ensure timely delivery within the last 5 days before the month's end. With that, Lin Feng ended the call. He opened his mobile banking app and transferred 1 billion to Zhao Jun. Wealth indeed allows for such. Once the transaction was complete, Lin Feng's thought shifted back to the security of his safe house. The safe house appeared secure, yet what if something were to fail? How would one rectify it? After contemplating, I picked up the phone and called Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was a decent individual, at the very least. He had managed to nurture Abe to such an impressive size. Hello? Lin Xiao? What brings you to call at such a late hour? Xiao Feng was taken aback by Lin Feng's call, especially since he had just reviewed the construction progress. My safe house requires certain components: titanium alloy, steel, lead plates, explosion-proof glass, aviation-grade materials, along with an overhaul of the internal equipment to ensure durability for a century. Given the condition that the external structure can withstand 3 instances of damage, how much do you estimate it would cost? Xiao Feng paused momentarily, astonished by the extravagance of the request. A fortress nearly 2 meters thick. Was this individual truly concerned about safety? Lin Xiao, you must understand that while labor is relatively inexpensive, materials are costly. Given your additional specifications, it would require at least 3. Xiao Feng was well aware of the costs, having worked for nearly a month, and thus had a solid grasp of the pricing. In 5 days, can you gather this 3 billion worth of materials? If you can, I will transfer the funds to you immediately. Time was of the essence. And Lin Feng glanced at the remaining 4 billion in his account. If not now, then when? Certainly. Your requirements are my mission. Just say the word, and I shall deliver. Xiao Feng was not naive. The profit from this 3 billion in materials was substantial. Very well. I have recorded the conversation. I will transfer the funds to you now. If you fail to deliver, I shall hold you liable for breach of contract. With that, Lin Feng ended the call and proceeded to transfer the 3 billion to Xiao Feng. There was no time for contracts. One had to rely on the trustworthy. After the impending apocalypse arrives, the money in the bank is merely a number, so transferring it to them is inconsequential. The final billion should be allocated as follows: 900 million to Wang Long, and the remaining 100 million reserved for unforeseen circumstances. It is prudent to set aside the balance for medical supplies. What if the zero-cost procurement fails? Once the transfer is complete, Lin Feng sets his phone aside, preparing for a well-deserved slumber. He has scarcely had a proper night's sleep in days, but once he moves into the safe house, tranquility will return. Just as Lin Feng is about to close his eyes, he glances into his inventory and senses someone stealthily approaching the villa. Initially, the intruder throws a bottle of sleeping gas into the yard, incapacitating Abe. Then, clad in a gas mask and carrying a bag, the figure leaps into the courtyard. Lin Feng becomes acutely alert. Who is this person? A Russian? An American? Has he returned home only to find someone attempting to assassinate him? Has his identity been compromised? With a sudden burst of urgency, Lin Feng jumps out of bed and rushes downstairs. He observes the man pressing a few buttons on his bag, triggering a countdown on a time bomb. Momentarily stunned, Lin Feng watches as the intruder flees, hastily retrieving the bomb into his inventory. Once inside, the countdown will cease. The assailant vaults over the wall, and Lin Feng pursues him. Who seeks to take Lin Feng's life? This mystery must be unraveled. Drawing a pistol from his inventory, Lin Feng attaches a silencer and follows closely. The man weaves through alleys, finally covering his ears. Piu. When Lin Feng sees that the man has stopped running, he decisively fires, the bullet piercing through the intruder's shoulder. The man is momentarily stunned, remaining silent as he cautiously surveys his surroundings, unaware of what has just transpired. In this alley devoid of surveillance, Lin Feng felt no fear of exposure as he approached, aiming his gun at the man's head. Who sent you to kill me? Speak the truth, and I shall spare your life. The man hesitated, taken aback by the presence of a handgun in Huaxia, especially one equipped with a silencer. Despite his initial shock, he dismissed the notion that Lin Feng would dare to pull the trigger. You, a wealthy heir, would you truly commit murder in Huaxia? Can you bear to relinquish your comfortable life? If you have the courage, go ahead and kill me. I won't utter a word. Just as he attempted to feign bravado, Lin Feng swiftly covered his mouth with one hand while the other seized upon the man's most vulnerable point. In it, the man felt an excruciating pain that nearly propelled him into the air. Speak, or I shall crush you. You will become the last eunuch of Huaxia. Lin Feng was resolute in his questioning. With no one around and no cameras in sight, he had no reason to hold back. Brother, I was wrong. I will Feng Hao Real Estate paid me 1 million to come here. You have been away from home for some time, and I have been watching over this place. As for the reason, I truly do not know. The man, once defiant, began to divulge the truth. Lin Feng released his grip, shaking off the remnants of his earlier aggression. Feng Hao Real Estate. He hadn't wronged them, so why would they wish for his demise? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng realized he had inadvertently encroached upon their territory. 1 million? Having surveilled me for so long, you must be well aware of the value of my life, correct? I will offer you 5 million. Not only will I spare your life, but if you eliminate the one who hired you to kill me, I shall give you another 5 million. Lin Feng currently has no time to engage in trivial disputes with Feng Hao Real Estate. The apocalypse is imminent, and resolving matters with money is the swiftest approach. Is what you said true? The assassin, with one hand clutching his wound and the other grasping his shoulder, wore an expression of disbelief. Get your phone. I'll transfer the money. With that, Lin Feng pulled out his phone, his demeanor serious. The assassin hesitated for a moment, releasing his grip on the injury, and retrieved his phone to display his WeChat payment code. The notification chimed. 5 million yuan. This made the assassin's eyes widen in astonishment. Truly, what a lavish sum. Such monstrous wealth. Get lost. After you finish off that person, come back to me. I'll give you another 5 million. Lin Feng waved his hand and turned to leave. Empowered by the allure of money, the assassin promptly defected. A reward of 1 million for killing Lin Feng and 5 million for eliminating the employer, along with an initial funding of 5 million. Even a fool would know how to choose. With 5 million, I can acquire weapons. Surely, I can eliminate the original employer. Boss, I guarantee I will complete the task. Once one becomes an assassin, who maintains a moral compass? As long as the compensation is sufficient, I can easily alter my principles. Clutching his shoulder, the assassin vanished into the night. A person capable of transferring 5 million would hardly be concerned about an additional 5 million. Meanwhile, Lin Feng yawned, holstered his pistol, and returned home. An assassin without a handgun. How pathetic. I'll give you 5 million for equipment. Come back when you've leveled up. Back at home, Lin Feng still couldn't bring himself to sleep. After some contemplation, he decided to use his spatial abilities to gather 100 meters of earth and then sealed the entrance. In this profound state, even a bomb might not. After placing a bed down, Lin Feng fell into a deep slumber within the cave. Chapter 27. Disobedience leads to doom. On December 26th, Lin Feng awoke, feeling invigorated. He emerged from the cave, filled in the earth, and then proceeded to the yard to feed and bay. However, upon stepping outside, he was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Xiao was releasing and bay from the kennel, playfully teasing him with 2 chicken legs. To Lin Feng's dismay, and Bei, the lustful dog, was drooling uncontrollably. Betrayed. Lin Feng was furious. Why doesn't Bei appear to have gained weight? It must be due to your indulgence, little girl. And Bei, back to the kennel. At Lin Feng's command, and Bei hesitated, casting a reluctant glance at Xiao Xiao, his large canine eyes filled with longing. This only fueled Lin Feng's ire. It seems your life is in jeopardy. You truly have betrayed me. Lin Feng, have you no compassion? Keeping him locked in a cage every day is so cruel. The yard is spacious. Can't you grant him a bit of freedom? He is a living being too. Xiao, unperturbed by Lin Feng's wrath, clung to Enbei's neck, revealing her affinity for dogs. After all, how else would she dare to let Enbei out? It's a miracle he's still alive. Enbei, this is your final chance. Return to the kennel or face dire consequences. Lin Feng had made up his mind. If Enbei disobeyed, he would prepare a dog meat hot pot that very evening. I want a dog that listens to me. If you refuse to obey, what purpose do you serve? Enbei, understanding Lin Feng's intentions, broke free from Xiao's grasp and decisively returned to the kennel, even closing the door behind him. This left Xiao infuriated. Lin Feng, you truly lack compassion. The dog you have raised surely possesses feelings. How could you even contemplate ending its life? Lin Feng, I had once believed that your act of delivering meals to the workers was a sign of a conscientious capitalist. Little did I know you were so callous. What wrong has Abe committed? You dare to take its life. Xiao, infuriated, pointed an accusing finger at Lin Feng, who disregarded her and grabbed the intercom to summon Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, do you still wish to proceed with the 3 billion materials deal from last night? Your sister has come to my house again. If you do not resolve this matter, there will be no need to continue with this verbal contract. Upon hearing the intercom, Xiao Feng was taken aback. He had finalized the 3 billion materials contract the previous night, having already paid a deposit of 1 billion. With the remaining 2 billion due upon delivery, the manufacturer had agreed to grant Xiao Feng a 200 million rebate given the substantial contract. If Lin Feng were to withdraw now, that 200 million would be lost. Received, young Master Lin. I will attend to it immediately. Xiao Feng, frightened, hurried to the villa. Without uttering a word, he grasped Xiao's hand and headed outside. Young Master Lin, I apologize. My sister has a fondness for dogs, and yours is particularly rare. She often visits during her winter break. I assure you, from now on, she will no longer appear before you. With that, Xiao Feng swiftly led Xiao away. Lin Feng merely intended to intimidate Xiao Feng. He had every intention of securing that 3 billion materials deal. He simply found Xiao bothersome and overly sentimental. You may love your dog as you wish. If you regard it as your child, that is of no concern to me. However, I, Lin Feng, will only keep dogs that obey my commands. Those that do not have no reason to remain. It is no wonder that in your previous life, you were first fried, then killed, and ultimately consumed, given your character. In a post-apocalyptic world, you would scarcely survive 3 days. Lin Feng secured the dog cage and then produced a large lock to fasten it. This Abe must endure 3 days of hunger. I have only been away from home for a few days, and yet you have already colluded with others? A 3-day fast is merely a punishment. Next time, it will be a hot pot of dog meat. Abe lay pitifully in the cage, gazing at Lin Feng with sorrow. It sensed its wrongdoing, but could not discern where it had erred. Perhaps it was best not to provoke Lin Feng's ire, lest it jeopardize its own life. Brother, why are you pulling me? I must teach him a lesson today. That is a life we are speaking of. He dares to say he will kill. Xiao, feeling indignant, mused that a harmonious society had saved her. If the apocalypse were to arrive and Lin Feng saw her release her dog, he would undoubtedly. Xiao, they are wealthy. How they choose to care for their pets is of no concern to you. Return home at once. You are not to come to the villa again. Do you know that last night, Lin Xiao commissioned 30 billion worth of materials from me? The supplier has only promised me a rebate of 2 billion. Wang Long and the others are unaware of this. If they find out, Wang Long will certainly seek to eliminate your brother. Do you comprehend how ruthless the world of the affluent is? Your brother has ascended from a construction worker. Has it been easy to reach this point? I am fighting for this project with all my might. Upon completion, I will finally establish my own construction company. Is my life more valuable, or the life of a dog raised by Lin Feng? As Xiao Feng spoke, tears streamed down his face. That is 2 billion. He toiled for an entire year to earn a mere few hundred thousand. He might never amass 2 billion in his lifetime. All because of a dog ruining a 2 billion project? Xiao Feng will regret for a lifetime. He feels a twinge of remorse that Lin Feng's departure led to Xiao tending to the dog. Initially, he thought it was of little consequence, given that Lin Feng was not at home, yet he did not anticipate that Xiao would develop feelings for the dog. Brother, I do not know. I am sorry. I will not seek out Lin Feng anymore. Please do not cry. I am merely curious. How does he earn all that money? We toil for an entire year to earn a meager sum, yet he is able to amass such wealth. Why can we not achieve the same? I believe I too could earn more, and you need not struggle under the sun on construction sites every day. Xiao Qiao, still a university student, remains oblivious to the challenges of work. Missing the opportunity with Lin Feng, Xiao Feng fears he may never encounter another chance like it in his lifetime. All right, Xiao Qiao. The world of the affluent is vastly different from ours. They profit effortlessly as their money generates more money. We lack the fortune and privilege to claim such wealth. If I could earn a 200 million rebate, it would be my ticket to enter the realm of the wealthy. Our parents passed away early. As long as you are well, I can rest easy. I have inquired, and Lin Xiao's dog is worth 3 million. If you like it, I will buy you one. I am not lacking in funds for such a purchase. In the future, whatever you desire, just tell me, and I shall procure it for you. However, keep your distance from that circle of rich people. Their world is far more complex than you imagine. Once my construction company is established and you graduate, come work for me. I will show you the lifestyle of the affluent, and you will gradually come to understand. Xiao Feng, moved to tears, has devoted himself to caring for his sister, embodying both a father and a mother in his dedication. He takes out his phone and transfers 20 million to Xiao Qiao's account, ensuring she has some money to hold on to. Jojo is not a frivolous spender. Yet she cannot be so easily swayed to pledge her life to someone simply because they presented her with an extravagant diamond ring worth tens of thousands. Brother, I refuse this money. I still have enough for my studies, Jojo insisted, not wanting to burden her brother further. Keep it for now. If I ever find myself in need, I will come to you. Remember my words, brother. Steer clear of these wealthy individuals. They will not lead you astray. As Jojo's brother, Xiao Feng, turned back to the construction site, he was on the brink of completing a project that would allow him to realize his aspirations. It was imperative that the work be executed flawlessly and to the highest quality. Jojo gazed at her bank balance, momentarily lost in thought. Was that truly 20 million? She had never encountered such an amount before. How, she wondered, do the affluent amass their fortunes? Lin Feng, with his 30 billion, constructs villas and purchases materials. Does his family operate a mint? Determined, Jojo resolved to embark on her own entrepreneurial journey. She was intent on transforming that 20 million into 200, then 2 billion, and eventually 200 billion. Though young and inexperienced, she was far from foolish. Armed with initial capital, she thought, whatever Lin Feng does, I shall do as well. I may lack business acumen, but will I not learn? What if she did not reside in a villa? The distance was negligible, and surely she could acquire knowledge from observing him. Chapter 28. The frenzied pursuit of knowledge. Jojo purchased a night vision telescope, concealing herself in a corner to observe Lin Feng's daily activities. How did he generate such substantial wealth? After all, they lived across from each other, a mere few dozen meters apart, allowing her to witness everything. After a day of surveillance with no notable incident, Jojo felt a pang of hunger and pulled out a prepared sandwich, munching on it while continuing her watch. I must learn the methods of wealth accumulation employed by the affluent. I am merely a university student, devoid of any financial experience. I am certainly not foolish. Whatever you do, I shall emulate. If I cannot even comprehend the act of replicating assignments, then I would be utterly inept. Lin Feng spent the entire day reclining in the courtyard, basking in the sun, sipping beer, indulging in barbecues, and engrossed in his mobile phone. The distance to the neighboring property was so short that it did not require binoculars to observe. At that moment, several vehicles arrived. As they approached, Lin Feng pointed towards the backyard's golf course, and a group of workers disembarked to commence the construction of a metal shed. The assembly of the shed progressed swiftly, completed within a single afternoon, sprawling in size yet remarkably inexpensive. It appeared to be a warehouse. What could Lin Feng possibly need with a warehouse on a golf course? Was he truly abandoning the pristine golfing grounds? Xiao Qiao felt a twinge of concern as she gazed at the disheveled golf course, trampled by vehicles. It was a shame that such a splendid venue was not being cherished. As night fell, Xiao Qiao noticed more vehicles arriving, unmistakably from the Shuanghui group. Lin Feng gestured towards the warehouse, and one by one, the trucks rolled in, commencing the unloading of goods. With her binoculars, Xiao Qiao scrutinized the cargo, only to discover it was an astonishing amount of ham sausages. Good heavens! Has Lin Feng lost his mind? He purchased 10 trucks filled with ham sausages. How long would it take to consume such a bounty? Xiao Qiao was left speechless, yet she diligently noted in her little book, recording Shuanghui ham sausages as 1 truckload. She had made her decision. Although Lin Feng was cold-hearted, he possessed the acumen to generate wealth. Whatever he hoards, she shall also procure. When he sells, she will sell too. She could hardly believe he would ever acknowledge a loss. Once the shipment of ham sausages was completed, Lin Feng rose and made his way to the warehouse before returning to relax in the courtyard with a beer. After a while, 10 trucks arrived, and it was evident without a doubt that they were carrying bottled water, for the label ice stew was familiar to Xiao Xiao. She promptly noted it down in her little notebook. 1 truck of ice, stew mineral water. Xiao Xiao had resolved that when Lin Feng sold it, she would persuade her brother to boldly inquire where Lin Feng was selling such a large quantity, believing that if Lin Feng could sell so much, the buyers would surely not mind a little more. As the night wore on, Xiao Xiao's notebook became densely filled with entries. It was a comprehensive list of the items Lin Feng had purchased, predominantly foodstuffs such as canned goods, snacks, dried squid, beef jerky, mineral water, and self-heating hot pots. These items were readily available in the surrounding factories of Huanghai City, and Lin Feng had not resorted to any underhanded means. Therefore, the dispatch was swift. With an investment of 10 billion, he had virtually depleted the city's food supplies. By midnight, Lin Feng returned home to rest. Noticing the lights were off, Xiao Xiao also took her notebook and headed back. Residing on the 2nd floor, with her brother Xiao Feng's building materials warehouse occupying the first. The arrangement was quite convenient. Upon reaching her home, she opened the warehouse purchased by her brother, only to find that nearly all the building materials had been utilized, leaving a spacious area. As a contractor, Xiao Feng naturally stocked up on materials, but this time Lin Feng's order was so substantial that it had completely emptied his inventory. While the main structure was composed of steel and titanium alloy, the interior still required materials such as sand, cement, tiles, and flooring. It would not be practical to rely solely on steel. Observing that there was space for storage, Xiao Xiao began searching online for manufacturers' contact numbers, thinking to herself, if you stock up, so will I. I refuse to believe that I, Xiao Xiao, cannot make a profit. Having arranged for supplies, only 600,000 remains of the 20 million spent. Lin Feng's snacks were rather extravagant. A single pack of beef jerky cost 40 to 50. Just consider the expense of purchasing a whole truckload. Xiao Xiao made an online payment, urging for swift delivery, and the vendors generally assured her that the goods would arrive within 3 days. After all, Huanghai City is not far from the capital, making transportation exceedingly convenient. Upon returning home, Xiao Xiao pondered over Abe. She too wished to acquire a dog. Is 60,000 enough for such a purchase? She opened an app to search for Tibetan Mastiffs. Non-purebred ones cost a few thousand, while purebreds ranged from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Not everyone is like Lin Feng, who would spend 3 million on a dog. Xiao Xiao spotted a Tibetan Mastiff that bore a striking resemblance to Abe. Upon opening the link, she was taken aback to find the price set at 188,000, non-negotiable, or 180,000 for self-pickup, serious inquiries only. The little Mastiff was indeed beautiful. Appearing to be around 3 months old, Xiao Xiao clicked to save the listing, noted the address, and resolved to visit the next day, as her supplies would not arrive until then. On December 28, 2049, with merely 3 days remaining until the apocalypse, Lin Feng continued to await the arrival of supplies at home, while Xiao Xiao set out to purchase a dog. She hitchhiked over 300 kilometers, finally arriving at a villa in the suburbs of the capital. After explaining her intent, she laid eyes on the dogs. There were 2 in total, 1 male and 1 female, both over 3 months old and indeed purebred. Elated, Xiao Xiao completed the purchase of the female dog. On her return journey, which was already the afternoon, Xiao Xiao brought the dog home. After a moment's thought, she called a meat processing plant to order various meats worth 50,000. Lin Feng's dog dined on meat. My dog, Xiao Xiao's dog, shall not fare any less. With the shipment scheduled for the next day, Xiao Xiao also bought 5 large freezers, without any particular reason, simply out of sheer defiance. Although I, Xiao Xiao, may not surpass you, Lin Feng, in various aspects, my family possesses more meat than yours. Our freezer is also more abundant. We are both human. If you can achieve success, so can I. Women are equally capable of holding up half the sky. I may have a little less capital, but I will eventually surpass a heartless businessman like you. I aspire to emulate Lin Feng, to become Lin Feng, and ultimately to surpass him. Let me set a modest goal first, transforming 20 million into 100 million. Having tidied up everything, Xiao Xiao bathed with her little dog and named her Fengzi. Whatever Lin Feng does, Xiao Xiao will learn from it. I refuse to believe that I, Xiao Xiao, cannot earn money. At home, Xiao Xiao fervently mimics Lin Feng's actions to outdo him, while Wu Yong, the clever one, has also become Lin Feng's sycophant. Lin Feng's audacious strategy of renting all properties has netted him an astonishing 12 billion. Wu Yong has never encountered such wealth. To claim he isn't tempted would be a lie. Fortunately, he remains Lin Feng's top lieutenant. If Lin Feng can hoard supplies with 12 billion, then I, Wu Yong, possess 50 million as well, don't I? Moreover, Wu Yong is aware that Lin Feng spent 3 billion on real estate, taking advantage of his position. He acquired a villa for himself. Opportunities to rent all properties like this are rare, and Wu Yong could not afford to miss out. Lin Feng never prohibited him from renting, after all. Fearing Lin Feng might scrutinize the accounts, Wu Yong refrained from acquiring too many properties, settling for one villa registered under the company's name. If Lin Feng discovers it, he can simply buy it back, right? Wu Yong spent a few million to reinforce the villa, inspired by Lin Feng, while the remaining 40 million was stockpiled as supplies. Having missed one opportunity for wealth, he cannot afford to miss this one. Lin Feng remains unfazed by hoarding 12 billion. Why should I, Wu Yong, fear gathering a few million? As Lin Feng prepared to depart, how could he not conveniently take his own supplies with him? After all, with the myriad of clever maneuvers his boss employed, it would only be prudent to learn by following closely behind. If one could miscalculate while copying homework, then surely I, Wu Yong, would be rendered utterly inept. Wu Yong felt a surge of optimism. With over 40 million in supplies, surely he could garner a profit of several million, right? His boss had amassed an astonishing 12 billion in less than a month. In comparison, 40 million seemed rather trivial. Moreover, once those properties were leased, they could fetch around 70 to 80 million. If I, Wu Yong, were to take charge on behalf of my boss, I would hoard all the supplies. If a few million were still a cause for concern requiring the boss's decision, then what, I ask, is the very essence of my existence? Chapter 29. The arrival of the apocalypse vehicle. Some rejoice while others despair. Imitation leads to ruin, leaving some with barely a shred of dignity. The Lin Group, now beleaguered by the all-rent scheme, has seen its market value plummet to a mere 30 billion. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the all-rent initiative is set to conclude in 3 days. Otherwise, the stock price would have further declined. Father, I have some good news. The owner of Bigue Garden jumped from a height this morning. The owner of Fenghao Real Estate seems to have offended someone, as he constantly faces assassination attempts and now dares not venture outside. Furthermore, he has been restricted from high-value expenditures, unable to take high-speed trains or travel abroad. Lin Tian presented his phone to Lin Hao. Despite their losses of 50 billion, they managed to stabilize their situation through the cash flow at hand. Ultimately, they now possess only a few million. Yet in comparison to Bigue Garden and Fenghao Real Estate, they have weathered this real estate winter. Has it finally come to an end? The owner of Bigue Garden certainly cannot withstand such turmoil. Lin Feng's extravagant lifestyle is evidently unsustainable, mark my words, within a month. He shall face bankruptcy and liquidation. We should seize this opportunity to acquire those properties subject to foreclosure at a bargain, as there are over 30,000 assets in Huanghai City. With a mere 30% increase in value, we could easily recover the 50 billion we have recently lost. After days of despair, Lin Hao finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Once the two giants of the real estate market collapse, my Lin family enterprise will secure half of Huanghai City's properties. This would position us as the largest real estate conglomerate in the nation of Huaxia. I too share this sentiment. This month has been particularly distressing, to the extent that I have refrained from indulging in Michelin 3-star dining. Lin Feng's prosperous days are numbered. His scheme is nothing more than a classic Ponzi trap. I have received word that the authorities have begun investigating him. Should he fail to repay his loans next month, he may very well remain incarcerated for the rest of his life. Lin Tian also perceived the dawn of victory. Lin Feng's entire rental scam has defrauded over 100 billion. The prospects are increasingly promising. With New Year's approaching, let us make reservations at the Tianhai Hotel for a celebratory feast. Lin Hao felt considerably reassured, for the victims of this deceit are not he. It is the foolish tenants who rented from Lin Feng who will soon find themselves lamenting their fate. Very well, father, I shall make the arrangements, he replied. Pondering Lin Feng's choices, he has evidently fled to Russia. Were I in his position, I would not return. This time he is doomed. With a sense of joy, Lin Tian set off to secure the reservation, while Wang Long, burdened by concern, gazed at the bills in his hands. Having invested 18 billion in materials for Lin Feng's safe house, he lamented that the 9 billion Lin Feng had provided had vanished within a mere. The funding chain of Hulong Security Company has now completely collapsed. Damn it. What a loss. After settling the accounts, I would only earn 300 million, and I won't receive it until next year. Lin Feng, you calculated it precisely. You said I would earn 300 million, and that's exactly what it is. Not a single cent more. Wang Long tore the bill to shreds in frustration. He was about to invest 1.8 billion, yet the profit is so meager. There's no choice. The contracts are signed, and the land deeds are held by Wang Long. He must see it through to completion, for he cannot afford to breach the contract. Fortunately, acceptance is just around the corner, and he can collect 900 million upon completion, with another 900 million due in 3 months. As for the 300 million profit, waiting a year is a small price to pay. With this thought, Wang Long's expression softened slightly. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, with a broad smile, called Lin Feng. Young Master Lin, the materials worth 3 billion are now delivered. Where should we place them? Lin Feng rose from his chair and replied to Xiao Feng, just unload them in the warehouse. After hanging up, Lin Feng assessed whether the spare materials were truly worth 3 billion. Observing the trucks filled with steel plates, titanium alloy sheets, special glass panels, and aerospace materials, Lin Feng felt quite satisfied. Even if they were not worth 3 billion, they must be worth over 2.5 billion. Shouldn't Xiao Feng make a little profit? Is there any middleman who doesn't earn a markup? Unload the cargo, and once done, close the doors. Lin Feng gestured for them to proceed. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, Xiao Feng was an honest man. The market value of those materials genuinely amounted to 3 billion, and the 200 million Xiao Feng earned was not merely a markup, but a referral fee. After all, with such a substantial purchase, wouldn't the manufacturer offer some discounts below the market price? Who could possibly buy so much in one go? Lin Feng, having endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, had grown cynical, believing there were no good people left. Little did he know, there are indeed many principled individuals in existence. Xiao Feng, smiling as he gazed at the 180 million balance on his phone, thought to himself, "At last, I can establish my own construction company." With excitement, he drove to register his business, as the project was nearing completion, and it hardly mattered whether he witnessed the final stages. He had long coveted a piece of land, initially valued at 330 million, but thanks to Lin Feng's maneuvers, its price had plummeted to a mere 170 million this month. Xiao Feng hurried to sign the contract, confident that, based on his years of experience, acquiring the land now, even if he left it untouched for half a year, would easily yield a resale value exceeding 200 million. He thought, I must secure this land swiftly. Could the world really end tomorrow? Will this land continue to depreciate? It cannot remain in my hands. Absolutely not. Rental properties are no longer for sale. Land prices are bound to rise. With exhilaration, Xiao Feng signed the contract and transferred the funds, exclaiming, "This land will now belong to me, Xiao Feng. From this moment on, I am a boss. I will strike it rich. I, Xiao Feng, am on the verge of great fortune." Meanwhile, in the warehouse, after the unloading was complete and everyone had departed, Lin Feng entered the facility to store the items in his space before exiting and locking the door. The construction of such a warehouse was merely a ruse to avoid drawing attention, as it was unreasonable to have so many possessions without a proper place to store them. Just then, Zhao Jun arrived at Lin Feng's doorstep, driving a towering truck with temporary plates and 10 tires. At first sight of the vehicle, Lin Feng was captivated. The expenditure of 300 million had proven to be exceedingly worthwhile. "Zhao Jun, you are truly a dear brother to me. Step out of the vehicle. Let me have a go at it." Lin Feng waved his hand, and in Zhao Jun's eyes, there was not only excitement, but also a glimmer of light. "This is nothing short of a masterpiece, and it was created by me, Zhao Jun. This is undoubtedly the pinnacle of my achievements in this life." Observing the redness in Zhao Jun's eyes, Lin Feng felt a twinge of compassion. It seemed that this month, Zhao Jun had barely slept for a few hours each day. Otherwise, he could not have crafted these 2 vehicles. "Zhao Jun, do you trust me?" Patting Zhao Jun on the shoulder, Lin Feng decided to offer a word of caution. "Trust. Whatever you say, Lin Xiao, I believe it." Zhao Jun replied, "The snowmobiles and their parts will arrive shortly. Once you finish your inspection, I must return home for a 3-day slumber. I am utterly exhausted. I nearly worked myself to the point of collapse." Zhao Jun's eyes were indeed bloodshot. He was truly fatigued. "If you believe in me, work an additional 2 days. I have a premonition that prices for water, rice, flour, salt, instant noodles, ham sausages, and various canned fruits and meats are about to rise. I do not care how much profit you make. If you trust me, take all your savings and stock up immediately." You should even mortgage your factory to amass goods, as your modification shop has a warehouse with ample space. Trust me, this is your last opportunity to achieve wealth in this lifetime. Zhao Jun paused, finding Lin Feng's words somewhat astonishing. What era are we in? It is nearly 2050. We have long since moved past an age of scarcity. Unless there is a war, how could there possibly be shortages of food and drink? All right, Lin Xiao. Once you finish testing the vehicle, I will prepare to take action. Zhao Jun nodded, albeit with a hint of skepticism towards Lin Feng's assertions. Without needing to be told, I shall immediately hail a cab to Walmart for supplies. Whether you believe me is entirely your choice. Lin Feng, draping his arm over Zhao Jun's shoulder, began to usher him away. If he were to inform Zhao Jun that the apocalypse was imminent, the latter would undoubtedly deem him insane. Should Zhao Jun choose not to stockpile provisions after such a declaration, it would no longer concern Lin Feng. Chapter 30. The Final Revelry with Skepticism. Zhao Jun departed from the Villa District, intending to take a cab to Walmart. The revenue from several vehicles, coupled with the parts Lin Feng required, had netted Zhao Jun a staggering 50 million. Lacking substantial savings, Zhao Jun found that running a modification shop was exorbitantly expensive, with various pieces of equipment costing a fortune. All his earnings over the years had been reinvested into the machinery of the workshop. Upon seeing Zhao Jun leave, Lin Feng entered the vehicle, eager to test its handling. He started the engine and pressed the accelerator to the floor, hurtling toward his former villa. The impact was thunderous. The front of the car smashed directly into the villa. Zhao Jun, who had just distanced himself, was taken aback. Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? That old house is worth millions. Are you truly willing to destroy it without a second thought? Lin Feng shifted into reverse, the car's power evident as he effortlessly extricated it from the wreckage. Stepping out to assess the situation, he noted that the glass remained intact, though the paint on the front was marred, revealing the titanium alloy beneath, along with some scratches. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Zhao Jun's craftsmanship was commendable. With reckless abandon, Lin Feng sped around the 800-acre golf course, utterly demolishing its pristine landscape. He felt no remorse whatsoever. He has gone mad. Young Master Lin has truly lost his wits. Zhao Jun stared in astonishment at Lin Feng's wild driving. How could someone so wealthy act so recklessly? Zhao Jun shook his head, ultimately deciding to leave. They were good friends, yet this matter was beyond Zhao Jun's control and authority. In a few days, once Lin Feng regained consciousness, he would persuade him to consider a visit to a psychiatric hospital. How could one so young, seemingly well-adjusted, succumb to madness? This affliction, if addressed early, could certainly be treated. Lin Feng tested the maximum speed of his car. Due to its considerable weight, it could only reach a top speed of 200 kilometers per hour. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was quite satisfied, finding it more than adequate. At that moment, a vehicle laden with parts arrived at the Villa District. Lin Feng drove over to greet them, gesturing toward the warehouse as they commenced unloading the cargo. A brief inspection of the quantity confirmed that Zhao Jun was indeed reliable. He had already reminded Zhao Jun about stockpiling supplies. The rest was now in Zhao Jun's hands. After unloading, Lin Feng started the snowmobile to test it. However, as they were on grass rather than snow, and given that the vehicle was equipped with tracks, the turf erupted in a flurry, rendering the golf course utterly devastated. He made a couple of laps, moving slowly at a mere 60 kilometers per hour. On snow, it would surely have soared. Lin Feng was pleased, drove the vehicle into the warehouse, shut the large door, and stored it away. He was now fully prepared. All that remained was the safe house. Speaking of the safe house, it had arrived. Wang Long, holding the key, reached the safe house and called Lin Feng. Upon seeing Wang Long's name flash on his phone, Lin Feng chose not to answer and instead left the warehouse to head directly to the safe house. Young Master Lin, it's completed. Please come and take a look. Wang Long remarked, gazing at the disarray of the golf course and the wall of the villa that had been demolished. However, that was not Wang Long's concern. He was there to collect the 900 million in housing payment. After contemplating the prospect of waiting an additional 3 months to recoup his investment of 900 million, Wang Long felt considerably more at ease. All right, I shall take a look inside, he declared. Lin Feng followed Wang Long into the house, meticulously inspecting each room. Indeed, Xiao Feng was dependable. The quality was indisputable. Ding. Wang Long glanced at his phone and checked the message. Upon seeing that 900 million had been credited, a broad smile spread across his face as he handed the keys to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, you are truly generous. You may reside here for the next 3 months. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call me, and I shall promptly send someone to assist you. Lin Feng accepted the keys with a nod. 3 months? Given Wang Long's current financial predicament, it remained uncertain whether he could sustain himself for that duration. Very well, I shall refrain from treating you to a meal for now. I will first evaluate the experience of this property. Understood, Mr. Lin. I shall send the workers away. Wang Long was content now that the funds had been transferred, for he still held the deed to the land. Regardless of whether Lin Feng paid the remaining balance, Wang Long had already secured a profit. As Wang Long departed, Lin Feng retrieved his phone and directly dialed the number for Tianhai Hotel. With 95 million remaining in his account, the urge to spend was palpable. Lin Feng promptly booked 500 tables of the finest banquet. Deliveries were to commence tomorrow morning. 500 tables in the morning, 500 in the evening, destined for the storage area of Villa number 108 in the Shishan Bun Villa district. The manager was bewildered. A single table of the exquisite banquet cost 30,000 yuan. For 500 tables, that amounted to a staggering 45 million. This sum could practically purchase their hotel. Ding. The notification from Alipay confirmed the transfer of 45 million yuan. Suddenly, the cash register speaker emitted a sound, prompting the manager to swiftly inquire with the owner if the amount of 45 million yuan had been received. The owner nodded affirmatively. The manager promptly replied, "All right, Mr. Lin. I shall commence preparations immediately and ensure timely delivery." Without hesitation, the manager agreed, and Lin Feng hung up the phone to dial the police. Lin Feng reported that goods worth 10 billion yuan had mysteriously vanished from his warehouse, alarming the police. Just days prior, similar incidents of disappearing items had occurred in Kyoto. And now it had reached Huanghai City. Lin Feng's cunning maneuver of crying thief was indeed clever. As long as I claim something has gone missing, no one shall suspect that I have stolen it, nor will anyone dare to approach me for charity or supplies. He opened the warehouse doors for the police, knowing full well that there was nothing inside. After a 10-minute wait, several police cars arrived with sirens blaring to investigate the situation. Initially, the officers were skeptical about the existence of 10 billion yuan worth of goods, but Lin Feng presented purchase records along with logs of vehicle entries and exits, which convinced them. Lin Feng, doesn't your warehouse with 10 billion worth of goods have any surveillance cameras? One officer questioned, puzzled as to why there was no monitoring inside, despite the visible cameras at the entrance capturing vehicles loading supplies. I did install cameras, but they too have disappeared, Lin Feng replied. The police officer, although slightly doubtful, found no significant discrepancies in Lin Feng's account. After all, losing surveillance equipment seemed reasonable if 10 billion worth of goods had vanished. Very well, Lin Feng. We will open a case and investigate in the coming days. Have you offended anyone recently? Sharing that information could provide us with valuable leads. The police officer took notes while inquiring about Lin Feng's enemies. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng decisively named Lin Hao. Officer, I suspect that Lin Hao is behind this incident. My intention in leasing properties was to create benefits for the common people, alleviating their mortgage burdens. However, this endeavor has resulted in a plummet of Lin Realty's stock prices, which undoubtedly implicates Lin Hao's involvement. But officer, I am merely providing a lead. You must not disclose this information. Your duty is to ensure my personal safety. This month, I have paid 3 billion in taxes. As I am a conscientious entrepreneur, Lin Feng's cunning maneuver not only absolved him of suspicion, but also cast blame squarely upon Lin Hao. Despite the impending doom, Lin Feng relished the opportunity to complicate Lin Hao's situation further. Chapter 31. The final feast. Rest assured, Mr. Lin Feng, we will keep your information confidential. We will immediately investigate Lin Group and Lin Hao. Please keep your phone on and remain in Huanghai City. Should there be any updates regarding your resources, we will inform you. The officer advised Lin Feng, who nodded in agreement. There is no way I could leave Huanghai City. I implore you, officer. Please contact me once you have findings. Otherwise, I may face a financial collapse and be unable to repay my loans next month. The officer shot Lin Feng a disapproving glance, noting that this was not a valid excuse for his debts. However, he refrained from voicing this thought. As Lin Feng's financial obligations were of no concern to him, his sole responsibility was to investigate the mysterious disappearance of billions in resources. A team of officers, equipped with the most advanced technology, began searching for footprints, hair, and various suspicious clues. Lin Feng, meanwhile, was disinterested in their efforts, knowing they would eventually depart after a night of searching. Losing items is hardly a matter of life and death in the realm of Huaxia. As long as no lives are at stake, such incidents are merely trifles. Lin Feng returned to his original villa, ensuring that no one was watching from behind the house. He activated his spatial abilities, absorbing the damaged wall into it, only to later release it to seal the gaping hole. Of course, he merely stuffed the bricks back in place, leaving the wall still shattered. This villa had lost its purpose. Now, blocking the view was all it served. Subsequently, he excavated a pit beneath the villa as he was on a mission to procure medical supplies. This time, it was not a zero-cost acquisition. Lin Feng had invested a hefty deposit of 200 million. Under the cover of night, Lin Feng made his way to the monitoring room of the first hospital. Inside, an elderly gentleman dozed, and Lin Feng chose not to disturb him, instead pilfering the surveillance mainframe. He then proceeded to the hospital's warehouse, and upon glancing around, he discovered a veritable treasure trove. Not only were there the supplies he had ordered worth 1 billion, but also an array of new equipment and medications procured by the first hospital, along with their existing inventory. It appeared that Director Li Yuan had become affluent thanks to Lin Feng's investment, prompting him to upgrade equipment and replenish supplies. He decided to take everything. This batch of medical materials could fetch over 1.5 billion in the market, and leaving it behind would be a sign of disdain for them. After completing his collection, Lin Feng returned home. An hour later, the police received a report of 1.5 billion worth of medical supplies missing from the hospital warehouse, along with the surveillance footage. The police had grown accustomed to such occurrences, as Lin Feng had previously lost 10 billion worth of supplies. Thus, losing 1.5 billion seemed rather reasonable. Upon arriving home, Lin Feng entered his safe house, retrieved several mobile phones, and set up 10 computers. With only 1 day remaining, he decided to download various games, dramas, and books. As the solar flares erupted, damaging a third of the satellites, internet speeds plummeted from 6G back to the sluggish pace of 3G. In that somber night, Lin Feng transformed into a diligent little bee, downloading everything he could to alleviate the tedium that the impending apocalypse would bring. It was only in the early hours of the morning that Lin Feng, exhausted from his endeavors, succumbed to slumber, clutching several phones in his hands. He was awakened by the insistent ringing of a phone the following dawn. "Mr. Lin, this is Tianhai Hotel. We will arrive at your residence in 10 minutes. May I inquire if you are available to receive the delivery?" Lin Feng rubbed his eyes and replied, "Yes, I am at home." After hanging up, he glanced at the clock. It was already 7:30. Rising from his slumber, he exited the safe house and opened the warehouse doors. 10 minutes later, 5 vehicles approached and entered the warehouse. "Please place the items inside. I will arrange for someone to collect them," Lin Feng instructed as he stepped aside. The manager of Tianhai Hotel produced a slip of paper requesting Lin Feng's signature. 500 tables of dishes, totaling 6,000 plates, along with some wine, she noted. Although it was a takeaway order, the presentation remained exquisite. They provided Lin Feng with the plates and utensils, which were of little value. The 6,000 plates were individually packaged and secured with wooden racks, neatly arranged in rows. Lin Feng observed that each rack held 12 dishes and 2 bottles of wine, enough for 1 table. It was quite easy to verify, with a total of 500 racks. "Mr. Lin, if everything is in order, may I kindly ask you to sign for the delivery? It would greatly assist me in my reporting duties." The significance of this delivery, amounting to 15 million, certainly warranted her careful attention. Lin Feng took the paper and pen, signing without hesitation. While contemplating what to purchase with the remaining 50 million, "The quality of your dishes is commendable. As I am moving into a new residence, I wish to host a banquet over 2 days. Tomorrow, I will require 500 tables for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I will transfer the funds now. So please promptly inform your manager to prepare." With that, Lin Feng transferred an additional 45 million, feeling the weight of the money in his hands. It was unbearable not to spend it. "Understood, Mr. Lin. We will begin preparations immediately. Your order will be our utmost priority." The manager was elated. Another substantial order of 45 million. Working in the hotel, her earnings were supplemented by commissions, 1%. Hence, 90 million would yield a commission of 900,000. Lin Feng could easily persuade her to come over tonight if he wished. "Go on, do not delay my feast." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, pondering what to do with the remaining 5 million. Today is December 31st. Tomorrow heralds the arrival of the apocalypse. However, The first day of the end did not bring significant calamities, aside from satellite damage and rising temperatures. Lin Feng recalled that the temperature in Huanghai City reached an astonishing 30 degrees in January. Naturally, the heat would intensify with each passing day. Initially, the authorities could manage the situation, but soon they would struggle to provide for the ordinary populace as their own resources dwindled. Thus, Lin Feng decided to place another order for the following day, as deliveries would likely become challenging thereafter. With the manager and her team departed, Lin Feng closed the storeroom door and promptly placed an order for 500 tables of food and drink. With 3,000 tables, he would barely have enough to sustain himself for several decades, though it hardly matched the abundance of fish and shrimp from Lake Baikal. Upon returning home, Lin Feng retrieved 2 fried dough sticks and a cup of soybean milk from his space, continuing his download of educational materials, ranging from Western and Japanese to domestic sources. He meticulously studied various artillery loading techniques, hybrid rice cultivation methods, and postpartum care for sows, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. In the future, any further learning would rely solely on offline resources. That day, after fetching a meal, Lin Feng returned with dozens of smartphones and several computers, all downloading educational content simultaneously. The speed of the 6G era was astonishingly swift. Lin Feng adhered protective radiation-proof films to all the glass surfaces, 2 layers, one inside and one outside. The glass itself was inherently explosion-resistant and radiation-proof, with a thickness of 1.5 meters. Yet, Lin Feng felt it prudent to add 2 more layers. His cautiousness bordered on excessive. With the arsenal of resources and weapons at his disposal, he could incite a rebellion, yet he remained profoundly fearful of death. In the dead of night, he ventured to the night market to deplete their stock, spending 2.3 million. A man's word must hold weight. I declared I would arrive on the evening of December 31st, and Lin Feng would indeed keep his promise. This day was both busy and fulfilling. Chapter 32. Solar Flare Eruptions. Global Communications Paralysis. On January 1st, 2050, at 2 a.m., Lin Feng meticulously organized all items in the old villa, pots, dishes, sofas, and floors, leaving nothing untouched, effectively emptying the place. He then buried a substantial amount of explosives in the villa's basement, ever prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Lin Feng opened the cage of Abe, who had gone several days without food and appeared gaunt and listless. He brought Abe into the safe house, tossing him a leg of lamb, which finally elicited a wag of his tail. Lin Feng secured the titanium alloy door, which required not only a key but also a password and successful facial recognition to unlock. Once this door was shut, it could only be opened by Lin Feng himself. Do you intend to force your way in? Then come and attempt it. Lin Feng sat by the window, uncorking a bottle of red wine, quietly savoring its essence. He must ascertain whether the apocalypse will indeed arrive, and he yearned to witness it with his own eyes. Should the end of days not manifest, Lin Feng would hastily flee to Myanmar, burdened by considerable debts. Once imprisoned, concealing the origins of his misdeeds would be utterly impossible. To escape incarceration, he would require spatial manipulation, which would inevitably expose him. At that juncture, he would no longer merely be a fraudster. The authorities might subject him to dissection for research, and even the Russians could launch nuclear strikes against him. If the apocalypse did not materialize, he would adopt a different narrative in Myanmar, establishing a warlord's reign. Surrounded by a harem of 3,000 beauties, indulging in excess, claiming dominion over the land, and becoming a local emperor, a rather appealing prospect. With his current arsenal, subduing the fragile Myanmar government would be a trivial endeavor, not to mention overpowering a few warlords. If his ambitions soared higher, he could even unify Southeast Asia, striving for global domination. Lacking weapons and supplies would not hinder his clandestine passage. Unifying the earth would merely be a matter of time. Contemplating his alternative scenarios, Lin Feng continued to sip his wine, his gaze fixed anxiously upon the darkened expanse outside. It was impossible not to feel nervous, as Lin Feng both anticipated and feared the arrival of the apocalypse. This world is so breathtaking, yet it would transform into a hellish nightmare upon the advent of. Even with an abundance of resources, the inherent ugliness of human nature cannot be masked. The apocalypse harbors 2 things that cannot be faced directly: the sun and the human heart. Lin Feng understood this truth all too well. At 2:30 a.m., he widened his eyes, gazing intently at the pitch-black sky outside. Suddenly, a blinding white light illuminated the entire night sky. casting the solar system into a radiant brilliance akin to midday. The solar flare had erupted. In an instant, Lin Feng's bed was surrounded by the crackling of static as every mobile device and computer screen erupted in a flurry of snowflakes, rendering all electronic equipment inoperative. This exemplifies the terrifying consequences of solar flares and magnetic storms. Lin Feng understood that from this moment forth, human technology would regress by a century. The solar flare and magnetic storm had devastated 1/3 of the satellites, severely compromising signal integrity, even affecting satellite phones. Furthermore, the situation would only worsen from this point onward. In a post-apocalyptic world, no nation would possess the capability to produce new satellites. Not only had the satellites been impacted, but the magnetic storm unleashed by the solar flare had also begun to ravage the Earth's ozone layer. Fortunately, it had merely damaged the ozone layer rather than obliterating it entirely. Beginning with tomorrow's sunrise, the sun's energy would mercilessly bombard the Earth. The destructive power of ultraviolet rays would render all living beings incapable of facing the sunlight during the day. From this moment onward, sunlight would become lethal to humanity. Lin Feng sipped a glass of red wine, his heart brimming with anticipation for this impending apocalypse. Tomorrow, he would host a final feast. For when people truly grasped the horror of sunlight, the streets would be deserted during the day. About a minute later, that blinding light in the sky vanished. Such is the terror of the sun. In that fleeting minute, countless lives on the other side of the Earth may have perished. In Huanghai City, many witnessed that minute of brilliance akin to daylight. Although they were oblivious to the cause, they did not dwell upon it. The vast majority of individuals remain oblivious to the fact that at 2:30 in the morning, most people have succumbed to slumber. Fortunately, the nation of Huaxia managed to withstand the initial onslaught. In stark contrast, the beautiful nation on the opposite side of the globe found itself in utter chaos. In that fleeting minute, a catastrophic failure rendered all electronic devices inoperable, resulting in countless vehicles colliding uncontrollably. Power outages, internet disruptions, explosions, fires, and the harrowing sounds of cries, moans, and pleas for help filled the air. The other side of the Earth had transformed into a veritable apocalypse. Pu Chuan, still searching for the missing aircraft carrier, appeared to age decades upon witnessing the scene, resembling a 200-year-old man. Was the universe conspiring against the United States? What calamity had befallen this planet? As the leadership of the beautiful nation observed the turmoil unfolding in the streets, the losses incurred within that single minute were incalculable. This urgency underscored Lin Feng's necessity to return to Huaxia. Russia was no sanctuary either, especially with the impending extreme cold next year. Ultimately, after relentless efforts from the beautiful nation, communication systems began to gradually restore after more than an hour. The police department, fire department, and hospitals were inundated with calls from citizens. Chaos reigned with collisions and casualties rampant, and the entire nation descended into a state of disarray. Undoubtedly, Huaxia also felt the repercussions, with numerous vehicles losing control and plummeting from elevated highways, resulting in tragic fatalities. However, at 3 o'clock in the morning, traffic was not at its peak, and many remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding outside as they slept. After savoring a glass of red wine, Lin Feng felt a sense of reassurance. Given Huaxia's rapid repair capabilities, communication should be restored by 6 o'clock the following morning, or so he hoped. However, from this day forth, one must bid farewell to the era of 6G. Having access to a 3G network would be quite satisfactory. As the apocalypse approached as anticipated, Lin Feng felt a weight lift from his heart. There was no need to rush to Myanmar to instigate a warlord uprising. He could remain at home, living a quiet life. There was no urgency to repay the bank loans, and as for the exorbitant interest on the loans from those unsavory characters, if you have the life to seek me out, I will certainly repay you. After a long day, Lin Feng downed a drink and fell into a deep slumber. Residing in this safe house brought him considerable solace. He slept soundly while the network in Huaxia began to gradually recover. The nation had transformed into a self-sufficient network, with satellites severely damaged, rendering foreign communication impossible. Even the authorities were unaware of the events transpiring on the other side of the globe, as satellite phones were out of service. What transpired at 2:30 in the morning? In that moment, I seemed to see my great-grandmother waving at me. Had the sun exploded? Otherwise, how could there be such a power and network outage? I witnessed that blinding light. The apocalypse has arrived. Whether the sun has exploded or not, I cannot say. But I do know that the gas station outside my community exploded, shattering the windows of my home. I couldn't even reach 119. The fire raged throughout the night before finally subsiding. Thankfully, it was nighttime. Otherwise, many lives would have been lost. Can anyone save me? I am trapped beneath the bridge 35 kilometers from Huahai City on the highway. I have been stuck here for several hours. The emergency line is completely unreachable. Numerous vehicles have lost control and plunged off the highway. I am now trapped in the wreckage with a broken leg. Whoever rescues me, I will offer 1 million. The internet is rife with discussions and desperate pleas. As traffic accidents proliferate, the police force in Huanghai City is utterly overwhelmed. Not only is the law enforcement in Huanghai stretched thin, but the entire nation of Huaxia faces similar chaos, with vehicles spiraling out of control and colliding in disarray. For those unfortunate enough to close their eyes, a single night can vanish in the blink of an eye. Conversely, for the fortunate, a lifetime may pass without ever opening them. Why is it that those who remain closed-eyed are deemed lucky? The survivors lament why they did not take to the highways that fateful night. In this age of disrupted networks, there is no avenue to report incidents. The only recourse lies with the omnipotent netizens. Chapter 33. The first day of the apocalypse. Lin Feng awoke at the break of dawn, and upon unlocking his phone, he found that the network had indeed been restored. The connection had reverted from 2G back to 3G, sufficient for streaming a live broadcast or making a video call. He retrieved a dozen beers and several skewers of grilled kidneys from his storage, then scrolled through Weibo and various forums, nearly inundated by the previous night's events. Soon, nearly all social media platforms issued pinned announcements, with the official statement released promptly. The government of Huaxia is always swift in its communications. Yet Lin Feng understood that in the face of this catastrophic disaster, no one could rescue the world. Attention, citizens of Huaxia. At 2:30 a.m. on January 1st, 2050, due to a solar flare, global communication devices have malfunctioned simultaneously, resulting in numerous incidents. The authorities are working tirelessly to provide assistance. From January 1st to January 4th, 2050, all citizens are advised to take a collective leave for 3 days. Travel should be avoided unless absolutely necessary, to ensure that official rescue efforts are not hampered. To ensure the normal lives of residents, all food retail establishments, including large supermarkets, grocery stores, restaurants, hotels, and water stations, shall remain operational, prohibiting any unauthorized price increases. With violators facing strict consequences, it is advised to avoid gatherings and refrain from going out unless absolutely necessary, to prevent overcrowding and potential secondary harm. Authorities will dedicate their efforts to swiftly restore water, electricity, gas, and communication systems, ensuring that residents' daily lives remain unaffected. Given the severity of the disaster, please refrain from calling emergency services for non-urgent matters to avoid depleting resources needed for rescuing those affected. On January 1st, 2050, at 6 a.m., the Disaster Response Command Center of the Huaxia Nation issued this statement. Lin Feng, after reading it, shook his head. The official response to the earthquake disaster was indeed prompt, yet they still underestimated the magnitude of this natural calamity. A 3-day holiday? Just wait and see after those 3 days. The situation is far more complex than they envision. Scrolling through the forum, it was bustling with activity. Oh, a holiday. 3 days off. I can play games again. Who can stop me now? The person upstairs must be a fool. With a 2G network, playing games? Even casual games would lag and disconnect. Wait, that's not right. It seems to have reverted to 3G. Is the government this efficient? A holiday? How can that be? I have my mortgage, car loan, and high-interest debts waiting to be repaid. What am I supposed to eat during this holiday? Surely, the authorities should provide some relief supplies and compensation for work stoppages. Gambling addicts deserve no sympathy. Just in time for the Lunar New Year, my family has prepared plenty of food and drinks. I can enjoy a good gathering with them. Woe is me. Who can rescue me? My parents have been away driving all night, and now I'm home alone, feeling so scared. You lot have nothing better to do. I am but a humble taxi driver. Have you taken a look at the highways and overpasses? Last night, the electronic devices malfunctioned. Who knows how many lives were lost? I curse you to meet a fate even more dreadful than theirs. Do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. What does the malfunctioning of electronic devices have to do with vehicles? Is it not your own lack of skill that led to the crash? Do not blame the pull of gravity. The woman driver upstairs is clearly a fool. It is 2050. Most vehicles are now electronically controlled. Do you think your tractor can simply be started with a crank? With such remarkable skills, why did you not venture onto the highway last night? Lin Feng scrolled through his phone for a while, witnessing a mixture of celebration for the holiday and constant curses. Sipping on a small beer, Lin Feng pondered. Perhaps this is merely one form of leisure? Today is merely the first day. Soon you shall grasp the true meaning of despair. Buzz. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. He swiped up to answer. It was the call from the manager of the Tianhai Hotel. Mr. Lin, can we deliver your meal today? We have everything prepared here. The communication breakdown does not significantly affect our kitchen. However, as you've seen in the announcement, it is advised not to venture outside unless absolutely necessary. The manager's tone was laced with regret. She was at a loss as to how to address such a substantial issue. Given the enormity of the 45 million deal, please deliver it. Our numbers are not overwhelming, and you must trust the officials. This would essentially be Lin Feng's last supply. There was no way he could refuse it, for in the future, if he wished to eat, he would have to rely on his own cooking. And let us not forget, now it costs 30,000 for a meal at a table. In the future, a table costing 300 million will find its buyers. Before one meets their end, who wouldn't desire a splendid meal? Very well, Mr. Lin. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall deliver it within 30 minutes. Upon hearing the hotel manager's words, Lin Feng shook his head. These individuals truly value profit over their lives. Are you aware of the terrifying potency of ultraviolet rays following the depletion of the ozone layer? There is no need for me, Lin Feng, to remind you. By dawn tomorrow, the entirety of Huaxiao will be aware. Lin Feng retrieved a bottle of sunscreen from his space and applied it to his exposed facial skin and scalp. Do not underestimate this seemingly modest bottle of sunscreen. In due time, it may very well save lives. The destructive power of ultraviolet rays? It exceeds your imagination. After applying the sunscreen, Lin Feng prepared a sunshade and sunglasses. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise. Thus, he ensured every necessary preparation was complete. During his leisurely stroll in the beautiful country, Lin Feng paid particular attention to the sunscreen from cosmetic manufacturers, as it evidently surpassed the quality of domestic products. Standing by the window, he gazed outward. Your days of fortune are now at an end, while mine have only just begun. Lin Feng stood at the window, surveying the world outside, reminiscent of ancient emperors surveying their realms. He was utterly indifferent to whether the ants below could see him. I am invincible. What I have to fear? If Lin Feng so desired, he could effortlessly extinguish the lives of everyone in the grand city of Huahai. Unifying the earth is merely a matter of time. It all hinges on whether I, Lin Feng, wish it. I am unparalleled in this world. Who would I contend with if not the heavens? To be invincible is such a profound solitude. One must possess vision. Having achieved invincibility, is there any need to draw the curtains? In this lifetime, I shall remain at home, wielding dominion over the world. I perceive the world as a grand chessboard, with the inhabitants of this realm as mere pawns in a monumental game. Is this notion not excessively juvenile? Even the most uninspired of authors could scarcely conjure such trivial phrases. Upon this reflection, Lin Feng shook his head. To speak candidly, it is merely the result of ennui at home, seeking frivolous distractions. Wherefore would one conjure such adolescent dialogue? Draw the curtains? Am I truly so invincible that I fear prying eyes? How else might you discern whether I, Lin Feng, have perished in solitude? I await someone to force open my door. Otherwise, how dreadfully dull it is to remain alone at home. Meanwhile, across the street, Jojo, residing opposite Lin Feng's, leaned over her balcony, peering through a high-powered telescope to observe him. The thick glass of Lin Feng's window rendered the distance of several dozen meters somewhat obscured, yet, guided by her feminine intuition, Jojo surmised the nature of his belongings. Sunscreen? Sunglasses? A sunshade? But it is January. What purpose could Lin Feng have for such items? Jojo set aside the telescope, feeling somewhat bewildered. Could it be that Lin Feng is a delicate soul, fearful of sunburn? That does not seem plausible. Jojo, what are you gazing at? We are on break now. Let us venture to the seaside. At that moment, Jojo's friend and classmate, Liang, approached. She had come to Jojo's home to celebrate the new year, not expecting to encounter such a peculiar situation. Given the current circumstances, who would dare to go to the seaside? Had she not heard the official announcement advising against unnecessary outings? Jojo cast a sidelong glance at Liang. How can you be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? We must go. The seaside is not far, merely a few dozen kilometers. We need not take the highway. We can simply take a taxi. Liang began to act charmingly towards Qiao Qiao, who felt a deep sense of helplessness. Liang was beautiful and kind-hearted, lacking any malice. However, her intellect lagged a half-step behind that of others. While others were acutely aware of the numerous victims from last night's disaster, she was still yearning for a trip to the beach. After all, the winter vacation was not yet over. It extended until March 1st, and once things returned to normal, Xiao Xiao promised to accompany her. For today, however, you must accompany me to the supermarket. I need to purchase some items. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao relent, Li Ying beamed and exclaimed, "All right, you said it. But you must promise me that you'll bring your brother along." Xiao Xiao playfully pinched Li Ying's nose and laughed. "I knew you harbored intentions towards my brother. Too bad. He already has a girlfriend. You might be out of luck." This remark provoked Li Ying, who playfully punched Xiao Xiao's chest with her tiny fists. The Xiao family possessed remarkable genes. Xiao Xiao stood at 175 centimeters, while Xiao Feng towered at 190 centimeters, earning a substantial income of several million annually. If Li Ying had no feelings for him, it would indeed be unusual. It must be said that Li Ying had a penchant for wealth. She instantly recognized Lin Feng's supercar the other day. Yet, is there really anything wrong with desiring a wealthy and attractive partner? Li Ying was simply seeking a good match. What fault was there in that? Chapter 34. All in is a form of wisdom. Xiao Xiao rummaged through her belongings, unearthing her summer sunshade, sunscreen, and sunglasses. She resolved to follow in the footsteps of the affluent, believing it would spare her from unnecessary detours. She then began to apply sunscreen, planning to spend her remaining funds entirely on sunscreen, sunglasses, and a sunshade. After all, only 300,000 remained, and she intended to stock up. "Jojo, what on earth are you doing with these items in the dead of winter?" Li Ying inquired skeptically, her eyes filled with doubt. "I'm not sure. Perhaps you would like to try some?" Jojo offered the sunscreen to Li Ying, who promptly shook her head. "I want to apply it. If my makeup smudges, it would all be in vain." Without further thought, Jojo retrieved the sunscreen, donned her sunglasses, and grasped her parasol, linking arms with Li Ying as they headed outside. "Come, accompany me to purchase a few things." The two ladies exited the building hand in hand, only to be taken aback by the warmth enveloping them. "It's January. Why is it so hot?" Li Ying exclaimed. "The temperature outside must be at least 20 degrees. I feel slightly warm even in winter attire." Jojo, unfazed, opened her parasol. Under its shade, a gentle breeze swept past, offering a refreshing respite. The community was nearly deserted, as it was the New Year holiday, with an official notice advising against unnecessary outings. Most people adhered to this guidance. However, the plaza was alive with enthusiastic seniors dancing, unwilling to let such splendid weather slip away. Additionally, a group of walkers paraded down the street, seizing the opportunity to enjoy the clear roads. In the past, no one dared to disturb you while dancing or parading, but now it seems the heavens have taken charge. The two arrived at the largest supermarket outside their complex, with Jojo heading straight for the sunscreen aisle. A final expenditure of 300,000, following Lin Feng's lead. To go all in. It reflects wisdom. After all, my brother has 1,800,300,000 is hardly a concern. Li Ying watched in astonishment as Jojo made her purchases. 160,000 for sunscreen, 20,000 for sunglasses, and 20,000 for the parasol. "Are you truly going to utilize all of this?" she mused, contemplating the sheer volume of her purchases. With a swift motion, she completed the transaction and provided her address for home delivery. Without hesitation, Jojo resolved to spend the remaining 100,000 on snacks and supplies, ultimately acquiring an additional 98,000 worth of provisions, once again opting for delivery. Li Ying, bewildered by the extent of Jojo's spending, inquired, "Jojo, what on earth are you planning? Can you truly consume or utilize all of this?" Gently ruffling Jojo's hair, Li Ying remained oblivious to the fact that Jojo had become quite affluent. Her brother, Xiao Feng, possessed a staggering fortune of 200 million. "This is an investment. Do you understand? It's bound to yield profits. Do you have any funds? Join me in this venture. We are certain to profit." Jojo was acutely aware of a fundamental truth. One should follow the bees to the blossoms rather than the flies to the refuse. While Lin Feng's character may be questionable, his acumen in business was indisputable. Jojo was uncertain about the profits from Lin Feng's rental properties. Yet she recognized that the vast quantities of goods he procured, valued at over 10 billion, alongside the 30 billion in materials, were all earnings from just a single month of his endeavors. Whatever Lin Feng pursued, she would follow. "One day, I, Jojo, shall surpass you." No, Li Ying cautioned, shaking her head. Investments carry risks. One must exercise prudence. Despite having 38,000 remaining in her account, she was uninclined to gamble alongside Jojo. Li Ying preferred to save her funds for luxurious imported cosmetics, exquisite handbags, elegant dresses, and high heels. Shouldn't a woman allocate her resources to enhance her own? Earning money herself seemed far less expedient than aligning with a wealthy partner. Jojo, however, did not press the matter. She was uncertain about the intricacies of profit and loss. Yet she felt a sense of confidence in her circumstances. After all, her brother still had 180 million. Even if I were to lose all 20 million, I could withstand it. In business, is there truly any venture devoid of risk? The risk at hand is one that I, Qiao Qiao, can certainly bear. As Qiao Qiao and Li Ying exited the supermarket, they noted that it was merely 8 p.m. Has the temperature risen again? The outdoor temperature had evidently reached 25 degrees Celsius, and wearing down jackets felt exceedingly stifling. The two contemplated shedding their jackets. However, beneath them lay women's padded coats. Despite the absence of passers-by, surveillance cameras were omnipresent, rendering them unable to remove their outer garments. Dripping with fragrant perspiration, they returned home. Upon entering, they promptly discarded their attire. The heating was still on indoors, exacerbating the warmth. They drew the curtains tightly, wary that someone might spy on them. Much like Qiao Qiao had done, it wasn't until Qiao Qiao had divested herself of her clothing that one could truly appreciate her exquisite figure, standing tall at 175 centimeters with a 36D bust. She wore no heavy makeup, yet radiated an ethereal charm. Li Ying, too, possessed an admirable physique, measuring 165 centimeters with a 60. Although somewhat lacking in confidence and adorned with bold makeup, she was nonetheless a beauty of the highest order. The two of them sighed in relief as they removed their down jackets. What had become of the weather? How could it be so warm in January? Glancing at the time, they prepared to cook and eat, pondering the whereabouts of Qiao Feng. Had he not returned all night? Attempts to contact him were futile. Would he even come home to celebrate the festival? Qiao Qiao's family had planned a festive meal, as did most others. After all, it was New Year's Day. Who wouldn't he prepare some wine and delicacies? The vast majority were not lacking in provisions, and given the official announcement prohibiting price hikes, people were disinclined to hoard supplies. Once they ran out, they would simply purchase more. Lin Feng, wielding a sun umbrella and sporting sunglasses, ventured out to collect the festive provisions, leaving the manager of Tianhai momentarily stunned. Though the weather had indeed warmed, was it truly necessary to be so cautious? After all, he was a man. I Haven T even mentioned the use of an umbrella for sun protection. Lin Feng paid her no mind, adhering steadfastly to his cautious nature, leaving no room for error. With an abundance of resources at his disposal, Lin Feng pondered the futility of his efforts should he meet an untimely demise. He signed and received the delivery, 500 tables at noon and another 500 in the evening, marking the culmination of his supplies. Upon returning to the safe house, Lin Feng unlocked his phone to reveal a staggering balance of 2.7 million. The thought of not spending this fortune gnawed at. Could he truly bear to watch this sum languish as mere digits? Contemplating, a mischievous idea struck him. Engaging in a zero-cost shopping spree would surely attract the authorities' attention, especially with personnel stationed at every supermarket, making exposure inevitable. Moreover, he was not in dire need of sustenance. During his time in the beautiful country, Lin Feng had scoured dozens of storage centers and hundreds of large supermarkets, amassing nearly 10 billion in supplies, more than sufficient for his needs. Instead, why not amuse himself at the expense of his fellow group members? However, the timing was not yet right, with the government stabilizing prices and enabling them to make purchases. He resolved to wait until the authorities lost control over the market before making his move. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng returned home in high spirit. The signing of 500 tables at noon and again in the evening could be deemed the final banquet. After the completion of this task, he perused the forum. Finding little novelty, many shared pictures of sumptuous New Year's dinners with their families, while others lamented tragic events that had befallen their households that very morning, transforming the holiday into a time of mourning. The difference from the past was negligible. They would soon learn what true despair entailed. Chapter 35. The Lethality of Ultraviolet Rays. Oh my. On the morning of January 2nd, at Xiao Qiao's residence, she was jolted awake early by a sudden, piercing scream. Upon opening her eyes, she found Li Ying shouting frantically before the mirror. Jojo rubbed her eyes and rose to assess the situation. To her astonishment, she was met with a shocking sight. Li Ying's face, neck, and hands were covered in red spots, presenting a truly terrifying visage at that moment. What happened, Ying? Are you allergic to something? Jojo inquired, anxious about the unfolding dilemma. I don't know. I felt itchy yesterday, but didn't think much of it. When I woke up, I looked like this. Jojo, please take me to the hospital. What if my face is ruined? How will I ever get married? Ling's panic was palpable. She had no desire to toil for her living. Her dream was to marry a wealthy man. If her condition continued to deteriorate, what hope would she have of securing a partner? It wasn't just the affluent who would turn away. Even ordinary individuals might find her unappealing. Stay calm. The hospital must be overcrowded right now. Let me check online. Perhaps a topical antihistamine will suffice. Jojo remained composed as she opened her phone, only to be bombarded with notifications. She clicked on them and found a plethora of images on forums and social media, showcasing individuals with similar afflictions. Some faces were grotesquely disfigured, oozing pus and blood, which nauseated Jojo. Upon closer inspection, Jojo deduced that this was a case of ultraviolet burns. All those afflicted had, without exception, been out dancing in the square or participating in outdoor activities the previous day, including elderly folks and frontline disaster relief workers, as well as those out shopping for necessities and delivery personnel. Meanwhile, those who had remained indoors, engrossed in video games or binge-watching shows, seemed largely unaffected. Jojo, feeling a wave of trepidation, touched her own face. After all, no girl is devoid of a love for beauty. Upon glancing into the mirror, Jojo felt a wave of relief wash over her as she noticed her face was unscathed. Thankfully, she had not heeded Li Ying's suggestion to spend the day at the beach, which would have resulted in sunbathing in a swimsuit, an endeavor that could have been perilous under the scorching sun. How astonishing! Without any official notification, how could that unscrupulous merchant have known about the excessive ultraviolet radiation? Jojo's thoughts drifted to Lin Feng. Had she not emulated him, she would undoubtedly resemble Li Ying at this moment. Jojo, have you found anything out? What is going on? My face won't be ruined, will it? Li Ying inquired with palpable terror, her voice rising as she stood. The mere thought of her visage being marred sent shivers down her spine. Fear not. I have discovered the cause. It's a case of sunburn. We have burn ointment at home. Let me find it, Jojo exclaimed, rummaging through cabinets in search of the remedy. Given that her father, Xiao Feng, often worked at construction sites, they had an ample supply of ointments to treat ultraviolet burns. She retrieved a bottle and handed it to Li Ying, who hurriedly applied it to her face, neck, and hands. Once the ointment was applied, a refreshing sensation enveloped her, alleviating the unbearable itchiness of her wounds. Feeling a sense of relief, Li Ying sighed. As long as her face remained intact, everything else could be managed. Jojo, is there something you haven't told me? How did you know to use sunscreen, sunglasses, and an umbrella? If I end up disfigured, you will be entirely to blame. Li Ying exclaimed in a fit of anger, rising to confront Jojo. Taken aback by Li Ying's unreasonable demeanor, Jojo recalled that she had indeed suggested applying sunscreen the previous day. It was Li Ying who had insisted on foregoing it due to concerns about her makeup. After a moment's reflection, Jojo decided that, considering the depth of their friendship, it was unnecessary to engage in a dispute. Li Ying was merely anxious. I find the fluctuations in weather to be quite significant, and taking precautionary measures can never be deemed excessive. Jojo harbors a lingering suspicion that Li Ying is not to be trusted. This is not merely a superficial sisterly bond. Rather, Jojo is an aficionado of apocalyptic narratives, frequently indulging in end-of-the-world films and novels. The notion of Li Ying, with her self-righteous demeanor, standing atop a moral pedestal to cast judgment on others? Such individuals rarely survive beyond 3 episodes. In a true apocalypse, one must first eliminate the self-righteous. Jojo understands this principle well. In contemplating this, Jojo's mind drifts to Lin Feng, cold-blooded, unfeeling, hoarding supplies, and constructing shelters. Is this not the quintessential male protagonist of an apocalyptic tale? Could it be that the end of the world is indeed upon us? Jojo fervently shakes her head, dismissing the absurdity of such a thought. Meanwhile, Li Ying nods in agreement with Jojo's explanation, recognizing that her friend's paranoid tendencies are simply part of her nature. Being somewhat prepared is entirely reasonable. Fortunately, you have amassed an abundance of sunscreen, enough for a lifetime, indeed. Well, we are sisters. I shall not hold this against you this time. However, should there be a next occasion, I might truly become upset. Li Ying appears to believe she has the upper hand, questioning why Jojo would not contribute financially. I bought these supplies, and now you wish to use them without recompense? Jojo feels a wave of frustration. It is imperative that Li Ying remains unaware of the 19 million worth of supplies stored in her basement. Am I to let you take advantage of the 300,000 worth of supplies I purchased? If you were to learn of my 19 million stash, would you not consider eliminating me in my slumber? Jojo's mind races. While this friend is delightful in mundane activities like dining, chatting, singing, and shopping, what if the apocalypse were to truly arrive? This dear friend is undoubtedly a ticking time bomb. With this thought in mind, Xiao Xiao opened WeChat and messaged, Xiao Feng, where on earth have you been? Why have I been unable to reach you for 2 days? Upon opening WeChat, she found a voice message from Xiao Feng sent at midnight yesterday. However, it was unclear whether it was due to poor network connectivity or her own slumber that caused her to miss it, as her phone had not rung. Xiao Xiao, just stay at home obediently. Whatever you do, do not venture outside. I do not know why, but the UV radiation is alarmingly excessive during the day. Yesterday, more than a dozen workers at my site suffered severe sunburns. The hospitals are overwhelmed. You must remain indoors. Seeing this message, Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Her brother was simply busy with other projects, and it seemed he was not in danger for the time being. Understood, brother. Do you still have enough money? Please stock up on water and food quickly. I have a foreboding feeling. She clicked send. After a while, Xiao Feng replied, I have money. Do not worry about me. Just take care of yourself. It is not safe for a girl to be alone at home. Upon reading his message, Xiao Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. If you are well, it is indeed a sunny day. Contemplating further, she noticed Li Ying at the vanity, meticulously checking her reflection. Then, she took out a pair of binoculars to observe what Lin Feng was up to. Xiao Xiao had an unwavering belief that following Lin Feng would lead her to the right path. At that very moment, Lin Feng was at home, idle, enjoying a beer while skewering some meat. With the UV radiation being dangerously high outside, he had no need to venture out. He was well fed and adequately clothed, and the temperature was projected to soar to 40 degrees today, 50 degrees tomorrow, and an astonishing 60 degrees the day after. From then on, it would be an ordinary 60 degrees, occasionally reaching 70 or even 80 degrees. This is not a mere fabrication by Lin Feng. After all, he has experienced it firsthand. In a few days, there will be a suspension of water and electricity, with supply only available for a mere hour each night. Is this not a jest? An hour of water trickling? It's fortunate if one can manage to quench their thirst with it. The higher floors are completely cut off from water. Thus, last night, the crafty Lin Feng clandestinely piloted an underground aircraft to procure 8 wind turbines. It is always prudent to be prepared. The electricity generated by solar energy during the impending cold wave will surely be insufficient. My backyard spans 800 acres. Shouldn't it be developed and utilized sensibly? I, Lin Feng, possess a large generator, yet does it not consume fuel? Stealing 8 large fans seems to be a more reliable solution. Of course, apart from the cunning Lin Feng. No one, including Xiao Xiao, is aware of this. After all, Lin Feng ventures out in the dead of night. Who can monitor him around the clock? Chapter 36. The numerous victims of sunburn as natural disasters loom. The sudden disappearance of 8 wind turbines has failed to capture the public's attention. Human life is of paramount importance. On January 2nd, the most unfortunate were the grassroots officials. Yesterday, in their desperate efforts for disaster relief, 90 of them ventured out without any sun protection, striving to restore transportation and communication. Who could have anticipated that 30-degree weather would result in such severe sunburn? This led to 90 of the officials involved in disaster rescue suffering from severe sunburn, with 80 rendered incapable of work. Hospitals are overwhelmed, filled with officials afflicted by severe sunburn. There is a dire shortage of sunburn medication, as it is winter and few hospitals stockpile such treatments. Moreover, sunburn ointment is not a commonly used remedy. The situation at the Huanghai City Hospital is dire. It has been stripped bare by Lin Feng, leaving nothing behind. The injured who arrive can only await their fate, as even anti-inflammatory medication is absent. Lin Feng understands that this is a principal reason for the subsequent loss of control by the authorities. The misfortune of the official staff is profound. With 80 rendered incapable of work, and in the later stages, inadequate treatment leading to infections has directly caused a 30 mortality rate among officials. Do not underestimate sunburn. In 60-degree weather, it can indeed be fatal. Delayed treatment can result in severe disfigurement or, in the worst cases, death. Meanwhile, The elderly enthusiasts of square dancing and the reckless street racers are now languishing at home, nearing their end. Did you not think this would come back to haunt you? Lin Feng scrolled through his phone, noting the vibrant chatter in the homeowners group. Who has sunburn ointment? My son went downstairs to play yesterday, and today his entire face is blistered. I took a taxi to the hospital last night, but it was filled with police and firefighters, and there was no medicine available for my son. Someone please give me a tube of sunburn ointment. I am willing to pay 10,000 for it. What is all the fuss? It's just sunburn. It's not a grave matter. It will heal in a few days. Nonsense. Why don't you go out and sunbathe for 2 hours and then come back to bark? My mother went downstairs to dance yesterday. She is already in a dire state. Who has sunburn ointment? I will pay 20,000 for a tube. Dancing in the square is truly deserving of this fate. Dancing all day and night. And what about the street racers? Why aren't they out and about anymore? May you all suffer the consequences. I dare anyone to disturb my sleep. Where do you live? Which building and unit? Do you have the courage to provide your address? If anything happens to my mother, do not expect to have an easy time. Upon reaching this point, the group fell silent. 9 out of 10 households lacked sunburn ointment. Even when available, only 1 or 2 tubes could be found. Nowadays, everyone recognizes the significance of sunburn relief, and many families have someone suffering from sunburn, making them reluctant to part with their supplies. It was evident that the individual in question was in a state of furious grief, and no one wished to provoke him. Presently, the authorities were in a state of semi-paralysis. Should a real crisis arise, even calling the police would be futile. Observing the stillness in the chat, Lin Feng took out his binoculars to gaze toward the entrance of the community. Indeed, many individuals were exhibiting common sense, shielding themselves with sun umbrellas or rain umbrellas, venturing outside to the comprehensive supermarket to procure food and sunscreen. Due to Chow Chow's hoarding yesterday, the sunscreen had completely sold out, so they did not return empty-handed. Braving the sweltering 40-degree heat to purchase rice, noodles, fruits, and vegetables. After all, the pandemic years had left a profound shadow over the nation. A great disaster often precedes a great epidemic, and it is always wiser to stock up than to find oneself unprepared. The majority of these individuals were in their 50s and 60s, having endured months of lockdown during the pandemic, thus possessing experience. Fortunately, due to the government's price control policies, and considering this was only the second day after the natural disaster, while prices had risen somewhat, they remained within acceptable limits, and each person carried home numerous bags. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Indeed, they possessed foresight, yet they merely had a few more years of life experience than others. Ultimately, the outcome would be the same. This natural calamity far exceeded their imagination. What they ought to hoard was not provisions, but weapons. At their age, should the younger generation become desperate, no amount they stockpiled would suffice against their insatiable greed. Putting down the telescope, there were no updates in the group. The internet was flooded with desperate pleas from families, alongside a few unscrupulous influencers disseminating trivial sun protection tips for the sake of gaining attention. Lin Feng held no interest in their meager suggestions. The most prudent course of action was to refrain from venturing outdoors during daylight hours and, if possible, relocate to a lower floor where it remained shaded. He could also indulge in the official supply of tap water for a few more months, barely extending his existence a little longer. As for what lay ahead in a few months, the authorities would be utterly overwhelmed, and everyone would have to fend for themselves. He turned on the air conditioning and took a sip of his chilled beer. Outside, the temperature soared to 40 degrees, yet within his abode, it was a refreshing 23 degrees. What a delightful respite! As for the sweltering heat exceeding 50 degrees, Lin Feng had his strategies. The space contained 30,000 square kilometers of Baikal Lake, with ice 5 meters thick. He could simply retrieve a chunk and place it indoors to lower the temperature. This safe haven was insulated against both cold and heat, akin to a thermos. Lin Feng would never exhaust such an abundance of ice for cooling. Buzz. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw a message from Wang Guifan, the community committee member. All members, please remain calm and trust in the capabilities of the authorities. It is currently winter. Experts have assured us that this calamity will pass in a matter of days with a drop in temperature. I have noticed some unaware elderly individuals hoarding supplies. This is unnecessary. It is 2050. We are no longer in an era of scarcity. Purchasing so much not only wastes your money, but also places undue pressure on official relief efforts. I urge everyone to trust the authorities and the community committee. Only go out if absolutely necessary. Do not create additional troubles for the officials. Upon encountering the words of Wang Guifan, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. This woman certainly does not possess the qualities of a virtuous individual. In her previous life, she hoarded a substantial amount of official relief supplies, directly causing the demise of many. Moreover, now, just 2 days into this apocalyptic scenario, the opportunity to procure supplies still exists, albeit at a cost. With temperatures soaring to 50 degrees tomorrow and 60 the day after, what will you do then? Do you possess the means? Is there anyone willing to sell? No one is foolish. When weighed against life, money pales in significance. In such extreme heat, even air conditioning becomes ineffective. Nothing surpasses the immediacy of water and fans. Do you comprehend how many lives heatstroke could claim? Lin Feng remained silent, simply observing. It would not be long before Wang Guifan became the target of collective ire within the community. When the opportunity to purchase supplies was available, she disallowed others from doing so. Soon enough, one might witness these individuals breaking down her door in the dead of night, seeking to exact their wrath upon her. Lin Feng chose silence, yet the other residents began to voice their concerns. Sister Wang, we are all post-90s. Did you not experience the pandemic years as well? What if we run out of food without stocking up? Exactly. In this sweltering heat, and with ultraviolet radiation, just stepping outside is laborious. My household has run out of provisions. Am I expected to survive on the wind from the northwest? Even if I could, would it suffice? Is it unreasonable for me to venture out and purchase a few barrels of water? This infernal weather is already reaching 40 degrees. Do I not need to hydrate? Experts? The words of experts are utterly nonsensical. If their statements were to be trusted, it would be wiser to believe that pigs can climb trees. Have you seen that individual on the agricultural channel, prohibiting the burning of straw to protect the environment? Just look at the rampant pests and diseases we've faced in recent years. Lin Feng observed the messages within the group, choosing not to interject. Firstly, bacteria and viruses, as long as there exists shade in some form of life, will not be eradicated. Their vitality surpasses that of humans by countless magnitudes, and they are among the first to adapt to various environments. If humanity persists, how can one expect these microorganisms to perish? Within our very bodies, diverse microbial communities thrive. Even in the face of human demise, bacteria and viruses shall endure. Secondly, while high temperatures may accelerate the spoilage of vacuum-sealed cooked foods, such as various meats and vegetables, the shelf life of instant noodles, rice noodles, pasta, rice, and flour will only extend. Although the taste may deteriorate, the ability to consume remains paramount. Who truly cares about palatability in dire times? Thirdly, while food, medicine, and water are indeed essentials, one should prioritize the stockpiling of weapons. Compound bows, machetes, and large knives. Failure to procure these may very well lead to your demise. This is the wisdom of Lin Feng, though he prefers not to voice it. What does it matter to me? I possess reserves sufficient to sustain the world for years. Intense ultraviolet rays not only obliterate animals, but also pose a lethal threat to plants. Henceforth, this earth will struggle to yield sustenance. So, brace yourselves for despair. Chapter 37. Detained him in the darkness for half a year due to Wang Guifan's everyone. The group erupted in chaos. Wang Guifan sent a voice message, furiously exclaiming in the group, "Are you all conspiring to rebel? Is this not merely creating trouble for the authorities and our neighborhood committee? With your reckless behavior, within 3 days, the prices will spiral out of control. At that point, none shall have food to eat. Today, I, Wang Guifan, speak on behalf of the neighborhood committee. I am heading to the main entrance to take names. Whoever pilfers supplies, I will record it directly. Once the disaster has passed, I shall undoubtedly report you for disturbing public order." Listening to Wang Guifan's words, Lin Feng gave her a thumbs up. "Wang Guifan, you are truly courageous. You have raised that banner beautifully." With just 3 statements from Wang Guifan, the group fell silent once more. Although the Shishan Bun Villa District, a high-end residential area, is adjacent to a regular residential area housing over 10,000 residents, none dare to bear the weight of such an accusation. In a society governed by law, no one wishes to be the scapegoat. Offending Wang Guifan is simply not worth the trouble. At that moment, a homeowner sent a video. Lin Feng glanced at it, revealing an old man, drenched in sweat, moving goods from a supermarket to a 3-wheeled cart, completely filling it. "Wang Guifan, isn't this your old man, Li Dagua? You can't even manage your own household, yet you dare to lecture us." In an instant, the group erupted once again. "Goodness! You claim I pilfered supplies by simply carrying them by hand, yet you load a cart. Are you suggesting that only the officials are permitted to ignite flames while the common folk must not even light a candle? Wang Guifan, speak up, will you? Were you not just so arrogant? Now you are utterly silent? Enough, Wang Guifan. Prepare for complaints. The complaint hotline is currently unreachable. Otherwise, I would be the first to call. Wang Guifan observed the messages in the group in silence, as she only wished to stockpile some supplies at home before prices soared. Ordinary people are unaware that an official notice has been issued, warning of a severe disaster. And to alleviate the pressure on the authorities, there will be water and electricity restrictions within 3 days. Thus, Wang Guifan hastily instructed Li Dagua to procure water and provisions. For it would be too late once the news spread. Just as she was engulfed in anxiety, the door to her room swung open, revealing her daughter-in-law, Zheng Shuya. Mother, you ought to shift the focus of our dilemma. What do we consider a mere 3 tricycles hoarding? Did you not observe the countless supply trucks entering Lin Feng's villa compound just days ago? That cunning merchant embodies true stockpiling. You must promptly convey this to the residents. With so many of us in the community, a mere spit from each could drown him. Zheng Shuyu's words illuminated Wang Guifan's mind. Is it truly excessive for me to utilize 3 tricycles? Lin Feng is the one who has gone overboard. He is hauling supplies home using trucks. That is what one might call looting. Everyone, please listen. My husband procures these supplies to assist those in need during times of difficulty. It is Lin Feng, residing in our villa district, who engages in true hoarding. I witnessed truckload after truckload being unloaded from his warehouse just days ago. Lin Feng, the residents of our community are currently facing hardships. A distant relative cannot compare to a close neighbor. My intention in gathering supplies is solely to aid our neighbors in need. Lin Feng, given the current calamity, should you not also lend a hand to your neighbors in their time of need? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled. My goodness, what a spectacle. You failed to clean up your own mess and yet cast blame upon me? Bored and seeking amusement, Lin Feng decided to tease Wang Guifan. Aunt Wang, my household is so starved that we can barely keep the pot covered. Your husband has amassed so many supplies. Might you spare a little for us? Once this calamity passes, I shall repay you tenfold. I am presently a family in need, appealing to the Residence Committee for assistance. Upon hearing the news, Wang Guifan and Zheng Shuyan were taken aback. You claim to be from a struggling household despite the abundance of items in your warehouse? Seeking assistance? Are you truly in distress? Is there anyone on this planet who is not facing difficulties? Then, Lin Feng sent a video revealing a desolate warehouse. Following that was a police report confirming the loss of goods valued at 10 billion. The property owners, witnessing this turn of events, felt a sense of relief. Their own homes were merely facing food shortages, yet this unscrupulous businessman, Lin Feng, had audaciously lost 10 billion worth of supplies. Their own supplies had run dry. Oh heavens! Which celestial being has avenged us? Lin Feng, your wealth has rendered you devoid of compassion. You deserve this. Haha. Losing 10 billion worth of goods. It is simply hilarious. What a delightful turn of fate. My goodness. 10 billion worth of supplies. How long could that sustain the entire community? Do you not possess any sense? If Lin Feng had not lost them, he could have provided for us or sold to us. Now that he has lost everything, he faces bankruptcy. And we shall suffer the same fate. The group erupted in discussion, predominantly reveling in Lin Feng's misfortune. They were well aware of his wealth, and the loss he incurred brought them a sense of joy. After all, smiles do not vanish. They merely shift to our faces. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that their smiles were soon destined to grace Lin Feng's visage. I still have 7 million. My home lacks an umbrella for shade. Aunt Wang, could you ask your husband to bring me some food? I am willing to compensate you for the errand. 5 yuan for a pack of instant noodles, 5 yuan for a sausage, and 5 yuan for a bottle of water. Upon concluding his statement, Lin Feng revealed the balance of his bank card. Many in the group, who had purchased homes through loans, expressed their astonishment. The emaciated camel outweighs the horse. Having lost 10 billion in resources, you still possess 7 million? Truly, comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Lin Feng, you are affluent. You do not belong to a disadvantaged family. Our community committee only extends assistance to those in need. If you wish to eat, go purchase something yourself. Wang Guifan, perched on her moral high ground, felt invincible. At that moment, others in the group began to chime in. Aunt Wang, I bought my house and car with a loan. My family has always struggled financially. We have no savings and no food reserves. Could you send me some help? I live in Building 8, Apartment 1301, and I promise to repay you when I receive my salary. Sister Wang, my son is not nearby, and my health is poor. In this sweltering heat, I am unable to go downstairs to buy anything. Would you kindly assist me? I will transfer you the money. Aunt Wang, I do not have the habit of cooking and have always relied on takeout. Today, no one is delivering food. Could you please bring me something to eat? I will cover your expenses. As Wang Guifan proclaimed her intention to aid disadvantaged families, those in need promptly voiced their requests. Infuriated, Wang Guifan turned off her phone, thinking, what do your troubles have to do with me, Wang Guifan? After a prolonged silence from her, the group erupted in criticism. This Lin Feng, he truly knows how to create trouble for me. Once the disaster subsides, I shall ensure he is detained for 6 months. With that, Wang Guifan powered down her phone, seething with the desire to take revenge on Lin Feng. However, with her device switched off and oblivious to the ongoing discussions, Lin Feng too chose to remain uninvolved. Reassured by the fact that none of the criticisms were directed at him, Lin Feng found himself languishing at home, devoid of anything to occupy his time. Thus, he decided to indulge in some educational materials from Japan and South Korea. As for the cultivation of rice or the postpartum care of sows, those subjects were of little relevance to him at present. Instead, he opted to delve into the study of human anatomy from the aforementioned regions. Upon activating the 3D projector, he was struck by the immersive experience it provided, akin to being transported into the very scenes he observed. Engrossed in the material, he mused to himself that there was no legal transgression in reviewing educational content at home. After all, merely observing the antics of pigs was hardly a crime, despite his lack of direct experience with them. Chapter 38. Xiao Qiao's Preparations. Ugh. Scoundrel. Through her telescope, Xiao Qiao discerned, albeit vaguely, something inappropriate a few dozen meters away. Was this truly a live broadcast of If You're the One? In haste, she lowered the telescope, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This was certainly not a program suitable for a young lady. Although she resided across from Lin Feng, the distance of several dozen meters felt insignificant. Residing on the second floor of her building, while Lin Feng's abode was situated on the ground floor of a neighboring villa, the thick glass of Lin Feng's windows rendered the view somewhat unclear. Yet, it was akin to a pixelated image. No amount of distortion could obscure the essence of the content within. Was it true that a man's thoughts were so singularly focused? With a fortune exceeding 100 billion, what type of woman could he not attract? How peculiar it was for him to be alone at home, engrossed in educational materials. Xiao Qiao could not bear to continue watching. Having never even held a boy's hand, she had spent all these years sheltered under her brother's protection. Was this something she too was meant to learn? Surely, that would be too peculiar. She resolved not to follow in Lin Feng's footsteps, venturing further down the path of eccentricity. My ambition is to surpass Lin Feng and amass greater wealth, not to become a perverse version of him. After some contemplation, Jojo realized the necessity of preparation. Although the warehouse downstairs is equipped with a security door, such contraptions deter petty thieves, but not determined robbers. It is imperative that I reinforce it, and this must remain a secret, especially from Liang. Ying, I have heard that alcohol can invigorate the blood and dispel stasis. Let us indulge in a little drink at breakfast. It may hasten the recovery of your complexion. Jojo retrieved several boxes of wine stored in the house, intended for Qiao Feng's social engagements. Splendid, Jojo. With a 3-day holiday at hand, it is the perfect opportunity for us to enjoy ourselves. Li Ying, having applied ointment, felt significantly better and began to relax, readily agreeing. Jojo gathered the wine and some dishes. There was an abundance of leftovers from yesterday's cooking, which Qiao Feng had not returned to consume. A quick reheating in the morning would suffice. The two clinked glasses, and before long, Li Ying became inebriated. Jojo assisted her to the bed, observing as she drifted into slumber. Taking out the keys, Jojo descended the stairs to the warehouse. This particular structure is part of the Shishan Villa complex, nestled in a secluded area just beneath her own home. Furthermore, it bore banners for renovations, complete with contact numbers. A reasonable mind would not suspect the presence of provisions within, which lent Jojo a sense of security. Upon entering the warehouse, Jojo retrieved the welding machine and various steel bars, tools that Xiao Feng had employed for construction, all in abundance. Jojo resolved that reinforcing the space was prudent. One must prepare for every eventuality. Even if an apocalypse does not unfold, this warehouse contains 19 million worth of supplies, making it essential to safeguard it diligently. After all, Xiao Xiao hails from a humble background and is adept at using a welding machine. The steel bars utilized were merely leftover materials from the warehouse. Her brother's return meant that cutting them directly posed no significant challenge. After spending an entire day, she successfully welded the warehouse door shut, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Although she couldn't fathom why Lin Feng was perusing study materials at home, she found the situation exceedingly peculiar. Ever since their first encounter a month prior, Lin Feng had been stockpiling supplies and had ominously mentioned the impending apocalypse. He even jested that he was worth 2 sausages while Li Ying was worth 1, suggesting that if one craved sausages, they ought to seek him out. Xiao Xiao, however, had an entire warehouse brimming with food. Who would covet those 2 sausages? She had merely reinforced the warehouse, and with the banners from the ongoing renovation outside, it seemed unlikely to face problems anytime soon. After wiping the sweat from her brow, she returned home. Li Ying was still asleep, but judging by her complexion, the sunburn had significantly improved. Sitting quietly, Xiao Xiao began to ponder. Today, the outdoor temperature had soared to 40 degrees, which was nothing short of astonishing. It had been a millennium since Huanghai City had experienced such heat in January. The unusual circumstances hinted at something amiss. As a devoted enthusiast of apocalyptic scenarios, Xiao Xiao had personally designed Lin Feng's safe haven, and it was impossible for her not to feel a sense of unease regarding the potential arrival of the end times. Tonight, Li Ying must return home. Her presence was essential. She would prefer solitude over remaining at home alone. Resolute in her decision, Xiao Xiao planned to urge her to leave. With 2,000 yuan remaining in her account and Li Ying's home not far away, she was determined to pay an exorbitant fare for a taxi if necessary. Xiao Xiao, have I been sleeping all day? How is the situation today? Li Ying stretched lazily and then inquired of Xiao Xiao. In her eyes, this calamity would soon be resolved, as the authorities would surely not neglect them. Today is much better, Ying. Let us dine together. After our meal, I shall take a taxi to escort you home. Xiao Xiao had already formed a plan in her mind. It was now time to put it into action. All right, I have been here for several days, and my parents must be worried about me. Li Ying gave no further thought to it and nodded in agreement. Xiao Xiao went to prepare the meal while Li Ying sat on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Upon unlocking her device, she found a message from her mother. Ying, I couldn't reach you by phone. Have you encountered any trouble? I am quite worried. Is it safe there? Do you have enough to eat? If it is safe, please do not return home. Our neighborhood is a working-class area with many people of low quality, and the supermarkets have been ravaged. The few supplies we have left will only last your father and me for 2 or 3 days. Doesn't your classmate's family have considerable wealth? You must urge her to procure more supplies. Once your supermarket is emptied, it will be too late. Wait until the disaster has passed before returning home. Upon reading her mother's message, Li Ying frowned. Has the situation deteriorated to this extent? The primary reason for the severe shortage of goods in Huanghai City was Lin Feng, who had purchased an exorbitant amount of supplies, spending over 10 billion. 8 out of 10 warehouses surrounding Huanghai City now stood empty, a testament to the terror of monetary influence. Moreover, the highways remained closed, preventing rescue vehicles from other provinces from entering, which directly rendered Huanghai City a severely afflicted area lacking in resources. Lin Feng was the root cause of this crisis. Despite his wrongdoing, Lin Feng displayed a semblance of conscience. After all, he could have resorted to outright looting, yet he chose to pay instead. Mother, it's all right. I'll take a cab back after dinner. I still have 38,000 in my account. I'll stop by the supermarket to bring some food home. This disaster will pass in a few days. Li Ying clicked send, and after a while, her mother replied. Ying, listen to your mother. Whatever you do, do not come back. Even if you bring something, you won't be able to get through the community gates. There are a group of thugs blocking the entrance, robbing anyone with bags. Calling the police is futile. For some reason, the police station's phone is completely unreachable. Your father and I are fine. We can manage for 10 days or so at home. If you have money, hurry to the supermarket and buy supplies. Don't worry about the cost. If it's not enough, your parents will earn more for you. Li Ying pondered over her mother's message. After saving diligently, she had finally accumulated 38,000. Saving another 20,000 would be just enough to purchase a handbag. Use this money for food? Wouldn't that mean all her efforts were in vain? Anyway, Xiao Xiao had bought so much food that she wouldn't finish it all alone, so I might as well help her out. I understand, Mom. Please stay safe. I will stay at Xiao Xiao's for a few days and return after the disaster is over. A moment later, another message arrived. Ying, trust your mother. I don't know how much money you have, but money is only truly valuable when it is spent. I have 20,000 here. I'll transfer it to you right now. Listen to your mother. Go buy food immediately. Don't worry about the price. Even if it's stinky tofu. Just bring it home. Be good. Trust your mother. Ding. Then, a transfer of 20,000 yuan landed directly in Li Ying's phone. How nagging. Just like before. Always going on and on. Haha. Another 20,000 in hand. Now I can finally buy a handbag. Li Ying joyfully clicked to confirm her payment, glancing at Xiao Xiao, who was busy preparing dinner. It was already evening, and the fear of sunburn had dissipated. Li Ying's spirits brightened. Xiao Xiao, you continue cooking. I shall descend to purchase a few items, and will return shortly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao did not object. It seemed Li Ying intended to head home to bring back some provisions. Go ahead, I still need some time to finish the meal, she replied. With that, Li Ying opened the door and made her way downstairs. Chapter 39. Has the front door disappeared? Clad in a short skirt and black stockings, Li Ying descended the stairs. Despite having suffered from sunburn, her love for beauty remained undiminished. The night in the community was stifling, with temperatures hovering around 30 degrees, yet it was bustling with activity. People hurried about, laden with bags filled predominantly with food, beverages, and bottled water. Some astute individuals had even stocked up on cold remedies, anti-inflammatory drugs, and antibiotics. All rushing homeward. What a bunch of fools. Is it just hot weather? Will they truly consume all that food? Li Ying scoffed, swaying her hips as she exited. Ignored by those around her, she returned home to drop off her items before resolutely heading back downstairs towards the supermarket. The owners of the small supermarkets in the neighborhood were overjoyed, having sold off their year's worth of stock, even outdated canned goods, ham, and instant noodles, all at inflated prices. They had struck gold. Outside, the large comprehensive supermarket was in a frenzy. The food section, the fresh produce area, the grains and oils section, all were teeming with customers. Even with official mandates prohibiting price hikes, merchants found ways to circumvent the rules. Shopping bags cost 100 each. Each item required its own. Even if one purchased a single clove of garlic, it too had to be encased in a separate shopping bag. The prices of goods remain unchanged. And the charges for shopping bags are transparently reasonable, are they not? Such occurrences are persistently unfolding in the severely affected regions of Huaxia, with numerous streamers and bloggers broadcasting these events live to garner attention. Alas, there seems to be no oversight. Even calling the police yields no results. Yesterday, a significant portion of law enforcement engaged in rescue efforts sustained serious injuries, with 1/3 of them currently languishing in the ICU. Many individuals in frail health have tragically succumbed. The law enforcement system in Huaxia is utterly paralyzed, with lives to save. There is little energy left to address the trivial matter of supermarkets mandating the sale of shopping bags. Numerous people remain stranded on highways, some lying beneath overpasses. Those fortunate enough experience minimal suffering, passing away peacefully, while the unfortunate are trapped in their vehicles, exposed for 2 days before meeting their demise. The even more unfortunate find themselves ensnared in foliage, surviving but unable to escape, ultimately succumbing to thirst or heat. Huaxia has begun to recruit volunteers. The number of disaster victims is overwhelming, and the law enforcement system has collapsed, necessitating the enlistment of volunteers for rescue efforts. By becoming a volunteer, one is assured 3 meals a day and preferential consideration for future employment, provided they have no criminal record. Days are spent resting, while nights are dedicated to disaster relief. Many young individuals eagerly sign up to assist in disaster recovery, seizing the opportunity to serve their country. Conversely, there are also those who, unable to secure meals, reluctantly enroll. Yet, this group, accustomed to idleness, lacks organization and discipline, significantly impeding the pace of rescue operations. They seem more interested in merely filling their stomachs than contributing meaningfully. Li Ying, swaying her petite figure, made her way to the comprehensive supermarket, not in search of food, but rather to the section dedicated to imported handbags. The food vendors are nearing a state of chaos, while the luxury handbag section remains eerily desolate, with only a solitary salesperson present. Madam, what would you like to purchase? Feel free to browse. The attendant greets warmly upon noticing a customer. After all, it has been an entire day with only one visitor. How could she not provide exemplary service? I would like this limited edition donkey brand handbag. Please wrap it up for me. Liang swiftly responds, having long coveted this particular item. Certainly, Mississippi. This limited edition donkey bag is priced uniformly across the nation at $58,000. Will you be paying in cash or by card? The sales personnel have all been redirected to the food section, leaving her to assume both sales and cashier duties. WeChat payment, please scan my code. With a slight lift of her chin, Liang presents her payment code. Payment successful. Here is your receipt. We offer a 7-day no-reason return policy. Please keep it safe. The salesperson cheerfully packages the handbag and hands over the receipt. No need for the receipt. I won't be returning this bag, Liang declares as she tears the receipt in half and slings the handbag over her shoulder, exuding confidence. Turning with a sway of her hips, she makes her way back to Qiao Qiao's home, proudly adorned with her new acquisition. Upon reaching the entrance of her community, the situation has grown even more chaotic. Initially, there was some semblance of order when goods were still available for purchase. However, as prices began to skyrocket, panic ensued. The higher the prices climbed, the more they bought. Now, even those with money find it impossible to make purchases. Those without funds are left with no recourse, resorting to theft. I'm on the verge of starvation. I can't even repay my loans. Why should I care about anything else? In an instant, chaos erupted at the entrance of the community as numerous individuals, having just completed their shopping, found their belongings snatched away before they could even carry them home. Fortunately, this group of thieves was content with merely pilfering goods without resorting to violence. Despite the police force being incapacitated, they exhibited a semblance of rationality. This predicament was precisely why Li Ying's mother urged her to hasten in procuring food. Such incidents had long been commonplace in the dilapidated areas of urban redevelopment. Li Ying, clutching her newly purchased handbag with anxiety, regarded everyone around her with suspicion. My bag is so valuable. Surely no one would covet it, right? Suddenly, a man darted towards her with a singular intent, seizing her bag and fleeing at breakneck speed. Help! I've been robbed. Someone stole my bag. Why aren't you intervening? Li Ying yelled at the security guard, her voice laced with desperation. I paid 58,000 for this bag. It hasn't even warmed up in my hands before it was taken. Intervene? What do you expect me to do? The guard retorted, clearly fed up. I see you flaunting your superiority, always looking down on me as the doorman. Perhaps it's time you experience the loss yourself. The security guard, who had endured years of disdain, finally snapped. Recognizing Li Ying, who frequently berated him for merely watching the entrance, he shot back. The police are completely useless. I earn a meager $500 a month. Why should I risk my life for you? Li Ying, witnessing the guard's inaction, sprinted after her bag. That 58,000 yuan bag was her lifeline. It simply could not be stolen. After pursuing the thief for several dozen meters, the man, Song Chao, abruptly halted. He touched the bag and sensed something was amiss. Upon opening it, Song Chao found it completely empty. Damn it! Why on earth did this foolish woman go to such lengths to conceal nothing? Isn't this just wasting my time? Ugh! As a mere thug, Song Chao had no knowledge of luxury brands. He spat into the bag and tossed it straight into the trash. Considering the current situation, it mattered not if it were a luxury brand, whether it was a donkey or a horse. If it could not be consumed, it was utterly useless. What is wrong with you? You stole my bag, and now you toss it into the garbage? Li Ying chased after him, deeply distressed over her bag. Meanwhile, Song Chao was infuriated. You're chasing after an empty bag? Are you out of your mind? With that, he slapped her hard across the face, sending her to the ground, followed by a flurry of kicks. Song Chao, being a rogue with no savings, found himself in dire straits, with food prices skyrocketing. How could he survive without resorting to theft? Damn it, you waste my time. There's not even food to eat. Lawyer Zhang San said it himself. I could feast on giant pandas without facing legal repercussions. This is simply a matter of urgent necessity. As he continued to kick and curse, Li Ying, in pain, quickly begged for mercy. Do you want to eat? I have plenty of food at home. Please don't hit me. I can give you something. Upon hearing this, Song Chao halted. Nothing was more important to him at that moment than food. Where do you live? Take me there. Without food, I swear I'll end you. Song Chao looked at Li Ying with disdain, her face flushed, and found her utterly repulsive. Only with a full mind can one indulge in desires. It is hunger and cold that awaken the spirit of theft. Song Chao is currently unable to satiate his hunger, leaving him devoid of any interest. Very well. I shall take you there. I will provide you with a box of instant noodles. Please do not strike me, and I will refrain from alerting the authorities. Is that agreeable, my friend? Li Ying rose and rubbed her stomach. After enduring a beating, she had become considerably more compliant. After all, reporting to the police would be futile, so she might as well acquiesce. A box of instant noodles? Are you attempting to placate me like a beggar? You must add another box of sausages. Song Chao raised his hand, preparing to deliver another blow to Li Ying, who quickly shielded her face and hastily agreed. No more hitting. I will comply. Witnessing Li Ying's willingness to negotiate, Song Chao withdrew his hand. Lead the way. Li Ying, feeling aggrieved, nodded and began to guide him. As they passed a trash bin, she tenderly retrieved her designer bag. How much could a box of instant noodles possibly cost? My bag is worth 58,000. It is a limited edition. Had I known you desired instant noodles, you should have mentioned it earlier. Was it necessary to kick me? Clutching her bag, tears streamed down Li Ying's face. She was the only child in her family, raised in luxury, and had never encountered such a situation. Upon arriving at Xiao Qiao's doorstep, Li Ying, feeling wronged, said to Song Chao, "You claim to be my friend, yet there are others inside. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to let you take my things." All right. Do not dawdle. You can even call me your father. Quickly fetch me the items. I only desire food. I am not here to harm anyone. I am merely seeking an emergency refuge. Song Chao continued to rationalize his actions, reasoning that if he were to seize a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages, it would suffice for 10 or 8 days at home. I have no desire to resort to theft, yet alas, my household is out of provisions. Song Chao still possesses a semblance of humanity. It is merely that desperation has driven him to extremes. Even if Li Ying were to report this incident to the authorities, they would likely dismiss it, as it involves a sum under 2,000 yuan, which does not warrant formal investigation. Xiao, open the door. It's me. I've arrived. Li Ying rapped lightly on the door, prompting Xiao to approach and unlock it. Upon opening the door, Xiao was taken aback by the sight of Li Ying. Her cheeks flushed and eyes red, accompanied by an unfamiliar man, which stirred a sense of unease within her. What has transpired? Xiao inquired. Xiao, this is my friend. We have run out of supplies at home. Could we borrow a box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausages for emergency provisions? Li Ying spoke in a feeble tone, while Song Chao awkwardly scratched his head. On one hand, Song Chao marveled at Xiao's beauty. He felt embarrassed as he fidgeted with his foot. In the past, he would have welcomed the opportunity to engage with such a stunning woman. Yet this time he found himself asking for food instead. How utterly humiliating. Xiao eyed the peculiar duo at her doorstep, heightening her vigilance. However, upon reflection, it was now the year 2050. Even if there were a solar flare disrupting global communications, it hardly signified the apocalypse. Could it truly be that within a mere 2 days, I would resort to violence against them? Wouldn't that indicate a severe psychological affliction, perhaps paranoia or schizophrenia? Shaking her head, Xiao cast aside those dangerous thoughts. Such notions could lead to impulsive actions, resulting in a lifetime of regret, perhaps even reduced to subsisting on peanuts. Moreover, borrowing from neighbors is quite a commonplace occurrence, is it not? Surely, I cannot allow a trivial matter of food to compel me to harm my dear friend and neighbor. Would Lin Feng, for that matter, act in... Very well, I shall fetch it for you. In her heart, Xiao was reluctant to give, but with Li Ying having already spoken up, it would seem inhumane not to share even this small token with a dear friend of many years. Xiao entered the inner room, retrieved a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages, and made her way to the door. Upon seeing the offerings, Song Chao's eyes lit up with joy as he eagerly accepted them. Thank you, beautiful. Once this calamity passes, I shall repay you double. Xiao offered no reply, while Song Chao, delighted, returned home with his bounty. He filled his own stomach, ensuring his family would not go hungry. But would the disaster truly last for another 10 days? Surely, the authorities must be inept. Li Ying, with her head bowed, timidly remarked, Xiao, I shouldn't have borrowed food from you for my friend, should I? How much do I owe you? I'll repay you. Xiao cast a glance at Li Ying, her resolve to send her away that very night solidifying within her heart, yet she maintained her composure. It's nothing. It's not worth much. What did you bring to eat? Come in and share. As Xiao invited Li Ying into the house, Li Ying walked in with her head down, concealing the fact that she had purchased a bag. The supermarket is all out. I couldn't buy anything. Xiao. My mother called to say it's inconvenient at home right now. May I stay with you for a few days? After all, We've been such good friends for so long, and you've bought so much. Surely a few days here won't matter? Upon hearing Li Ying's words, Xiao Xiao's brow furrowed. She sensed that things were more complicated than they appeared. This scenario felt increasingly reminiscent of the apocalyptic novels she had read. Xiao Xiao's rational mind insisted that Li Ying could not be allowed to remain in her home, yet her emotions tugged at her, recalling the deep bond they had shared since childhood. In times of hardship, one cannot turn a blind eye to the struggles of those close to them. If a dear friend is in need, how can one refrain from offering assistance? Does this not create a chasm between us? You seem to be distancing yourself with such remarks. You have no issues settling in until the school year begins. Xiao Xiao shook her head, dispelling the unrealistic thoughts swirling in her mind. Surely, the situation cannot spiral out of control? She is not the cold-hearted capitalist Lin Feng. She must extend a helping hand to her friends in distress. Moreover, it is only January 2nd. Even if the world were to face an apocalypse, the pace of events could not possibly be so swift. Every household must have some provisions stored away for a few days, right? However, Xiao had miscalculated one crucial element, the butterfly effect instigated by Lin Feng's rebirth. Lin Feng had invested billions, depleting the surrounding areas of Huanghai City of food supplies well in advance. Although he did not resort to theft, the outcome was nearly indistinguishable from it. Otherwise, Song Chao and the others would not have resorted to robbing others for mere sustenance. They truly had no money or food left. Without nourishment, they would inevitably face starvation. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. During this time, I will assist you with household chores, laundry, and cooking. I cannot simply take advantage of your hospitality. Li Ying exclaimed with delight, readily agreeing. All right then, let us eat. If we delay any longer, the dishes will grow cold. The meal laid before them was modest, consisting of shredded pork with green peppers and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Vegetables do not retain their freshness for long, so it is best to consume them promptly. Over the course of the meal, the two shared some wine. Li Ying had a low tolerance, and before long, Xiao Xiao had managed to pour her more than she could handle. Upon noticing that Li Ying had succumbed to slumber, Xiao Xiao picked up her friend's bag. Li Ying had been staying here for several days, yet Xiao Xiao had never seen this particular bag before, not being particularly knowledgeable about designer brands. She took out her phone, opened an online store, and took a picture to search for it. Her eyes widened in astonishment. A limited edition bag from a luxury brand? The nationwide unified price is 58,000. After placing Li Ying's bag down, Xiao Xiao felt that Li Ying's mind must have been struck by a donkey. Coming from an ordinary family, with her father earning 6,000 a month as a rideshare driver and her mother making 3,000 working part-time at a restaurant, it would take her family half a year of frugal living to afford that bag. If only you were Lin Feng, it would be different. You spend 58,000 just for a meal. How can you not feel a twinge of sympathy for your parents? Alas, purchasing the bag is Li Ying's prerogative. Xiao Xiao is not her parents and has no authority to intervene. Sigh, why do I feel that keeping you at my home might have been a monumental mistake? Glancing at Li Ying sprawled on the bed, Xiao Xiao let out a deep breath. Surely, the apocalypse hasn't truly arrived, has it? That would be utterly absurd. Taking out her night vision binoculars, she thought to check what that unscrupulous merchant Lin Feng was up to at home. If he starts selling supplies, she too must join in. She cannot allow those supplies to spoil in her possession. Upon looking outside, she was taken aback. The entrance of the community was in chaos. People were fighting frantically, and some lay in pools of blood, uncertain of their fate. The situation outside was deteriorating rapidly. Those unable to secure supplies had resorted to armed robbery. Oh my goodness! What has happened to this world? Has everyone gone mad? Xiao Xiao was startled. They lived on the second floor. Just below was the storage room. It was not only the second floor height that felt unsafe. If others discovered the supplies below, what would the consequences be? Xiao Xiao dared not contemplate further. Why did I choose to buy a second-floor apartment for convenience during power outages instead of opting for a higher floor? She deeply regretted not purchasing a top-floor unit. Had she done so, she wouldn't have to worry about such matters at all. There is no time for sleep. I must hasten to reinforce the house. Otherwise, it may be too late. With no time to ponder Lin Feng's activities, Xiao Xiao rose, descended the stairs, and entered the warehouse to gather supplies. She carried the electric welder, rebar, and electric drill into the house. Chapter 41. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. After transporting the tools and materials upstairs, she began by reinforcing the front door. Although the security door was of decent quality, it still lacked sufficient protection. An additional layer of iron bars was imperative. Xiao Xiao was reluctant to add them externally, for that would reveal the uniqueness of her door, thus exposing the presence of supplies within her home. What a folly that would be. She set to work, welding an iron-barred gate from the inside, prioritizing safety over aesthetics. After 2 hours of labor, the door was secured, and Xiao Xiao turned her attention to the security windows. Li Ying, her dear friend, was sleeping soundly, utterly oblivious and incapable of lending a hand. After a long night of toil, Xiao Xiao finally reinforced all the doors and windows. Fortunately, being a student of architecture, she was adept with tools, and her brother, who undertook construction projects, provided her with the necessary materials. On the morning of January 3rd at 7 a.m., after a night of hard work, Xiao Xiao finally completed her tasks. She picked up her binoculars to observe Lin Feng's activities. This was no longer about hoarding supplies for profit. It was a matter of life and death. Lin Feng was engrossed in his phone, enjoying breakfast and sipping red wine. Through the hazy view of his table, Xiao Xiao swallowed hard. Was that an Alaska king crab over a meter long? Though it was indistinct, she could still make it out. Indeed, the breakfast of the wealthy was so extravagantly accessible. Lin Feng took a few bites before carelessly tossing the remainder to Abe beside him, not even bothering to lift his head. His audacity was infuriating. I have yet to taste king crab, and he dares to feed it to a dog. Turning my gaze to the peacefully sleeping Fengzi, I shook my head. It seems you will never experience the luxurious meals that Abe enjoys in this lifetime. Why is there such a disparity among dogs? Enough of this. I should focus on breakfast. The heat is unbearable, and the vegetables I purchased days ago are on the verge of rotting. Today, I shall prepare a vegetable salad and some cold dishes. At this moment, Li Ying rubbed her eyes and rose from bed. Xiao Xiao, is there still plenty of meat in the fridge? Why are we eating so healthily every day? Hearing Li Ying's words, Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes. Many people are struggling for food. You should be grateful for what you have. Are you in a position to be choosy? Do you think you are Lin Feng? Why not seek him out for king crab? However, thinking of Lin Feng, Xiao Xiao felt a twinge of curiosity. Didn't he claim in the group that he had lost 10 billion in supplies? How could he still be so leisurely indulging in king crab? He certainly does not appear to be lacking in resources. As a property owner, Xiao Xiao is naturally part of the community group, though she mostly observes without commenting. It seems that the grand steel fortress occupying 1,000 square meters is likely brimming with supplies. Contemplating this, Xiao Xiao wondered if her own modest storage was somewhat inadequate. There is no choice. It is the beginning phase of her venture. Once order is restored and she sells her stock, she will undoubtedly make a substantial profit. I must admit, Lin Feng has an exceptional eye for opportunity. Following him has indeed spared me from taking unnecessary detours. Upon contemplating this, Jojo felt a pang of concern for Xiao Feng. With lives already claimed in their community, what fate awaited the constructions? She placed the cold dishes on the dining table, indifferent to Li Ying's presence, thinking to herself that she had no desire to cater to her whims. Grabbing her phone, she sent a WeChat message to her brother. Brother, you possess 180 million. Surely your stockpile of supplies surpasses mine? How are things on your end? The neighborhood is in chaos. Lives were lost during the scramble for resources yesterday. With your wealth, how much have you procured? Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, his face smeared with dried blood, sat in the shade of an unfinished building, cradling a bowl of instant noodles. Not far from him, the lifeless bodies of over a dozen individuals lay strewn about, while a group of workers huddled around a large pot, consuming instant noodles with fierce determination in their eyes. I'm fine. I've amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies. 180 million is enough for a lifetime. What about you? Have you managed to secure any food? Is your home safe? If things get dire, I can bring you to the construction site tonight. Xiao Feng was reluctant to take Jojo to the site. He had exorbitantly spent 10 million at an inflated price to procure supplies, which had drawn the attention of a neighboring construction crew. Starved of resources, they attempted to seize his supplies, leading to a violent clash that resulted in numerous casualties on both sides before the fighting ceased. Fortunately, Xiao Feng's team was numerous enough to repel the attackers, yet he remained anxious about Jojo's safety at home, equally concerned that the construction site might be more perilous. It seemed as if, overnight, the world had become devoid of safe havens. However, upon hearing her brother had secured 180 million worth of supplies, Jojo felt a sense of relief. In comparison to his vast stockpile, her own 20 million seemed trivial, rendering it unnecessary to mention it to her brother. When Lin Feng was selling supplies, he informed his brother to join him in the venture. This time, They were bound to reap substantial profits. With his brother's 180 million and Jojo's 20 million, they were certain to achieve at least 5 of their modest goals. Indeed, emulating the affluent is the swiftest path to success. In an instant, Jojo's spirits brightened considerably, alleviating the troubles that had been lingering in her mind due to Li Ying residing at home. Her brother had 180 million in supplies. Jojo had 20 million. Surely, this was the rhythm of prosperity. Moreover, with the bustling construction site and ample supplies, surely nothing could go awry. Unbeknownst to Jojo, her brother, Xiao Feng, had already invested 170 million in land. The supplies he acquired for 10 million at 10 times the market price were hardly substantial. If he truly possessed 180 million in supplies, he would have long since brought Jojo home instead of boasting online. Everything is fine at home, brother. The money you gave me wasn't squandered. I invested it in supplies. I have stocked 5 refrigerators with meat and plenty of snacks. Should you find yourself in need of food, just let me know. You'll have more than enough when you return home. Upon reading Jojo's message, Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that his sister was faring better than he was brought him comfort. With so many brothers depending on him, returning home was not an option. That meager amount of meat and snacks would barely last a few days. Xiao Feng, having ascended from a construction worker to a contractor, understood well the struggles of laborers. He could not bear to abandon his brothers in their time of need. The most crucial aspect is that we cannot return. This is a path of no return. There is no way to bring my sister along. Jojo has begun to fill every available container, bathtubs, buckets, anything that can hold water, because intermittent water supply will commence from today onwards. Food in the house must remain concealed from prying eyes. If anyone asks to borrow provisions, simply state that we have run out. Trust me, dear brother will not lead you astray. Should danger arise, swiftly call me. I will arrange for someone to bring you to the construction site. Last night, Xiao Feng took a life, so he is reluctant to bring Jojo over unless absolutely necessary. He is aware that his life is now irrevocably altered. Once order is restored, he will surely face imprisonment. This is precisely why Xiao Feng wishes to avoid contact with Jojo. He does not want to implicate his sister. Jojo is still in university, with a promising future ahead. Associating with a group of murderers would undoubtedly ruin her life. Understood, brother. If you find yourself lacking provisions, just send me a message. There is more than enough sustenance at home, so do not worry. I have resources amounting to 180 million. What do you have to compare? Conserve water diligently. And call me if anything arises. In this dire situation, Xiao Feng still attempts to maintain an image. Alas, as a devoted brother, even in death, he must uphold that facade. Brother Xiao, our hands are stained with blood now. What shall we do in the future? After finishing their instant noodles, one worker, his face a portrait of despair, asked Xiao Feng. Let us take it one day at a time. Clean all the iron barrels on the site, store water, and hide them in the dim corners. If they come to rob us, we will be the first to act. We have grounds to stand firm in any legal battles. Please bring the piling machine for the excavation equipment. Everyone, take precautions against the sun. If the heat becomes unbearable, do not hesitate to retreat indoors for a respite. This calamity is uncertain in duration. We must excavate 10 wells before the water supply ceases. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves in dire straits. Xiao Feng set down his bowl, exhibiting remarkable resolve. Had Lin Feng witnessed this, he would undoubtedly commend Xiao Feng for his actions. There is no fault to be found in Xiao Feng's endeavors. The most pressing concern at present is water. The act of taking lives pales in comparison. Soon, one cannot boast of their survival without having taken dozens of lives. Fortunately, Xiao Feng's engineering team is well equipped. The workers, seasoned in sun protection, commenced drilling with the piling machine. For sun protection, these workers are quite adept. They apply a mixture of water and yellow mud to their faces, necks, and exposed skin. Though it may appear unseemly, it is far more effective than sunscreen. Xiao Feng's equipment is comprehensive, for without the piling machine, the task of drilling 10 wells would be no simple feat. Although the water extracted from these wells may be dark and murky, it is certainly preferable to having no water at all. With no option for retreat, Xiao Feng's hands are already stained with blood. There is no turning back. Chapter 42. No princess life. Yet afflicted by princess syndrome, the calamity in Huanghai City has escalated to alarming levels, largely attributable to Lin Feng's actions. He has effectively depleted the surrounding resources of edible goods. Otherwise, such a crisis would not have arisen so swiftly. Meanwhile, Li Ying, the pampered individual afflicted with princess syndrome, expresses her discontent with the cold dishes prepared by Qiao Qiao for breakfast. After a few bites, she huffily discarded her chopsticks in frustration. With a furrowed brow, Qiao Qiao remained silent, seemingly unable to comprehend the current situation. She quietly finished her meal, even consuming the half bowl of rice that Li Ying had left behind. After dining, she tidied up the dishes and, recalling her brother's words, filled every vessel in the house capable of holding water, including the bathtub. While there was still a cart full of bottled water in the storeroom, she had no intention of using it unless absolutely necessary. Upon returning to the room, she found Li Ying engrossed in her phone, surrounded by a pile of snack bags that had been opened but barely touched. Ying, are you not wasting food? Qiao Qiao thought to herself. If you wish to eat, I have no objection, but you cannot be so careless with the packaging. Qiao Qiao felt genuine frustration. In these times, people were fighting over a single pack of instant noodles, and while she had urged Li Ying to stockpile supplies, she had squandered money on an extravagant bag for 58,000. Regret washed over Qiao Qiao as she pondered why she had insisted on keeping Li Ying around yet. With no royal lineage, she seemed afflicted by a princess complex. Her brother earned millions each year, yet she refrained from splurging on cosmetics or designer bags. Fully aware that Xiao Feng's hard-earned money did not come easily, not everyone had the luxury of lounging idly while accumulating wealth like Lin Feng. After years of frugality, she had managed to save enough to purchase this apartment and the storage unit downstairs outright. Li Ying, how much do your parents earn each month? How could they raise you to be this way? She thought. This food is unappetizing. I refuse to eat. Qiao Qiao, you have changed. You used to never concern yourself with me. Li Ying began to act cute and clingy, rubbing against Qiao Qiao's arm. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Qiao reflected that had it not been for their shared history, having attended school together since childhood, she would have expelled Li Ying from her life. Even dogs raised by Lin Feng can be discarded at will. This is truly arduous. Moreover, even if the world were to meet its end, the authorities cannot possibly oversee everyone. Surely they would not neglect to issue a notification? The officials are always the first to disseminate information. It cannot be that dire. Contemplating this, Qiao Qiao resolved to endure, believing that if she bore it for a few days, perhaps it would pass. Li Ying, from this moment forth, should you wish to reside here, I shall establish 3 rules. First, you may consume the provisions, but wastage is strictly forbidden. You must finish one item before you can partake of another. Second, not a single drop of water may be squandered. You must drink only what you pour. Third, you are prohibited from bringing any friends to our home to take food. What transpired yesterday was the first and shall be the last occurrence. Upon hearing Qiao Qiao's vehement outburst, Li Ying was momentarily taken aback. With tears welling in her eyes, she pondered, after all these years of friendship, could it truly be that these few meager snacks held greater value? This is the reality of our current plight. The disaster is not yet over. And my food supply is scarce. Normally, I would refuse even if you offered me food freely. Woe is me. Qiao Qiao, why do you shout at me? Is it merely over a few snacks? If you find me so intolerable, I shall return home. Let the sun scorch me to death. As Li Ying wept and hastily packed her belongings, it was evident that she had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Qiao Qiao was on the verge of losing her composure, ready to erupt. Yet, faced with the disobedient Li Ying, how could she, after all these years of camaraderie, stand idly by and watch her perish? The temperature outside had already reached 50 degrees. Were it not for the air conditioning within their abode, it would surely be life-threatening. If Li Ying stepped outside now, her demise would be inevitable. After all these years of friendship, would it be so difficult for you to heed my words? Am I truly someone who would wish you harm? Qiao Qiao shouted once more at Li Ying, and then she recalled in Bei. Lin Feng's attitude towards Abe is stark: comply or perish. Having experienced this firsthand, it seems that Qiao Qiao is beginning to comprehend Lin Feng's perspective. What is it that you desire, if you refuse to heed my counsel while I provide for you? Is it truly a quest for discomfort? The journey from belittling Lin Feng, to questioning him, to understanding him, and ultimately becoming and surpassing him requires a period of adaptation. Qiao Qiao has progressed from disparaging Lin Feng and questioning him to reaching a stage of comprehension. What remains is to embody Lin Feng and transcend him. Li Ying, this is your final opportunity. The moment the authorities announce the apocalypse, you must vacate. There is no alternative. In 3 days of the apocalypse, all of China will be on holiday. Everyone harbors a glimmer of hope. Very well. I shall heed your wishes. But I have a condition. Every meal must include meat. With the quantity you have stockpiled, it will spoil if frozen too long. Li Ying's initial stance was merely a fade. She has no intention of leaving. Her mother has already lamented their dwindling supplies. And with so much food at Xiao Xiao's residence, what will she eat if she departs? Fine, fine. Xiao Xiao waved her hand, indicating that this is the final boundary of my forbearance, so agree for now. Xiao Xiao aspires to emulate Lin Feng's ruthless demeanor, yet this transformation, after all, even a dog nurtured for many years forms an attachment, how much more so for a living person like Li Ying? Ah, Xiao Xiao, you are indeed remarkable. Observing Xiao Xiao relent, Li Ying quickly embraced her. As long as there is meat at every meal, the issue is manageable. Just then, a notification chimed on Xiao Xiao's phone. Upon opening it, she discovered someone was tagging all members. Dear family of Shishan Biayuan, my father passed away last night. I am unable to reach the crematorium, and the hospital's phone lines are down. What should I do? After it cools down, I intend to slice and prepare it cold. How could this happen? My father is gone. Do you think I am jesting? Where do you reside? I shall come and prepare it for you. Subsequently, another individual who mentioned cold preparation shared a photograph with a poignant note. I am not joking. My mother passed away the night before last, and I am at a loss for what to do. In this sweltering heat, if I keep her at home for a few more days, it will surely spoil. What am I to do? A few minutes passed with no responses in the group. It seems many have experienced loss, leaving the atmosphere rather desolate. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, observing the silence, contemplated offering a pragmatic suggestion to dry the remains on the rooftop for future needs. This has become a common practice in the face of mortality in these apocalyptic times. With temperatures soaring to 60 degrees and intense UV radiation, one could desiccate a body within a day, turning it into a mummy within 3. When provisions run scarce, these dried slices could be grilled, yielding a flavor akin to ham, albeit slightly tangy, sustaining one for a while. It is a grim yet necessary measure. One cannot simply wait to starve. After musing on this, Lin Feng clicked delete. You may proceed as you wish. I, Wang Lin Feng, need not concern myself with your fates. In this oppressive heat, allowing decay to foster disease will teach you a lesson. I advise those who have lost loved ones not to dwell excessively in sorrow, for calamities are beyond anyone's control. Each floor's top level remains unoccupied, where families place their deceased loved ones, as the intense ultraviolet rays can eradicate all pathogens. Once order is restored, the families will reclaim the bodies, transporting them to the crematorium for a respectful farewell. Neglecting the remains at home would lead to rapid decomposition and the proliferation of bacteria, posing a significant risk of a new epidemic. The speaker, a woman named Liang Xiaoyu, is identified as a doctor upon Lin Feng's glance at her credentials. Lin Feng acknowledges her expertise, recognizing this as the most prudent method for handling corpses in the current circumstances. Moreover, in the event of a food shortage, this approach could serve as an emergency measure. Should I dig a grave for my father? Would such an act betray his memory? The man mourning his father, a devoted son, cannot bear to let him decay within the confines of their home. Thus he must resort to burial. Just then, Wang Guifan from the residence committee interjects, asserting, "This is a residential area, not your private property. Do you intend to bury him here? Buried in the flower bed or the green belt? Do you wish for the calamity to conclude only for everyone to dance atop your father's grave? This is an act of treachery, harming both others and oneself. Devoid of loyalty, filial piety, compassion, and righteousness." After a long absence, Wang Guifan has risen once more, now operating in an invincible mode from the pinnacle of morality. The homeowners, upon seeing Wang Guifan speak, feel an urge to berate her. It is this old wretch who forbids them from stockpiling supplies. And by the time they wish to hoard, the supermarkets have been stripped bare. Now, even with wealth, they find themselves unable to spend. Why does this old wretch not depart from this world sooner? Alas, the topic is too grave. So many have lost loved ones, and to chastise Wang Guifan at this moment would be a mark of disrespect towards the deceased, would it not? The deceased hold precedence. Perhaps it is best to defer the reprimanding until another day. Dear homeowner, I empathize with your sentiments. Yet I am merely adhering to the recommendations put forth by medical professionals. The burial of the deceased within the community has adversely affected the normal lives of all homeowners. Such practices are both unreasonable and unlawful. Furthermore, the land within the community is limited. If all homeowners were to bury their deceased, there would simply not be enough space, leading to the proliferation of bacteria and the potential for an outbreak. Heed my advice. It is best to place them on the rooftop, meticulously documenting their identity, time of death, and cause of death. Once order is restored, transporting them collectively to the crematorium for incineration would be the most prudent course of action. Dr. Liang Qiuyu continues to patiently counsel those mourning their loved ones in the group, yet the majority remain unconvinced by his approach. Although Liang Qiuyu's arguments are sound and persuasive, who among us can bear the heartlessness of exposing their kin to the harshness of the rooftop? The atmosphere in the group plummeted to a chilling silence, with no one daring to speak, rendering the ambience distinctly eerie. Jojo set down his phone and glanced at Liang before adding her to the owner's group chat. Take a look at the current situation outside, and you will understand why I have set these strict rules for you, he said. Liang checked her phone and scrolled through the chat records. In an instant, her eyes widened in shock. Is it true that even the deceased have no place to be buried? What on earth is the government doing? Can they even function? If they cannot, they should promptly change their leaders. At that moment, Lin Feng smiled slightly and sent 2 exclusive red envelopes in the group chat for the 2 bereaved owners. One is for 10,000 yuan. Although I, Lin Feng, do not partake in your meals, I wish to offer you a small token of comfort. May you find solace in your grief, for the deceased deserve our utmost respect. Please accept this humble gesture. After a while, the 2 recipients accepted the red envelopes and were astonished to find 10,000 yuan each. Indeed, Lin Feng is quite affluent. This amount is sufficient for a complete funeral service. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lin. My father, in the afterlife, will surely appreciate your kindness. Many say you are merciless due to your wealth, yet from this action, I perceive you as a conscientious businessman, not a mere merchant. Your goodwill is truly felt. Then, with disdain, they remarked about Wang Guifan from the neighborhood committee. What a pretentious figure, pretending to be dead when there are issues, yet popping up when it suits her. How blind is fate to allow that old hag to continue living? They called out, Wang Guifan, hurry and contribute. Aren't you representing the authorities? Step up and say something. In the group, Lin Feng's gesture of 2 red envelopes totaling 20,000 yuan instantly elevated his reputation as a generous and wise benefactor. The conversation has escalated to a point where Wang Guifan is being relentlessly criticized. Numerous individuals have sent photographs, revealing that there have been deaths in their households as well. A plea for comfort directed towards Lin has emerged. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, seemingly bored, has taken to offering extravagant red envelopes of 10,000 yuan to anyone who shares images of deceased relatives. With his bank balance reduced to mere digits, it won't be long before even a single sausage will be out of his reach. Lin Feng inundates the group chat with expressions of condolence through his generous red envelopes, much to the chagrin of the community committee member, Wang Guifan. Those who receive his monetary gifts express their gratitude towards Lin Feng's lavishness, while simultaneously deriding Wang Guifan's ineffectiveness. Lin Feng, are you seeking trouble with me? Just because you have wealth, do you think you are superior? Do you believe that money grants you the freedom to act without restraint? Wang Guifan, incensed, switches off her phone, unwilling to endure further slander. In contrast, Zheng Xia furrows her brow slightly and addresses Wang Guifan, saying, Mom, why are you upset? Our family has stockpiled enough supplies to last 2 months for the 4 of us. While Lin Feng may possess wealth, he has no instant noodles left at home. In a few days, he will face starvation. When he eventually seeks assistance in the group, we can then teach him a lesson. Upon hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Wang Guifan nods in agreement. Indeed, patience is essential for greater strategies. I wonder how much longer you can be so arrogant, Lin Feng. You have no idea that the price of a single sausage has skyrocketed to 100 yuan. It has increased 100-fold and is still unattainable. Yet you continue to frivolously squander money in the group? You are quite the spendthrift. Very well, I shall not engage with him further. I will prepare some noodles for breakfast. We can afford it. Let us add sausages and eggs. Regaining her confidence, Wang Guifan sets to work, while Zheng Xia smiles as she glances at her phone. Zheng Xia, at the age of 28, is a model of exceptional beauty and physique. After marrying the 33-year-old Li Wu 3 years ago, she has ceased her modeling career due to age considerations and now embraces the role of a full-time housewife. Li Wu is a notorious figure in Huanghai City, a powerful underworld leader who operates in both legal and illicit spheres. Zheng Xia, a modest model, succumbed to Li Wu's financial allure and became his wife. Observing Lin Feng, who is extravagantly showering money in the chat group, Zheng Xia is filled with disdain. This group of affluent individuals revels in showcasing their wealth during such moments, capturing screenshots to bolster their online popularity. However, little do they realize that no one will remember them. Soon, they will find themselves in dire straits. When hunger strikes, who among those who accepted your red envelopes will come to your aid? Zheng Xuya sets her phone aside, ignoring Lin Feng's frivolous spending. Meanwhile, the others remain blissfully unaware of her sentiments, happily accepting Lin Feng's generous red envelope of 10,000 yuan, while simultaneously hurling a few insults at Wang Guifan. Lin Feng continues his spree, and after an extensive display of generosity, he still possesses 1.06 million yuan in his account. Has no one shared the sorrowful news of a family member's passing? This is Lin Feng's peculiar amusement. Since they are wealthy and cannot spend their money freely, why not indulge in a bit of fun? It is certainly more entertaining than playing casual games. Lin Feng picks up a leg of king crab and takes a hearty bite, genuinely satisfied this time. The remnants are carelessly tossed to Abe, a testament to his carefree nature. Standing by the window, he casts a glance at the building across the way. How many days can Xiao Xiao endure? Will she be swiftly met with a grim fate? Pondering this, he shrugs it off. The West Mountain Villa is vast. There are plenty of women to be found. The loss of one Xiao Xiao is inconsequential. Little does Lin Feng know. As he gazes toward the opposite building, Jojo was peering through the telescope, observing the indistinct figure outside the window. While glancing at her phone, she pondered, is Lin Feng's money truly so enticing? In just a short while, he has sent out over 1.5 million. What could be his motive? She scratched her head, feeling an urge to emulate Lin Feng by sending red envelopes in the group chat. However, with merely 2,000 in her account and over 150 people to cater to, could she possibly distribute 10 each? That would be utterly embarrassing. Regardless, she decided to mirror Lin Feng's actions, though she remained perplexed by the reasoning behind his maneuvers. Ultimately, she abandoned the idea of sending red envelopes, lacking both the funds and the capability. Instead, she resolved to continue learning from Lin Feng. After all, she had followed his lead thus far, and every step had proven correct. It was evident that the perspectives of the affluent differed greatly from those of the average individual. When will you be selling supplies? On that day, I shall sell too. I refuse to believe I cannot make a profit. Chapter 44. The Value of a Sausage Ding. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone chimed. Upon checking, he noticed a stranger had requested to add him as a friend. Curious, he clicked on the profile picture and found it somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered her. Since he was feeling idle, Lin Feng took a sip of red wine and accepted the request without hesitation. Lin Xiao, do you remember me? We have met before. It's Ying. Before Lin Feng could respond, a message from Li Ying appeared in the chat. He scratched his head, contemplating the truth of her words. Ying, I seem to have a vague recollection, but it's not vivid. He typed out a simple inquiry. Who are you? Lin Feng chose his words carefully, mindful to remain polite in this early stage of the apocalypse. The profile picture was striking, showcasing a woman with long flowing hair and a short black skirt. She is the woman Lin Feng envisions, at least scoring a 9 out of 10. What if a young girl, unable to resist her hunger, seeks his expertise in software hardening engineering? Lin Xiao, you truly have a forgetful nature. A month ago, at the night market, with sausages, Li Ying hastily recalled the keywords, which enlightened Lin Feng. Was it that girl, standing at 165 centimeters, weighing 66 kilograms, adorned in vibrant attire, who devoured his grilled sausage? Lin Feng pondered. She was merely average. Her makeup was excessively heavy, masking the true nature hidden beneath. If she were a ghost, wouldn't he suffer a considerable loss over his sausage? Was she a virgin? For a single sausage, would she come to keep him company for a night? I, Lin Feng, am a man of my word. Upon seeing Lin Feng's message, Li Ying was taken aback. Is this the realm of the affluent? You lavishly distribute hundreds of thousands in red envelopes in the group, yet seek to win me over with just a sausage? Am I the one unwell, or are you? This is nothing short of an affront. At the very least, you should offer 10 million. You've already given away over 1 million in red envelopes. Do you truly lack that 10 million? 10 million for a night. Just think of how many cosmetics or handbags I could purchase. I could even buy a second-hand car and still account for depreciation. Moreover, I, a living being, would be reduced to second-hand. Li Ying pouted at her phone, filled with fury. She had presumed that with her beauty, Lin Feng would be eager to please her. To her shock, despite seeing him lavishly distribute red envelopes, she had contemplated marrying him, only to be met with a mere sausage. Enraged, she typed furiously, cursing Lin Feng as a lunatic. As she neared the end of her tirade, she clicked delete. Wealthy individuals often harbor peculiar preferences. That is quite normal. And I am not irate. I may be a virgin, but Lin Xiao, a single sausage is simply insufficient. I observed in the group that you distributed red envelopes worth millions. If I were to accompany you for just one night, my entire life would be irrevocably altered. Could you possibly offer a fair price? Li Ying is indeed a maiden. It is not that she does not desire intimacy, but she has simply been unable to find a suitable suitor. Now that a wealthy patron has emerged, she must raise her asking price. In her mind, Li Ying's worth is a staggering 10 million. As long as Lin Feng is willing to provide her with this sum, she is indifferent to the number of individuals that may arrive tonight or their true nature. Upon reading Li Ying's message, Lin Feng clicked on her profile to explore her social media. Her account was replete with photographs, stockings, fishnets, cosplay, travel, seaside vistas, and the desolate expanse of the northern desert. It must be said that Li Ying's online presence successfully piqued Lin Feng's interest. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Feng is a gentleman who conceals his abilities, waiting for the opportune moment to act. As a virgin himself, he yearns for a beautiful maiden. Is this demand truly excessive? After all, Lin Feng harbors a psychological aversion to anything secondhand, considering it too tainted. Moreover, in the wake of the apocalypse, diseases have spread rampantly, with 9 out of 10 individuals afflicted. Without securing a pristine maiden, Lin Feng finds himself unable to proceed. I, King Lin Feng, have amassed a considerable stockpile of resources. If I were to perish due to illness, it would be an utter tragedy. Exiting her social media, Lin Feng sent a message to Li Ying. Li Ying stared at Lin Feng's terse reply in bewilderment. A month ago, you were speaking of sausages, and now you continue to mention them? Is there nothing else in your mind besides sausages? I currently have over 100,000 worth of snacks at home. Are any of them less delectable than sausages? Lin Xiao, please do not jest with me. You reside in a mansion worth over 100 million and drive a sports car valued at 30 million. Are you seriously offering me just 2 sausages? Is this an outrageous joke? Li Ying was genuinely furious. 2 sausages were hardly sufficient for a meal, and this was nothing short of an insult. Lin Feng glanced at the messages on his phone, then perused Li Ying's social media posts. To be honest, Lin Feng also yearned for his first experience, as it held a certain beauty, and besides, Li Ying was not lacking in charm. In just a few months, finding an untouched maiden would prove more challenging than locating an unclaimed storage facility. Women with even a hint of beauty were often snatched away, with even young girls of 8 years not spared. After some contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to compromise slightly. After all, it wouldn't be long before Li Ying's virginity would also be taken. What if she ended up with an illness? Would he not lose yet another opportunity? Was he, the humble Wang Lin Feng, destined to peruse academic materials for decades without any practical experience? Just give me a clear answer. A whole box of sausages. If that's agreeable, splendid. If not, then keep your virginity intact. Contact me when you can no longer bear the hunger. Although Lin Feng felt a sense of urgency, he knew he could not lower his standards. A box of sausages was his final offer. Otherwise, every untouched maiden would begin to demand exorbitant prices from him. Was he to be left penniless? How many encounters could he afford with the limited sausages he had stockpiled? Snap, snap, snap. Li Ying took several pictures of the supplies in her room, sunscreen, mountains of snacks, and 5 freezers filled with frozen meat, and sent them to Lin Feng. Upon seeing them, Lin Feng was immediately infuriated. You're not lacking food, so why are you contacting me? Are you mocking me? Just send me your address. I'll come to you right now. Lin Feng was genuinely angry. These provisions could sustain a person for several years. Why are you insisting on adding me when I have no desire for your ham sausages? Are you mocking me? I had barely expressed a flicker of interest in you, and yet you failed to seize the opportunity. Li Ying gazed at the message sent by Lin Feng, unsure of where she had gone astray. Tears brimmed in her eyes, rendering her utterly pitiful. I merely wish to convey that I am not lacking in food. I do not want ham sausages. Just yesterday, I gifted a box of ham sausages and a box of instant noodles to someone else. What use do I have for such items? Li Ying rubbed her eyes, feeling a profound sense of injustice as it was her first encounter with someone so affluent. How could they distribute millions in red envelopes within the group, yet offer me only a box of ham sausages? Are the wealthy truly this irritable? Why are you shouting at me? I do not want ham sausages. I want money. If you give me 10 million, I will accompany you for a night. This is my first time as well. Do you think a mere box of ham sausages will suffice to dismiss me? Upon reading Li Ying's message, Lin Feng felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Where did this fool come from? It's been 3 days since the apocalypse began, and you still seek money. He contemplated deleting and blocking her, but then reconsidered. Perhaps it was best to keep her around. After all, it was rare for a maiden to take the initiative to add him. Who knows when it might come in handy. Having her around could alleviate the monotony of being alone at home. He opened his mobile banking app and glanced at his balance. 1.06 million. After some thought, he sent a message to Lin with 1.06 million. If you spend a night with me, it is all yours. Lin gazed at her phone with tears glistening in her eyes, then abruptly shook her head. In my lifetime, this is a singular occasion. You've slashed the price from 10 million to just over 1 million? Such ruthless bargaining. Chapter 45. There will always be deals to make. 8 million. A fixed price. It cannot be any lower. This is my one chance in life. You cannot squeeze me to the brink. As Lin Feng read Li Ying's messages, he felt a chill run down his spine from her audacious antics. This girl appeared quite charming, yet her intellect seemed utterly lacking. She valued money over her very life. The burdens of high-interest loans had already left Lin Feng financially stretched. Securing that 8 million was simply out of reach. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to invest in learning the engineering of human software hardening. From this moment on, money was rendered insignificant. It was as if it were mere refuse, unworthy even for basic needs. Alas, he found himself entangled with such a peculiar character, one who prioritized wealth over well-being. Just 106,000, not a penny more. The villa at No. 108 in the Shishan Bun community. Come if you wish, but if you cannot, then await your fate. After replying, Lin Feng tossed his phone aside. Truly weary of engaging with Li Ying, would you refuse a box of sausages? When you find yourself at the mercy of others, you'll no regret. Recalling those suggestive photos, a surge of mischief ignited within Lin Feng. It is only natural for a man to harbor certain thoughts. He activated the 3D projector, intending to delve into some Western educational materials today. If Li Ying chooses to appear, so be it. If not, so be it as well. After all, he still had his own pursuits to tend to, as craftsmanship must not be neglected, with safety being paramount. In a world on the brink of collapse, who would dare to tempt fate? Those who value their lives would do well to heed caution. Are you unaware of syphilis and AIDS? Lin Feng has gone to study ancestral craftsmanship, while Li Ying clutches her phone, weeping bitterly in her room. What is the matter with the wealthy? They casually distribute red envelopes in the group, starting from millions. Yet, as for me, an untouched maiden, you only offer me 1.06 million? This is utterly outrageous. Li Ying cast her phone aside, unwilling to respond to Lin Feng's messages. This is nothing short of an affront to her dignity. Xiao Xiao, having toiled day and night, was on the verge of slumber in her own room, taking advantage of the daylight when one cannot venture outside. However, upon hearing commotion from Li Ying's room, she rose to check on her friend. She found Li Ying buried in her blankets, sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao Xiao, perplexed, inquired, Ying, why are you crying? What has transpired? Though irritation bubbled within her, Xiao Xiao's heart softened, and she approached to comfort her dear friend. Xiao Xiao, all men are scoundrels, Li Ying exclaimed, throwing herself into Xiao Xiao's embrace, weeping profusely. Xiao Xiao, bewildered and inexperienced in matters of the heart, gently stroked Li Ying's head, unsure how to console her. Seeing Li Ying in such distress, Xiao Xiao led her to the bed, continuously patting her shoulder. After a while, fatigue overtook Xiao Xiao. She had been busy all night and felt the need for rest. Meanwhile, Li Ying's heart seethed with resentment towards Lin Feng for his lack of compassion and lamented her unfair fate. Why was it that she, Li Ying, was not born into a wealthy family? If only her parents were affluent. Would she have to sell her dignity and barter for her first experience? Li Ying, feeling aggrieved, wiped her tears on the bed, pondering why Lin Feng was unwilling to offer her 8 million. A lifetime presents but a singular opportunity beneath this price. Li Ying would certainly not acquiesce. It was rather uninteresting, rather ordinary. After perusing some Western educational materials for a while, Lin Feng eventually turned off the projector. He opened the homeowners group on his phone, scrolling through the information primarily to identify which among them were attractive women, considering that if any were, a potential transaction might be feasible. This group of homeowners consisted predominantly of individuals over 30, as the property prices in Shishan Courtyard were rather steep, with the villa district being even more exorbitant. The only one who caught his eye was a female doctor named Liang Qiuyu, who appeared quite appealing. However, it was uncertain whether she had employed any beauty filters. She seemed to be in her early 20s. A doctor, you say? That could prove somewhat beneficial. In the event of illness or injury, a visit to the hospital could be avoided. Perhaps I shall add her as a friend. If she declines, so be it. Lin Feng clicked to add her, and after a few moments, Liang Qiuyu accepted his request. Hello, I am Liang Qiuyu, a surgeon at the Second People's Hospital of Huahai City. How may I assist you? Upon reading her response, Lin Feng noted that she likely had numerous patients reaching out to her, as her reply seemed to be a mere copy and paste. After pondering for a moment, he realized he had no pressing inquiries. The apocalypse had only just commenced 3 days prior. Directly inquiring whether she consumed hot dogs or studied the intricacies of human software hardening engineering would be rather inappropriate. Therefore, he replied, I am Lin Feng. It appears you are quite busy. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to contact me. With that, Lin Feng began to peruse Liang Qiuyu's social media updates, primarily to ascertain whether she had a boyfriend and to examine photographs of her male friends. After an extensive search, he found her timeline to be quite pristine, documenting her journey from middle school through high school, university, graduation, and into her professional life. With entries every couple of weeks or so, there are no black fishnet stockings, merely a simple chronicle of life, starkly contrasting with Liang. It is evident that Liang is ensnaring wealthy suitors, while Liang Qiuyu is genuinely documenting her existence. Mr. Lin Feng, do you possess any sunburn ointment? Burn ointment would suffice as well. I have a severely sunburned patient in dire need of medication, yet I find myself devoid of stock at home. I am willing to offer compensation. Please state your price. Upon reading Liang Qiuyu's message, Lin Feng stroked his chin. Realizing that further inquiries were indeed necessary, wasn't this the very essence of business? Dr. Liang, I have both sunburn and burn ointments available. But you must first answer a question. Are you a virgin? On the other end, Liang Qiuyu was momentarily taken aback. Since when do patients pose such inquiries to their doctors? After a moment's contemplation, she recalled the current severe shortage of sunburn and burn ointments, compounded by the fact that her boyfriend, now a transport officer, had suffered significant sunburn during disaster relief efforts. Mr. Lin Feng, I have a boyfriend who is a transport officer. He sustained serious sunburn on his first day of disaster relief. Please name your price for a tube of sunburn ointment. This would also be a contribution to official disaster relief efforts. At this declaration, Lin Feng's interest waned entirely. There was nothing amiss, after all. The doctor was 24 years old and having a partner was perfectly normal. Nowadays, many young girls of 14 or 15 indulge in such encounters, and it is not unusual for someone of her age to have children. With his interest extinguished, Lin Feng chose to ignore Liang Qiuyu. The number of individuals afflicted by sunburn worldwide is incalculable. Even if Lin Feng were to donate every single tube of sunburn ointment, it would still be insufficient. Better to reserve it for his own use. Liang Qiuyu, feeling anxious, clutched her phone and waited for half an hour. Yet Lin Feng remained unresponsive. Liang Qiuyu was in a state of urgency. Her boyfriend's sunburn was alarmingly severe, and without timely treatment, the risk of infection could prove fatal. Chapter 46. The Exorbitant Sunburn Ointment. Although Liang Qiuyu was a doctor, currently on leave, she was acutely aware of the dire situation within the hospital. A third of the official disaster response personnel had perished. Otherwise, why would emergency calls go unanswered and access to the hospital be restricted? The hospital was not in need of more doctors, but rather of medicine. Thus, her request to return to the hospital was denied, and she was instructed to remain on standby at home. The patients in the hospital were running low on food supplies and could only await further assistance. However, the higher authorities were also unable to provide support, as the entire nation was ravaged by disaster. Apart from the sparsely populated northern regions, which managed to fend for themselves, the southern areas were suffering far worse, with temperatures soaring to 60 degrees Celsius. Vegetables, fruit trees, and all flora, including wild grasses, had withered under the relentless sun. Livestock had essentially been reduced to desiccated remains. The extreme heat had also triggered sporadic wildfires, and with rescue efforts strained, they could only wait for the fires to extinguish themselves. The mortality rate was significantly higher in the lower latitude southern regions. Yet these grim realities were withheld from public knowledge to prevent panic among the northern populace. As an official, Liang Qiuyu was privy to these distressing circumstances, compelling her to acquire the sunburn ointment held by Mr. Lin Feng. This was a matter of life and death for her boyfriend. Mr. Lin Feng, I am unsure why you pose this question, but I must confess, I am a maiden. How can I procure your sunburn ointment? I am in dire need of it. Liang Qiuyu felt utterly helpless. If she did not act soon, her boyfriend would be beyond saving. Although it is said that even if one were to recover, they would still bear the scars of disfigurement, Liang Qiuyu is not a woman who values appearances. Those scars on her face are akin to medals, symbols of honor. How could Liang Qiuyu possibly feel disdain? When Lin Feng saw the message, his face lit up with joy. Indeed, there are women who can uphold their principles even before marriage. Spend a night with me, and I shall offer you a sunburn ointment. This is a transaction, and you have the right to refuse. Should you reconsider, feel free to contact me at any time. Upon reading this message, Liang Qiuyu was momentarily taken aback. Lin Feng, are you even human? This is nothing short of opportunism. This infuriated Liang Qiuyu. Even if Lin Feng demanded her home, she would not hesitate. What is a house compared to life? Yet, this man, in his madness, desired her first time. Liang Qiuyu is a woman of principles. Enraged, she picked up her phone to block Lin Feng, but just as she was about to do so, her resolve faltered. At this moment, only Lin Feng possessed the sunburn ointment. Blocking him would mean losing her chance forever. Just then, chaos erupted in the community group. What the heck? It's south 50 degrees outside. How could there be a water and power outage? Damn it. So it's a power outage. No wonder it's so hot at home. Isn't this a matter of life and death? How can I survive in this heat without water or electricity? I've heard the news. Due to the extreme weather, the pressure on water and electricity supply is immense. Starting today, there will be intermittent outages. Water and electricity will only be available from 1 to 3 in the morning, until the disaster abates. Good grief. Power outage in 50-degree heat, and we can't even go outside. Is this a death sentence? I can't take it anymore. The temperature in my house has already reached 45 degrees. I live on the top floor. I feel like I'm going to be cooked alive. Now, one can only sit in the corridor, opening the window to let the breeze flow through. Liang Qiuyu gazed at the messages in the group chat, aware that the events occurring in the south were gradually extending northward. It wouldn't be long before the calamity in the north spiraled out of control. The internal personnel were acutely aware that the recent solar flare had wreaked havoc on the ozone layer. Without the protective shield of the ozone layer, this planet would become inhospitable for humanity. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. The restoration of the ozone layer is an exceedingly slow process, potentially taking years, or even centuries. No one could ascertain for certain. To avert a greater panic, the authorities were reluctant to disseminate information, leaving only the insiders in the know. However, the matter of whether the authorities chose to disclose the situation had become trivial. The public was not ignorant and could easily deduce the truth. Concealment was futile. Liang Qiuyu grew increasingly anxious. Was her boyfriend doomed? She returned home, retrieved the property deed, and took a photograph. One copy was sent to the group, and another to Lin Feng. Does anyone have sunburn or burn ointment? I urgently need it. I am willing to exchange this apartment for it. My 80 square meter apartment on the 3rd floor was purchased for 30,000 yuan per square meter in full payment. I spent 200,000 yuan on renovations. It's worth 2.6 million. I only want a tube of sunburn cream. Upon the release of this message, the group went into a frenzy. No one responded to Liang Qiuyu. Everyone understood that once sunburn occurred, the ointment was a lifesaver. When faced with the choice between money and life, no one would opt for wealth. Suddenly, Lin Feng sent a WeChat transfer in the group, astonishingly transferring 1 million yuan to Liang Qiuyu. Dr. Liang is in need. I am willing to lend a hand. This is my last 1 million. I am willing to donate it entirely to Dr. Liang. In an instant, the group erupted with fervor. Although they were aware that donating money at this juncture would be futile, the thought of parting with their hard-earned cash was unbearable. What if the disaster were to pass? How would they survive without funds? Lin, with his noble intentions, was indeed a figure to be admired. No wonder he amassed such wealth. Unlike that despicable Wang from the neighborhood committee, utterly contemptible. What comparison is there between Wang and a dog? Such a comparison is an affront to the canine. Wang, do you have nothing to say? The supplies you hoarded ought to be distributed to those in need, don't you think? Are your words but empty air? In that moment, all eyes turned to Wang Guifan, who was seething with rage. Her gums nearly bled from the tension. Lin Feng, you think this is over, don't you? Just wait until your supplies run out. I shall demand you kneel at my doorstep and lick my shoes. Wang Guifan's audacity was staggering. Lin Feng had done nothing wrong, yet she placed all the blame squarely upon him. Meanwhile, Liang Qiuyu accepted Lin Feng's 1 million and raised the stakes further. 100,000 added to the price of a house. All I desire is a tube of sunburn cream. It wasn't he that Liang Qiuyu was greedy. She accepted the money solely to save her boyfriend. Yet, it proved in vain. The sunburn cream was already scarce, and few had stockpiled it. Half an hour later, with tears streaming down her face and her eyes reddened, she stared at her phone. At that moment, a voice message arrived, sent by her boyfriend, Zhou Kaiwa. Chiyoyu, I fear my time is running short. From this day forth, you must live well on your own. Be sure to protect yourself from the sun during the day. At 30 degrees, I could suffer severe burns. Now, at 50 degrees, one could perish in mere minutes. Live well, and if there is a next life, I shall surely marry you. I am sorry, but I can no longer accompany you in this lifetime. I will watch over you from above. Hearing this voice message, Liang Qiuyu collapsed onto the table, weeping inconsolably. On one hand lay the life of her beloved, and on the other, Lin Feng, this opportunistic scoundrel, insisted she spend the night with him before he would provide her with the medicine. If I were on the brink of death, would you stay with someone for a night in exchange for saving me? What was once a playful exchange between lovers had now transformed into a grim reality. After crying for an extended time, Liang Qiuyu made her decision. Though the first time is significant, the life of her beloved holds far greater importance. If that first time could save your life, I would accept it. Chapter 47. The Pain of a Great Sacrifice. Lin Feng. Send me a photo of the sunburn cream. If you have it, go get it now. Time is of the essence, Liang Qiuyu messaged Lin Feng urgently. Soon after, Lin Feng sent a picture of imported sunburn cream. Though it was entirely in a foreign language, as a doctor, Liang Qiuyu was certain it was the most effective sunburn treatment available. Lin Feng truly had it. Villa No. 108 in the Shishan courtyard, the square 3-story building next door. If you come, I will give it to you. Lin Feng, propped up with his legs crossed, was filled with joy. After enduring so much hardship with his brothers, they could finally enjoy the fruits of their labor. The good days had finally begun. Not every woman is as foolish as Li Ying, who values money over life. All right, I will head over now. Save that sunburn cream for me. Liang Qiuyu quickly applied sunscreen, grabbed her sunshade, donned her sunglasses, and hurried out the door, determined to seek out Lin Feng. For the sake of saving her boyfriend's life, she accepted her fate. The sweltering heat of 50 degrees outside overwhelmed Liang Qiuyu, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. The street was devoid of any human presence, as everyone sought refuge in the shade from the relentless sun. To protect herself from sunburn, Liang Qiuyu donned long trousers, mesh shoes, and sheer gloves, relying on her sunshade to shield her face. Perspiring profusely, she arrived at the entrance of Lin Feng's villa, nearly succumbing to the heat along the way. Upon witnessing the grandeur of Lin Feng's residence, she was taken aback. Is it truly the case that the villas of the affluent are so extravagantly ostentatious? How much fortune must one possess to construct? No wonder there was no interest in my modest abode. In comparison, it seemed utterly insignificant. As she approached the iron gate and pressed the doorbell, it chimed melodiously. Lin Feng, hearing the sound, rose to check the surveillance monitor and immediately recognized Liang Qiuyu. Although she wore sunglasses, her fair, oval face unmistakably revealed her beauty, confirming that the images in her social media posts were indeed unaltered. She was slender, almost ethereal, standing at 160 centimeters and weighing less than 100 pounds. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy and rubbed his hands together, descending the stairs with a sense of anticipation. His brother's good fortune was about to commence. Curious, Liang Qiuyu lightly tapped on the iron gate, only to discover it was solid. Wasn't it made of iron? Could it possibly be titanium alloy? Her astonishment at Lin Feng's opulence grew exponentially. The gate was crafted from titanium alloy. Was it necessary for it to be this extravagant? Just then, her phone chimed, and upon opening it, she found a friend request notification. Liang Qiuyu stared in disbelief at the request, for it bore an unexpected message. I possess a sunburn ointment. Does what you mentioned in the group hold any weight? Liang Qiuyu promptly agreed to add it. And the profile picture of the individual she added appeared to be that of a female. Surely, a woman would not desire to part with her first experience, would she? Upon her agreement, the girl indeed sent a picture of the sunburn ointment. Not just one tube, but an entire set. One tube had already been used, leaving 9 remaining. Then, the girl made another remark. I can sell you 1 tube, but we must sign a contract. You will provide me with 1 million and your house. We shall sign with our fingerprints, and there shall be no turning back. Upon reading this message, Liang Qiuyu was overwhelmed with emotion, almost to the point of tears. Indeed, there are still good people in this world. Excellent. I shall return home to retrieve the property deed and draft the contract. Where do you reside? I will come find you immediately. Be sure to save one for me. Liang Qiuyu's family is well off, and it is possible to earn money again if it is spent. She is also well employed. Her boyfriend, Zhou Kaiwa, Works as a security guard, a stable position, ensuring that the authorities will certainly lend their support. I reside in Building 1, Unit 2, Apartment 201. Please bring the contract, property deed, and seal. Upon seeing the address, Liang Xiaoyu felt a glimmer of hope. What a truly good person. Wonderful. I shall head there at once. You must reserve one for me. Liang Xiaoyu swiftly departed. Lin Feng can keep the sunburn ointment for himself. As Lin Feng opened the door, he caught sight of Liang Xiaoyu's departing figure. Hey, the door is open. Please come in. Lin Feng was filled with joy, for this was a transaction based on mutual consent. Besides, isn't happiness meant to be shared? It's not solely my joy, is it? Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Liang Xiaoyu turned around and hastily approached. Snap! A resounding slap landed on Lin Feng's face, followed by Liang Xiaoyu spitting on him. Bah! You scoundrel! Save your sunburn ointment for the dogs. You wretched scum! How can such a lowlife exist in this world? It's absolutely revolting. Lin Feng was momentarily dazed by the sudden assault. You inquire about my address just to come here and slap me? Are you so idle that you find pleasure in this? To risk your life just to strike me on such a sweltering day is madness. Our business is done. Why must you insult me so deeply? Lin Feng contemplated rushing out to drag her back, to bind her and keep her as a mere plaything in his home. Especially with the world seemingly on the brink of collapse. How dare she humiliate him in such a manner? Liang Xiaoyu stood at 160 centimeters and weighed under 100 pounds. To Lin Feng, restraining her would be akin to child's play. However, as he lifted his foot, a moment of clarity struck him. He hadn't intended to leave the house today, had neglected to apply sunscreen, and had forgotten his sunshade. The sun's rays would undoubtedly leave him scorched. Damn it! My pants are practically coming off. You slap me, and that's it? Lin Feng dared not pursue her, for the harsh sunlight could ruin him. He had no desire to mar his appearance. Watching Liang Xiaoyu retreat further and further, his frustration bubbled within. He had never faced such humiliation. Did she understand the psychological damage a slap from her could inflict on a 21-year-old like him? In a fit of determination, Lin Feng retrieved a drone from his belongings and followed her. Damn it! If you want to engage in fair dealings, then so be it. Do not let me discover your address. Tonight, I shall teach you the meaning of retribution. Controlling the drone, Lin Feng shut the door. It was sweltering outside, and leaving the air conditioning running would be a waste. Indeed, all the households had lost power, but Lin Feng's home would never succumb to such a fate. Upon returning indoors, Lin Feng retrieved a bottle of chilled vodka and took a hearty swig. The more he pondered the situation, the angrier he became. How could a business negotiation turn so sour? One moment, everything was amicable. The next, they turned their backs. If you disagreed, why even show up? I did not compel your presence. Lin Feng possessed a modicum of humanity, though it was scarce. He preferred to engage in mutually beneficial exchanges. It made things simpler for everyone involved. However, when faced with such a breach of trust, he felt a need for stringent retribution. Was he not entitled to retaliate tenfold for this transgression? Would he allow his dignity to be trampled upon? Guiding the drone from a distance, he trailed Liang Xiaoyu, hovering above her, as she would not dare to look up unless she wished to lose face. After a while, Liang Xiaoyu entered Building 3, Unit 3. With her general location established, Lin Feng maneuvered the drone into the stairwell, seeking to ascertain which apartment she had entered. Tonight, Lin Feng would make her acutely aware of the profound impact this betrayal had on him. He directed the drone to the 4th floor, as the window there was ajar. With the power out and the elevator inoperable, Liang Xiaoyu would undoubtedly take the stairs. Lin Feng lay in wait, like a hunter poised for his prey. After 3 minutes of anticipation, she had yet to arrive. Surely, she did not reside below the 3rd floor? Lowering the drone, he soon spotted the door to apartment 303 closing. Lin Feng confirmed it. Liang Xiaoyu lived in Building 3, Unit 3, Apartment 303. Ah, Liang Xiaoyu, just wait until the sun sets. I, Lin Feng, shall ensure you face the consequences. You may not comprehend the true essence of cruelty. Lin Feng took a swig of vodka, his anger intensifying with each sip. He had no desire to engage in such underhanded tactics, as his moral compass had yet to descend to that level. However, this competition had struck a blow to his dignity. He must retaliate fiercely. Chapter 48. The challenge of betrayal. As he maneuvered the drone back home, Lin Feng, though not particularly in need of this single device, preferred to conserve resources. For in the future, such opportunities might be scarce. While guiding the drone, he noticed from a distance that someone appeared to be emerging from the building. Driven by curiosity, Lin Feng directed the drone back. Was it Liang Qiuyu again? This time, however, she clutched a conspicuous red document. Lin Feng zoomed in on the screen. Was it a property deed? What purpose could she have for such a thing? He closely followed Liang Qiuyu as she approached Unit 2 of Building 1. From the staircase, he observed her gently knock on the door. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing a woman clad in black stockings with a face marred by red spots. Someone he felt he had encountered before. The proximity was close enough that Lin Feng needed no drone to see, as Building 1 stood directly across from his abode. Peering through binoculars, he discerned the woman's identity. It appeared to be Li Ying. He watched as Liang Qiuyu handed over the property deed to Li Ying, who then signed a contract and scanned a QR code with her phone, seemingly transferring money. In return, Li Ying presented Liang Qiuyu with a tube of sunburn ointment. And Liang Qiuyu, in tears, bowed deeply in gratitude. What the heck? This Li Ying is no fool. She is simply oblivious. To sell even sunburn ointment for money? Lin Feng was seething with indignation. The business I had in hand has been utterly disrupted by you. Note down the location of Li Ying's residence. Build Unit 2, Apartment 201. These two women are surely awaiting my retribution. Tonight, I shall bring them home and bind them as my instruments of vengeance. Retrieving the drone. Lin Feng was seething with rage. This time, it was not Liang Qiuyu who had provoked him, but rather Li Ying. Without Li Ying's interference, this business would not have collapsed. Very well, you possess abundant supplies, do you not? You have a penchant for selling, do you? Allow me to assist you with some publicity. Lin Feng retrieved another phone, logged into his secondary account to ensure his safety, and applied to join the homeowners group. Lin Feng, the cunning strategist, would not let anyone know that he was behind this mischief. Wasn't he simply seeking trouble for no reason? The application to join the homeowners group would automatically grant him entry. Only inappropriate remarks would lead to expulsion, making it quite convenient to join. Lin Feng picked up his phone, opened the group chat, and directly shared a screenshot of the photo, along with the picture of the supplies that Li Ying had sent him. Building 1, Unit 2. Apartment 201. I saw her selling sunburn ointment. Furthermore, her home is stocked with a plethora of supplies. If anyone in your household is in need of supplies, do inquire. In one fell swoop, the group erupted with excitement. Is this true? Can the owner of Building 1, Unit 2, Apartment 201 please respond? My son is suffering from severe sunburn. We urgently need sunburn ointment to save him. How much for one tube? Please, I beg you. I would like to purchase one as well. Just name your price. Oh my goodness. So much food. Would you sell me a box of ham sausages? Outside. One ham sausage costs 100 yuan. A box contains 50 sausages for 5,000 yuan. I will give you 10,000 for a box. Please sell it to me. Li Ying gazed at the property certificate in her hand, her heart brimming with joy upon noticing the million yuan balance. Who could have imagined that a mere tube of sunburn ointment could yield such fortune? With 10 tubes in total, she had utilized one and sold another to Liang Qiuyu, leaving her with 8. If she managed to sell them all, it would amount to several million. Lin Feng, had you not denied me the 800, one tube of sunburn ointment sold for over 300,000. Selling ointment proves more lucrative than selling myself. I can only sell myself once, yet I can sell the ointment 9 times. Xiao Xiao, exhausted from her toil the previous night, remained soundly asleep in her room, the door securely closed. The second floor was not overly warm, so she remained blissfully unaware of the power and water outages. Li Ying opened the homeowner group chat, only to be greeted by a flurry of purchase requests. Perhaps Liang Qiuyu had mentioned it? Yet Li Ying paid no heed. This was merely promotional assistance for her own benefit. A fortunate occurrence indeed. I still have 8 tubes of sunburn ointment available, 300,000 each. I will accept cash valued at 300,000, the property title, or even a sports car as trade. However, a contract must be signed, and fingerprints are required. First come, first served. Supplies are limited. Other items are also for sale. Ham sausages at 20,000 per box. Instant noodles at 20,000 per box. Li Ying's announcement ignited a frenzy in the group chat. I'm heading over immediately. Save some for me. Damn it. I can't miss this opportunity. I possess an extra sports car worth 3 million. My family owns a vacant villa valued at 10 million. Reserve 2 tubes of sunburn ointment for me. The Shishan Villa district is home to many affluent individuals. Upon witnessing the commotion of goods being sold, they hastily applied sunscreen and grabbed their umbrellas to venture outside. If money disappears, I can always earn more. But if life is lost, what use is wealth? My life is indeed precious. Upon witnessing the fervent demand for sales, Li Ying hastily dispatched a message in the group. One by one, please line up. No noise. No loud commotion. Should anyone make a sound, I shall cease selling. Very well. I shall transfer the funds directly to you. I promise to remain silent. Just ensure you sell. I would humbly kneel and call you grandmother if need be. I swear to keep quiet. In these times, being able to sell is already a blessing. A good person enjoys a peaceful life. How could I possibly trouble a good soul? Oh, benevolent goddess, you have come to save us. The property owners quickly acquiesced. While Liang had already opened the 2 grand doors. Such is the paradox of vigilance. Guarding against thieves from within is the most challenging. The iron gate, painstakingly welded by Qiao Qiao through the night, proved utterly futile. The moment she fell asleep, Liang had it opened. In no time, the first affluent customer appeared, transferring 10 million directly to Liang for 2 tubes of sunburn ointment, along with additional supplies, before departing swiftly. The second affluent individual followed suit with a $3 million sports car, keys, a contract, 2 million in cash, 1 tube of burn ointment, and 2 million worth of supplies. The third was a mother who offered her house deed in exchange for a single tube of sunburn ointment, having no means to procure supplies. Being the mother of a son afflicted by sunburn, truly, the heart of a parent is filled with compassion to save a child's life. She was willing to relinquish her home. Do not concern yourself with whether the price is exorbitant. The reality is that spending money does not guarantee acquisition. Lin Feng, observing through a telescope, erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Goodness! Haha! This is utterly delightful. This woman is formidable. She truly sells. When she is resolute, she would even sell herself. Just keep selling. I wonder how much you would sell yourself for in the end." The earlier individuals were affluent and owned properties, conducting their dealings with relative honesty. However, the latter ones, those devoid of wealth, proved to be far less compliant. Those who wish to survive, step aside. We seek only sustenance. I am on the brink of starvation. This is a matter of urgent self-preservation. Here comes Song Chao, the master of evasion. The last time at Li Ying's place, he devoured an entire box of ham sausages and instant noodles without a second thought. There was no particular reason. Initially, it was sufficient for Song Chao alone to last several days, but upon mentioning to his dubious companions that he had food, they all flocked over. 13 in total, and they were all brothers. How could Song Chao possibly deny them a share? Could that meager amount suffice for such a multitude? Once they finished, Song Chao pondered how to procure more food, only to discover a wealth of provisions at Li Ying's place in the group chat. He promptly summoned 12 of his underlings. Armed with kitchen knives and watermelon knives, their faces concealed, and charged over. The 13th bandits of Shishan are not to be trifled with. Chapter 49. The Rift Between Best Friends. You. Why are you here again? Did I not provide you with ham sausages and instant noodles? Li Ying exclaimed, her fear palpable as she beheld Song Chao and his entourage wielding watermelon knives. After all, the sting from Song Chao's hefty slap still lingered on her face. Crack. As expected, Song Chao delivered another resounding slap. You have so much food at home and only offer me this pitiful amount. Are you treating me like a beggar? Truly deserving of a slap. Li Ying was sent sprawling to the ground, tears streaming down her face, while the wealthy individuals clutched their heads in despair. Their lives are far too precious. Brother, we have nothing. Please do not escalate this to a fatal confrontation. Shall we proceed? The wealthy matriarch at the forefront glanced at Song Chao and his companions, each armed, her panic palpable. Her life, after all, held immense value. What if they failed to procure their desired items? She could not afford to stake her very existence. Get out of my way. This is an emergency evacuation. We are not robbing or killing anyone. Lawyer Zhang San has made it clear. Even if I were to slay a Siberian tiger, it wouldn't be a crime. Song Chao, the embodiment of principled conduct, resolutely ordered them to leave. A throng of affluent individuals, clutching their heads, fled in disarray, vowing to conduct future transactions discreetly. The audacity of organizing such an ostentatious shopping expedition was utterly exhilarating. Experience speaks volumes. Brothers, help me move. Take the freezer as well. We only seek provisions. No one shall be harmed. This is merely an emergency retreat, not a robbery. The 13 guardians of Shishan remained steadfast in their principles. No violence, no destruction, merely relocation. Below, 2 battered delivery trucks, their windows shattered. Why were they broken? Those in the know understood the implications. The 13 guardians worked swiftly. Yet the ruckus of hauling refrigerators roused Qiao Qiao. Rubbing her eyes, she opened the door and was struck dumb. Have I crossed into another? Is this still my home? How did you gain entry? This is my house. I demand you leave immediately. Qiao Qiao was exceedingly irate, yet her fury was futile. Even with her background in Taekwondo and Sanzho, she was cautioned, "Little beauty, I advise you to comply and return to your room. We are merely executing an emergency evacuation. However, my many brothers wouldn't mind compensating you for a brief encounter." Xiao, utterly at a loss for words, thought, "Can one truly justify a robbery with such brazen audacity?" Confronted by 13 armed men, Jojo hesitated to take action. Retreating, she secured the door and locked it tightly. From the depths of her drawer, she retrieved her brother's 2 samurai swords, which were indeed sharpened and classified as prohibited weapons. It was not Jojo's intention to confront Song Chao recklessly. After all, the supplies were merely worth several 100,000, hardly warranting a life-and-death struggle. They would finish their task and depart soon enough. Yet, Jojo felt compelled to arm herself for protection. If it came to a confrontation, she could not allow them to prevail, no matter the cost. Frustration welled up within her. How could these lunatics have discovered her supplies? Surely, their attempts to breach her door would create some commotion. Had her iron door been welded in vain? With the bedroom door locked, they would need to kick it several times to break in. Jojo picked up her phone, intending to inquire with Li Ying about the situation after merely taking a nap. To her dismay, upon opening WeChat, she was greeted with over 999 unread messages in the homeowners group. Clicking to return to the initial unread messages, Jojo felt a surge of indignation. Li Ying was selling items, photos of transactions, and images of the supplies within her home. It was evident that the perspective was one Li Ying had taken herself to share with others. "Li Ying, oh Li Ying, I considered you a close friend. Yet you seem intent on jeopardizing my life." Jojo was infuriated. She began to understand why Lin Feng had deemed it necessary to eliminate Abe. Such disobedient individuals are akin to dogs, unworthy of care. After approximately an hour of silence outside, Jojo waited an additional 5 minutes, confirming that no one remained. They must have merely retreated to avoid immediate danger before she cautiously opened the door. At that moment, the food within her home had been utterly cleared, leaving even the mice weeping as they scurried away. "Jojo, I apologize. I never anticipated this outcome. I merely observed the soaring prices and thought to sell a few items to earn some money for expenses. Did you not purchase these items for 300,000? I will reimburse you. I shall transfer 1 million. As she spoke, Li Ying picked up her phone, tears streaming down her face, and sent money to Xiao. Ding. Upon checking her phone, Xiao was astonished to discover that Li Ying had indeed transferred 1 million to her. However, she recalled that Li Ying had sold a single bottle of sunburn ointment for 3 million. 9 bottles amounted to a staggering 27 million. And now, you offer me 100,000? Are you attempting to insult me? Li Ying, from this moment forth, please vacate my residence. Our bond is irrevocably severed. And should we cross paths again, I implore you to keep your distance. I can only tolerate your presence once in a lifetime. Next time we meet, I fear I may not restrain myself from harming you." With that, Xiao declined the money and promptly blocked Li Ying. Li Ying, appearing aggrieved, approached Xiao, pleading, "Xiao, please do not be angry. Did you not stockpile supplies to profit? Now that you have earned money, does our years of friendship not outweigh these trivial possessions? Besides, I have given you 1 million. You are not at a loss. I have committed no wrongdoing. They are the ones who took it. It is not my fault." Li Ying clutched Xiao's leg, but this time, Xiao did not indulge her. She kicked her away forcefully. "Get lost. Do not provoke me to violence. I have no desire to commit murder." Xiao brandished a katana menacingly at Li Ying, who, terrified, quickly gathered her belongings and fled the house. Bang! With a resounding slam of the door, their relationship was irrevocably severed, and they each embarked on separate paths. Xiao surveyed the disarray of her home, her heart filled with indignation. Tears of grievance cascaded down her cheeks. After all, Jojo was indeed a woman, and she had never encountered a situation quite like this. To claim she was unafraid would be sheer nonsense. There were 13 men wielding machetes, and if they truly intended to harm her, how could she possibly survive the aftermath? Fortunately, this was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and these men still retained a semblance of humanity. However, as time passed, that could very well change. In the living room and kitchen, all provisions had been plundered. Not a single grain of rice was spared. They had even seized 5 freezers of frozen, taking the freezers themselves in the process. Overwhelmed by despair, Jojo sat on the floor, weeping inconsolably. She finally understood why Lin Feng had offered her ham sausages during their first meeting, declaring that he was worth only 2 sausages himself. If they resorted to violence, it seemed that even a single sausage would be unnecessary. After a spell of crying, Jojo rose and returned to her room. Fortunately, she had no place to store her sunscreen, leaving 3 boxes in her bedroom. There were also some snacks she enjoyed, enough to last her several days, unless absolutely necessary. She could not touch the supplies in the downstairs storage. If discovered, would she be able to safeguard her resources in the future? Jojo's heart was filled with deep-seated resentment towards Liang. I considered you a sister. Is this how you treat me? Had she not followed Lin Feng to hoard supplies? She feared she would have already met a dire fate. Contemplating her situation, she picked up a pair of binoculars to see what Lin Feng was up to. Following him was undoubtedly the wisest decision. In Chapter 50, Lin Feng pondered whether the severity of the disaster was a consequence of his own actions. As Jojo lifted the binoculars, she fortuitously locked eyes with Lin Feng. Their gazes confirmed it. He was indeed the right person. Jojo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Why was Lin Feng secretly observing her? Had his imitation been discovered? Lin Feng felt increasingly awkward. Are you, little girl, coveting the sausage I purchased? Why do you steal glances at me without cause? Was being handsome truly a fault? At this thought, Lin Feng glanced at his pants and felt the cool breeze against his groin. Shaking his head, he dared not dwell further on it. To do so would surely lead to embarrassment. As for this matter, I can only rate it 3 stars. That Liang is evidently a money-hungry hypocrite. Nowadays, it seems no one cares about murder. Keep her around for the new year, why don't you? Although Lin Feng had cleverly set up Liang, he still felt it was insufficiently satisfying. Yet, upon reflection, he felt much better. That hypocritical flower had nothing to eat and had been cast out of her home. Her fate would surely be more miserable than death. Alas, it is my fault. Had I not nearly depleted all the food supplies around Huahai City, this disaster would not have been so severe. Last month, it was still possible to purchase food with money, yet now it has gone so soon. Nevertheless, it doesn't truly concern me. I paid for it. This is a transaction, a mutual agreement. One willing to buy, the other to sell. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Feng still possessed a modicum of conscience, albeit a scant amount. He clearly could have resorted to theft. Yet he chose to pay. Just then his phone chimed. Upon checking, he found a friend request. The avatar unmistakably belonged to Qiao Qiao. The earlier awkward exchange lingered in his mind, but Lin Feng, with his thick skin, accepted the request without hesitation. Are you longing for some sausage? I can spare you 2. Lin Feng even sent 3 mischievous emojis, which only served to infuriate Qiao Qiao. Who wants your food? I would rather perish from hunger than consume your offerings. Jojo expressed her disdain with 3 scornful emojis. Yet Lin Feng remained. It was evident that Jojo was an inexperienced maiden, a tempestuous paragon of virtue, who would derive satisfaction only from taming a fierce stallion. Why respond so hastily? Who can escape the undeniable allure of deliciousness? Have you been stripped bare of provisions? Whenever you crave sustenance, do not hesitate to contact me. I shall reserve some for you. As he spoke, Lin Feng sent a photograph of a box of ham sausages, accompanied by 2 boxes of marinated eggs. Sometimes 1 + 2 equates to scoundrel, rogue, shameless fiend, taking advantage of my plight while mocking me. You've crossed the line. Jojo was both furious and indignant, delivering a sharp retort that sent a chill down Lin Feng's spine, unearthing old wounds. This wild mare possessed a stubborn temperament, proving difficult to tame. He resolved not to reply, choosing instead to avoid provoking her further. What if she feigned compliance, akin to Feng Qian? After all, Lin Feng had just endured a significant setback and was wary. It would be best to wait until she willingly acquiesced. A few days of hunger would surely lead her to relent. When desperation strikes, one will consume anything. Feng Qian was the foremost authority on this matter. Lin Feng set aside his phone, refraining from further messages, while Jojo, fuming, squeezed her phone, determined not to yield. Deep down, Jojo and Lin Feng both contemplated whether she could exchange supplies for a room in his safe haven. Surely even Lin Feng could not refuse nearly 20 million in resources. A solitary girl living alone truly embodies a precarious existence. Should her cache of supplies be revealed, her fate would be sealed. It is abundantly clear that Lin Feng does not wish for her to enter, as he swiftly rebuffs her with a few curt words. Consumed by resentment, Qiao Qiao grits her teeth. Does he not feel lonely residing in such an expansive safe house alone? No wonder he is perpetually engrossed in his study materials. Upon further reflection, Qiao Qiao's cheeks flush with embarrassment. If she were to move in, would Lin Feng, with his lascivious tendencies, not take advantage of her? Confident in her appearance and figure, She cannot help but think that this lecherous man would undoubtedly harbor intentions towards her. It seems living in the safe house is not the safest option after all. Lin Feng poses the greatest threat. Women must rely on themselves. Resolute in her decision, Xiao Qiao concludes that she must depend solely on her own capabilities. Indeed, the disparity in intelligence among individuals is striking. She quickly realizes that Lin Feng is utterly unreliable. Grasping the electric pickaxe, she retreats to her room, secures the door, and plots to create a tunnel into the warehouse. Drawing the curtains to shield her actions from Lin Feng's gaze, she shifts her bed aside and readies the electric pickaxe. Has the power gone out? Indeed, it has. But as Xiao Qiao resides on the second floor, the coolness of her surroundings has spared her from discomfort. The temperature on the top floor is scarcely different from outside, merely offering shade and a gentle breeze. Rubbing her chin thoughtfully, she resolves to wait for the electricity to return. This hole must be excavated. If she descends to retrieve supplies, the prolonged absence would surely draw attention. It is imperative that she breaches both the warehouse and the second floor to ensure her safety. Fortuitously, she has refrained from disclosing to Li Ying, that White Lotus, about her nearly 20 million worth of supplies. Otherwise, she would surely be left with nothing today. In her home, Xiao Qiao was preparing to break through the floor in search of supplies, while Li Ying sat in the corridor on the first floor, overwhelmed with joy as she checked her phone balance. 18 million. I have actually earned this much. And a villa, 2 sports cars, 3 apartments. I am now a millionaire. The sun had yet to set, and Li Ying could not exit the building. Xiao Qiao was indeed fortunate this time. If Li Ying were to hear the sound of the jackhammer, what good could come of it? Perhaps Xiao Qiao is truly the chosen one, for her luck is unpumph. Xiao Qiao, you truly lack sense. With prices so high, you blame me for not selling your items? Once this opportunity passes, it will be lost forever. You dare to sever ties with me? Now that I am a millionaire, I can hardly be bothered with you. And as for Lin Feng, I demanded 8 million from you, yet you refused. What is your mere pocket change worth? I have raised my prices now, without 1 billion. No one shall dare approach me. Li Ying toyed with the keys in her hand. Xiao Qiao, what can you do now that you refuse to let me stay at your place? I possess a villa now. I am far too indifferent to reside in your home. What is the value of a mere high-rise? A successful woman, of course, carries designer bags, drives luxury cars, and resides in villas. I, Li Ying, am now the epitome of a successful woman. I have everything I desire. After a while, as darkness fell, Li Ying made a call to inquire about the location of the car being sold to her. Once she confirmed the details, she drove the car to the villa. Although Li Ying lacked a driver's license, the neighborhood was not far, and she managed to navigate there. Gazing at the 2 sports cars and the villa behind her, Li Ying felt that her life had been worth living. I am now a woman of considerable wealth, with millions in savings, a luxury car, and upon entering the villa, a stifling heat enveloped the space. Having not quenched her thirst for an entire afternoon, Li Ying felt an intense craving for water. She made her way to the kitchen and turned on the tap, only to find it dry. Opening the refrigerator yielded no sustenance. And when she attempted to activate the air conditioning, she discovered there was no power. A wave of panic washed over her. While staying at Xiao Qiao's home, she had never worried about food or drink. Now, residing in the villa with a substantial savings account, she found herself in dire straits. Lacking both nourishment and comfort amidst the oppressive heat, what was she to do? Li Ying resolved to venture to the supermarket outside the community to procure some food. Reminding herself that with 18 million in savings, nothing was beyond her reach. Chapter 51. The joy of zero-cost shopping. Li Ying rose and, under the cover of night, stepped beyond the confines of the community. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight and a few solar street lamps. At that moment, the street lay in a profound silence, devoid of any sounds, no chirping insects, no croaking frogs, not even the whisper of the wind. This eerie stillness sent chills down her spine. Along the roadside, many car windows were shattered, and occasionally she glimpsed traces of blood. To her horror, she even spotted a charred corpse lying in the sun. With a gasp, Li Ying screamed and fled, her heart racing. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never encountered such a grim reality. What was the government doing? Were they incapable of managing the situation? If they couldn't, it was time to replace the leadership. While she ran, she continued to voice her grievances, still oblivious to the gravity of her predicament. This was a flaw nurtured by Xiao Qiao and her parents, a sense of entitlement without the qualities of a true princess. In Lin Feng's words, she owed her survival to the harmony of society. Otherwise, someone like her would not last 3 days. As she rounded a corner, Li Ying's eyes fell upon a large travel bag. Driven by curiosity, Li Ying resolved to take a look. This travel bag appeared to be a designer item. It might contain valuable possessions, perhaps? Upon opening it, Li Ying was utterly dumbfounded. The sight within made her retch. Those who harbor a penchant for violence know that encountering such a bag by the roadside warrants caution. For it may hold not merely currency, but human remains. Staring at the decayed limbs, severed arms, and entrails, Li Ying heaved twice before rising swiftly and fleeing. After a strenuous dash to the supermarket, she discovered that the entrance had been shattered, revealing an ominous darkness within. The atmosphere was utterly chilling. Her stomach, having endured a day without sustenance and having just purged, began to protest vehemently. Activating her phone's flashlight, she steeled herself to venture inside, hoping to find staff selling. It certainly hadn't been this way on her last visit, had it? What was that foul stench? Upon entering the supermarket, a wave of putrid odor assaulted. As she glanced around, horror struck her, causing her to collapse onto the floor in shock. The sight revealed numerous lifeless bodies sprawled in The oppressive heat had hastened their decay, emanating an overwhelming stench. What on earth had transpired? Was this truly the harbinger of the apocalypse? Though fear gripped her heart, hunger gnawed at her insides, compounded by an unquenchable thirst. Summoning her courage, she navigated past the corpses to the food section, only to find bare shelves devoid of any provisions. After a lengthy search, she found no sign of life, let alone a shopkeeper. Regret began to creep in. Had she erred in seeking sustenance? Wandering into the imported leather goods area, it was evident that this place had not been ransacked. Countless high-heeled shoes worth hundreds of thousands and bags worth millions lay there, gathering dust, utterly neglected. Upon seeing these luxurious items, a glimmer of greed sparkled in Li Ying's eyes. At this moment, there was no one around, no surveillance to hinder her. The thought crossed her mind. If she took them, they would be hers. With this notion, Li Ying seized a fire axe and began to shatter the glass display case. The sound of breaking glass filled her with exhilaration. Oh my! Oh my! It was all so thrilling. Li Ying finally experienced the joy of a zero-cost acquisition. Instantly, her hunger and thirst vanished. She found a woven bag and started stuffing it with the luxury handbags, high heels, cosmetics, and an array of designer clothes and skirts, items she had never dreamed of affording before. After all, there were no cameras, no one to stop her. Whatever she took would belong to her. Li Ying filled her bag to the brim, weighing at least 100 pounds. Yet, astonishingly, she managed to hoist it onto her back. Such is the legendary weaker woman. You may ask me to carry 100 pounds of rice, and I would falter. But ask me to bear 100 pounds of gold bricks, and not only could I manage it, I could also run. With her hefty load, Li Ying exited the supermarket, believing that once she reached home, all these treasures would indeed be hers. As she stepped outside, she encountered a man wearing a camera on his head, brandishing a watermelon knife. Well then, tonight, the first order has arrived for my loyal viewers in the live stream from Shishan. What luck! It turns out to be a young lady. Let us send her a little gift. If you want to see me live stream her, give me a 666. If you wish to rob her, send a little heart. For those who prefer to strike first and then stream, send a rocket. With such a large bag, it surely contains plenty of valuable items. Let us get those free gifts rolling. It must be said that this gentleman possesses a profound understanding of live streaming. In an instant, the live broadcast room was filled to capacity with viewers. After all, everyone is cooped up at home with little to do. A flurry of small gifts began to flow. I found myself in the live stream of Shishan Piao Duan Diao, where millions of viewers rushed in all at once. After all, who else would dare to broadcast such a spectacle openly? I am, after all, the foremost figure in live streaming in Huaxia. Hey, brother, I haven't bothered you, have I? If you desire high heels, I have plenty. What are you planning to do? Li Ying was genuinely frightened. How could she not be? Faced with a camera above her head and a watermelon knife in hand? Don't be nervous, young lady. There are countless viewers watching the live. If you were to take the initiative, I wouldn't need to be so ruthless. I suppose I should just corner you for now. After all, a corpse would be rather extreme. I can't bring myself to do that. Viewers, please remain calm. I wasn't always this extreme. It's just that I suddenly found myself unable to cope with the situation. As the host approached Li Ying with the watermelon knife, she was so terrified that her legs went weak, and she fell to her knees. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, bored at home and idly scrolling through his phone, stumbled upon the live stream. Upon recognizing the woman at the supermarket entrance, wasn't that Li Ying? His mischievous side awakened, and he promptly sent 10 rockets, each costing 1,000. He had just spent 10,000. Come on, brothers. If the streaming is entertaining, I'll shower you with rockets. Lin Feng typed with a wicked grin. It's not my fault. I'm merely an observer. What wrong have I committed? If you're out wandering at such an hour instead of staying home, can you really blame me? Lin Feng? You are unaware that after the apocalypse, as long as one avoids humanity, one evades over 90% of the peril? Very well, esteemed number one. I shall oblige. The rocket shall not be wasted on you. Let us go, my brothers. With that, I approached Liang and Shishan, brandishing a knife against her throat. Then proceeded to disrobe. Do not be alarmed, dear sister. We are all novices at this. I am currently broadcasting live. If you fulfill the requests of my esteemed number one viewer, I shall spare your life tonight. Liang, confronted with this scene, was overwhelmed with tears streaming down her face. Big brother, I was wrong. How much do you want? I can give it to you. Realizing he was clearly broadcasting, she understood this was a demand for money and gifts. If I give you what you seek, will you let me go? I currently possess 18 million. Dear sister, it seems you still fail to grasp the situation. If I were to end your life, all your wealth would become mine. Moreover, my primary motive for live streaming is the thrill. Money holds no value for me as nothing can be purchased at present. Let us cooperate. Do not compel me to escalate this. With that, he pressed the knife firmly against Liang's throat, instilling a fear in her that she would never again venture out alone at night. It is no wonder there was not a soul in sight. Have the streamers truly become this deranged? Is there no longer a semblance of law? Chapter 52. Reading novels together, Liang sobbed and nodded, ultimately resigning herself to the situation. Alas. Yes, it is as you say. Let us cooperate. Otherwise, you will take my life. Liang found herself in a predicament. Compelled to comply with the circumstances, a profound sense of despair enveloped her, and she felt irrevocably tainted. Lin Feng, reveling in his mischievous whims, unleashed another barrage of 10 rockets. The top supporter has sent me 10 rockets. You must cooperate. With no choice but to follow orders, Liang reflected on her regrets, questioning why she had to endure such a fate. What have I done wrong? Who have I offended? Observing this, Lin Feng dispatched another 10 rockets, followed by a message. You two should read this novel and collaborate. Upon seeing the top supporter's cryptic request, I, perched on the precipice of confusion, scratched my head and inquired, Top supporter, your words carry a profound meaning. At that moment, a savvy friend began to enlighten us. As I scanned the comments, the understanding dawned upon me. Goodness, so this is what reading a novel entails. I thought I was already quite eccentric, yet it seems I still fall short of the mark. I found myself feeling out of place for not being eccentric enough. Soon, I shall undoubtedly thrive in your midst by embracing the eccentricity. Let us send a wave of small gifts. Together, let us delve into this novel. In an instant, the atmosphere of the live stream soared to unprecedented heights. Free gifts began to flood in. After all, they were merely spectators. What did their concerns matter in the face of real trouble? Who was even monitoring the live stream at this point? It was uncertain whether the moderators were alive or dead. Who cared about their content? With fiery determination, I declared ominously, it's just a novel. Don't force me to take drastic measures. Liang wept, but tears were of little consequence now. She could only comply. Then she obediently began to read a novel. In an instant, Liang bit her arm in anguish. After experiencing it firsthand, she was utterly remorseful. At that moment, Lin Feng played a song, Chrysanthemum Terrace. Your tears shimmer with a delicate pain, while the pale moon curves, capturing the past. The night stretches interminably, crystallizing into frost. Who is it that dwells in the cold despair of the attic? The rain gently taps on the crimson window, as my life is scattered like leaves in the wind. Dreams metamorphose in the distance into a wisp of fragrance, drifting away your visage. The chrysanthemums wither, leaving scars upon the ground. Your smile, flowers fall, and hearts are broken. My unspoken thoughts lie quietly. The northern wind howls through the unending night. Your shadow remains unbreakable. I am left alone, floating like a pear upon the lake. Just as I was at the mercy of the precarious cliffs of Shishan, a watermelon knife descended upon me. It instantly severed my silver spear. Blood splattered all over Liang. Meanwhile, the live streaming room erupted in chaos. What the hell are you doing? I didn't provoke you. Did I? I don't even know you. He clutched the broken spear, writhing in excruciating pain. What was supposed to be the most exhilarating moment had unexpectedly morphed into the most tormenting one. You must be the one who taunted me at Shishan, right? Weren't you the one in the live stream yesterday, telling me, the penniless loser, to come and take you down through the internet? Well, here I am to take you down. I've wanted to do this for ages. Don't you want to be taken down? I am here to fulfill your request." With that, the man brandished the watermelon knife, unleashing a relentless onslaught against me at Shishan, with my weapon shattered and now gravely injured. I found myself unable to withstand the man's frenzied attack. Thus, let it be known, never provoke irate netizens online. It is indeed possible that he will come through the network cable to take you down. He is not jesting. Before long, amidst the splattering of blood onto the lens, I found myself utterly devoid of visuals in the live broadcast from Shishan. Goodness, live streaming entails risks. One must exercise caution. Incredible. I am genuinely in awe of the bravery displayed in Shishan as he streams his life on the line. What a formidable individual. Initially, I had intended to venture into live streaming myself, relishing the thrill and potential earnings. However, witnessing this scene, I must confess, I have succumbed to fear. I shall remain at home, patiently awaiting official rescue, to perish at the pinnacle of enjoyment. My existence in Shishan has been worthwhile. I am a true warrior in Shishan. When one speaks of bravery, one must embody it. This is the essence of true manhood. Actions must follow words. Lin Feng was incensed upon witnessing this scene. He had intended to send a few rockets to annihilate Liang, that White Lotus. Who could have foreseen the emergence of an enraged netizen mid-broadcast? With the stream terminated, Lin Feng found himself with a mere 20,000 yuan left in his account. Surely, this amount would not suffice in the long run? How could 20,000 yuan be adequate for future live streaming rewards? After some contemplation, he decided to call Wu Yong and simultaneously ascertain whether he was still alive. As soon as the call connected, Wu Yong's voice resonated. "Goodness, boss, you are undoubtedly the greatest strategist I have encountered this century. When shall we commence selling our goods? Prices are skyrocketing. They have multiplied over 100-fold. Selling this 12 billion now would yield 12 trillion. Boss, you are now the wealthiest individual globally." Hearing Wu Yong's words, Lin Feng felt a bit bewildered. Judging by his tone, Wu Yong appeared to be thriving and quite content, showing no signs of panic whatsoever. What significance does my becoming the world's wealthiest individual hold for you? Why do I perceive your voice to be more exhilarated than my own? Boss, having observed your stockpiling of supplies, I too have followed suit. I impulsively wagered a sum of 130 million, comprising my personal 50 million alongside the final 80 million from the company's account. I admit there is a gambling element to my decision. However, the outcome has proven favorable. Please inform me when you decide to sell the supplies. I do not wish to miss the peak price. Lin Feng, to be candid, Lin Feng called seeking funds, yet he was taken aback by Wu Yong's resourcefulness. This fellow possesses a sharp mind, having accumulated 130 million worth of. Just how long can he sustain this? When I sell, I will notify you. But where are you storing your supplies? Is it secure? The situation outside is rather chaotic, so do let me know if you require assistance. After all, Wu Yong holds 130 million worth of goods, and it is inconceivable that Lin Feng would remain indifferent. Rather than waiting to be robbed by others, it is preferable for me, Lin Feng, to seize it. Moreover, among that 130 million, 80 million belongs to me. I reside in Villa 206 of the Shishan Villa District, a rather secluded location, so there should be minimal issues. Furthermore, I have reinforced the villa, housing 18 company employees, along with my wife and child, totaling 21 individuals. We have also procured weapons. However, the lack of water and electricity is quite distressing, leaving the villa unbearably hot. Upon hearing Wu Yong's words, Lin Feng raised his binoculars to survey the distance. Should he consider annihilating them tonight? Little does Wu Yong know. The greatest peril in this world is Lin Feng. If you disclose the location of your supplies to Lin Feng, your demise is likely imminent. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, realizing that Wu Yong possessed a fair degree of intelligence. Moreover, without his assistance, Wu Yong would struggle to amass the 12 billion. The trivial sustenance for his 21 followers was of little consequence. He would wait until they could no longer hold their ground before intervening. Lin Feng's conscience pricked him, albeit slightly. Chapter 53. Preparing the harem enough. Do not waste food. Take only what you can consume and prioritize those nearing expiration. Stock up on water. It would be prudent to dig a well in the villa. If you dig down 5 meters, you should strike water. Establish a group and add me. Also, transfer all the funds currently in the company's account to me. I have my uses for it. Lin Feng resolved to lend a hand to Wu Yong and his team, for the prospect of living without anyone to converse with was dishearteningly dull. Having already supported Abe Lin Feng, was he to begrudge Wu Yong a meal? Good sir, are you embarking on another investment project? Might you share the details with me? Wu Yong, believing Lin Feng had conceived yet another promising venture, inquired eagerly, anxious not to miss an opportunity for wealth. He had long been thoroughly convinced of Lin Feng's capabilities. Whatever Lin Feng pursued, he would follow, assured that there would be no losses. Lin Feng considered his response carefully. He could not disclose his ambitions of launching a rocket or becoming the top patron to streamers. Would it not diminish his stature for them to know of such whims? There were no substantial projects at hand. He merely needed to maintain liquidity due to a disruption in his supply chain. He intended to keep some cash on hand for unforeseen circumstances. When I have a project, I will inform you, he assured Wu Yong. Wu Yong nodded in understanding. It was quite typical for one to encounter a disrupted cash flow after stockpiling significant resources. He himself had faced such challenges numerous times. Had it not been for Lin Feng's generous investment of 50 million, Wu Yong would be grappling with a severed financial chain, devoid of funds to procure supplies. Lin Feng is indeed my savior. A commendable employer. I shall heed your directives without delay. When the time comes to sell the goods, do not forget my unwavering loyalty. I am entirely devoted, ready to stand by you in any circumstance. Very well, at the heart of the villa, with so many of you idling at home. Merely excavate 5 meters down, secure a rope around your waist, and be cautious not to fall. With that, Lin Feng ended the call. A true leader commands presence and spares no unnecessary words. 10 minutes later, Wu Yong transferred 960,000 to Lin Feng. This sum not only stemmed from the company's coffers, but also from contributions made by all. Given their current financial predicament, it was far more prudent to demonstrate loyalty and align with Lin Feng, indulging in the finer things in life. Lin Feng accepted the funds without comment. After all, the majority of the 80 million had already been allocated for supplies, infinitely more worthwhile than tipping a streamer. Moments later, Wu Yong established a new group and included Lin Feng. The group comprised 18 employees, Wu Yong's family of 3, and Lin Feng, totaling 22 members. Greetings, esteemed employer. We are eternally grateful for your life-saving generosity. Should you require anything, we shall face any peril without hesitation. As Lin Feng entered the group, a chorus of salutations greeted him. He nodded in satisfaction. Wu Yong's efficiency was commendable. Their attitude merited recognition. Change your profile pictures to your own, without any alterations. Adopt your real names as usernames. And indicate your marital status and age. Proceed with these modifications immediately. Lin Feng held his phone, issuing commands, and in less than 5 minutes, everyone was ready. He glanced over the group, noting the predominance of women, with 2 particularly striking young ladies. One was Sun Fengfeng, whom Lin Feng recognized as the saleswoman he had encountered before. The other was Wu Daiwei. Upon perusing her profile, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wu Daiwei was the daughter of Wu Yong, as evidenced by a family photo he had seen on social media. At 18, she was still in high school. However, it seemed that attending school would no longer be necessary. She would likely remain at home. It appeared that he would have to take care of them. Wu Yong. Oh, Wu Yong, ever since I laid eyes on your daughter, I knew I had accepted you as my father-in-law. Although Lin Feng lacked a profound sense of morality, he recognized that Wu Yong was not only useful but also had a beautiful daughter. Thus, he felt a responsibility to ensure their well-being. Nonetheless, at 18, she had only just reached adulthood. Lin Feng hesitated to take immediate action and decided to wait a year or 2 before making any commitments. He possessed a modicum of conscience, albeit limited. All right, I shall visit you shortly to bring some supplies. During this pandemic, it is essential to balance work and rest. Otherwise, it could become quite dull for all of you. With that, Lin Feng turned off his phone and retrieved a handgun with 100 rounds of ammunition. A set of mahjong tiles, a chess set, a box of playing cards, several medical textbooks, a few martial arts manuals, and several sharpened tang swords from his storage. They were cooped up at home, and it would not do to let them languish in boredom. Carrying various items, Lin Feng exited the safe house. Naturally, he needed to bring something for his future in-laws. Would it be appropriate to arrive empty-handed? Given the current circumstances, it seemed he was the only one bold enough to venture out into the world. After approximately 10 minutes, I arrived at Wu Yong's doorstep. Wu Yong, upon seeing Lin Feng through the peephole, hurriedly opened the door to welcome him inside. Good day, boss. Everyone bowed in unison, displaying utmost respect. There is no need for such formalities. Please stand, Lin Feng encouraged. As they rose, Lin Feng's gaze wandered, primarily searching for any charming young ladies. To his delight, aside from Sun Fengfeng, Wu Daiwei indeed possessed striking beauty. There was another woman, so tall that Lin Feng found himself gazing upward. Goodness, what is your name, beautiful? How tall are you? I can hardly believe I must look up to see your face. This young woman bore a youthful visage, yet stood an impressive one. 95 meters tall, towering over Lin Feng, who was 185 meters. Hello, boss. My name is Jiang Qingxue. I have recently graduated from university. I am 22 years old and 182 centimeters tall. With my high heels, I reach 195 centimeters. Jiang Qingxue promptly greeted him, without the boss's interference. They might have been quite taken aback. From now on, you are prohibited from wearing high heels. I dislike having to look up at people, Lin Feng declared. Startled, Jiang Qingxue quickly removed her high heels, standing on the ground where she was now just slightly shorter than Lin Feng. Understood, boss, she replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Lin Feng, satisfied, nodded and approached her, gently patting her shoulder while curiously inquiring, being so tall. It must be difficult to find a partner, no? Jiang Qingxue nodded, her cheeks reddening further as she confessed, yes, boss. I have been taller than many boys since childhood. And in my nursing program at university, there were far more girls than boys, so no one has ever pursued me. Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction, confirming his earlier assumptions. Upon the first glance at Jiang Qingxue, Lin Feng found himself gazing upward. Men are inherently proud. Who would wish to find a partner with whom they have to stand on tiptoe for a kiss? That would be a blow to one's self-esteem, wouldn't it? But fret not, you are still young. I, as your employer, know many individuals. Once the calamity passes, I shall introduce you to several high-quality gentlemen. Of course, when Lin Feng spoke of high-quality men, he was, in fact, referring to himself. However, with so many employees present, Lin Feng maintained a semblance of dignity and refrained from directly discussing terms with Jiang Qingxue. Otherwise, the staff might suspect some underlying office dynamics at play. Thank you, boss. I have no particular demands for a partner. Wealth is of little consequence. The only requirement is that he must not be shorter than me. At the very least, he cannot be shorter than I am when wearing flat shoes. After all, in times of peril, will I protect him, or will he protect me? Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Both of us are in flat shoes. I stand at 185 centimeters, which certainly meets your criteria. I assure you, I am taller than you. Let us exchange WeChat contacts and take the opportunity to converse leisurely. In that fleeting moment, everyone cast envious glances toward Jiang Qingxue. Indeed, a woman's path to altering her destiny typically comprises two avenues. Either she is born fortunate, or she marries well. Clearly, Jiang Qingxue embodies both, which evokes envy. An introduction from the boss? Surely, the quality cannot be lacking. Thank you, boss. You have gone to great lengths for me. Jiang Qingxue felt a surge of happiness. With her initial height, she had already eliminated 90% of potential suitors. Could a man measuring 170 centimeters truly feel confident in her presence? Wu Daiyue Chapter 54. Is this world truly destined for destruction? Well, let me offer you some benefits. There will be food and drink, a balance of work and leisure. Do not fret about your salary. A monthly stipend of 10,000. Paid vacations. From now on, every morning the girls will study medical texts. The boys will practice boxing and martial arts in the morning. The afternoons are free to allocate as you wish. Mutual supervision is encouraged. Rewards for reporting. As he spoke, Lin Feng tossed two large bags onto the ground before turning to leave. Boss, one must possess an aura. Take care, boss. A group of employees bowed in farewell. This boss is truly remarkable. He even offers paid vacations. This alleviates concerns about having no money for food after the calamity. However, they remain unaware that in times of danger, Lin Feng is their most reliable support. Conversely, in the absence of peril, Lin Feng poses the greatest threat. After Lin Feng departed, Wu Yong led the others to see what Lin Feng had brought that night. Mahjong, chess, playing cards, these seem reasonable. After all, being confined at home necessitates some form of entertainment. Medical texts and martial arts books are also quite fitting. This is the boss's task. Yet acquiring more knowledge can be beneficial for oneself. Moreover, taking a paid leave for a morning of learning is hardly unreasonable. As for the Tang Dao, is it sharpened or not? In such chaotic times, possessing some means of defense seems prudent. It is not merely about the fear of theft, but also the concern of being targeted. Regarding the handgun and the 100 rounds of ammunition, why does it feel as though life is becoming increasingly perilous? Ahem, this is merely a replica firearm. I shall keep it safe. The rest can be distributed among you. Wu Yong is indeed astute. Even if Lin Feng has not explicitly stated it, He understands that this gun is intended for his protection, so he promptly puts it away. Though the employees may lack experience, they are not foolish. With the boss's immense wealth, possessing a few firearms seems quite reasonable. They are all employees. And with the current provision of paid leave, they do not expose Wu Yong's deception, as it would not benefit anyone. The supplies gifted by the boss are of utmost importance, providing immediate relief, particularly that handgun. The distinction between having a weapon and not having one is profound. Lin Feng's primary concern is the potential theft of his resources and the fear of his chosen companions being taken advantage of, hence providing Wu Yong with a firearm for self-defense. Should a robbery occur, with so many of you armed and so close in proximity, 5 minutes should be more than sufficient. If that is not the case, then you truly deserve your fate. Upon reaching the wall, Lin Feng activates his spatial powers to excavate the earth. Digging 5 meters directly beneath the villa, he creates a deep well 3 meters wide and 100 meters deep. If you cannot manage to excavate even 5 meters, then you truly deserve your fate. Rising to his feet, he fills in the excess soil and returns home. Everything that needed to be provided has been given. If you still meet your demise under these circumstances, there is little more I, Lin Feng, can do. Now, everyone, heed the boss's commands. Here, everyone, regardless of gender, will dig for an hour. Excavate 5 meters downward. Ensure proper safety measures are in place. Do not fall. Starting tomorrow, the women will learn medical skills in the morning, while the men will study martial arts. The afternoons are free for personal pursuits. A month of paid leave will yield 10,000. Meals and accommodation will be provided. Surely, this is not too burdensome for you. Not at all. I must admit, Wu Yong possesses considerable leadership abilities. Moreover, these terms, they surpass what one would earn from a regular job. Who would refuse such an offer? Everyone began to gather their belongings, retrieving pickaxes and shovels, pairing up to commence the excavation. After all, they would switch roles after an hour. The task was not particularly strenuous. Lin Feng had provided adequately. A depth of 105 meters was bound to yield water, along with weapons and 130 million in supplies. If any of you were to perish further, it would be of no concern to me, as I am not well acquainted with you. Lin Feng hesitated to invite Zhao Jun and Wu Yong into his secure shelter. What if he fell asleep and encountered someone like Liang, who might take advantage of his slumber to betray him? This apprehension elucidates Lin Feng's reluctance to include them in his sanctuary. A personal space is ineffective against others. With someone present in his home, would Lin Feng be able to enjoy a peaceful rest? Who could predict what actions you might undertake while I am asleep? Upon returning home, Lin Feng gazed at the balance of 980,000 in his account, sufficient to indulge in several days of gifting to the streamer Huahua. He browsed through the channels, finding nothing captivating. There was no thrill akin to the exhilarating live broadcasts he had experienced on Shishan. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remained unperturbed. With one instance of excitement on Shishan, there would inevitably be 1,000 more. Henceforth, the live streaming from Shishan was merely a matter of time. Watching a live broadcast will always be more exhilarating than a 3D projection. Lin Feng realized that eventually, no one would be streaming anymore. Because all the living have grown accustomed to it, Lin Feng lay flat with nothing to occupy his time. Another day passed in this manner. Lin Feng lived with a sense of carefree ease, while Li Ying found herself exposed, kneeling at the entrance of a supermarket, unable to regain her composure. The events of this night had fundamentally altered Li Ying's worldview, leaving her mind utterly in ruins. Damn Lin Feng. Damn Qiao Qiao. If only you had given me 8 million, Lin Feng, I would not have resorted to selling supplies. If only you hadn't cast me out, Qiao Qiao. Would I have had to endure such humiliation? Would I have been reduced to this pitiful state? Damn it. You both truly deserve this. It was evident that Li Ying's already feeble mind had completely broken down. Did any of this have anything to do with Lin Feng and Qiao Qiao? This was all a consequence of her own actions, wasn't it? Was it not preferable to remain at home? Qiao Qiao had even agreed to support her under certain conditions. Yet she insisted on selling supplies to venture out. Clumsy and reckless, she started criticizing her teammates when things went awry. Truly remarkable. Li Ying remained on her knees for half an hour, unable to rise. The pain was overwhelming, and fear gripped her heart. She trembled, unable to lift herself due to the agony. Fortunately, no one approached during that half hour, allowing her to shakily stand. She extracted the bloodied, broken gun barrel from the steel door and disdainfully tossed it aside. The pain left her weeping uncontrollably. The agony of having that reinforced door pierce through her defenses made every step a struggle. She lay on the ground, taking another half hour to recover, the sharp stinging sensation only slightly subsiding. With trembling hands, she donned a dress and high heels, yet even these minor tasks took her 20 minutes. Panties and stockings were now impossible to wear. Any attempt sent jolts of excruciating pain through her. The fury within Li Ying was palpable. If it weren't for Lin Feng and Xiao Qiao, how could I have found myself in such a predicament? You truly deserve condemnation. Yet, I cannot succumb to death, not until I have exacted my vengeance upon you. My legs trembled as I opened my bag, selecting the two most exquisite pairs of high heels, the two finest handbags, and several luxurious garments, which I precariously draped over my shoulders as I made my way toward the villa. This is merely a trifling matter. I remain untouched. My ultimate boundary has yet to be crossed. I still have the opportunity for retribution. This is the essence of the pure-hearted Li Ying. My intestines may be severed, my blood may flow, but I shall not part with my handbags. Moreover, despite enduring this ordeal, Li Ying still perceives herself as untainted. After all, I am still a maiden. The streets were deserted. In this heat, as long as there is food and drink, everyone prefers to shelter at home, avoiding the peril of venturing outside. Li Ying staggered back to the villa, locked the door, and entered, placing the handbags and high heels down. These are worth millions. She inhaled deeply, yet the gnawing hunger and primal thirst began to erode her resolve. Even a woman burdened with 100 pounds of shopping can experience moments of frailty. And at this juncture, Li Ying was at her most vulnerable. Water. I am parched. I must have water. Li Ying rose unsteadily and stumbled to the faucet. Twisting it open, not a single drop emerged. Even at night, the temperature soared to 40 degrees. This is January in Huanghai City, in the north. How could it possibly be this hot? Is this world truly on the brink of annihilation? Chapter 55. The true apocalypse is about to commence. Li Ying slumped helplessly to the ground, gazing at the empty faucet, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of despair. She picked up her phone, clinging to her last hope of seeking assistance from the homeowners. Those very homeowners she had aided countless times during the day. Could someone spare me a drop of water? I am willing to pay, and the price is negotiable. Many in the homeowners group saw her plea, including Xiao Qiao and Lin Feng. Yet, to her dismay, no one responded. The benevolent soul who had once offered help to many now found herself utterly alone. These transactions are merely one-time affairs. You sold to me, but that does not obligate me to sell back to you. Song Chao glanced disdainfully at his phone. He, along with his 12 companions, was grilling meat from the refrigerator. In such sweltering weather, barbecuing was a breeze, with temperatures soaring to 40 or 50 degrees. They merely gathered some plastic wood, set up a metal plate, sprinkled it with salt, cumin, and chili powder, reveling in the sheer enjoyment of it. The 13 guardians of the West District were merely seeking refuge. They had neither stolen nor vandalized, nor had they taken lives. They simply wished to survive. What crime had they committed? Hours passed, and Li Ying, now parched and famished, felt her strength waning. Once more, she sent a message in the homeowners group. I am extremely hungry. Could those who purchase supplies for me possibly return a portion? I will pay you double the price you spent, just for a bowl of instant noodles or a sausage. I implore you. I am on the verge of starvation. Li Ying remained oblivious to her missteps, while the affluent individuals who had paid exorbitant prices for sunburn ointment and food were even less inclined. They were not foolish. They had paid such high prices precisely because they could not find these items elsewhere. In the year 2050, due to an overwhelming abundance of resources, everyone has developed the habit of purchasing meals as they go. After all, why not spend money on fresh food? After work, it has become customary to buy groceries on a whim. Who would choose to consume aged frozen goods for the sake of health? The lingering memory of the 2030 Hextech food safety incident still haunts them. No matter the advancements in technology or the audacity of their endeavors, they can simply abstain from consuming it, right? Yet now, a predicament has arisen. They find themselves unable to access either the technology or the provisions. Moreover, Lin Feng has procured 10 billion worth of supplies in the vicinity of Huanghai City, essentially depleting the food reserves surrounding the city. This has directly led to the food shortages experienced by many in Huanghai City 3 days into the disaster. Lin Feng, however, possesses a semblance of conscience. Despite having the means to seize resources, he opted to spend 10 billion instead. Li Ying gazed in despair at the silent group chat. It was baffling. When she was selling to them, their enthusiasm was palpable, yet now that she finds herself in distress, they all choose to vanish as if dead. After some contemplation, Li Ying resolved to make amends with Xiao Qiao. Although Xiao Qiao's household had run out of food, Li Ying recalled that Xiao Qiao had stored a bathtub filled to the brim with water. Even if there is no food available, A sip of water would suffice. Xiao Qiao, I apologize. I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I am on the brink of thirst. Would you be so kind as to share a drop of water with me? Li Ying was aware that Xiao Qiao had blocked her, so she reached out using an alternate account to express her sincere apology. Buzz. Xiao Qiao glanced at her phone, still seething with resentment. I offered you food and drink. I provided you with the opportunity to stockpile supplies, and you squandered it on frivolities. You sold me out. You nearly caused my downfall. Is this how you repay my kindness? Do you still possess any sense of conscience? Jojo is infuriated and has decisively blocked even her alternate account. At last, Jojo comprehends why Lin Feng, after purchasing a dog for 3 million, resorted to eliminating it for its disobedience. With such circumstances prevailing, what purpose do you serve? Li Ying continues her efforts to connect with Jojo, only to discover that all her messages have been relegated to Jojo's blacklist. Jojo, I am truly angered. I had believed we were inseparable friends, sharing both trials and triumphs, life and death. How could you treat me in this manner? You are heartless. Do not blame me for being ungrateful. Li Ying gazed at the screen of her phone, which refused to accept her messages, seething with rage. This encapsulates Lin Feng's rationale for rating Jojo with 3 stars. Your compassion towards such individuals is merely cruelty towards yourself. Do you consider is sparing her life a display of humanity? You are self-righteous. You are remarkable. Now that the tiger has returned to the mountain, you both can enjoy your games. I shall merely observe the spectacle. Jojo is genuinely furious. Having blocked her, she has no intention of unblocking her, no matter how many alternate accounts Li Ying creates. It proves futile. Just then, a call comes in. Jojo turns on the faucet, and indeed, water flows. Although the pressure is not particularly strong, there is still water on the second floor. Filling all containers, Jojo takes a jackhammer and heads to her bedroom. With her anger reaching its peak, Jojo pries open the floorboards and begins to unleash her fury upon the ground beneath her bed. Before long, she breaks through. After half an hour, she finally creates a hole large enough for a person to fit through. Following the opening, Jojo descends to the basement and, upon seeing the abundance of untouched supplies, breathes a sigh of relief. Grasping a rebar welding gun, she frantically reinforces the already fortified door. This time, even the small door that could be opened with a key is welded shut. Jojo leaves no avenue for entry. The warehouse door on the ground floor has been thoroughly welded shut to the wall by Jojo after a night of labor. Having witnessed Li Ying's ordeal, Jojo has undergone a complete upgrade in her mindset. For now, sealing it off is the priority. Let the world unfold as it may. If you possess the audacity, go ahead and blow up the building. Let destruction reign. Hurry up. Exhausted from a night of toil, Jojo is relieved that with no one at home, she can finally indulge in a restful sleep. She retrieves a few bags of chicken legs to feed Fangzi. The resources allocated to Li Ying seem trivial compared to nourishing a dog. For the time being, the supplies are sufficient, and Jojo has no intention of abandoning Fang. Upon returning to her abode, she spreads out the flooring to cover the gaping hole and switches on the air conditioning to enjoy a brief respite from the heat. However, before the room can cool down, the power goes out. Jojo understands that this is merely the beginning. It won't be long before water and electricity are entirely cut off. She opens the window to let in some warm air. The stuffiness inside is suffocating. In the bathroom, she gazes at the tub filled with water and yearns to plunge in for a refreshing cold shower to wash away the sweat. Alas, she decides to conserve it for drinking instead. Grabbing an iron cup, she scoops a glass and sets it in the sunlight. Within minutes, it will be sterilized. As Jojo sips the warm water, a wave of discomfort washes over her. The tap water carries a metallic taste, still warm, and had she not been parched, she would never have touched it. After finishing her drink, she feeds Fangzi and lies down on the bed, lacking the desire to eat. Perhaps a nap is in order. It is now the 4th day since the onset of the apocalypse, and many lives mirror Jojo's. Their routines have been turned upside down. In the early days, those with stored provisions opted to hunker down at home. But as supplies dwindle, the true chaos of this world will begin to unfold. After the onset of the apocalypse, as long as one can evade human contact, over 99% of danger can be avoided. The true apocalypse is about to commence. Chapter 56. In this world, aside from my parents, all of you deserve to perish. Last night, Xiao Qiao toiled tirelessly, and Li Ying was equally occupied. Once the water and electricity were restored, Li Ying, overwhelmed with excitement, drank 3 glasses of water before dashing into the bathroom for a cleansing bath. She felt repulsed by the accumulated grime and blood on her body, insisting on washing it away. At the very least, she had upheld her principles. She was still a maiden. After her bath, the pain from the steel door seemed to diminish. She dried herself off, donned the designer clothes she had brought back, and slipped into high heels worth hundreds of thousands. Li Ying felt she was still that noble little princess. Although her thirst had been quenched, hunger gnawed at her. Contemplating her circumstances, she retrieved the 3 property deeds, intending to collect her residence. Collecting the property was not her primary aim. She had a place to stay, but mainly sought to procure some food. With her slender arms and legs, she lacked the capacity for robbery. Simply avoiding being robbed herself was a feat. The harrowing experience of blood-soaked streets would remain etched in Li Ying's memory forever. She would never again dare to wander the supermarket alone at midnight. Following the addresses on the property deeds, Li Ying approached the door and knocked. "Who is it? What do you want?" Upon hearing the knock, the occupant inside grew anxious. "I am Li Ying. Did you not sell the house to me? I have come to collect it." Upon hearing the word collect, the man inside grew displeased. "Did I give you the house? Where am I supposed to live?" Peering through the peephole, confirming that Li Ying was merely a woman without any weapons, he finally opened the door. "Beautiful lady, you must grant me some time. The court's enforcement still has a period to execute. You are moving into the house today. Is that not a bit too hasty?" Li Ying certainly understood the urgency, yet her hunger was far more pressing. Who feels discomfort when hungry? If you refuse to provide me with a home, then perhaps you could offer me something to eat as rent? Anything will suffice. I am not. Have you truly cast aside your previous fastidiousness? Have you forgotten the moment at Chow Chow's when you tossed aside a morsel? My household is out of provisions. There is nothing to eat. The man clearly had no intention of giving. After all, who would be foolish enough to provide sustenance when their own family was uncertain of survival? If that is the case, then grant me the house. This is my residence now. Upon hearing Li Ying's assertion, the man became displeased. If I give you the house, where shall I reside? Are you not attempting to drive me to desperation? Depart from my sight. Feel free to lodge any complaints you desire. Should you prevail, I shall relinquish the property to you. Just earlier, he referred to Li Ying as a benevolent figure, yet now he had turned his back on her. You are unreasonable. The agreement clearly states the house belongs to me. The contract has been signed. You wish to breach it. Li Ying's mind was truly beyond salvation. Still hoping for the man to uphold his integrity. Do not push me to my limits. Without a house, I cannot survive, and I shall take drastic measures. Depart. If you dare come again for my house, I swear I will harm you. Do you believe me? In the midst of her words, the man's malicious intent became evident as he brandished a prepared fruit knife, poised to strike at Li Ying. This sight terrified her. She fled without a second thought. Abandoning the house and disregarding the pain from the steel door, she ran with remarkable speed. How could a person be so treacherous? Where is the integrity and trustworthiness? Once the police station opens, I will undoubtedly call to report you. Exhausted and breathless, Li Ying truly felt the weight of fatigue from that night. After all, having endured a fierce battle, though I consumed a modest bowl of congee, it hardly sufficed to quell my hunger. I arrived at the second residence, that of the mother who had sold her house to save her son. Sister, I am Li Ying. I have come to collect the house. I knocked on the door, articulating my purpose while keeping my distance, for she feared a sudden opening might bring harm. Young lady, you have saved my son's life. I assure you that I will not renege on my promise regarding the house. Once the calamity subsides, I shall transfer the property to you without delay. Would you grant me a little more time? The mother appeared troubled, clearly an honest and straightforward woman. I can agree, but you must provide me with some rent, 3 loaves of bread, or instant noodles daily until you vacate. Seeing her willingness to negotiate, I promptly presented my terms. Madam, we have no food left. Our family of 5 is down to a mere few pounds of flour. You may enter and verify for yourself. Once the disaster is over, I will certainly hand over the house. With that, the woman stepped aside, permitting me entry. My hunger urged me to explore the interior. After rummaging through cabinets for quite some time, I discovered indeed that only half a bag of flour remained. Nothing else. Gazing at the scant flour, perhaps 5 pounds at most, I realized I lacked the skill to cook, and the villa had only been renovated. There were no pots or pans to prepare a meal. Then, please allow me to take this half bag of flour. You may continue to reside in the house for now. After some contemplation, my persistent hunger led me to decide that I could not leave empty-handed. Madam, this is all the flour we have left. If you take it, our family of 5 will not know how to survive. We are immensely grateful for your saving our son's life, but you truly cannot take this. It would condemn us to starvation. The male protagonist, in his 30s, resolutely clutched the flower, unwilling to part with it. In this dire time, every household suffers from a scarcity of grain. After all, sustenance equates to life. Then you shall surrender your house to me, Li Ying asserted with unwavering confidence. I possess reason, so what do I have to fear? Oh heavens, I can no longer endure this. Given my age, I am prepared to exchange my life for that of the elderly lady. I shall not be a burden upon you. Seeing Li Ying's relentless demeanor, the elderly woman brandished a kitchen knife, pursuing her with the intent to strike. Starving and resolute, she declared she would not encumber her son and grandchildren. Li Ying was petrified. Have people truly become this frenzied? Resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. I no longer want it. Is that acceptable? Please do not harm me. I shall leave. I will never return. Li Ying hastily fled. Yet, the elderly woman was unable to keep up with her. Upon returning to the villa, the incidents regarding the previous 2 houses dissuaded her from seeking a third. Why is it that the affluent are so honorable in their dealings? Indeed, the impoverished lack decorum. Li Ying was incensed. Acquiring luxury villas and high-end vehicles seemed simple, yet obtaining a modest meal proved to be a Herculean task. I could relinquish a villa to you, as I possess many, but I cannot part with my sole residence. Furthermore, I cannot part with food, for it is my lifeblood. Seated on the ground, her frustration mounted with every thought. She scrolled through her phone, sending out mass messages, inquiring who might have surplus grain to sell at a premium price. Surely, among relatives and friends, someone would come to her aid? After all, I still have 18 million. Wouldn't my willingness to pay handsomely suffice? After half an hour of waiting, no responses materialized. Her messages had vanished into the abyss like stones cast into the sea. Ding! After a few more minutes, news finally arrived. Li Ying, filled with excitement, picked up her phone. Indeed, money could buy everything. Ying, didn't you use the money your mother sent you to buy food? There is still a bit of rice at home, but it's only enough for your father and me to eat for a day. If there is nothing to eat, you should come back home. Perhaps the disaster will pass in a few days. Truly, in times of hardship, the only person who can lend you a helping hand is your own mother. After some contemplation, Li Ying resolved that returning home was not an option. There was nothing to eat at home, and if the upscale neighborhood was in such disarray, her home would be even less secure. It's nothing. I'm just inquiring whose household has more food. I want to buy some extra supplies. Don't worry, I'm fine. That's good. If you need anything, call me. You are my only daughter, and your safety is paramount. As she read her mother's message, tears streamed down Li Ying's face. In this world, aside from my parents, may all of you perish. Chapter 57. Not worth a single sausage. As she wept, Li Ying suddenly remembered that while she could manage without food, she could not go without water. She dashed into the bathroom and turned on the faucet, only to find the water pressure significantly diminished. Initially, it had been just enough for a shower, but now it merely dripped. Li Ying opened all the faucets, letting the water run. Regret washed over her. How she wished she had filled up on water before leaving. Given the current situation, she feared there would not be enough water to drink tomorrow. Overwhelmed with grievance, she pondered her predicament. What was she to do now? She opened her phone and scrolled through her contacts, desperate to find someone who could assist her. Suddenly, she spotted Lin Feng. Hadn't he promised that if she spent the night with him, he would give her a box of sausages? I have been rationing my meals. Surely, I have enough to last quite a while. At last, Li Ying found herself with little left to sell and contemplated trading her innocence. Indeed, Lin Feng proved to be a prophet. After more than a month, she found herself willing to part with her virtue for a mere sausage. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Li Ying's eyes as she earnestly wished for Lin Feng to honor his promise and provide her with a box of sausages. Ding! Lin Feng, of course, had not succumbed to slumber. Instead, he was indulging in solo gaming and sipping on fine spirits, relishing a life of leisure. Lin Feng, are you asleep? If you spend the night with me, I will trade you for a box of sausages. If that is acceptable, I can come over right now. Lin Feng glanced at Li Ying's message, his expression twisting in disgust. He had witnessed her live stream from start to finish. Did the bullet shatter upon your steel door? If I, Lin Feng, could still partake in such a debased exchange, would that not render me utterly depraved? Enough of this. The sight of you repulses me. Your live stream was far too sordid. I lack any interest. I wouldn't even feed a dog with the sausages meant for you. Lin Feng harbored no fondness for Li Ying. Initially, her appearance had intrigued him, but that interest had long since evaporated. He refrained from blocking her, deeming it unnecessary. What if he suddenly felt inclined to tease her again? After all, idleness at home was still idleness. Li Ying stared at the messages on her phone, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Did so many people actually watch that live stream? How could Lin Feng be aware of it? He should know that I am still a maiden, and I have bathed. I am not filthy. I do not desire a box of sausages. I only want one. Is that too much to ask? Every night, I will keep you company. Each time, just one sausage will suffice. Please, Lin Feng, grant me a single sausage. I feel as though I am on the brink of starvation. Li Ying was in utter despair. She truly was at her wit's end. Initially, she had contemplated selling herself for $1 billion, yet she found she could not even secure a single sausage. Even if you were to provide me with just one sausage daily to amuse yourself, I now find it repugnant. On such a sweltering day, I wonder if that gun barrel has rotted away in your steel door. You must tend to it quickly. If it truly decays, it would spell your doom. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's demeaning words, Li Ying burst into tears. Only at this moment did she realize her grave mistake. She should never have sold off Chow Chow's supplies. Had those items remained, Li Ying would have never confided in anyone. She would eat whatever was offered without complaint. Woe is me. Am I to suffer this slow death by hunger? Is there truly no one who can lend me assistance? I am willing to do anything for help. Li Ying lay on the ground, regretting her decisions for all eternity. Yet alas, this world offers no remedy for regret, nor does it entertain the notion of what if. Just then, her phone chimed. Glancing at the screen, Li Ying felt a flicker of hope. Apologies, I was driving my boyfriend home and didn't check my phone. Thank you for the burn ointment. My boyfriend is feeling much better now. I have plenty of food at home, and the official rescue supplies have arrived. My boyfriend, having been injured on duty, received a substantial amount of food. If you don't mind the taste of compressed biscuits, you are welcome to come to my home. Upon reading Liang Qiuyu's message, Li Ying sprang to her feet. She hurriedly gathered her belongings. Quickly, let us go to Building 3, Unit 3, Apartment 303. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. Qiao. Lin Feng, you shall pay for this treatment. This matter is far from over. Arriving at the foot of Building 3, Unit 303. Liang Qiuyu and her boyfriend Zhou Kaihua were cautiously transporting compressed biscuits upstairs. Zhou appeared frail, his face sunburned, and his head shaved. He paused to rest after every few steps, yet he persisted. With the dawn approaching, he realized that moving would soon become impossible. Brother, allow me to assist you. You should rest indoors. Upon seeing the food, Li Ying felt invigorated. Not only could she carry a box up to the 3rd floor, but she could easily manage 10 boxes without issue. Who is this? Zhou Kaihua inquired of Liang Qiuyu, to which she replied with a slight smile, This is Li Ying. Her burn ointment saved your life. Hearing this, Zhou exhaled in relief, lowering the hand he had placed on his waist. Li Ying glanced at Zhou Kaihua's waist and her spirit sword. He was a security guard and even carried a firearm. If she could align herself with him, who would dare to bully her in this community? Lin Feng, Qiao, just wait for me. Once I get my hands on that gun, I will shoot you dead. Without you, I, Li Ying, would not have been subjected to such humiliation. Lower your voice. We mustn't attract attention. It's very dangerous. Having been robbed and subsequently humiliated online, Li Ying had gained invaluable experience. She carefully carried the compressed biscuits upstairs, making not a sound. Liang Qiuyu felt immense gratitude towards Li Ying. Had it not been for her burn ointment, Zhou Kaihua's sunburn could have led to a fatal infection. Moreover, Liang was aware that official rescue supplies would soon be dispatched, and Li Ying, a mere girl, had become a lifesaver. How much could she truly consume? Lin Feng was also informed about the rescue supplies. However, Liang Qiuyu's knowledge was woefully limited. The authorities had only dispatched relief supplies once, and that was the sole occasion. Subsequently, they seemed to abandon their responsibility, opting to conserve military supplies for their troops, hoping that post-disaster, the military would suppress any dissenting factions with force. Yet, what transpired afterward remained unknown to Lin Feng. Official military presence had become scarce, presumably retreating to the depths of the mountains to escape the sweltering heat. 10 boxes of compressed biscuits, weighing 5 pounds each, were swiftly relocated. This total of 50 pounds, valued at 400 yuan, would suffice for one person consuming 3 pieces a day, allowing the 3 of them to last a month and a half. Liang Qiuyu, being a doctor, also had her share. Given Zhou Kaihua's contributions to disaster relief, this allocation was effectively doubled for the 2 of them. After they had moved everything upstairs, Li Ying gazed longingly at the compressed biscuits, swallowing hard in anticipation. Having not eaten for an entire day, she felt on the brink of starvation. Are you hungry? Here. Have a piece. It may not be palatable, but it will stave off hunger. Observing Li Ying's desperate expression, Liang Qiuyu opened a box and handed her a packet. Thank you. You are truly kind. Li Ying exclaimed, tearing open the packaging and taking a bite. That initial morsel nearly shattered her teeth. Such was the nature of official compressed biscuits. They were merely survival rations, designed to combat hunger rather than please the palate. Utterly pragmatic. Too tough to chew, is it? Just crush it and soak it in water, Liang Qiuyu suggested. Although it was hardly a delightful meal, it certainly provided sustenance. Zhou Kaihua entered the room with a hammer, weakly striking a piece of biscuit until it crumbled, placing it into a bowl half filled with water. After a while, it transformed into a mushy concoction. Li Ying devoured it ravenously. It was undoubtedly the most unpalatable food she had ever tasted. Yet this time, it felt remarkably satisfying. No choice. I am famished. Chapter 58. One must sell oneself at a high price. Liang Qiuyu obtained burn ointment and rushed to rescue Zhou Kaihua. After a day filled with activity, she finally returned home, only to discover Li Ying's messages upon her arrival. Who had time to check the group chat? It felt as though her parents were in the ICU, fighting for their lives. Who could spare a moment to glance at group messages under such circumstances? Besides, serious individuals typically mute chat notifications. Who among the diligent would spend their days perusing each message in the group? Can one survive solely by reading chat notifications? If that were the case, what was the purpose of Liang Qiuyu's job? She could simply lounge at home, reading messages all day. Why not just reside at home? I have heard that the outside world is tumultuous. It is perilous for a young woman like you. Liang Qiuyu found Li Ying's apparent starvation peculiar. While retrieving the sunburn ointment, she noticed an abundance of supplies in the room. Surely, food should not be lacking. That is not my home. It belongs to a friend. I made a minor mistake, which angered her, and I was thrust out with a knife. Li Ying evaded the core issue, unwilling to disclose the true reason for her expulsion. Alas, calamity has struck, and human nature appears to have soured. To conserve a meager amount of food, a good friend would cast one out? What a despicable person. Liang Qiuyu was infuriated. How could someone as wonderful as Li Ying be cast aside? Were all individuals akin to Lin Feng, possessing the ability to assist others, yet choosing instead to take advantage of their misfortune? Is this what humanity has come to? Do not worry, dear sister. You have saved my life, and we shall offer you shelter. In a few days, once the authorities have completed their assessment of the disaster, they will distribute relief supplies, and everything will improve. You must have faith in the officials. Zhou Kaihua returned home to recuperate due to severe sunburn, and the presence of a firearm was a precautionary measure amidst the current chaos, as there were concerns for his safety. Once he recovers, he will await instructions to return for debriefing. Gratefulness emanated from Li Ying as she respectfully bowed her head in thanks. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the gun at Zhou Kaihua's waist. With dawn approaching, it would be wise to seize the opportunity to rest before the heat intensified. Fortunately, being on the third floor, the temperature would not rise too quickly, making it difficult to sleep later in the afternoon. Liang Qiuyu, anticipating a power outage, had set the air conditioning to its lowest setting and left it running, ensuring the room remained refreshingly cool, as she too was weary from a long day and desired rest. Zhou Kaihua, feeling quite fatigued and weakened, inquired about their sleeping arrangements. I do not snore and will not disturb you, he assured them. Li Ying turned to Liang Qiuyu, who resided in an 80-square-meter apartment with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. Eager not to jeopardize her job, she quickly and obediently asked, "Shall we share the master bedroom, and he can take the guest room?" At Liang Qiuyu's suggestion, Li Ying paused momentarily, pondering how they were not in a romantic relationship, yet were on the cusp of marriage. Why not share a bed? Nevertheless, she refrained from probing further, nodding in agreement as she followed Liang Qiuyu to the master bedroom. Once lying on the bed, it wasn't long before Liang Qiuyu succumbed to slumber, exhausted from caring for Zhou Kaihua the previous day and night. Li Ying, treading lightly, rose from the bed and exited the room, closing the door behind her. She approached the mirror to inspect her reflection. Fortunately, her sunburn was not severe. After applying burn ointment and allowing time for healing, her complexion had improved considerably, albeit with a slight redness remaining. She opened her bag, retrieved her cosmetics, and began to apply her makeup. With her eyes adorned with makeup, lips painted with crimson, and foundation flawlessly applied, she transformed once more into a regal little princess. Approaching the doorway of the secondary bedroom, Li Ying gently pushed the door open and inquired softly, "Zhou Gu, are you asleep? I can't seem to find rest. Sister Qiuyu is slumbering. May I come in to chat?" Zhou Kaihua had not yet succumbed to sleep, though he had disrobed, donning only a pair of loose shorts. Feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm not asleep. Let me put on a shirt. It's rather warm, and I apologize for the awkwardness. He hastily attempted to dress. While Li Ying entered and closed the door behind her, reassuringly stating, "It's quite all right. You're a man, after all. What is there to feel shy about? Don't bother putting on any clothes. It's too hot." She gently reached out to stop him, and Zhou Kaihua, feeling bashful, relinquished the garment. It must be noted that at the age of 25, Zhou Kaihua, having served as a soldier for many years before transitioning to a position as a courier, was a picture of muscularity and defined features. However, the sun had taken its toll on his face, leaving it vulnerable to the ravages of sunburn. "Well, this is simply who I am. When Xiaoyu sees this, she'll surely scold me for being lewd," he remarked with a hint of unease. Li Ying, intrigued, probed further, "Are you two planning to marry? I thought you and Sister Qiuyu were engaged. Why then do you sleep in separate rooms? Will she really scold you for being lewd?" Her words drew a sigh from Zhou Kaihua. "Ah, that girl Qiuyu is wonderful in every respect. Yet her views are exceedingly conservative. After 6 years of being together, during my 3 years of service as a soldier and 3 years of transition, she has allowed me to hold her hand only a few times, and we have yet to share a kiss. She insists that there shall be no boundary transgressions before marriage." Upon hearing this, Li Ying recognized that a golden opportunity had presented itself. "Zhou Gu, is Sister Qiuyu being excessively unreasonable? Even on the brink of marriage, she still forbids any physical intimacy. How can you possibly endure such restraint? In these tumultuous times, with calamity striking, your wedding seems an indefinite dream. Once you recover, you will be called to the front lines for disaster relief, which may stretch on for years. Perhaps I should persuade Sister Qiuyu. I'll take the side bed, and you two can occupy the master bedroom?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Kaihua felt a twinge of irritation. He is a normal man, 25 years old and still a virgin. It's one thing to be single, but to have a partner and be on the verge of marriage without any intimacy? This hardly resembles a typical relationship. Nevertheless, she is quite stubborn and would never agree to such an arrangement. Her standards for a partner are unwavering. She won't even glance at anyone who is not a virgin. She possesses a severe form of mental cleanliness. Zhou Kaihua's tone was laced with frustration, and Li Ying recognized her opportunity. "Zhou Gu, lie down. Let me give you a massage. You toil so hard for the nation and its people. You deserve a moment of respite." With that, Li Ying gently pushed Zhou Kaihua onto the bed and began to massage his shoulders. He contemplated refusing, yet the sensation was too delightful to dismiss. Gazing at Li Ying's face, he found her strikingly beautiful. Her large eyes, double eyelids, and delicate pink eyeshadow framed her enchanting phoenix-like gaze. What man could remain indifferent to such allure? After a prolonged massage, Zhou Kaihua swallowed hard, captivated by her presence. A surge of unidentifiable desire ignited within him. His gaze fixed unblinkingly on Li Ying. He had suppressed his urges for 25 years. Surely he could not be reduced to a mere eunuch. Yet, Zhou Kaihua clung to his reason, closing his eyes to avoid temptation. Unbeknownst to them, just outside the window, a drone hovered silently, its camera lens gleaming in the light. Who could have anticipated this twist? I, Lin Feng, have returned. To my surprise, upon my arrival, I encountered a paid program. Li Ying, seizing the opportunity, took the initiative to strike. "Lin Feng, weren't you reluctant to offer me even a single sausage? Just wait until I acquire a weapon. You shall see how I deal with you." The setting sun is infinitely beautiful, yet it is merely a prelude to dusk. Below lies the paid content, accessible only through the presentation of gifts. Chapter 59. The schemes of a beauty. The two engaged in combat for several minutes before a victor emerged. Zhou Kaihua, having donned his oversized shorts, sat on the edge of the bed, smoking a cigarette. However, given the current predicament, what was to be done? He was on the verge of marriage. Was this not a betrayal to Liang Qiuyu? "Zhou, do not return to the official channel. I fear for your safety. I possess a villa, 3 properties, 2 luxury cars, and savings of 18 million. From now on, I shall take care of you." Upon hearing Li Ying express such sentiments while nestled against his shoulder, Zhou Kaihua was taken aback. A 20-year-old beauty, and a wealthy one at that? Had he, Zhou Kaihua, somehow saved the galaxy in a past life for such fortune to befall him? Little did Zhou know that during his hospitalization, the economy had collapsed. He had been subsisting on governmental provisions, not spending his own money. Yet, he shared a bond with Liang Qiuyu, although they had never been intimate. 6 years of affection could not be dismissed. "May I have a moment to ponder? I am uncertain how to approach Qiuyu." As he inhaled the smoke, Zhou Kaihua fell into deep contemplation. With the three of them cohabiting, the truth would eventually surface. Brother Zhou, Qiyu could never accept our affair. You know her better than I do. Perhaps we should take advantage of her slumber and retreat to the villa with supplies? I offered her a house and a compensation of 1 million. This way, I would not wound her too deeply, and you need not harbor any guilt in your heart. It is beneficial for everyone involved. As she spoke, Li Ying produced a property deed and, before Zhou Kaihua's eyes, transferred 1 million to Liang Qiyu via WeChat. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Kaihua could no longer contain himself. In my previous life, I must have saved the galaxy. Truly, a beautiful and wealthy woman has taken a liking to me. She is willing to lavish her riches upon me. 1 million and a house. A transfer made without hesitation. Thus, let it be. Let us apply sunscreen and depart with our belongings, leaving half of the supplies for Qiyu while we take the remainder. Zhou Kaihua, enraptured by the allure of his first experience, found it hard to extricate himself, pondering when he might indulge with Liang Qiyu again. Yet, with Li Ying, he could be a groom every night. Li Ying was not lacking in beauty either. Moreover, she owned a villa, luxury cars, and had assets exceeding 10 million. Only a fool would choose the unattainable Liang Qiyu over her. Brother Zhou, I think it's sufficient to leave a box for Sister Qiyu. Did you not mention that supplies would be distributed in a few days? She can collect her own provisions, can't she? We are 2 people. What if there isn't enough food? Li Ying understood that sustenance was of utmost importance at present. How could she possibly leave half for Liang Qiyu? Very well. Since official supplies will arrive in a few days, let us leave her a box. Zhou Kaihua did not dwell on it further and acquiesced. After all, they were merely compressed biscuits, and Zhou Kaihua was nearly sick of them. All right, Brother Zhou, it's hot outside. Remember to drink plenty of water before you go out. I would be quite distressed if you were to overheat. Li Ying would never claim that there was no water at home, and that it would only arrive at midnight. It is you who cares for me. I, Zhou Kaihua, cannot fathom what stroke of luck has allowed me to encounter such an understanding beauty. Gazing at Li Ying, Zhou Kaihua felt a lingering desire. You are truly mischievous. Let us discuss this at the villa, where I shall show you my black stockings. With those words, Zhou Kaihua's resolve to head to the villa only grew stronger. What man could possibly resist the allure of black stockings? The two shared an ample amount of water, then applied sunscreen, stealthily carrying compressed biscuits downstairs. The villa district was not far from their location, and the sunscreen proved beneficial for the brief journey. As they drove into the villa district and beheld the sight of 2 supercars in the courtyard, Zhou Kaihua was overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, Li Ying possessed both a villa and luxury cars. He felt he had struck gold. From this moment forward, he would be financially free. Who in the world would still toil for an official position? After transporting their supplies into the villa, Li Ying flashed a subtle smile at Zhou Kaihua, fulfilling his dream of seeing her in black stockings. This sight ignited a fervor within Zhou Kaihua, compelling him to engage in battle. The skirmish commenced. Li Ying swiftly joined the fray, and their playful conflict persisted for an extended duration. As Zhou Kaihua surveyed the expansive villa, he felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. Oh my, all of it. Eventually, when both were utterly exhausted from their playful skirmish, they collapsed onto the floor to rest, eventually succumbing to sleep. Meanwhile, Liang Qiyu had awakened. The rising temperature in the room had stirred her from slumber. Upon rising, she noticed that Li Ying was absent. Without further contemplation, she ventured outside to investigate. Yet, the house was devoid of anyone. Where could Li Ying have gone? The weather is unbearably hot, and one cannot venture outside. Kaihua, Ying, are you both indoors? Only the side room remains unsearched. Liang Qiyu politely knocks on the door. She is not a girl prone to overthinking. Perhaps the two are merely engaged in conversation. After waiting for a considerable time without a response, she gently announces her entrance. Yet silence persists. She twists the doorknob, only to find the side room empty as well. Panic begins to set in as she notices the blood-soaked sheets, a scene of utter disarray. Could it be that they have encountered some peril? However, the familiar sight of a red document on the bed catches her eye. Is that not her property deed? Upon closer inspection, it is indeed her property deed. Accompanied by a transfer contract she had penned herself, her anxiety escalates. She grabs her phone, intending to call Zhou Kaihua to uncover the truth of the matter. To her astonishment, she discovers a transfer of 1 million from Ying. Sister Qiyu, I'm sorry, but I have left with Brother Zhou and will not be returning. This 1 million and the property deed are your compensation for our separation. Do not be too sorrowful, ensure to secure your home. Brother Zhou and I are true love. Thank you for your understanding. Liang Qiuyu is taken aback. Ying, what do you mean by this? Clarify your words. In her frustration, she attempts to send a voice message. But the system notifies her that her message has been rejected. Zhou Kaihua, will you not explain what is happening? She sends a message to Zhou Kaihua, only to be met with another rejection. Gazing at the bloodstained sheets, even a fool could deduce the horrifying reality. Her heart sinks. How could this be? 6 years of our relationship. How could you not fare better than just a day of acquaintance? Damn it, Zhou Kaihua, you are an insufferable scoundrel. I sold my house merely to procure a burn ointment for you. I was nearly skewered by that scoundrel Lin Feng. You, for the sake of a woman, turned your back and cast me aside. Truly, no man is worth a dime. It is utterly revolting. Liang Qiuyu, in her fury, tore the sheets. She flung them out the window. Subsequently, she disposed of everything Zhou Kaihua had ever touched in her abode. Liang Qiuyu possessed a fastidiousness for cleanliness. She found it all disgusting. Chapter 60. Always imitated, never surpassed. Lin Feng, feeling bored at home, released a drone to survey the scene at Liang Qiuyu's residence. Initially, he had intended to launch a nocturnal raid on her home to reclaim her as a trophy. However, through the drone's lens, he was greeted with the fervent spectacle of Li Ying's fierce struggle. Lin Feng, of course, could not miss the live broadcast. He watched intently while sipping chilled beer and relishing skewers. Ultimately, the broadcast concluded with Li Ying making off with Zhou Kaihua and their supplies. Lin Feng felt a thrill of delight. Before I, Lin Feng, could storm the gates tonight, Li Ying had audaciously pilfered Liang Qiuyu's crystal. Li Ying, you truly are remarkable. You surpass even Elbu. Whoever keeps you shall surely meet misfortune. Lin Feng took a swig of beer, genuinely impressed by Li Ying's audacious maneuver. Indeed, she had managed to sell herself at a premium, and Zhou Kaihua possessed a firearm? Lin Feng felt no trepidation. My steel door is impenetrable. Not even your gun can breach it. You could unleash cannon fire, and I would remain unfazed. Lin Feng retrieved his phone, resolved to tease Liang Qiuyu. After all, smiles do not vanish. They merely transfer to my face. Lin Feng's. Ding. At that moment, Liang Qiuyu's phone rang. Upon checking, she discovered a message from Lin Feng. How can you lack basic civic sense? Throwing things down from the balcony? This is a case of high-altitude littering. I will report you to the property management and have your medical license revoked. Liang Qiuyu was already irate, and now her anger intensified. Lin Feng, how on earth do you know I threw something down? Have you installed surveillance in my home? Liang Qiuyu was utterly furious. Lin Feng's message was like adding fuel to the fire. How can a doctor speak so harshly? Why are you directing such wrath towards me? Did your husband elope with his mistress? Lin Feng smirked mischievously, thinking, let me provoke you further. I shall drive you mad. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Liang Qiuyu was incensed. Was this not akin to pouring salt on her wounds? She hurled her phone onto the bed and began rummaging through her things. How did Lin Feng know about her affairs? Was it mere coincidence, or had he indeed installed a camera? After searching for a long time, even checking the outlet, she found no hidden cameras. At that moment, Liang Qiuyu's phone buzzed again. Why are you so upset? If you encounter difficulties, reach out to Lin Feng. Although your previous antics annoyed me, given your current plight, I shall refrain from retaliating tonight. I must admit, I find your virtuous demeanor rather appealing. Rest assured, our relationship remains strictly transactional, devoid of any romantic entanglements. Feel free to contact me anytime. Upon reading this message, Liang Qiuyu was nearly beside herself with rage. Block. This perverse individual must be blocked. The mere thought of this matter makes me feel nauseous. Liang Qiuyu not only blocked Lin Feng, but also eliminated every male classmate and colleague from her contacts. Today's incident has dealt a significant blow to Liang Qiuyu. 3 years of service. 3 years of probation. Although they have scarcely met, that represents 6 years. How many 6-year spans does one encounter in a lifetime? 6 years of youth. 6 years of emotion. Even raising a dog for 6 years does not warrant such treatment. Sob, sob. After blocking all male contacts, Liang Qiuyu collapsed onto her bed, weeping uncontrollably. All I desire is to find a man with whom I can share a life of mutual support and companionship until old age. Why is it so difficult? Is there truly not a single decent man in this world? After crying for a while, Liang Qiuyu, exhausted from her tears, made her way to the living room and locked the door. She entered the kitchen, retrieved a bottle of high-proof liquor, twisted off the cap, and took a large swig. Cough, cough. Is this what alcohol tastes like? How incredibly vile. Liang Qiuyu had never touched alcohol before, This was her first encounter, and she was immediately choked to tears. This liquor was meant to be used as a disinfectant, as she could not procure any medical-grade alcohol, and she never expected to consume it. After coughing through her tears for a while, she rose to fetch a glass, poured a small amount, and sipped it slowly. Now Liang Qiuyu, feeling utterly defeated by her circumstances, sought solace in drink. Alas, you are already in such a dire state. There is no need for me to cast judgment upon you. Why must you test the depths of human nature? Let us engage in a simple exchange. Your happiness is my joy. Is that not a better arrangement? Lin Feng shook his head and retracted the drone. Lin Feng still possessed a modicum of humanity, albeit a meager amount. After all, as a devoted, the blow dealt by Feng Qian was overwhelmingly significant for him. If we were to compare misfortunes, I, Lin Feng, have endured far more than you, Liang. I have been unwaveringly devoted for 6 years. At least you remain physically intact. Look at how Feng Qian treats me. When she is hungry, she consumes anything in sight. Who could possibly be more unfortunate than I? Retrieving the drone, he began to charge it. Lin Feng glanced at his phone. It had already been 4 days. Yet there was not a whisper of movement from that insipid green tea, Feng Qian. He scrolled through her social media posts. On the first, she was at home indulging in a seafood feast with her friend. On the second, it was steak with the same companion. On the third, she relished pasta at home. Today, however, she had yet to update her status. It was always like this in the past. Feng Qian and her friend Wang Qing had an abundance of discounted gourmet ingredients at their disposal, only remembering to seek me out when their supplies were depleted. It seemed I had been too hasty. Setting his phone down, Lin Feng reassured himself that 4 days was merely a fleeting moment. Those without provisions scramble for sustenance, while those who have stored supplies remain unperturbed. Wait for 10 days or even half a month, and then you will truly understand the meaning of terror. Today, the highest temperature in Huahai City has soared to 60 degrees. Even at night, the temperature hovers around 40 to 50 degrees. The streets are deserted during the day. No one can withstand such extreme heat and the threat of sunburn from the ultraviolet rays. Only at night do the desperate souls, unable to endure hunger any longer, venture out in search of resources, though their efforts are often in vain, as the visible supplies have been nearly exhausted. Of course, there are also some restless delinquents roaming the streets, seeking mischief, as they have nothing better to do. The remainder consists of a few streamers attempting to attract followers and others imitating my previous broadcast from Shishan. The present reality has devolved into a realm of lawlessness, especially online, where oversight is virtually non-existent. Yet, I rose to fame through my audacious live broadcasts from Shishan, a platform that has seen countless imitators, though none have surpassed my prowess. Live streaming with reckless abandon, I have rightfully claimed the title of the foremost live streamer in Huaxia. Chapter 61. I am utterly overwhelmed. Truly, I am at my wit's end. Sigh. How mundane. Lin Feng tossed his phone aside and reclined on his bed, enveloped in solitude. His days were a repetitive cycle of eating, sleeping, gaming, and watching streams. When would this monotony come to an end? Perhaps he should check on Xiao Xiao? Is she running low on supplies? After all, idleness breeds idleness. With this thought, Lin Feng grasped his binoculars. Xiao Xiao's residence was conveniently situated across the street. At this moment, she had risen and was peering through her own binoculars at him. Lin Feng, without the habit of drawing his curtains, remained oblivious to her gaze. Clearly, Xiao Xiao was famished, perhaps yearning for some grilled sausages. It seemed an opportunity for a barter was at hand. Are you spying on me again? Don't you have anything better to do? I'm aware that my charm and elegance captivate countless young women. If you're hungry, just tell me. You've been watching me daily. Aren't you afraid of developing a sty? Xiao Xiao received the message and scoffed. This is an investment. I'm merely assessing the competition. Who would covet your sausages? I possess nearly 20 million in resources. I can outlast you. I could sustain myself without you. Then why not come over to my place tonight? You seem rather lonely, don't you? Spending each day poring over study materials? Let us engage in some practical exercises. As a delicate young lady, I fear venturing out in this chaotic world. Later, Jojo sent 3 pitiful emojis. It was intentional, after all. She had a telescope to see whether Lin Feng was armed. If Lin Feng came with weapons, she would not open the door. But if he arrived unarmed, Jojo contemplated using a katana against him. Thus, she believed in an extreme approach to governance. As long as you are rid of Kuan Kuan, you need not spend your days poring over study materials at home, right? This way, I can reside in your safe house without worry about your intentions towards me. We are sisters now, Apart from drenching me in saliva, what could you possibly do? Lin Feng read this message and immediately felt a sense of alertness. This woman did not seem benevolent. Lin Feng was no fool. While he could tolerate Jojo's temper and her occasional insults, the thought of leaving his safe house to seek her out was out of the question. Absolutely out of the question. Lin Feng never took the initiative. He neither rejected nor took responsibility. Even if you came to my home, you would have to take the lead. If hunger drives you to desperation, then come find me. I shall treat you to a meal. I must admit, Lin Feng was quicker on the road. Jojo, upon seeing his message, turned beet red. After all, having never encountered such experiences, seeing Lin Feng's study materials was akin to witnessing a pig run. This left Jojo embarrassed, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling as if the wheels of the car had rolled over her face. After a moment's contemplation, she regained her composure. She messaged Lin Feng, uncertain of how he had acquired such extensive knowledge, yet it was evident that he knew far more than she did. Lin Feng, may I ask you something? If you know the truth, will you tell me? Is it truly the end of the world now? When will this calamity finally come to an end? Lin Feng gazed at Xiao Qiao's message, his heart engulfed in a dilemma. Should he, as a benevolent soul, reveal the harsh truth, or adopt a more unscrupulous role and offer her a glimmer of hope? After much contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to embrace the path of righteousness and convey the reality to her. In no more than 3 days, the calamity would come to an end. One must trust the authorities. They would not easily falter. They had withstood 8 years of war. Could one not endure a mere few days? Perseverance was essential. Upon reading Lin Feng's words, Xiao Qiao felt a surge of anger. How could he not speak the truth? Anyone with a modicum of intellect would never believe that this disaster would conclude in 3 days. Get lost, she thought. Your words are as empty as wind. Only a fool would take you seriously. I am 175 centimeters tall, fair-skinned and beautiful, with cascading long hair and a graceful figure. Why wouldn't you want to welcome me into your safe haven? Don't you feel lonely at home every day? 2 lives are surely better than 1. With that, Xiao Qiao sent Lin Feng a full-body selfie. If he wouldn't come to her, then she would go to him. Once she infiltrated his safe house, it would belong to her, Xiao Qiao. She had designed that sanctuary. What could she not master? A safe haven valued at 3 billion, stocked with 20 million in supplies. Xiao Qiao could reside there until her old age. As Lin Feng viewed Xiao Qiao's selfie, he swallowed hard. It was impossible not to feel a stir of desire. Li Ying, with her makeup, might score a 9, but Xiao Qiao, without any adornment, effortlessly achieved a perfect 10. The disparity was striking. Li Ying's 9 was merely a reflection of her maximum potential, while Xiao Qiao's 10 was the embodiment of perfection itself. With a shake of his head, Lin Feng attempted to dispel his thoughts. The phrase "a word related to desire carries the weight of a blade" resonates deeply within me. I, Lin Feng, have ascended from being a mere sycophant to a formidable warrior. Therefore, I cannot allow myself to fall from grace so easily. If you wish to approach, you may do so, but please provide a deposit to signify your sincerity, allowing me to inspect your granary and your seafood. Once I am assured, you may come directly. Xiao Qiao momentarily stared at the message in bewilderment. Lin Feng, how do you know about my granary? I do possess one, but I have not stocked up on seafood. Is this Lin Feng trying to deceive me? My brother is unaware of my granary. It is impossible for Lin Feng to know. Xiao Qiao was no naive girl. Her intellect had preserved her thus far without incident. I do not have a granary or seafood. If I possessed such, would I still be in want of sustenance? Lin Feng gazed at his phone, shaking his head in exasperation. Why could Xiao Qiao not be as astute as Li Ying? A simple search would reveal all. Take a picture of your granary and send it to me. Once I see it, I will believe you are genuinely interested in trading with me. Otherwise, our conversation is futile. Upon searching, Xiao Qiao's face flushed with embarrassment. How could there exist such shameless individuals in this world? Infuriated, her teeth ground together. You dare to demand such a thing from me without hesitation? However, in pursuit of a safe haven and to ensure Lin Feng's downfall, Xiao Qiao endured. Alone, she believed she could subdue Lin Feng. Her years of training in karate and sanda were finally about to bear fruit. She drew the curtains to shield her actions from Lin Feng's gaze. Suppressing her nausea, Xiao Qiao utilized software to search for images online, carefully selecting a fruit photo that closely resembled her own physique and superimposing her face onto it. This nearly drove her to the brink of frustration. Wasn't this a form of self-deprecation? She sent it to Lin Feng, vowing to exact her revenge on this insufferable individual. Was this sincerity sufficient? Could you permit me to access your safe house? I genuinely wish to barter with you. I am on the verge of starvation, and I merely require some sustenance. Lin Feng glanced at the photograph and shook his head slightly, remarking that the editing was excessively obvious. Taking a glance out the window, he noted that the curtains were indeed drawn, obscuring any view. Let us engage in a video call then. I must ascertain whether you are truly worthy of a mere sausage before proceeding. You will have to allow me to inspect the merchandise. Ciao ciao. I am utterly at my wit's end. Why does such shamelessness exist in this world? Even a missile could not breach the steel door of Lin Feng's residence. It seems that not even a missile could penetrate his thick-skinned demeanor. Xiao Qiao was left speechless. Lin Feng was wholly unlikely to emerge. Therefore, she had no choice but to devise her own means of self-preservation. Casting aside her phone, she ignored Lin Feng and began contemplating her next course of action. She made her way to the kitchen, retrieved a sharpening stone, moistened it with water, and commenced the meticulous task of honing her 2 samurai swords. These were the only effective weapons at her disposal, and ensuring their sharpness would better equip her for the challenges ahead. With the supplies on the second floor completely depleted, it was imperative that she safeguard the provisions in the first-floor storeroom. Should those be taken as well, she resolved to use the blade to end her own suffering swiftly. A quick cut would alleviate some of the anguish, for it is always prudent to be prepared. Chapter 62. The prelude to the first conflict. One cannot help but remark that a person devoid of shame is invincible in this world. Lin Feng's audacity now rivals that of a fortress, and how could he possibly fail to perceive Xiao Qiao's subtle intentions? Noticing her silence, Lin Feng resolved to provoke her further. Having already perused the photos, what was there to be embarrassed about in initiating a video call? Your sincerity appears lacking, and I find myself rather disappointed in you. If you cannot even muster the courage to open a video call, how can we expect to engage in candid discussions and foster a mutually beneficial collaboration? Xiao Qiao glared at Lin Feng's message, her teeth grinding in irritation. Were it not for the impenetrable design of her safe house, she would have been well aware of its fortitude. At that moment, she longed to confront Lin. Casting aside her phone in disdain, she chose to ignore him. This man, sheltered in his shell, impervious to both fire and water, was infuriatingly shameless. Very well, Lin Feng. I shall match your endurance. Let us see who can outlast whom. Buzz. With a flick of her finger, Xiao Qiao heard the sharp sound of a blade, which momentarily eased her mind. After honing her knife, she seized a packet of dried squid and took out her frustrations on it. Driven by curiosity, she wondered what Lin Feng was consuming. Upon investigation, she was taken aback. There he was, idly at home, chiseling an ice sculpture from a block of ice measuring 1 square meter, while delicately arranging slices of seafood atop the sculpture to indulge in sashimi. Meanwhile, the outdoor temperature had soared to 60 degrees. The air conditioning had ceased to function. Yet, where on earth did he procure such a massive block of ice? Goodness, I can hardly bring myself to waste water even for a shower. This man, in this sweltering heat, is crafting ice sculptures. Is this truly the lifestyle of the affluent? How astonishingly accessible it seems. In an instant, Xiao Qiao found that the dried squid in her hand had lost its allure. Then, she observed Lin Feng picking up a piece of salmon, taking a bite, and chewing a couple of times before spitting it out. Ugh, raw fish is truly unpalatable. I'd rather indulge in hot pot. She then discarded it towards Bei, who, undeterred, wagged his tail and eagerly cleaned the floor. Subsequently, Lin Feng brought over an induction cooker and began preparing the hot pot. Goodness, I am nearly boiling over. This guy is actually using an ice sculpture as a backdrop for hot pot. Is this really necessary? Xiao Qiao thought to herself. I distinctly remember not designing a cold storage in my blueprint. Furthermore, such a facility would not operate in this sweltering heat. This much I comprehend. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Should she expose Lin Feng? Grabbing her phone, she contemplated taking a long-distance photo, thinking that if she shared it in the owner's group, Lin Feng would surely face severe consequences. However, she decided against it. Despite Lin Feng's lack of humanity, Xiao Qiao was no Liying. Unable to commit such a malicious act, she set her phone down without capturing any photos. Just then, Lin Feng sent another message, come over and have a bite. I've got jelly, popping candy, everything. Let us indulge in a delightful mix of ice and fire. Xiao Qiao stared at the message in confusion and replied, how old do you think I am? I no longer eat jelly and popping candy. Lin Feng replied, I never said you had to eat it. Just come over, and I'll teach you. Xiao Qiao responded with a perplexed emoji, but Lin Feng fell silent. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Qiao opened an app and searched for alternatives to jelly and popping candy. The results left her blushing fiercely. Lin Feng, you are the most shameless person I have ever encountered, bar none. You truly resemble a toad climbing a frog, with an appearance so unappealing it is almost laughable. Jojo is seething with rage, wishing she could deliver a sharp blow to Lin Feng. If he doesn't wish to engage, then so be it. This is merely a transaction, not an imposition. Whenever he comes to a decision, I expect him to inform me. Whatever you desire, I possess it all. As Jojo read Lin Feng's words, she was both infuriated and amused. Keep boasting. With such bravado, do you even own an aircraft carrier? Yet Lin Feng's subsequent remark shattered Jojo's composure. Indeed, I do, but you are not worth that price. Even if I were to indulge you, you still wouldn't be worth an aircraft carrier. Bring something of value if you wish to engage with me. I, Lin Feng, never contravene a woman's will. Jojo was left speechless, exclaiming how incredibly arrogant he was. In her lifetime, she had never encountered someone so boastful. Frustrated, she threw her phone aside. Conversing with Lin Feng was enough to drive anyone to madness. Normally, at school, there were countless boys from the architecture department vying for her attention, and with her beauty, she was never short of admirers. During festive seasons, flowers would adorn the ground floor. Yet, she had never faced an attitude like Lin Feng's. Other men might be lecherous, but at the very least, they pretended to be gentlemen. Then there was Lin Feng, his intentions laid bare, without a hint of modesty. What do you possess? Besides a few $100 billion in ill-gotten wealth? A towering stature of 185 centimeters? A handsome face? What else do you have? What are you truly? After some contemplation, Jojo figured that a man like Lin Feng should have no shortage of women. What exactly does he desire? Unable to comprehend, she decided to dismiss the thought. Lying on her bed, she retrieved a fan she had crafted herself and began to fan herself. The temperature had soared to 40 or 50 degrees Celsius that evening, rendering air conditioning ineffective, far less efficient than a simple electric fan. The presence of electric fans proves futile, for they only operate briefly during limited hours at night, rendering any breeze inconsequential. At this very moment, tranquility eludes the community. Those grieving the loss of loved ones are confronted with the unbearable stench of decay emanating from their homes. The situation has, if the bodies are not buried or disposed of soon, the oppressive heat will transform the interiors into veritable chambers of death. For some heeded Liang Qiuyu's advice and, under the cover of night, transported the deceased to the rooftop, awaiting their eventual cremation. Others, unwilling to leave their kin exposed to the elements, resolved to clandestinely excavate a grave within the flowerbed. A further group, in denial of reality, isolated the corpses in a room, sealing the door to avoid confronting their grief. The group chat fell into an eerie silence, as everyone grappled with their hardships. Acquiring essentials had become an arduous task, and inquiries dwindled. At midnight, water and electricity returned. The residents, accustomed to this rhythm, hurried to fill every vessel they could find. Xiao Qiao, residing on the second floor, found the water flow scant but sufficient for her needs. Having stockpiled a considerable amount, she deemed it wasteful not to indulge in a shower, aware that opportunities for such luxuries might soon vanish. Just then, her phone chimed. Why is the water pressure so low today? I live on the 19th floor, and hardly a drop is flowing. I'm on the top floor. Not a single drop to be had. Can those on lower floors consider our plight? Please refrain from showering. Leave us a lifeline. Our food supplies are dwindling. Without water, how can we survive? What does your water situation have to do with us? When purchasing our homes, you should have contemplated the consequences of power outages and water shortages in high-rise buildings. Indeed, in this sweltering heat, what is wrong with wanting a shower? I'm not the one paying your water bill. Do you live by the seaside? Your interference is rather excessive. Very well. Are you refusing to provide us with water? Do not compel us to take drastic measures. Indeed, the residents of the upper floors must unite. Tomorrow, the temperature will soar to 60 degrees. Without water, we shall inevitably perish. Rather than suffering from heat and thirst, it is preferable to confront this despicable lot head-on. Lin Feng savored his hot pot while observing the chat group, fully aware that the first conflict was on the verge of eruption. It was not a complete deprivation of sustenance, but rather a clash between the upper and lower floor residents over water. The authorities have exerted every effort to provide water. In the southern regions, devastation reigns supreme, scorched earth littered with corpses. Even the sacred waters of the Ganges have evaporated. Drinking cow urine would be. The government of Huaxia has already been remarkably supportive. What more do you desire? Chapter 63. The first conflict erupts. Bang, bang, Bang! Xiao Xiao had intended to take a shower, but a knock at the door interrupted her. Reluctantly, she decided to investigate. Otherwise, it would surely remain unsettled. Who is it? What is the matter? Xiao Xiao retrieved her katana and approached the door, fully aware that caution was imperative at this moment. Hello? We are the residents from upstairs. We are out of water. Could you allow us to fetch some? If we do not have water, we will surely perish from thirst by tomorrow. There were quite a few people outside, at least a dozen, each knocking on the doors of the second floor, demanding entry. Having witnessed Li Ying's incident, Xiao Xiao understood all too well that it began with a request for water, which would inevitably escalate into a demand to seize her supply. Open the door for you. Have I lost my mind? My plumbing is broken. Moreover, my home has already been raided by you. If you wish to collect water, seek it from other residents. Jojo could not possibly open the door for them. All she hoped was that they might seek refuge elsewhere. The pipes are broken. Let me in, and I shall repair them. A voice rang out from outside, leaving Jojo utterly dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. I boldly declared, just break down the door. I'm on the verge of dying of thirst. Indeed, why waste breath in conversation with them? How many lives have already perished? We would not harm anyone by entering. We merely seek water. Those inside, listen. If you open the door, we are all neighbors and shall meet again in the future. We will leave once we have filled our containers. Should you refuse to unlock it, we cannot guarantee your safety. Jojo trembled at the voices echoing from outside, gripped by fear. Yet, she understood that this door could never be opened. If it were, it would set a precedent, compelling her to open it every day at water collection time. Was this not a surefire path to their doom? Even if there was a truckload of water downstairs, how long could she endure? Suddenly, a resounding crash reverberated through the door. The individuals outside had begun to smash it with a sledgehammer. Such chaos was not confined to Jojo's building. It was occurring throughout all high-rises. The first floor of Jojo's building served as a storage area, lacking water pipes, which is why they targeted the second floor. Meanwhile, the unfortunate residents of other buildings on the ground level faced the brunt of this turmoil. Naturally, the villa district was not spared either. Those on the first floor there faced similar threats, as numerous high-rise residents descended upon the villa gates. The pandemonium had begun. In a desperate bid for survival, the entire Shishan courtyard had descended into chaos. Only the middle-floor residents enjoyed a semblance of fortune, with slightly reduced water pressure. They still had some water available for use, negating the need to venture out for more. Furthermore, no one would waste time assaulting their doors, for that meager trickle of water was far less expedient than simply breaking into the homes of those on the ground floor. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding crash of the door sent tremors through Jojo's hands. They are truly serious. If they manage to enter, her demise is inevitable. Despite Jojo's fiery temperament, she is still a girl. If she were not afraid now, how immense would her courage have to be? As the door began to warp under the relentless assault, Jojo felt tears welling up in her eyes. This was merely an ordinary security door, utterly incapable of withstanding such ferocity. Creak. The iron door groaned under their forceful prying. Clutching her katana tightly, Jojo braced herself. Bang. At last, the door, overwhelmed by the pressure, was wrenched open. Do not force my hand. Leave my home at once, or I shall resort to violence. Jojo stood behind her makeshift iron gate, brandishing her blade to intimidate, desperately hoping for mercy. This iron barrier was her final line of defense. A flimsy barrier. I could break it with just a couple of strikes. A middle-aged man raised a heavy hammer, ready to strike. Jojo, now overwhelmed with fear, wept silently, eyes shut tight, and lunged forward with her katana. They would spell her doom if they entered. Thrust. The blade pierced his abdomen, and outside, a group of people stood in shock. We merely came for some water. Is murder necessary? Dad! Dad! A boy, no older than 18, rushed forward to embrace his father. As the lifeless body fell back, blood gushed forth, splattering Jojo from head to toe. The middle-aged man clutched his wound, and within moments, he slumped over, lifeless. I have taken a life. Jojo could scarcely believe the reality of it. Her intention had only been to scare them away. With her eyes closed, she had stabbed blindly. Who could have predicted such accuracy? You vile murderer. You have slain my father. I shall confront you with all my might. The boy seized the heavy hammer, intent on continuing his assault on the door, while Jojo, shaken with terror, brandished a knife in reckless abandon. Leave my home. This is robbery. I am merely defending myself. Jojo's frantic stabbing thwarted the boy's attempts. After all, the katana was quite lengthy, deterring him from approaching too closely, for a mere wound could prove fatal, especially on such a sweltering day, where infection could easily ensue. The neighbors, witnessing Jojo's descent into madness, chose to retreat rather than opting instead to pry open the doors of 2 other apartments. Before long, the doors of those neighboring units were breached as well. Observing that no one came to the boys' aid for revenge, they hastily rushed inside to fetch water. What concern is it of ours whether he lives or dies? We did not deliver the fatal blow. You handle this yourselves. You killed my father. I, Tang Chuan, shall not let this matter rest. Tomorrow, I will craft an even larger hammer. Once I am inside, I shall ensure your demise, making you suffer first. Tang Chuan, with his dyed yellow hair, certainly did not present himself as a virtuous individual. His malevolent gaze fixed upon Jojo, having already condemned him to death. He attempted to drag his father's lifeless body away, but found himself unable to manage the weight alone. Resolved, Tang Chuan picked up the heavy hammer along with a water bucket and entered the neighboring apartment. A gentleman's vengeance is never too late. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Once I have filled my water and forged my hammer, I shall return this very night to take my revenge. No, please leave me some water. That is the last bag of rice we have. If you take it all, what shall I eat? This is not merely fetching water, it is theft. I shall fight to the bitter end. Indeed, though they merely sought water, their entrance heralded misfortune. The male occupant of Unit 202 brandished a cleaver, intent on a fierce confrontation. Alas! Yet, Tang Chuan, who had already lost his father, was no stranger to malevolence. With a mighty swing, he brought down a heavy hammer upon the man's head. Blood gushed forth, the man's skull shattered. But Tang Chuan was not yet satiated with his carnage. He raised the hammer once more and, with a single blow, struck down the female occupant. In a chilling display, even their 3-year-old child was not spared. One swift strike reduced the infant to a mere pulp. This horrific scene sent shivers through the upper floors. Xiao Qiao's frenzied stabbing was but a reflection of his brutality. In an instant, the room was transformed into a river of blood. After being struck by the hammer, what respite could remain? Listen well. From this moment forth, I, Tang Chuan, shall reign supreme in this building. All must heed my command. Those who defy me shall meet a grim fate. At this moment, Tang Chuan resembled a deity of death, his visage stained with blood, exuding an aura of intimidation. A delinquent by nature, he aspired to be a gangster, but his father had forbidden such ambitions. Now that his father was deceased, Tang Chuan was unshackled. Moreover, avenging his father was a righteous cause. Bloodied and wielding the heavy hammer, he approached the tap to be the first to fill his container. None dared utter a word of dissent. After all, the water supply would continue for a while longer. They could wait in line if need be. Chapter 64. The establishment of the Tang Alliance. I have filled my container. You shall send a few individuals to carry my father's remains to the rooftop. Those who assist shall be next in line for water. Should you choose to disobey, my hammer shows no mercy. Tang Chuan's imposing presence, coupled with his recent brutality, instilled fear in all who witnessed. I shall lift. Count me in 2. And I, in succession, for men raised their hands, eager to assist. Tang Chuan regarded them with satisfaction. From this moment forth, you 4 shall serve as my left and right arms, the 4 kings of the Tang Alliance. Since the authorities have turned a blind eye, if you wish to survive, you must heed my command. Leave the water buckets. I shall fetch the water for you, and no one dares to interfere. Upon finishing his declaration, the 4 men relinquished the water buckets, begrudgingly preparing to carry the body of Tang Chuan's father to the upper floor. As for the so-called 4 kings of the Tang Alliance, they had no desire to assume such a title, for the authorities would not overlook them. They might as well perform some honest labor in exchange for water. After all, they were not the ones who had taken lives, and they could not even be considered accomplices. The 4 departed, while Tang Chuan pointed at the 3 corpses. Toss them out of the window. If we leave them inside, they'll start to stink by tomorrow. And how can we drink the water we fetch later? After a moment's contemplation, the others agreed with Tang Chuan's reasoning. They opened the window and unceremoniously hurled the 3 bodies of the deceased out. The remaining individuals set out to chop wood. Before the water arrives tomorrow, bring back a tree. I intend to break down that little harlot's door and impale her upon the wall as a sacrifice to the heavens. With the shackles of his father's presence removed, Tang Chuan was utterly liberated. After all, killing 3 would result in a death sentence. He had no qualms about adding 1 more. The group, left with no choice, ventured outside the community to gather wood, but they lacked even an axe. All they possessed were kitchen knives and paring knives. What respectable family residing in a high-end neighborhood would carry such tools? After all, when one goes out to buy bones or ribs, they always return with pre-cut pieces. Why would they need an axe? Shall we split the sofa? There is no other choice. Leave the bucket behind and proceed to chop wood. Tang Chuan has also arranged the buckets in a line, ensuring that those who comply with the tasks can fetch water first. As for those who refuse to work or listen, when it's your turn and there is no water, you will have to leave your fate to chance. Upon overhearing the conversation next door, Chow Chow was left utterly stunned. If they were to chop down a tree and shatter their own iron fence, they would undoubtedly find themselves in a dire struggle for survival. The neighbors of Unit 203 were equally helpless to preserve their lives. They had no choice but to step aside, allowing others to fetch water and take supplies, not wishing to relive the tragedy of Unit 202. Everyone in 203, listen to me, Tang Chuan. I will reserve a bucket of water for you, and I assure your safety. So what do you say? Will you join our Tang Alliance? Upon hearing this, the family of 4 from Unit 203 readily agreed, exclaiming, "Yes, esteemed leader. We shall join. Could you also spare us some food?" Without provisions, we won't survive for long, they added. Though Tang Chuan was irritable, he possessed a shrewdness that allowed him to win people's favor. Rest assured, no one from my Tang Alliance dares to snatch your food. Is it merely a lack of provisions? Once we are done dealing with that troublesome woman tomorrow, I shall lead you to seize other supplies. You won't regret aligning with me, Tang Chuan. As the others listened, they hesitated but ultimately decided to relinquish the food from Unit 203. No one wished to join the Tang Alliance, yet the threat of dehydration loomed large. It seemed prudent to continue working diligently, hoping to avoid any infractions until official help arrived. Silence enveloped the group. No one voiced dissent. Thus, the Tang Alliance was formed. Throughout the night, Xiao Qiao nervously stood guard at the door with her katana, sleepless and alert. She once believed she could endure until the day she passed away. Yet now, she finds herself on the brink of collapse by tomorrow. As dawn approaches and the sun is about to rise, all the individuals begin to carry their buckets and tools homeward. However, the Villa District has succumbed to a staggering 60% destruction, with nearly all units on both the first and second floors utterly devastated. Only Lin Feng remains at home, soundly asleep, while the walls and doors are electrified, having claimed the lives of several unfortunate children, thus diverting attention from Lin Feng. Yet, the grand entrance of Lin Feng's old villa was forcibly breached, and it too was flooded. Lin Feng himself had crashed his car into it, showing little care for the dilapidated estate. Whoever desires it may take it, as he has already mortgaged it to a loan shark. The spacious warehouse at Lin Feng's golf course has also been pried open, yet it stands empty. Everyone has come to believe that Lin Feng's vast valuables, amounting to billions, have indeed vanished, leading to their disappointed return. As daylight breaks, nearly everyone has returned home. Water has been restored, and the chaos finally subsides. However, Xiao Qiao remains at home, anxiously unable to sleep. Can she survive through this night? She is terrified, feeling as if she is closer to death than ever before. I must contact my brother. I truly cannot endure any longer. Blood has dried upon Xiao Qiao's face and body as she picks up her phone to leave a voice message for Xiao Feng. Yet, after a prolonged wait, there is no response. She attempts a direct call, only to hear the automated message. We apologize, but the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Oh, my brother. What has happened to you? Surely you have not encountered misfortune. Please, see the message and come to my rescue. Someone is plotting to kill me tonight. In a panic, Xiao Qiao sends a voice message to Xiao Feng, unaware that on the other end of the line, Xiao Feng is indeed in peril. At the construction site where Xiao Feng and his companions toil, a similar predicament has arisen. Everyone is parched. However, Xiao Feng's site is equipped with a well. Though the water is murky, it is still potable. Last night, a more chaotic armed conflict erupted at their site. It was not a mere skirmish akin to those in the neighborhood. It was a fray of rebar, steel pipes, electric saws, and hammers flying in all directions. Although they managed to secure the water source in the end, Xiao Feng's helmet was shattered, and he is now being carried by his co-workers into an unfinished building. With his fate uncertain, whether he survives hinges upon the resilience of his spirit. The site is devoid of medicine, save for a half bottle of cephalosporin, which they have resorted to administering to him. Were it not for Xiao Feng's loyalty and kindness towards his brothers, sharing resources even in times of calamity, they would not have offered him this scant dose. Now, Xiao Feng's condition has turned dire. It appears he is beyond hope, his own survival paramount. In her heart, Xiao Qiao is gripped by a foreboding sense. Her brother, who has always been so attentive to her, has set up an extraordinary bond of care. Whenever Xiao Qiao sent a message, he would invariably respond. This is the first instance in her life where she cannot reach him, and instinctively, she senses that something has befallen him. Chapter 65. The First Transaction. Brother, will you not utter a word? If you cannot come to my aid, at least send me a message to assure me of your safety. You are the sole heir of the Qiao family. Even if I perish, you must not follow suit. Brother, if you hear my plea, respond immediately. The 20 million you entrusted to me has not been squandered. I have procured supplies worth 20 million, secured within your warehouse. The entrance has been welded shut. You can access it through the hole beneath my bed on the second floor. If I do not survive the night, you must hold onto the supplies and survive. Dear brother. Xiao Qiao has descended into despair, fully aware that her demise is imminent and that no one can rescue her. In such chaos, resources equate to life. Ultimately, Xiao Qiao resolved to leave the supplies for her brother, for it would be futile for both to perish. The hiding place lies beneath the bed, concealed beneath the wooden floorboards, ensuring it goes unnoticed. Now, who among friends, classmates, teachers, or neighbors would be willing to assist, knowing the immense trouble one has stirred? Xiao Qiao has seen through the nature of humanity. Even her closest confidant, Li Ying, betrayed her. Acknowledging the gravity of her predicament, she realizes that apart from her brother Xiao Feng, no one would care if she perished. Perhaps I should end my own life. Being captured would surely be more unbearable than death itself. Xiao Qiao gazed at the katana, her face etched with hopelessness. I once believed I could outlast that scoundrel Lin Feng with 20 million in supplies, yet after just one day, I can endure no longer. Wait, Lin Feng. At this thought, Xiao Qiao found herself recalling that rascal Lin Feng. Clinging to a sliver of hope, she decided to send him a message. Should I offer the supplies to Lin Feng? Perhaps it could grant me access to his safe haven? Naturally, Xiao Qiao would not disclose the location of the supplies. What if Lin Feng turned against her? He is notoriously shameless. Offering them to him would be less advantageous than leaving them for Xiao Feng. Lin Feng, are you aware of the events that transpired in the neighborhood yesterday? I know the whereabouts of a stash of 20 million in supplies. Could you allow me to reside in your safe house? If you grant me entry, I will reveal to you where that stash is. Together, we could feast on it for generations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. Who could it be? So early in the morning? How annoying. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the screen to find it was actually Xiao Qiao. 20 million in supplies? You might as well keep it for yourself. Want to enter my safe house? Don't even think about it. That condition is utterly impossible. Even if you offered me 2 aircraft carriers, I still wouldn't agree. Lin Feng was resolute in his decision to deny anyone access to his safe haven. How could he sleep soundly thereafter? Upon reading Lin Feng's message, Xiao Qiao was engulfed by despair. Just how much food do you have stashed in that safe house, Lin Feng? You wouldn't even consider a place in exchange for 20 million in supplies? Setting down her phone, Xiao Qiao picked up a katana, intent on ending her own life. There was no need to concern herself with Lin Feng any longer. That scoundrel was only good at boasting and indulging himself, never doing anything worthwhile. Brother, I am leaving. You must carry on alone. With the katana poised to take her life, her phone rang again. Brother, is that you? Glancing at the screen, she saw it was not Xiao Feng, but that scoundrel Lin Feng. What trouble has he stirred now? Tell me, you definitely can't enter the safe house. But I have quite a bit of knowledge about software hardening engineering. If you have any issues, let's negotiate. After taking a look, Xiao Qiao felt her teeth grinding in anger. That scoundrel is as insufferable as ever. Regardless, I am destined to die. If I must perish, then I shall take you down with me. Xiao Qiao was truly enraged. For one who stands on the brink of death, Lin Feng's words had ignited her fury. After all, whether I kill 1 or 2, it amounts to the same. I shall make one final, desperate attempt. First, I will eliminate that scoundrel Lin Feng, and then I shall meet my own end. Last night, I killed those who were stealing water from upstairs. They seek vengeance and wish to take my life. I cannot stand against such a multitude alone. Tonight, I am doomed. Upon seeing Xiao Qiao's message, Lin Feng was convinced. Several unfortunate children had already perished outside his home. It was a miracle that Xiao Qiao, residing on the second floor, had escaped unscathed. Those were trivial matters. Come, join me for a game. I shall provide you with a handgun and 200 rounds of ammunition. Defending your home will be a simple task, and you could easily eliminate everyone in your building." Upon reading the message, Xiao Xiao was astonished to discover that Lin Feng possessed a firearm. Excitement surged within her. If she could reach a safe house and eliminate Lin Feng, she would not only secure a refuge, but also acquire formidable weaponry. This was a gamble she had to take. After all, she had nothing to fear in death. Why should she fear Kuan? "Show me that gun." "I do not believe you possess a handgun." Xiao Xiao found it difficult to trust Lin Feng. His words seemed deceitful. She decided to send him a final message. "Oh, now that feels right. Watch closely." Lin Feng, noticing Xiao Xiao's sincerity, promptly seized a handgun and fired at a distant target. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng's aim was commendable. All 3 shots struck true. Though not a perfect score, they were certainly lethal. A real gun? Excellent. Wait for me. I shall come to you at once. Xiao Xiao saw a glimmer of hope for survival and promptly chose to seek out Lin Feng. Setting aside her handgun, Lin Feng awaited her arrival with eager anticipation. Lin Feng applied sunscreen to his skin, preparing himself to evade any sudden ambush from Xiao Xiao. After all, the psychological trauma inflicted upon me by that ambush was beyond measure. If Xiao Xiao engaged in fair dealings, I would reciprocate with honesty. However, should she choose otherwise, I would seize her without hesitation. Lin Feng possessed a modicum of humanity, albeit limited. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao donned her attire, applied her sunscreen, and armed herself with a parasol. Ready to confront Lin Feng. Standing at the door, she paused momentarily to ensure no one was watching before stealthily unlocking it. Surely, no one would intrude during the day. And since Lin Feng was not home, she could easily retrieve her handgun and return with vengeance. What was there to fear? Enduring the sweltering heat of nearly 60 degrees, she arrived at Lin Feng's doorstep, the oppressive temperature making each breath feel like fire in her lungs. Fortunately, they lived close. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to the heat. Upon ringing the doorbell, Lin Feng opened the door. Xiao Xiao clenched her fists, poised to strike the moment the door swung open. To her astonishment, the moment Lin Feng revealed himself, he pressed a gun against her head. "Don't move." In that instant, Xiao Xiao was taken aback. "My composure has shattered. Lin Feng, must you be so cautious? Not a word, and you threaten me with a weapon? Stay still. Raise your hands." At 7 paces, the gun is swift. At 7 paces, it is both quick and precise. We are merely engaged in a transaction. I have no desire to escalate things further. Step inside slowly, and close the door behind you. With the gun pressed to her head, Xiao Xiao had no choice but to comply, entering the room and shutting the door. She raised her hands, biding her time for an opportunity to retaliate. "Now, allow me to offer you a chocolate liqueur before you proceed to the 5th room." Lin Feng cautiously kept his distance from Xiao Xiao, then tossed her a piece of chocolate. Xiao Xiao picked it up, contemplated for a moment, and consumed it. There was no need for Lin Feng to resort to poisoning. If he intended to kill her, he could simply shoot her. Moreover, refusing to eat was not an option, especially with a gun pointed at her head. Complying was her only choice, as she was well aware that at this distance, seizing the weapon was futile. Chapter 66. Learning and practice are 2 different matters. As Xiao Xiao scrutinized Lin Feng's safe house, she was utterly astonished. The interior resembled a 5-meter square block of ice. It was actively cooling the safe house, while the external temperature soared to 60 degrees. Inside, it was a comfortable 20 degrees. All the doors were solid steel, equipped with shooting apertures, ensuring that even if the main entrance was breached, they could still mount a counterattack from behind the steel doors. This was merely the 1st floor. Lin Feng's residence spanned 3 stories above ground, with an additional 2 levels below. The steel doors were all secured, leaving Xiao Xiao in the dark about what lay within. Perhaps more ice and supplies. Only the 5th and 6th doors remained ajar, with a gun directed at her. Xiao Xiao was led to the 5th door, where she was taken aback to discover an expansive bathing area. It was replete with all the necessary toiletries, decorative rocks, lush greenery, waterproof tiled murals, and even a circulating water supply. It resembled a hot spring. Lin Feng, what is the meaning of this? This was not what I envisioned during the design phase. Xiao Xiao was astonished. Had Lin Feng modified it himself? Her original design for the bathroom was not like this. But what purpose does this serve? Who needs such a vast space for bathing? Especially now, when water is so scarce. I can barely spare a drop for myself. Is this not a waste of water resources? Cough. Just go in and wash. Why bother with all these concerns? Lin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. He certainly wouldn't admit that this was meant for a party once the situation stabilized. After Qiao Qiao entered, Lin Feng locked the steel door from the outside with a key, only to reopen it half an hour later. Qiao Qiao surveyed the bathroom, astonished by the opulence surrounding her. Indeed, the world of the wealthy was astonishingly lavish. Even a mere bathroom exuded affluence. The temperature in the bathroom was pleasantly warm. Not overly so. Qiao Qiao thought to herself, considering that she was already facing death, she might as well indulge in this moment. She shed her clothes and stepped into the bath, feeling an immediate sense of relaxation. It had been ages since she had enjoyed such a luxurious soak. Each day was a struggle, fraught with heat, exhaustion, and the constant threat of robbery from the neighbors above. The titanium alloy door of her safe house was formidable. Yet even with just this steel door, she felt adequately shielded from most attacks. Joyfully, Qiao Qiao swam in the pool, relishing the sensation of relaxation that enveloped her. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat on the sofa, waiting for time to pass while adjusting the bathroom temperature. He was wary of this wild mare. He was certain she harbored ulterior motives. What if she turned out to be as sharp-tongued as Feng Qian? Having been deceived once, Lin Feng vowed never to be fooled again. At that moment, Qiao Qiao, while enjoying her brief respite, contemplated how to eliminate Lin Feng and seize his safe haven. With a firearm, 20 million in resources, and such a secure location, cool. With water and electricity, she could live there for a lifetime. After all, she had already taken a life. What was one more? Lin Feng truly deserved to die? As she bathed and swam, she began to feel increasingly warm. What was happening? Had the air conditioning broken? Why do I feel a bit warm? Jojo sensed her body heating up, but she dismissed it. After all, she had endured 60 degrees before. What was this compared to that? However, as time passed, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. This wasn't merely the warmth of the weather. Lin Feng had deliberately raised the temperature. Damn it, Lin Feng. You truly are insufferable. I have already stepped in. Are you really so cautious against a mere girl? No wonder you insisted I take a half-hour shower. So that was the reason? Rising from the bath, Jojo was filled with regret. Yet, given the current situation, it was too late for remorse. After making her way to the iron door, she contemplated knocking and calling for Lin Feng to open it. Lin Feng, you are the most shameless person I have ever encountered. You even go to such lengths against a little girl like me. Jojo's face flushed with embarrassment, the heat overwhelming her to the point of near faintness. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then returned the bathroom temperature to normal. After all, it was enough to cause someone to faint from heat. He stood up, opened the bathroom door, and swiftly scooped Jojo, who was on the verge of heat exhaustion, into his arms. At that moment, Jojo felt utterly mortified. She realized she had lost. From this day forth, she would transition from a young girl to Mrs. Lin Feng. I am truly at a loss for words with you. Jojo understood she had completely surrendered, now only hoping Lin Feng wouldn't take it too far. Rest assured, I, Lin Feng, engage only in business transactions, devoid of coercion, genuine in quality, fair to all. He carried Jojo to the bedroom, unceremoniously placing her on the bed and drawing the curtains. Accept your fate. Opposing someone as shameless as Lin Feng is utterly futile. Indeed, one can be shameless and invincible in this world. Moreover, Lin Feng is exceedingly cautious. He seems incapable of taking even the slightest risk. Qiao Qiao lay on the bed with her eyes closed, unwilling to observe the situation. She had initially believed that they were destined for a romantic union. Yet to her surprise, it had devolved into a mere transaction. Lin Feng fumbled awkwardly, clearly inexperienced, which left Qiao Qiao exasperated. The sensation was indescribable, far too embarrassing. However, after a prolonged silence, Lin Feng remained stagnant in his actions. Lin Feng, apart from drenching me in saliva, what else can you do? Upon hearing Qiao Qiao's skepticism, Lin Feng felt a surge of indignation. I simply lack experience. It's my first time. I don't quite understand what's happening. But this is not solely my affair. It involves both of us. Lin Feng hesitated to admit his inexperience, as he believed that genuine skill and mere pretense were two entirely different matters. Yet, Qiao Qiao discerned the underlying implications of his words. Lin Feng, after perusing so much instructional material, you can't possibly still be inexperienced, can you? Faced with Qiao Qiao's probing inquiry, Lin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, the distinction between study and practice is stark. You've uncovered my secret. I'm not. I haven tea. Please don't make baseless accusations. Lin Feng hastily denied the allegations thrice, while Qiao Qiao felt a surge of delight in her heart. So, it turns out he was merely a braggart online? When it came to the real deal, he was utterly ineffectual. Had Lin Feng been a womanizer, Qiao Qiao would have felt humiliated. Yet, unexpectedly, there was a silver lining. After all this time, Lin Feng was just an internet loudmouth. Very well. It seems the next phase involves showering gifts. Lin Feng had been boasting for quite some time, yet he was unexpectedly taken by surprise. Is there still any law? Chapter 67. If I cannot resolve the issue, I shall address the one causing the problem. The atmosphere was heated and passionate. Fortunately, Lin Feng's protective skills allowed him to withstand all of Qiao Qiao's advances, barely managing to defuse the crisis. After a practical trial, Lin Feng affirmed that he was indeed unaffected. An hour had passed, and he had held his ground. The burden on his mind was finally lifted. It seemed that the loss of his brother had not hindered his performance. Qiao Qiao lay exhausted on the bed, deeply asleep, while Lin Feng sat at the bedside, lighting a cigarette and lost in contemplation. Should he keep Qiao Qiao? After all, she was his first woman, and it was her first time as well. Surely, she wouldn't betray him. Lin Feng possessed a modicum of humanity, though not much. After some thought, he shook his head. This wild mare was too untamed. It would be best to keep her stabled for a while to temper her spirit. After finishing his cigarette, he dressed and helped Qiao Qiao into her clothes. She would not awaken anytime soon. He applied sunscreen for both himself and Qiao Qiao, for she would soon be his woman, and any blemish from the sun would ultimately be his loss. Holding Qiao Qiao in his arms, Lin Feng genuinely wished to keep her. After all, they were both experiencing their firsts, and even if it were merely a transaction, it would be a memory neither could ever forget. However, Lin Feng was too cautious. Until he was certain that Qiao Qiao would not betray him, he absolutely could not allow her to move in. When her hands were stained with blood and she became aware of the world's cruelty, she realized that only by following her own path could she find peace and sleep and welcome her in. The secrets of the space, Lin Feng could never divulge. Not even one Qiao Qiao, let alone 10, could ever know. If it weren't for Feng Qian's awareness of Lin Feng's spatial abilities in the previous life, would Lin Feng have met such a tragic end? What could have possibly caused my demise? One cannot simply consume 100 beans without a trace of fishiness, can they? Upon exiting the safe house, Lin Feng retrieved a temperature-resistant combat vehicle from his space. Though the distance was not far, he preferred to drive to shield himself from the sunlight. Lin Feng harbored no fear of the neighbors. With his spatial perception, he could locate them wherever they were. His space could not only store objects but also absorb bullets, rendering long-range attacks ineffective against him. There was nothing that Lin Feng could not resolve with a modicum of effort. Should he choose to, he could unleash a deluge to drown the entire city of Huanghai. Of course, Lin Feng was not so idle. Should he inadvertently flood the authorities, would he not invite a nuclear bombardment upon him? Lin Feng had already crossed the threshold of invincibility. These ordinary folks were merely offering their heads on a platter. Arriving at Qiao Qiao's residence, he parked and carried her home. Grasping Qiao Qiao's key, he unlocked the iron gate. This rickety barrier could be easily bent with a few kicks from Lin Feng. It seemed she would not withstand the night, which explained her capitulation. After laying Qiao Qiao on the bed, Lin Feng began to assess the situation within the house. Upon inspection, there was water, enough to fill the bathtub halfway, and it appeared that the second floor would not run out of water anytime soon. There was a modest supply of food, enough for a couple of days, which was fortuitous. Once her provisions ran low, she would have to seek Lin Feng for a trade. However, Lin Feng was taken aback to discover a dog. A Tibetan Mastiff, perhaps? A female? Give Abe something to accompany him. Otherwise, it will be challenging for him to find a partner in the future. Just as Lin Feng was holding a cigarette and lifting Feng Zi, a few individuals arrived outside. I heard the sound of a vehicle, and indeed, the door swung open. Today, that little vixen is doomed. And you, brat, hand over the car keys outside. Then get lost. I, Tang Chuan, will spare your life. The newcomers were none other than Tang Chuan and his 4 formidable allies. Tang Chuan raised his hammer with one hand, blocking the entrance, preparing to unleash a chaotic hammering technique on Lin Feng. If I, Tang Chuan, seize this vehicle, I need not fear the scorching ultraviolet rays. I can go wherever I please, with ample supplies at my disposal. Lin Feng set Feng Zi down and retrieved a handgun from his space, aiming directly at Tang Chuan's head and firing. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Tang Chuan's head exploded. The power of a Russian handgun is indeed formidable. The blast sent brain matter splattering onto the faces of the four allies. In an instant, the quartet was thrown into disarray. Damn it! I hadn't even had the chance to execute my chaotic hammering technique. How could you ambush me with firearms? This is hardly fair. They had initially joined Tang Alliance with reluctance, and now they scattered in panic, each returning to their own homes. At that moment, Tang Chuan's mother, descending to assess the situation, intended to counsel her son to turn back from his reckless path. However, she was met with the shocking sight of Tang Chuan being shot in the head. You actually killed my son. He was just a child. He only sought revenge for his father. What sin did he commit? Bang! Lin Feng, uninterested in further conversation, fired again, delivering a fatal blow. A family united in tragedy. It is imperative to maintain order. Those who enjoy post-apocalyptic novels are likely aware that if you provoke the male protagonist, he will not take your life, regardless of your actions. Even if you are on the brink of starvation, he might graciously offer you a morsel of divine beef jerky to sustain you for a few more chapters. However, if you offend the female protagonist, no matter how formidable your abilities or skills may be, you typically won't survive beyond 3 chapters. Tang Chuan, a legendary figure of his time, unfortunately chose the ill-fated location of Building 1, where he met his untimely demise. In an instant, the residents of Building 1, upon hearing the gunshots, hurriedly secured their doors, arming themselves with kitchen knives and rolling pins for self-defense. Who could this be? How could there be gunfire? Is there no law or order? The public safety in Huaxia is so commendable that a single firearm is sufficient to intimidate 99% of the populace. Lin Feng, with a cigarette in his mouth, ascended to the second floor to inspect the other 2 rooms. One household lay drenched in blood. Lin Feng utilized his spatial abilities to collect all their sofas, beds, furniture, and flooring. In the adjacent unit, a family armed with kitchen knives barricaded their entrance, unwilling to allow Lin Feng entry. I offer you a chance at survival. Come out quickly and head upstairs. Lin Feng brandished a grenade to instill fear, asserting that their obstruction was futile, as he could effortlessly blow the door apart. Please, don't throw the grenade. We will lay down our weapons. We will go upstairs. Terrified, the family surrendered their arms, opened the door, and ascended to the upper floor. It is entirely reasonable for him to possess a handgun and even a grenade, is it not? Upon entering the house and confirming it was vacant, Lin Feng collected all the furniture and flooring from their residence. With his cigarette still in hand, he proceeded to the 3rd floor. The door to the 3rd floor was firmly shut, and Lin Feng had no intention of breaking into loot. He obstructed their peephole, discarded a heap of dilapidated furniture onto the floor, and sealed off the 3rd floor completely. Then, he retrieved 2 barrels of gasoline and poured them over the debris. From that moment, Jojo would unequivocally belong to him. Was it not utterly inhumane to disregard everything? If I, Lin Feng, could not resolve the issues at hand, it was only logical to eliminate those who posed a problem. He produced a lighter, ignited it, and tossed it onto the gasoline. In an instant, the corridor of the 3rd floor erupted into flames. With the temperature soaring to 60 degrees, the abundance of furniture and gasoline made the situation far from trivial. Moments later, the residents of the 3rd floor, witnessing the smoke seeping through the door cracks, were engulfed in despair. Lin Feng intended to incinerate the entire... Had they done anything to provoke him? Was this not a display of utter inhumanity? The occupants of the 3rd floor realized that jumping out was their only option. Once the fire breached their threshold, escape would be futile. Without a second thought, they leaped from the building, disregarding the sweltering heat and the potential for broken limbs. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals on the 2nd floor grasped the gravity of the situation upon seeing the flames. Lin Feng, were you too apathetic to move our corpses? Must we climb upstairs ourselves? Did you possess no humanity whatsoever? Lin Feng, unfazed, returned to the 2nd floor, contemplating the triviality of fighting over water. With no one left, who would compete with Jojo for water? After all, the fire ascended, not descended, and Lin Feng remained completely composed. While he was unperturbed, the residents of West Mountain Courtyard were in a state of panic. Those on lower floors dared to jump, but what of those on higher levels? Furthermore, even if one were to leap from the 3rd floor, the risk of broken bones or death was inevitable. With no medical assistance available, an injury equated to a death sentence due to infection. Upon returning to Jojo's residence, Lin Feng utilized his spatial abilities to remove the door frame, then retrieved a steel door and employed a welding machine to secure it firmly within the wall. The steel door serves as Lin Feng's backup. impervious to bullets and equipped with a shooting aperture. Even if Xiao Qiao were to falter, he would still have time to respond to her distress signal. Given their close proximity, it is imperative to confine the wild little horse and tame her ferocity. Otherwise, how could she possibly comply? Lin Feng casually disposed of the lifeless bodies of Tang Chuan and his mother out the window before returning to Xiao Qiao's residence. Upon entering, he tossed the keys to her, left behind a handgun with 200 rounds, and took Fengzi with him. This was not an act of robbery. Rather, it was an exchange. He was simply replacing a door, resolving all the troubles from the upper floors, and carrying away a dog. It was a lucrative deal for her. Securing the door behind him, Lin Feng retained a key for himself. After all, one must always be prepared for the possibility of wanting to learn about human software, hardening engineering, right? Wouldn't it be prudent to keep a way in? Fengzi, cradled in Lin Feng's arms, offered no resistance. After all, she was merely 3 months old and had yet to bite. He lingered in the car for quite some time, ensuring that the fire would not spread back to the second floor before driving home. Meanwhile, the inferno had become utterly uncontrollable above the third floor, causing the owner of the building to wail in despair, lamenting their unfortunate plight. Having already faced a cessation of water and food was tragic enough. How could there also be a fire? Who on earth is responsible for this? Is this the sort of calamity that humanity is capable of inflicting? Chapter 68. The total number of gifts surpassed 50, prompting an additional chapter. From now on, anytime the total number of gifts exceeds 50, an extra update will follow. Can anyone enlighten me on what has transpired? Why is the building ablaze? My heavens! The fire has reached the 8th floor. This building is doomed. Those above the 3rd floor are surely lost. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? I reside on the 13th floor. Even jumping from here would mean certain death. On such a sweltering day, devoid of water, the flames seem beyond salvation, destined to burn until extinguished by nature itself. Lin Feng returned home to witness the uproar within the residence group, which was once again in chaos. Shaking his head, he sent a message suggesting that perhaps it would be less painful to leap from the rooftop. Upon seeing Lin Feng's message, a resident from the 3rd floor, who had survived a jump from the window, spoke up. This fire was set by Lin Feng. He filled the stairway of the 3rd floor with flammable materials, doused it in gasoline, and ignited it. He had no intention of allowing any of us to survive. Lin Feng, you are a murderer. What have we done to provoke you? Lin Feng, may you meet a wretched fate. I've donned my red attire, ready to leap from the building. Even as a ghost, I will not spare you. They did not mention that Lin Feng possessed a firearm. Had they done so, who would dare seek vengeance against him? Lin Feng smiled silently. If he dared to take lives and ignite buildings, why would he fear ghosts? He knew that without burning the building, Xiao Qiao would never find peace. The water supply would dwindle day by day, and the desperate would only multiply. Lin Feng, you have truly revealed your true nature. I, on behalf of all the residents of Beishan Villa, condemn you. Once order is restored, I will certainly report you to the authorities. Witnessing Lin Feng's actions, Wang Guifan climbed to the moral high ground, entering her invincible mode. Had she finally seized the opportunity to punish Lin Feng? Lin Feng smiled faintly, unfazed. Wang Guifan, which building do you reside in? Provide an address, and I shall send a fire your way as well. I perform good deeds without leaving my name. Please refer to me as the harbinger of justice, the champion of righteousness, the pancake hero. In a single sentence, Lin Feng faced no criticism from the group, save for a nearly despondent homeowner who dared not continue to berate him. This individual is devoid of humanity. Provoking him could lead to disastrous consequences, such as him setting fire to his own building. After all, he has already burned one down. No one dares to doubt that Lin Feng would hesitate to incinerate a second. We have encountered many benevolent souls, yet this is our first encounter with a living tyrant. You have been removed from the group chat. At that moment, Lin Feng was expelled. Unperturbed, he activated another device to monitor the group's dynamics, genuinely unaware of which building Wang Guifan resided in. With such an expansive community in Xishan Bun, housing tens of thousands, it would be impractical to burn down each building one by one. Wouldn't that render Lin Feng utterly inhumane? He possesses a modicum of humanity, albeit limited. I am Zheng Dehai, Lin Feng's neighbor. I am willing to spearhead a campaign against him. Who among you is willing to join me tonight? Please announce your intent. Let us gather at my home after sunset. Zheng Dehai proclaimed in the chat, intent on vengeance for Lin Feng's role and his mother, Yu Jing, being incarcerated. Additionally, He sought to seize Lin Feng's refuge. Zheng Dehai's supplies were dwindling. This was the crux of the matter. The two residences were in close proximity, and Zheng Dehai had long observed that Lin Feng's household was well-stocked and illuminated. Given the expansive space, it would be implausible for them to lack provisions. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had previously been extravagant in the group, earning accolades for his ostentatious generosity, leaving Zheng Dehai without an opportunity to retaliate. Wasn't that merely courting trouble? Now, he had seized the opportunity. Lin Feng, tonight, your demise is imminent. We, the residents of Shishanbi Yuan, are numerous. One person's spittle could drown you. Brother Hai, I possess an electric hammer. When the call comes, I shall accompany you. Count me in. Just yesterday, my comrade was electrocuted to death by the high voltage on Lin Feng's wall. I must avenge this grievance. I shall join as well. Lin Feng, that heartless demon who slays without a flicker of hesitation. He deserves to be vanquished by all. Observing the scheming neighbors, Lin Feng merely smiled. Your pretense of wielding the banner of justice against me is but a fade, for your true intention is to usurp my sanctuary, is it not? Lin Feng, unafraid of their retribution, had no qualms about igniting a fire in the building. After all, their attempts to break into his home were merely a matter of time. Even if he refrained from burning down a structure today, would Zheng Dehai, Wang Guifan, and Fang Qian spare him? Lin Feng retrieved an ice cream, silently observing the unfolding events, pondering their plans and whether they posed any threat to him. He could not afford any missteps. After a brief observation, Lin Feng lost interest. Their actions were nothing more than hiring a locksmith to pick locks, smashing windows, and using crowbars. Do they truly believe they can breach my titanium alloy door with a crowbar? If that crowbar doesn't break, I shall take their surname. Bored, he idly caressed Fang Zi. Her soft belly, though pleasant, could not compare to the ample bounty of Qiao Qiao, whose touch was undoubtedly unparalleled. Lin Feng now found himself regretting sending Qiao Qiao home. Fang Zi was well behaved, making no noise, allowing Lin Feng to touch her at will. Meanwhile, Bei extended his tongue, drooling as he gazed at Fang Zi like a lovesick fool. Indeed, following Lin Feng not only promised a feast, but also companionship. Henceforth Bei, shall be Lin Feng's loyal dog. In life, I serve him. In death, I become his dog meat hot pot. Whatever Lin Feng commands, I shall dutifully execute. Lin Feng observed Abe's demeanor with a hint of curiosity. Abe's eyes, resembling those of a canine, seemed to radiate an unusual wisdom. Abe, why not fetch a cloth and wipe away your drool? Lin Feng ventured, as a thought crossed his mind. Woof. Abe wagged his tail and dutifully retrieved a cloth to clean the floor. Lin Feng was taken aback. Previously, Abe had not comprehended such intricate commands. What could this mean? Had mutations begun to manifest prematurely? It appeared that in this apocalyptic era, not only was it prudent to be cautious when bringing people into the safe house, but even a dog warranted meticulous scrutiny. Should I consider eliminating these two dogs now? What if they conspired to open the door while I slumbered? Abe. The moment Abe heard Lin Feng's words, he became utterly bewildered. Though he did not fully grasp the meaning yet, he could discern a fragment of Lin Feng's intent. After completing the cleaning, Abe obediently entered his dog cage and closed the door. Indeed, it seemed that within the confines of my dog cage, Abe was safest. Now, let us assess the mutation situation. But Abe, I must caution you. Should I detect even a hint of disobedience, you shall be transformed into a hot pot delicacy. Abe lay quietly in his cage, knowing better than to defy Lin Feng. After all, Abe was merely a dog, lacking the ability to bypass a fingerprint-locked door. Observing Abe's compliance, Lin Feng decided to secure him with a padlock each night before sleep, taking preventive measures against unforeseen risks. Lin Feng was overly cautious, unwilling to take any chances. Even a dog warranted such vigilance. Truly a peculiar predicament. Chapter 69, A Spring Rain. A dream. Lin Feng perused the group messages for a while, finding little of novelty, merely crude methods devoid of any semblance of. The few who had leapt from the third and fourth floors had resulted in the deaths of over a dozen, left dozens more severely injured. With 3 suffering broken legs and 3 sustaining minor abrasions, only one had emerged unscathed, fervently pleading for refuge amidst the chaos. Alas, they received no attention. Every household was devoid of surplus provisions, and none wished to extend assistance, not even Wang Guifan from the neighborhood committee, who had some reserves. Thus, the 7 survivors banded together, seeking solace in an empty room on the 2nd floor. Yet it was bare. as Lin Feng had claimed all that remained. Only a meager supply of water for the night, uncertain of how many days it would last. As for those who had jumped from the 5th floor and above, the mildest injuries were broken legs, and these survivors were powerless to assist them. Ensuring their own survival was already a considerable challenge. Given the dire circumstances, the majority were too preoccupied with their own fates to concern themselves with others. Even if Lin Feng were to lay bare all his resources, could he truly save the world? It seemed wiser to focus on self-preservation. Xiao Xiao lay in bed, increasingly uncomfortable as the heat enveloped her, the temperature within the room seemingly soaring to 70 degrees. Indeed, it was stifling. The upper floors had been engulfed in flames, rendering the 2nd floor akin to an oven. It was a miracle that it hadn't ignited further. Xiao Xiao was abruptly awakened by the heat, rising to survey her surroundings. Is this not my home? Could it be that my encounter with Lin Feng was merely a fleeting dream? She shook her head, attempting to dispel the insidious thought. That scoundrel Lin Feng could only manage to drench me in his saliva. What was he doing pacing back and forth at the door? How could he possibly be a novice in matters of intimacy while spending his days engrossed in study materials at home? Moreover, I inexplicably dreamt of an intimate encounter with Lin Feng, and I was the one who took the initiative? This is utterly mortifying. Xiao Xiao rose from her bed, only to discover the keys lying on the mattress, a handgun resting on the table, and 200 rounds of ammunition. She was instantly taken aback. This is no dream. I actually committed such an embarrassing act. How can I possibly face the future? This is mortifying. It is not that Xiao Xiao wished to take the lead. Rather, Lin Feng's allure was simply overwhelming. She attempted to exercise restraint, yet failed. The heat in the room was unbearable, even more so than the sweltering outdoors. Grasping the handgun and ammunition, Xiao Xiao resolved to venture outside to assess the situation, only to find that her door had been replaced. Is this not Lin Feng's steel door? How excruciatingly hot. What on earth is happening? She wanted to escape, yet the doorknob was too scorching to touch, rendering it impossible to open. This is the end. Am I to be left here to perish in this heat? Lin Feng, you heartless scoundrel. You speak of transactions so casually. After all, I am still your woman. How can you be so indifferent to my plight? Xiao Xiao was infuriated. She swiftly grabbed her phone and unleashed a torrent of curses towards Lin Feng's ancestors. Lin Feng, I cannot believe this. You truly are insufferable. In the midst of her frenzied voice message, Lin Feng on the other end was left scratching his ears. Indeed, it was unwise to have left her in the safe house with such a temperament. Should I fall asleep, she would undoubtedly take my life. Lin Feng felt reassured by his prudent decision and calmly replied, Rest assured, the fire will not reach your home. After all, isn't there still a substantial amount of water in your bathtub? After a few hours of calm, the temperature returned to normal. Upon seeing Lin Feng's message, Xiao Xiao was furious. Have you already arranged an escape route for me? You are truly being overly cautious. Am I not worthy of your trust now that I am your woman? I, Xiao Xiao, am not the kind of woman who flits about carelessly. With no other option, I took my phone and a handgun into the bathroom, sinking into the bathtub, which provided a modicum of relief. Fortunately, the room above was also a bathroom and remained unscathed by fire, keeping the temperature a tad lower. Yet, it was only slightly cooler. It still felt akin to a sauna, with steam enveloping the air. The temperature in a sauna can exceed 70 degrees, but having visited one before, Xiao Xiao was not entirely unaccustomed to such heat. The bathroom's temperature hovered around 60 degrees, which was bearable. Lin Feng, I have come to realize that you are truly inhuman. After all, I am your first woman. Are you not afraid that the potency of your concoction might render me unconscious and leave me to perish in this heat? Lin Feng glanced at his phone, and the thought had indeed never crossed his mind. He had merely ensured that the fire would not spread to the 2nd floor before leaving. Rubbing his head in embarrassment, he pondered how best to soothe this spirited mare's indignation. He recognized that his actions had been somewhat misguided and lacked foresight. After all, Lin Feng had just tasted the forbidden fruit and was still yearning for more. It was imperative to tame her and lead her to safety, as that would yield the best outcome for everyone involved. Your happiness brings me joy, and together we can revel in shared bliss. Happiness is meant to be enjoyed by two, for only then does it double in delight. Fear not. I ensured the effects of the concoction would wane before I departed. If only you could temper your fiery temperament, I would have considered allowing you to remain in the safe house. You resemble a ticking time bomb. Am I to fear that should I drift into slumber, you might take me by surprise? Jojo glared at her phone, Her cheeks puffed, and Lin Feng was not wrong. Jojo truly contemplated silencing him. To intoxicate herself and deceive her own heart during her first experience. Was that the act of a rational being? Alas, how humiliating. What if word of this got out? How could she possibly face the world afterward? Jojo buried her face in her hands, then submerged her head in water to cool her thoughts, striving for tranquility. Yet, upon closing her eyes, vivid images of her fervent encounter with Lin Feng flooded her mind. She recalled every detail of the night, including the peculiar chocolate laced with liquor that he had somehow procured. The only solace lay in the fact that it was Lin Feng's first time as well. Although he boasted with bravado, he was not a notorious philanderer. Could it be? Was she destined to marry Lin Feng? But would he truly take responsibility for her? Emerging from the bathtub, Jojo began to ponder her future. Women often place immense significance on their first experiences. Some even find themselves enamored with their initial partners, dedicating their hearts solely to them. Jojo was no exception. Lin Feng, please do not provoke me further. Your audacious antics are driving me to the brink. You have even changed the locks, which indicates you still care for my safety. Let us converse calmly. We are both novices in this realm. I do not perceive you as a heartbreaker. Why not pursue a relationship? Once the storms of life pass, if genuine feelings blossom, we could consider marriage. Do you think that is unreasonable? Summoning her courage, Jojo posed her inquiry to Lin Feng. He was not unappealing, possessed financial acumen, and had a vision for the future. Aside from a few outrageous antics, Lin Feng is undoubtedly the quintessential Prince Charming for all women. Naturally, Xiao Xiao, being a woman herself, is no exception. Upon glancing at her, Lin Feng thought to himself that, to be frank, Xiao Xiao's demands were not unreasonable. However, they seemed quite excessive in the context of the apocalypse. I have always maintained that one should neither initiate nor refuse, nor take responsibility. Furthermore, exchanging a door is merely a transaction. I am taking your dog as compensation for this door. Lin Feng had made up his mind that he must marry at least 8 wives, lest he dishonor the brothers he had lost. Xiao Xiao. Upon receiving Lin Feng's message, Xiao Xiao felt utterly exasperated. On the very first day of their meeting, Lin Feng was lamenting his brother's death. How did your brother die? Why do you dwell on it so? And what do your multiple wives have to do with your lost brother? Lin Feng, who exactly was your brother? What connection do your wives have with him? Moreover, isn't this bigamy? Are you not aware that you are breaking the law? Then, Lin Feng's reply nearly drove Xiao Xiao to the brink of fury. Didn't you meet my brother? Besides, what law have I broken by not obtaining a Xiao Xiao? Indeed, conversing with Lin Feng could be infuriating. This man is clearly not of sound mind. I met your brother? When did that happen? Do you have a photograph? Send me a picture of your brother so I can see. Subsequently, Lin Feng sent a photo of his brother, which left Xiao Xiao livid. Her face turned an alarming shade of purple. After all that, your brother is this creature? You could have simply stated that. Why show me? Lin Feng, do you possess no sense of shame whatsoever? Lin Feng, baffled, responded with a single remark. Isn't this the photo of my brother that you wanted? I thought you would want to keep it as a memento. I still have the video from when you were pursuing me. Would you like to take a look? If it weren't for my brother's formidable resilience, I would have been utterly exhausted by your antics. Xiao Xiao gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief, her teeth gritting in frustration. Delete it, you fool, she exclaimed. Just how shameless can you be, Lin Feng? Chapter 70. In a post-apocalyptic world, do you still wish to pursue romance? Lin Feng was taken aback by how highly this wild spirit valued her chastity. It seemed that preserving a recording was indeed a wise decision. With a sly grin, he realized he had found a means to tame her. Deleting the video was out of the question. In fact, he intended to schedule its release. Should I meet my demise one day, this video will be unleashed upon social media. I have your brother's WeChat. I am certain he will see it. Moreover, there are cameras not only in the bedroom, but also in the bathroom, all in high definition and completely unedited. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was utterly exasperated with this shameless rogue. He truly possessed no sense of decorum. What if Xiao Feng were to discover her overtly forward behavior? She would rather perish than face that humiliation. Lin Feng was a force to be reckoned with. She could not afford to gamble against him. This scoundrel was audacious enough to act without a shred of shame. How had she not ended it all when she had the chance? What had possessed her to pursue Lin Feng's sanctuary? Who on earth could possibly usurp his possessions? Regret surged within Xiao Xiao. She truly lamented her choices. She feared nothing, not even a shattered body, as long as she could retain her purity in this world. Alas, it seemed her lifelong quest for innocence was destined to slip through her fingers. Jojo rose, contemplating the thought of ending her own life. Would death free her from the torment inflicted by that wretched person? Just then, her phone chimed, and upon checking it, Jojo's anger surged. Don't even think about committing suicide. If I learn that you have died, I will send the news to your brother and broadcast it online. After all, if you are gone, no one will pursue me for portrait rights. With your stunning figure, the clicks will be astronomical. I might even earn some extra money. Lin Feng, you scoundrel. Would you not spare me even in death? What have I done to provoke you? Is it truly necessary for you to bully me so? Jojo was genuinely in tears, utterly crushed by Lin Feng's relentless torment. He seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of everything, even her darkest thoughts of self-harm. Upon hearing Jojo's sobs, Lin Feng felt a twinge of compassion. Indeed, Jojo was a remarkable girl, intelligent, bold, meticulous, loyal, beautiful, with a figure to match and a celestial grace. Save for her occasionally fiery temperament, in a world devoid of calamity, he would undoubtedly commit to Jojo wholeheartedly, nurturing a romantic relationship, marrying her, and providing everything she desired, never once betraying her trust. Alas, this apocalyptic reality stretched out for a minimum of 3 years, with no upper limit in sight. Who has the time for romance in such a world? After some contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to share a piece of crucial information with Jojo, preparing her psychologically for the harsh truths ahead. After all, he bore the monumental responsibility of ensuring the survival of humanity. While Jojo might bear a child each year until the age of 60, how many offspring could she truly produce? I, Lin Feng, have stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies. If not for my descendants, then for whom shall I provide? Even I cannot consume it all. Cease your tears. Allow me to elucidate the present circumstances. The solar flares have unleashed magnetic storms that have ravaged the ozone layer, exposing all forms of life to lethal ultraviolet radiation. With our current technology, we are utterly incapable of averting this calamity. The Earth has become inhospitable to humanity. Now that you have entered university, you must comprehend the extensive time required for the ozone layer to return to its former state, or perhaps you are aware that the apocalypse has already arrived, and the future promises to be increasingly merciless. As you are my first beloved, I can only vow that regardless of how many wives I may take, as long as your heart remains true to me, you shall forever hold the title of my foremost wife. Tears streaming down her cheeks, Xiao Qiao gazed at Lin Feng's message. At last, he conveyed information she had not previously known, which, if true, rendered the current events entirely rational. The ozone layer has been compromised. Such damage cannot be repaired in mere years or decades. This implies that our daily existence, fraught with anxiety, must persist for a lifetime. Even with 20 million in supplies, we must hide away in our rooms? What difference is there from being dead? It is, in fact, more unbearable than imprisonment. Not a single restful night's sleep. We must remain ever vigilant against death. It is no wonder Lin Feng constructed such an expansive safe house. It is no surprise he transformed the bathroom into a hot spring. It makes perfect sense that he distributed millions in red envelopes within the group. He is acutely aware that he cannot venture outside. This explains his seemingly irrational actions. Even more perplexingly, despite this being his first experience, he boasts of his prowess in stockpiling weapons and supplies, cold-hearted and remorseless, capable of taking lives without a flicker of hesitation. If the ozone layer is indeed irreparably damaged, everything Lin Feng is currently doing makes perfect sense. Lin Feng, could you grant me some time? I cannot ascertain the authenticity of your words. However, if what you say is true, I am willing to allow you to take multiple wives, but I must be the primary one. I shall not do so without recompense. I will provide you with 20 million in resources as my dowry, enough to sustain us and our children for a lifetime. Xiao Qiao is indeed quite astute, which greatly pleases Lin Feng. If she were not clever, she would have perished long ago. Once she recognizes the reality of our situation and ceases to contemplate self-harm, I shall welcome her in. As Lin Feng took a drag from his cigarette, he contemplated the possibility that this young lady truly possessed 20 million in resources. It did not seem to be mere bluster. But where could she be hiding it? Perhaps in the warehouse downstairs? It is likely that it is stored there. Should I seize it tonight? Otherwise, if she has food and drink, when will she come to me to trade for sustenance? After some reflection, Lin Feng shook his head. If I were to take the resources belonging to my own woman, I would be utterly inhumane. After all, she cannot escape being so close. I should simply keep a watchful eye on the situation. It is improbable that I would miss the movement of such significant resources. Xiao Qiao is indeed wise. a worthy candidate for nurturing as a good wife. Allowing her to enter the safe house as the primary spouse is certainly feasible. As for someone like Li Ying, even without the complications of blood ties, Lin Feng would only indulge in frivolities. He would never permit her to reside with him. Li Ying's mind is filled with nonsense. Bringing forth children would only jeopardize the next generation. Should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to contact me. Once I ascertain your suitability for residing in the safe house, I shall grant you entry. Certainly, before you move in, you must repay me for the assistance I have provided. Our relationship is purely transactional. Jojo gazed at Lin Feng's messages, her face blushing crimson. Such an embarrassing matter, and yet you still wish to engage? However, upon reflecting on that experience, there is indeed a certain comfort. Oh dear, what on earth am I thinking? I cannot believe that this scoundrel has led me astray. It is evident that joy is always a shared endeavor. One must understand the importance of sharing with others. Lin Feng took out a cigarette and inhaled deeply a few times. He informed Jojo that the depletion of the ozone layer was not a significant concern, and sooner or later, she would come to realize this. According to Lin Feng's memories from his previous life, when the United States found itself unable to control natural disasters, it expended its last resources to launch a final satellite. It was this satellite that restored global communication, allowing everyone to become aware of the impending apocalypse, prompting the Baikal Survival Base to begin recruitment worldwide. The United States had not engaged in meaningful activity for centuries, and its final satellite launch was hardly a noble endeavor. As chaos ensued within the United States, they sought to drag the entire world into disarray alongside them. They refrained from indiscriminately deploying nuclear weapons, as China, South Korea, and Russia were all pointing their arsenals at the United States. Such actions would only exacerbate their own suffering and turmoil. This year, Russia experienced an uncharacteristic, with temperatures plummeting globally, Siberia only reaching around -50 degrees, and the Arctic ice cap hovering at merely -30 to -40 degrees. Naturally, their fortunate circumstances would last only this year. Lin Feng's decision not to establish a sanctuary in Russia stemmed from this reality. Who would wish to relocate after just 1 year? Constant moving would be quite the hassle, wouldn't it? Moreover, there are these neighbors, my uncle, former teammates, and the unfinished business with Feng Qian. If I leave now, what if they manage to awaken their abilities? It would be even more challenging to eliminate them. Rest assured, this is merely the beginning. I, Lin Feng, shall accompany you all and ensure that you regret ever stepping into this world. Otherwise, my life would be in vain. Setting aside the cigarette, Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Given the chance to live again, I shall not bear any risk. What if I encounter an insurmountable problem? I would have no choice but to release a modicum of restraint. There is nothing that I, Lin Feng, cannot resolve with a slight concession. Chapter 71. Xiao Qiao's concerns. Is it true? Has the apocalypse arrived? Xiao Qiao lay in the bathtub, staring at her phone screen, unable to regain her composure for a long time. However, reflecting on everything that has transpired in recent days, she began to believe Lin Feng's words. If the apocalypse indeed has come, it is undoubtedly individuals with Lin Feng's temperament who would endure the longest. Considering her past actions, she realized that many could have been avoided. If she had been ruthless and expelled Li Ying, fortifying herself like Lin Feng with an iron gate, would all those uncontrollable events still have unfolded? I seem to comprehend why you chose to eliminate Abe, and why you barred me from entering the safe house. You still do not entirely trust me, do you? You are not entirely at fault. It was indeed my intention to catch you off guard, even if it was our first encounter. Putting her phone down, Xiao Qiao began to contemplate her future course of action. Fortunately, Lin Feng still possessed a semblance of conscience, providing her with an iron gate and leaving her a firearm. In the storeroom downstairs, there remains a substantial supply of 20 million, sufficient to endure even a complete loss of water and electricity, fortified with steel doors, firearms, and provisions. Yet, Jojo, reclining in the bathtub, still feels an overwhelming sense of fear. What if she catches a cold or succumbs to a fever? What if she becomes so overheated that she suffers from heat stroke? Without medicine and devoid of companionship, her plight feels indistinguishable from awaiting death. Indeed, a woman cannot solely rely on her own strength to survive. The burden is too great. Reflecting on this, she recalls Lin Feng's youthful demeanor, his habitual bravado, and how he would flit around in critical moments, unable to engage in any meaningful conversation. Is he afraid of hurting her? Jojo buries her face in her hands, spiraling into a frenzy of thoughts. That scoundrel Lin Feng, regardless of what the future holds, will forever linger in her memory. Oh, the shame. What has become of me? Why do I incessantly think of that scoundrel? What merits does he possess? He nearly left her to perish in her own home. Covering her face, Jojo dares not ponder further, yet the memory is indelible, especially as it pertains to her first experience. The passage of time eventually extinguished the fire, and the temperature within the room slowly diminished. Jojo emerged from the bathtub, gazing at the murky water within. She considered draining it but hesitated. After bathing twice in the water, it had become exceedingly turbid. However, if she were to release it, what would she drink tonight if the water does not return? My heavens, what has happened to me? This is merely the bath water I would ordinarily discard without a second thought. How could I be contemplating whether to save it for drinking? Jojo was on the brink of despair. She truly fell apart. The mere thought of Lin Feng's self-circulating hot spring transported her to a paradise on earth. Yet, she had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. That safe house comprised 5 levels, harboring countless unknown chambers. What could possibly lie within? Jojo's insatiable curiosity had driven her to follow Lin Feng. Now, having caught a mere glimpse, she yearned to uncover the mysteries hidden inside. The safe house spanned an astonishing 50,000 square feet. Just how much had Lin Feng altered? Sigh, perhaps Lin Feng was deceiving me yet again. I fervently hope for the restoration of order in the world, so that my brother may return swiftly. As Jojo gazed at the water in the bathtub, she ultimately could not bring herself to let it go. She resolved to wait until tonight to see if the water would flow. If it did, she would change it. Exiting the bathroom, she inspected the handgun left by Lin Feng, refraining from firing it to test its authenticity for fear of wasting bullets. Nonetheless, Jojo was certain of its genuine composition. At least if someone attempted to force entry tonight, she would not feel utterly helpless. Even if she could not hold her ground, she could at least take a shot at herself, ensuring that her demise would not be excessively painful. She checked the steel door, which had been welded with remarkable sturdiness. Lin Feng possessed a modicum of conscience. Engaging in business with him generally yielded no losses. A single dog had warranted such a secure steel door. After all, keeping a dog now merely squandered provisions. Perhaps Fengzi, having followed Lin Feng, would enjoy a fare akin to that of Abe. This was rather agreeable, as she need not continue subsisting on dog food and jerky. Yet, as these thoughts swirled in her mind, Jojo felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Why was it that, as an unblemished maiden, I had given my all to Lin Feng, yet I was left with less than a dog who would not feel wronged in my position? Lin Feng, is this truly the conduct of a decent person? Alas, I have been besieged by him. Why do I still think of him? What has become of me? I should be devising a way to rid myself of him. Qiao Qiao, blushing with embarrassment, stomped her feet in frustration. Yet, what could she do? After all, she was but a novice. A seasoned courtesan would scarcely remember a past patron, for each day brought a new clientele. However, how could a maiden ever forget her first man? Qiao Qiao paced within her room, sighing deeply. Alas, if I were to kill him, my first experience would be lost as well. What can I do but take life one day at a time? With a heavy sigh, she sank to the floor, disheartened about the future. As the clock struck midnight, water began to flow. Seeing it, Qiao Qiao felt a sense of relief. She drained the bathtub, awaiting its gradual replenishment. At this rate, filling the tub would pose no challenge. With the water supply issue resolved, she learned that the neighbors above had been dealt with by Lin Feng. With nothing pressing to occupy her, Qiao Qiao retrieved her night vision binoculars. From afar, she observed a group of individuals, armed with various breaking and entering tools, approaching the entrance of Lin Feng's safe house. Lin Feng, did you attract all these people to protect me? A wave of emotion washed over her. If it were not for her, would Lin Feng have taken such risks? Even resorting to arson? Qiao Qiao, astute as she was, deduced correctly that Lin Feng was indeed assisting her, though he appeared indifferent. After all, this mob would eventually come to her door, whether sooner or later made little difference. Everyone follow me. Tonight, we shall bring down Lin Feng, commanded Zheng Dahai, rallying dozens of people under the cover of night as they approached Lin Feng's doorstep. Dozens of individuals wielding various tools surrounded the area, some brandished hammers. Others operated electric picks, and a few were pulling at electric wires. Regardless, they were resolute in their mission. They would not return home until Lin Feng was unearthed. Witnessing this scene, Qiao Qiao found herself unexpectedly concerned for Lin Feng. She abruptly shook her head, exclaiming inwardly, how absurd. If Lin Feng were to perish, shouldn't I be the one reveling in joy? What was she truly fretting about? Xiao Xiao was perplexed by her own emotions. Ever since her entanglement with Lin Feng, she had transformed, losing the decisiveness and ruthlessness she once possessed. Could it be that she had genuinely fallen for that scoundrel Lin Feng? After some contemplation, she decided to send a message. Lin Feng, do you need me to assist you from the second-floor window? I can draw some fire away. If Lin Feng were to meet his demise and subsequently share the video on social media, how could she possibly endure such a fate? Chapter 72. The first wave of surprise attack. Everyone, be cautious. The walls of Lin Feng's residence are laden with high-voltage electricity. Do not touch them. Zheng Dehai swiftly warned the group, and they collectively nodded in acknowledgement. Is that all? Boss, could it be that you overestimate Lin Feng? With my blade skills, I could cleave through this wretched door in mere strokes. A young henchman, eager for action, seized a watermelon knife and charged forward with all his strength, swinging it down with ferocity. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the watermelon knife shattered upon impact. The broken blade flew up, piercing his throat, blood bubbling forth in a gruesome display. All present were left in stunned silence. It was evident he was beyond saving. What folly compelled that unfortunate soul to exert such force? Zheng Dehai examined the titanium alloy door, noting that the strike had merely left a faint white mark, without inflicting any significant damage. Old Wang, you go ahead. Your expertise lies in lock-picking, and if you can unlock it, it will save everyone a lot of trouble. Zheng Dehai has brought along a team of professionals, each with their own unique skills. Old Wang nodded, having spent over 30 years in the trade, adept at electronic locks, mechanical locks, password locks, and fingerprint locks. There was hardly a lock he had not encountered. However, upon seeing the lock at Lin Feng's door, Old Wang was taken aback. Dehai, this is impossible. From my observations, this lock appears to be the most advanced facial recognition lock combined with a swastika mechanical lock, a password lock, and a fingerprint lock, all four integrated into one. If there is even a single mistake within 30 seconds, the door will be completely sealed. With my 30 years of experience, I cannot possibly unlock it within that time frame. Despite his extensive experience, Old Wang felt a sense of helplessness in this situation. If I ask you to open it, then open it. Why the delay? If it were easy, I wouldn't need you. Zheng Dehai intended to keep the door and its lock intact. Once he dealt with Lin Feng and then Old Wang, the safe house would rightfully belong to him. Very well, I shall give it a try, but if I fail, do not hold it against me. Old Wang sighed, resigned to the challenge of tackling the highest difficulty. He took out his tweezers, deciding to first handle the mechanical lock before resorting to brute force on the electronic lock, fingerprint lock, and password lock. This was the wisdom he had garnered over a lifetime. After all, the more intricate the mechanism, the more susceptible it is to force. Once the mechanical lock was disengaged, all possibilities would open up. Old Wang inserted the tweezers into the swastika keyhole to test the feel, intending to craft a key based on that sensation. Stay calm. Leave it to me. Let me test this sensation. These are the experiences of a lifetime, a live teaching that, even after years of practice, few can truly master. However, as soon as Lin Feng inserted the tweezers into the keyhole, he mischievously grinned from behind the door and switched off the power. A cacophony of screams erupted. Old Wang was instantly jolted by the high-voltage electricity, yelping like a dog. The commotion startled everyone. How could that scoundrel electrify the main door? How are we supposed to approach it now? What were they thinking, touching it with their bare hands? Were they courting death? Zheng Dehai swiftly struck Old Wang's hand away. Both Old Wang and the young man, now lifeless, lay on the ground, charred and blackened. It was evident that, despite their unfamiliarity, they had both matured in this harrowing moment. The twitching of their legs was merely a natural muscle contraction following such a severe burn. A tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, and the onlookers, gazing at the two charred bodies, felt an unexpected urge to consume. Zheng Dehai, infuriated by the loss of 3 teammates at their first encounter, shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Bring me a hammer. Smash through the window. I refuse to believe the glass is electrified." His yell jolted them from their stupor. Shaking their heads, they fetched a heavy iron hammer and commenced their dramatic endeavor. With a resounding thud, Zheng Dehai felt his hand go numb. The wooden handle splintered under the impact, leaving his palm bruised and bloody. Good heavens! Just how thick was that glass? Zheng Dehai produced a flashlight and cast a glance at the glass. To his astonishment, the glass was over a meter thick. This was not merely bulletproof glass. Even regular glass of such thickness was beyond human capability to shatter. The group of dozens stood there, stunned. Was Lin Feng truly the proprietor of a private tertiary hospital? This place was indeed a hospital. Zheng Dehai examined the white pit on the glass. Perhaps it had been damaged? His thoughts wandered, but it turned out to be merely a point where the sunshade film, affixed by the cunning King Lin Feng, had been compromised. Bring the wires. Connect the jackhammers, he commanded. A group of individuals hastily gathered several dozen meters of wire and a few jackhammers. Once electrified, the jackhammers began their relentless assault on the glass. Each impact revealed a white, instilling hope in Zheng Dehai and his companions. As long as there was progress, they could shatter this glass. With persistent effort, even the most daunting obstacles could be overcome. At that moment, Lin Feng smiled faintly and took out a hose, directing a stream of water towards them. With a splash, the water cascaded, and in an instant, the socket was electrified. The individuals wielding the jackhammers leapt up, performing an impromptu dance. Before long, they transitioned from strangers to acquaintances. Goodness, Lin Feng, it is evident that you possess ample water and supplies within this abode. I must ration my own water intake, and yet you waste it on us? Zheng Dehai felt a surge of urgency. Lin Feng could not have squandered the 100 billion in resources he had procured. It appeared he had fabricated a false alarm, concealing all the supplies within this building. That was a staggering sum, sufficient to sustain everyone in Shishan Courtyard indefinitely. With no place to dispose of my bathing water, I hadn't anticipated there would be others outside. Would everyone kindly keep their distance from my home? I'm not responsible for zapping you with electricity, Lin Feng exclaimed as he swung the water hose again, causing dozens of people to retreat in fear. This electric shock was no trifling matter. Bathwater? Who do you think you're fooling? Who uses such an excessive amount of water for a bath? It would suffice for a hot spring. Zheng Dehai, hiding at a distance, was utterly enraged, while Lin Feng, having emptied the bathwater, chose not to refill it. Poverty has truly limited your imagination. I used this much water for bathing. Lin Feng was not exaggerating. This was indeed bathwater. After washing, with shampoo and body wash that cannot be consumed nor used to water plants, Lin Feng stored it away, intending to use it on people instead. To his surprise, it proved quite effective. One zap, and a large area was electrified. It was all in good fun. Dozens of onlookers swallowed hard at the sight of Lin Feng's bathwater, not out of a desire to bathe, but rather to drink. An elderly man, parched beyond measure, leaned down to sip from a small puddle on the ground. At this point, any water would do. Who cared what it had been used for? Zzz. In an instant, this elderly man transformed into a familiar face. This left the crowd of dozens feeling a shiver down their spines, wondering how on earth they could deal with this scoundrel Lin Feng. You even electrify bathwater, depriving us of a single sip. Have you no humanity left? We are on the brink of dying from thirst and hunger. Those who had come to confront Lin Feng tonight were primarily those whose homes had run dry of both water and food, hoping to find an opportunity to break down Lin Feng's door and seize his supplies. Yet, given the current situation, it was no longer a matter of seizing food or water. Simply approaching was a different story altogether. As dozens exchanged glances, their resolve dissipated in an instant. How could they possibly confront Lin Feng? Chapter 73. I represent the authorities. Lin Feng, you are under arrest. You are not only setting buildings ablaze, but also taking countless lives. It would be wise for you to promptly open the door and submit to an investigation. I am here to represent the authorities and place you under arrest. Should you choose to open the door now, it could be viewed as an act of confession, potentially resulting in a mere commutation of your death sentence. With your substantial wealth, a few years of confinement would merely be a brief interlude before your release. You must seriously contemplate the repercussions of refusing to open the door. Zheng Dehai, brandishing the banner of justice, demanded that Lin Feng surrender. Upon hearing Zheng Dehai's words, Lin Feng merely laughed, bemused by such foolish rhetoric. How could such a ludicrous statement have crossed your mind? You, a mere demolisher? Who granted you the authority to claim representation of the state? In any case, whether I take 1 life or 100, it amounts to the same. There is no need for a commuted sentence. You may sentence me to death outright. Come now, come in and kill me, as long as you can enter. You may strike my head at will. Come on, step inside. In that moment, Zheng Dehai was infuriated. Lin Feng, you are utterly despicable. Very well. Lin Feng, do you think I cannot enter? I can manage on my own. And if not, I can rally others. I refuse to believe that not even 10,000 people could breach your defenses. With that, Zheng Dehai sent a group message. All members, this is Zheng Dehai. I have uncovered a secret. Lin Feng claims he has lost 100 billion in supplies, but in truth, he has concealed them all within his safe house. Anyone lacking food and water, come to me. Once you enter Lin Feng's safe house, everyone shall have sustenance. That amounts to 100 billion in resources. As he spoke, Zheng Dehai shared several photographs of Lin Feng enjoying a meal, evidently acknowledging his inability to enter alone and sharing this secret with everyone. Good grief! To Lin Feng's astonishment, his home was equipped with ice. Moreover, he indulged in sashimi while enjoying hot pot. This is intolerable. Sooner or later, the heat will claim us. Hand me a piece of ice to cool down. I shall face my end without regrets. Cheers, my brothers. Lin Feng has taken the lives of so many. We are here to enact justice. Down with the murderer Lin Feng. We seek vengeance for the departed souls. In an instant, the group erupted with fervor. Those who were deprived of water or food from the higher floors flocked to join, numbering in the thousands. A dark mass surrounded Lin Feng's safe haven. Lin Feng, let us see how you intend to resolve this. We are countless. If you have the courage, come and slay us all. Zheng Dehai, witnessing the multitude, puffed out his chest with newfound confidence. He felt invincible. Some, oblivious to the situation, began to smash the walls, only to inadvertently electrocute dozens of unfortunate souls. This sobered them up considerably. They quickly moved away from the walls, turning their attention to the windows. Yet, their efforts proved futile. After hammering for what felt like eternity, they merely succeeded in breaking the outer layer of the sunshade film, leaving everything else unscathed. Goodness, this glass is over a meter thick. Not even a hammer could penetrate it. A rocket launcher would be ineffective. Eventually, a few began to grasp the reality of their predicament, shaking their heads and dropping their small hammers, recognizing the futility of their actions. The back door was, astonishingly, reinforced with titanium alloy. My crowbar snapped without even making a dent. Attempts were made to pry open the 4 entrances of Lin Feng's abode, yet they proved equally fruitless. A collective astonishment filled their hearts as they gazed upon this impregnable fortress. Not only was it fortified against intruders, but it could withstand a zombie apocalypse with ease. Lin Feng stood at the entrance, observing the surveillance monitors while smoking, lost in contemplation. Should he eliminate them all? After some reflection, he decided against it. His space could not accommodate bodies. If he were to dispose of them, would he not end up with a multitude of corpses rotting at his doorstep? Would that not invite a plague? The hassle of handling the bodies was daunting. What if he inadvertently fell ill? Ultimately, he resolved to let them leave. If they were unable to act, they would refrain from returning. They were indeed fortunate. Had Lin Feng not been so fearful of contracting an infectious disease, they might have met their demise that very night. It was only at Lin Feng's doorstep that they dared to act. Try doing so elsewhere. The upper barriers were insurmountable, weren't they? Form groups and dig. Someone commanded, we shall breach from below. Lin Feng scoffed at the notion that his foundation could be of titanium alloy. Zheng Dehai's remark brought a smile to Lin Feng's face. You are quite clever. How did you know my foundation was also made of titanium alloy? He mused. Feel free to dig, by all means, in the vast expanse of the golf course. Dig away until you encounter the great steel plates, and then despair. A group began to excavate a pit a few meters from Lin Feng's residence, wary of the high-voltage wires along the wall. Lin Feng chuckled softly, gesturing to Zheng Dehai, who was still shouting outside. Brother Dehai, tell them to stop digging and come over. We have matters to discuss. Upon hearing Lin Feng's concession, Zheng Dehai was elated. Continue digging. I want to hear what Lin Feng has to say. With a swagger, Zheng Dehai approached Lin Feng and declared, Are you finally afraid? Open the door for me. Once I enter, we shall have a proper discussion. Zheng Dehai harbored intentions towards Lin Feng's sanctuary, believing that should he damage it, his own safety would be compromised. Very well, Brother Dehai, let us discuss this matter amicably. Remain still, and I shall permit only you to enter. Upon hearing Lin Feng's timid response, Zheng Dehai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, united hearts can move mountains, and Lin Feng was but a mere shadow of himself. From within his space, Lin Feng retrieved a hand crossbow and coated the arrowhead with excrement. He opened the firing port, aimed directly at Zheng Dehai's ear, and unleashed a single shot. Zheng Dehai, have you ever heard a dog bark? Lin Feng's words hung in the air, leaving Zheng Dehai momentarily perplexed. Suddenly, a flash of cold light struck first. The sharp arrow cleaved a gaping wound across Zheng Dehai's face, piercing even his ear. This was precisely why Lin Feng had summoned Zheng Dehai closer. His aim was unsteady, and he feared inadvertently killing him with a single shot. In his previous life, Dahai had seized all his provisions. Would Lin Feng truly stoop to eliminating him outright? Ah, my face, my ear. Lin Feng, I will slay you. I will. Zheng Dahai clutched his face, howling in anguish as blood streamed down, pooling around him. The enormous gash unleashed a torrent of blood, saturating him completely. Ah, my face, my ear. Lin Feng, I will kill you. I will. He realized that this was how a dog sounded when it yelped in pain. Enraged by Lin Feng's taunts, Zheng Dahai yearned to end Lin Feng's life on the spot. Yet, he understood the urgency of stopping the bleeding, treating the wound, and stitching it up. Otherwise, in this sweltering heat, infection would seal his fate. Lin Feng, you await my vengeance. We have unfinished business. With a sudden crash, the scene shifted dramatically. Pa. Ugh. Lin Feng, how dare you throw filth? Not just any filth, but dog excrement. Zheng Dahai had scarcely finished his tirade when he was doused in canine refuse. His mouth agape. He found himself with a mouthful of dog excrement. One cannot help but commend Abe for his sumptuous meals. This refuse is both foul and sticky. It appears to be quite the challenge to cleanse. Chapter 74. Do not tread on my brother's woman Lin Feng. You shall pay for this. Just wait. Zheng Dahai was acutely aware of the consequences of having a wound sullied by dog excrement, hastily covering his face as he retreated home to cleanse himself. Otherwise, his fate would be sealed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, with great interest, approached the positions of the diggers, opened the firing port, ignited a Molotov cocktail, and hurled it inside. Since you have so diligently prepared the pit, I need not trouble myself with the disposal of your remains. Ah, help! Lin Feng, may you meet a most unfortunate end. Who can save me? Grant me a swift demise. The 5 individuals in the pit were engulfed in flames. Lacking water, they had no means of rescue. Before long, in the gaze of all present, they were reduced to charred remains, lying in the very pits they had excavated, sparing others the burden of digging graves. The remaining onlookers, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, hurriedly distanced themselves from Lin Feng's sanctuary, fearful of becoming his next victim to a Molotov cocktail. After toiling through the night, with over 100 lives extinguished, they had achieved nothing. As the dawn broke, casting a pale light across the horizon, all departed with a sense of bitterness. Tools in hand, having already been parched and famished, the squandering of so much energy promised a dire day ahead. Upon returning home, Zheng Dahai plunged into the bathtub, hastening to cleanse himself of the dog excrement and his wounds. If this truly becomes an infection, my life will be forfeit. Why is there still water? Ocean, what is the matter with you? Do not frighten me. Gazing at the bathtub stained with excrement and blood, Yu Jing was utterly horrified. She had never encountered such a situation before. Quickly, change the water. We must cleanse the wound. Otherwise, in this sweltering 60-degree weather, an infection would mean my demise. At that moment, Zheng Dahai's wife, Su Hongrui, hurriedly approached, her anxiety palpable. She swiftly opened the bathtub's drain and poured clean water from a bucket over Zheng Dahai's wound. Dahai, was this the work of Lin Feng? Is he even human? Not only did he shoot you, but he also desecrated you with excrement? Su Hongrui was filled with righteous indignation. She had been a tough girl since childhood, never having been bullied in such a manner. Standing at 163 centimeters tall and aged 29, she possessed a wild beauty, with a full-back tattoo of a vigilant guangong. Her temperament demanded respect from all. The granary, the cradle of human civilization. Su Hongrui left no aspect unmarked upon her body. This woman was undeniably fierce. Quickly, bring the iodine and medical kit. I need to apply it. Upon hearing this, Yu Jing hurried to fetch it. Typically, Zheng Dahai and Su Hongrui were embroiled in brawls, so they always kept anti-inflammatory medication at home. It was brought forth. Dahai, bear with it. On such a scorching day, we cannot afford any mistakes. If you were to die, I would remarry with our child. Su Hongrui was not one to coddle Zheng Dahai. Taking the iodine that Yu Jing passed to her, she poured it directly onto the gaping wound. Ah, Lin Feng, wait until I get my hands on you. I will ensure you suffer 1,000 cuts, and I shall share your surname. Zheng Dahai writhed in agony, as if he were a pig being slaughtered. However, Su Hongrui, with a heart as cold as ice, showed no concern for Zheng Dahai's suffering. She brandished a needle, threading it through the fabric of his flesh as if she were mending a pair of cotton trousers, stitching up his battered face. The pain was excruciating for Zheng Dahai. causing him to kick his legs in agony before losing consciousness, teetering on the brink of life and death. Sprinkling Yunnan Baiyao upon his wounds, his fate was now in the hands of fate itself. Su Hongrui had done all she could. Fear not, Dahai. Even if you perish, I shall avenge you. Not a single man of mine shall die in vain. Su Hongrui was not jesting. She had indeed taken lives before. Her previous husband, a notorious gang leader, had been slain, prompting her to wield 2 machetes and dispatch a dozen assailants without hesitation. Each time she sustained an injury, she adorned her body with tattoos to conceal the scars. This woman knew nothing of the concept of fearing death. Apart from her face and soles, there was scarcely a part of her body that had not borne the marks of battle. Yet, after marrying Zheng Dahai, she had chosen a path of righteousness. With his ample earnings, there was no longer a need for her to engage in conflict. It appeared that today, Su Hongrui was poised to re-enter the fray. You lot are truly useless. A whole crowd of you cannot even handle a single individual, and you dare return for a meal. Today, everyone shall go without water and food. Starve, I say. Once she had finished mending Zheng Dahai, Su Hongrui turned her ire towards his underlings. The younger men stood meekly, afraid to utter a word. They were well aware of the name Sister 13, yet since her marriage and motherhood, she had distanced herself from the underworld. These subordinates dared not question whether this formidable sister would indeed reduce them to mere dog food. Hello, is this Brother Wang? It's me, Sister 13. My husband has been gravely injured, and his life hangs in the balance. Do you still possess firearms and explosives? Acquire some for me. I seek vengeance. What? Are firearms and explosives in scarce supply now? You require me to accompany you for 3 days before you can provide them? Very well. I shall drive over tonight. 3 days it is. I fear you may tire yourself to death. If you perish, whom shall I turn to for explosives? The group of subordinates looked on, utterly bemused by their formidable sister-in-law. Do you not spare a thought for discretion in your utterances? They cast a glance at the unconscious Zheng Dahai. Their eyes filled with sympathy. Have you truly ascertained that child is your own, given such a spouse? Lend me a hand in transporting Dahai to the bedroom. Upon my return in 3 days, I shall detonate that dilapidated abode of Lin Feng. What a pack of useless fools. With so many of you, you cannot breach a mere house. When I was 18, I infiltrated the vault of the Huanghai City Bank. Had it not been for my husband's brutal murder, and my subsequent sacrifices of wealth and connections to avenge him, would I have ever married this inept individual? The subordinates stood in meek silence. They were demolition workers, not warriors of the underworld, and thus found themselves utterly out of their depth. So it was you who orchestrated the grand heist at Huanghai City Bank in 2039. Dear sister-in-law, impressive indeed. You have 3 days. Dig a tunnel from beneath Lin Feng's dilapidated residence to reach his lair. Should you fail to complete this task by my return, prepare to meet your doom. As she gazed upon the unconscious Zheng Dahai, Su Hongrui issued her final command to her subordinates. Years ago, she had detonated the Huanghai City Bank through a tunnel she had excavated. Lin Feng, no matter how sturdy your house may be, can it truly rival the strength of a bank vault? Understood, sister-in-law. We shall ensure the task is accomplished. A score of devoted subordinates, indeed. With such a plethora of labor at their disposal, they apprehend and excavate with ease. Armed with machetes, they merely oversee the tasks at hand, expending little effort. Meanwhile, Su Hongrui commenced preparing her belongings, donning a striking red gown that cascaded to her thighs, accentuating her back with a daring slit. She adorned her eyes and lips with crimson hues, revealing an array of tattoos that adorned her back and reminiscent of a seductive rose with thorns. Little did Zheng Dahai know, were he to discover this, he would likely be consumed by rage. Indeed, the brother's woman is not one to be married lightly. Chapter 75. A letter from the green tea bitch. As dawn broke, Lin Feng indulged in a cigarette. Were it not for the cumbersome task of disposing of their bodies, he might have taken matters into his own hands. Bored and slightly fatigued, he opened his phone to check messages. Lin Feng, are you there? So many people are causing you trouble. I am genuinely worried about you. Lin Feng chuckled, recognizing that Feng Qian, the green tea bitch, must have caught wind of Zheng Dahai's claim of possessing a fortune of 100 billion. Unable to contain herself, she reached out. Qian, I miss you dearly. So many came to trouble me last night. I was truly frightened. With a mischievous grin, Lin Feng sent 2 pitiful emojis. Thinking to himself, I will not let you off so easily. At Feng Qian's residence, she and her friend Wang Qing fanned themselves while consuming bland boiled noodles. This is utterly tasteless. When will these wretched days come to an end? Feng Qian, incensed, tossed her chopsticks aside, unable to endure the insipid fare. Having been pampered, she was unaccustomed to such meager sustenance. Residing on the 8th floor of Building 5, her accommodation was modest but adequate, stocked with discounted steaks. Though no one troubled her, and she did not suffer from hunger, her meals left much to be desired. Initially, upon reading in the group chat about Lin Feng's claim of losing a fortune of 100 billion and his household running out of food, she felt a pang of sympathy. Feng Qian could hardly acknowledge Lin Feng, thinking, "Your life or death is of no concern to me. My steak is certainly not meant for you, you pitiful sycophant." However, just last night, Feng Qian discovered that Lin Feng's safe house was stocked with an astonishing amount of resources worth billions, alongside ice. This revelation ignited a spark of desire within her. With but a mere command from her, that sycophant would be at her service without hesitation. "Oh dear Qian, we are fortunate to have something to eat. Just look at how many are fighting for a sip of water or a packet of instant noodles outside. I no longer dare to post on social media, fearing someone might come knocking at my door. We must make do." Wang Qing gently nudged the bowl towards Feng Qian, suggesting they should eat. "I have no appetite. I crave Australian lobster steak, accompanied by a glass of chilled red wine. That is the life I desire." Feng Qian pouted, throwing a minor tantrum. Wang Qing shook her head and remarked casually, "In all of Huanghai City, it seems only Lin Feng possesses Australian lobster and red wine. Didn't you say he is your sycophant? Always buying you bags, and even paying for your house in full. Has he responded to your messages?" Wang Qing also longed for red wine and steak, but regrettably lacked such connections. Although Wang Qing was of above-average appearance, standing at 158 centimeters with a pleasing figure, her circumstances paled in comparison to Feng Qian's. The affluent young men had little interest in her, as they typically pursued women of higher caliber. Wang Qing had never had the opportunity to cultivate sycophants as Feng Qian did, to swindle money and gifts. "Let me check my messages. That previous sycophant had me set as a priority. At 2:30 a.m., I asked him to order takeout, and he complied. How could he possibly ignore my messages all night?" Upon opening her phone, Feng Qian discovered that Lin Feng's message had arrived half an hour earlier. However, it seemed that the signal was rather poor. Her phone had not chimed. Humph, a devoted admirer is indeed a devoted admirer. Look, he misses me. With just a single word from me, he would eagerly prostrate himself and usher us both into his sanctuary. Feng Qian delightedly shared the message, who regarded her with envious eyes. How wonderful it would be if Lin Feng were so devoted to her. Wang Qing did not desire too many admirers. Possessing a single high-quality admirer like Lin Feng would suffice for her satisfaction. Then you should promptly show him some concern. Urge him to take us into that sanctuary. I have endured enough of this wretched existence. With his 100 billion resources, the three of us could never exhaust them in several lifetimes. Upon hearing Wang Qing's words, Feng Qian rolled her eyes, feeling exasperated with her. No wonder you cannot attract admirers. Your standards are far too low. Why should I concern myself with him? As long as a devoted admirer knows I am suffering, he will rush over to cater to me. Just observe. As she spoke, Wang Qing leaned in to learn from her elder's experience, eager to discover the proper approach to handling an admirer. Oh, Feng, look at the breakfast they are having, water-boiled noodles. They crave steak, yet who knows if they can even find it in this dreadful weather. With this, she drew her legs closer to the dining table, ostensibly to capture a photograph of the noodles, but in reality, she aimed to showcase her exquisite legs. So, won't that ignite his devoted admirer instincts? He'll come rushing in for a fervent display of adoration? Upon receiving the message and viewing the photograph, Lin Feng chuckled. Truly. Feng Qian, you are something else. You certainly know how to play the game. Taking a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the cellar. I cannot fathom why there is still so much of it remaining even in the year 2050. Accompanying the wine is a sumptuous array of Wagyu beef, lobster, caviar, and a dozen varieties of seafood, all elegantly arranged on ice for a photograph to be sent to Feng Qian, who delights in such indulgences. My breakfast is rather extravagant. I cannot possibly consume it all alone. Perhaps, Qian, you could join me for this feast? Upon seeing the photograph, Wang Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, Qian, how much wealth does this admirer of yours possess? Lin Feng. Could it be the Lin Feng who deals in rental properties? Have you not heard? He sold nearly 40,000 properties in less than a month. His assets must exceed 100 billion. It is quite absurd to regard him as merely an admirer. If you marry him, you could bathe in Lafite for a lifetime without exhausting his fortune. Are you truly choosing Lin Tian from Lin Real Estate instead? That man was on the brink of bankruptcy. Are you out of your mind? Hearing Wang Qing's words, Feng Qian furrowed her brow slightly. Previously, Lin Feng had been nearly crushed by Lin Tian's oppression, and she had joined Lin Tian in that endeavor. However, she never anticipated Lin Feng's remarkable comeback, leaving Lin Real Estate in tatters. As for Lin Tian, his current fate is uncertain, and Feng Qian is indifferent to his plight, particularly since he is devoid of funds. Enough, enough. I understand. I shall give this admirer a taste of sweetness. A single word of concern is all it takes for him to come running. Feng Qian has made her decision, disregarding Lin Tian's fate. First, let us fill our stomachs. The 1982 law fight? Perhaps it will suffice to rinse my palate. Now, please drive over to pick up me and Qing Qing. The sun is mercilessly scorching, with temperatures nearing 60 degrees. As two young women traverse such a distance, one must ponder the potential dangers that may arise. Feng Qian, with her remarkable green tea persona, audaciously suggested that Lin Feng drive to fetch her. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Feeling rather bored, he decided to continue teasing Feng Qian. Qian, it is not that I wish to refuse your request, but rather that I am unable to do so. The entire West Mountain courtyard is now aware of my possession of 10 billion in resources. Venturing out would surely invite peril. Should I be harmed, not only would I meet my demise, but you would also be deprived of these delightful breakfasts. If you truly wish to partake, you must come here yourselves. During the day, there are hardly any individuals outside. Simply call me when you reach the entrance, and I shall grant you access. Upon receiving Lin Feng's message, Feng Qian and Wang Qing harbored no doubts. Very well, we shall inform you upon our arrival. Feng Qian surmised that Lin Feng would likely be too frightened to venture outside. If he does not come to them, they shall proceed to him. The prospect of indulging in such exquisite cuisine made the risk worthwhile. Chapter 76. Wu Yang's all-in after responding to Feng Qian. Lin Feng sipped his 1982 law fight and continued to peruse the messages on his phone. Boss, how are things on your end? With so many attacking you, are you unharmed? We are prepared. As soon as your door is breached, we shall surge in from the rear to support you. Goodness. Boss, what material is your house made of? Over 1,000 people cannot break it down. Boss, please consider taking me in. I can warm your bed. I can cook and clean. I am proficient in all domestic tasks. My culinary skills rival those of 5-star chefs. Boss, you are truly magnificent. Observing the concern expressed in Wu Yang's group chat, Lin Feng nodded slightly. Seeing that you all are still considering rescuing me in times of peril, I suppose my efforts in raising you have not been in vain. Though Lin Feng harbored uncertainties about whether they would indeed come to his aid if the door were truly broken, at the very least, their attitude was commendable. Upon opening the message regarding the offer for companionship and warmth, he discovered it was sent by Wu Daiwa. This young girl, still in her tender years, was merely jesting and should not be taken seriously. I am fine. Such circumstances will likely arise frequently in the future, so there is no need for concern. Little one, you are still too young. Perhaps we can revisit this when you turn 20. Lin Feng's message reached Wu Yong, who had set up special notifications for him. Holding his phone, he contemplated his daughter, who had yet to fully mature. The astute Wu Yong conceived an idea. Dear, I wish to discuss something with you. Wu Yong's wife, Dong Shi, was quite beautiful, though she was now 40 years old. However, her excellent maintenance made her appear to be in her 30s, still possessing a charming allure. What is it? What do you wish to discuss? Dong Shi and Wu Yong shared a harmonious relationship, rarely quarreling, so they approached every matter collaboratively. Our daughter is 18 now. It is time for her to have a suitor, don't you think? You witnessed yesterday's events. If we were to send her to the home of her employer, wouldn't that yield the best outcome? Upon hearing this, Dong Shi quickly grasped Wu Yong's intentions. How many wealthy individuals are truly faithful? Only you, perhaps, out of fear of me and your wife. Your boss possesses a discerning eye and starts with a fortune in the billions. Sending our daughter there would surely subject her to the whims of other women. Our daughter is far too innocent. She lacks guile. Wu Yong's net worth stands at 50 million. In the circles that Dong Shi frequents, there is not a single virtuous individual among the wealthy. She candidly expresses her reluctance to send her daughter into such company. My dear, I opine, it is far safer to remain close to the boss. Just observe these individuals. They recklessly assault without any certainty that the boss possesses 10 billion in resources. If they were to learn of our 130 million in supplies, do you truly believe we could defend ourselves with just this single handgun? Consider this. If I had not been hoarding supplies and fortifying our villa alongside the boss, wouldn't we be just like that crowd outside? The boss has never intended to sell resources, which indicates that, at this moment, resources have become more valuable than money itself. If our daughter were to align herself with the boss, at the very least, she would be safe and never want for sustenance throughout her life. Even if we were to perish, we could rest easy, could we not? Listening to Wu Yong's words, Dong Shi furrows her brow. It must be acknowledged that Wu Yong possesses a sharp intellect, and his assertions ring true. Without Lin Feng, it is likely that the three of them would now be clinging to their financially crippled real estate agency, valued at 50 million, in utter despair. If the opportunity arises, do probe your boss's sentiments, and then seek our daughter's opinion. If either of them disagrees, I shall not consent either. Should a calamity akin to last night's occur, you must take on the mantle of a man. First, take my life and our daughter's, for we absolutely must not fall into the hands of others. Dong Shi is an enlightened individual, well-versed in the rules of the affluent. Marrying her daughter to Lin Feng, a man known for his multiple wives, was once utterly unacceptable to her. Yet, given the current circumstances, she recognizes that this natural disaster is far from simple. Very well. I shall inquire with the boss when the opportunity presents itself. Wu Yong adjusted his glasses, contemplating a bold gamble. He approached his daughter's room and gently pushed the door open. To his surprise, he found his daughter engrossed in her phone. Curiously, he leaned in closer, discovering that Wu Daiyue was perusing Lin Feng's photo album. Wow, he's so handsome. And he is only 21 this year. Brother Lin Feng is incredibly manly. He isn't afraid, even when surrounded by over 1,000 opponents. If I could marry him, I would surely bear him many children. Listening to Wu Daiyue's infatuated musings, Wu Yong grasped the situation. Quietly retreating from the room, he understood his daughter's feelings had become unmistakably clear. She had already transformed into Lin Feng's little admirer. Sighing, he shook his head in resignation. Choosing a son-in-law is a significant responsibility, and now, Wu Yong could only hope that Lin Feng was not a fickle heartthrob and would treat his daughter well. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from downstairs, startling Wu Yong. Could it be an attack? But it was broad daylight. He quickly grasped the handgun in his pocket and hurried down the stairs. Upon arrival, he discovered several individuals pulling on a rope, with 2 men dangling beneath it. Hurry, pull them up. What is going on here? Wu Yong rushed to assist, and others soon joined in the effort. Together, they managed to hoist the 2 men up, revealing that their pants were soaked through. What happened to you two? Were you so frightened that you lost control? Wu Yong wiped the sweat from his brow and set down his gun, feeling the tension begin to ease. Manager, you nearly gave me a heart attack. There's a deep pit down there. If it weren't for the safety rope, I might have met my end. In that fleeting moment, I felt a void beneath my feet, and darkness enveloped my vision. I beheld my grandmother waving to me from the Niha Bridge, and it nearly sent me into a state of panic. The 2 of us were so frightened that we almost lost control. It was more exhilarating than bungee jumping. After all, none of us expected to suddenly plummet while digging. Shall we lower the bucket and see if there's water? Upon Wu Yong's command, they complied without hesitation. After descending nearly 30 meters, water indeed gushed forth. Wu Yong stared at the bucket in astonishment. Boss, are you a superhero? How did you know there was water here? And it's perfectly aligned with the safety rope. Quick, who will taste this water to see if it's drinkable? A dozen people exchanged glances, each reluctant to take the plunge. It wasn't that they were particularly thirsty, but Wu Yong glanced at the 2 men in damp trousers and understood. He remarked, who sent you 2 to urinate in the well? You should taste it yourselves. The 2 men had no choice, having contributed their own liquid. They resignedly tasted it, tears in their eyes. To their surprise, they exclaimed, what refreshing water. It's far superior to the lukewarm tap water. This is deep well water. Manager, it's drinkable. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of excitement. They retrieved cups to sample the water, and at long last, after days of thirst, they savored a delightful sip of coolness. Exhausted from their endeavors, they decided to spend the morning studying and the afternoon fetching water, followed by refreshing cold showers to unwind. At this suggestion, all the girls leaped with joy. With the boss providing food, drink, and the promise of cool baths, he truly was magnificent. Wu Yong rubbed his chin, a glimmer of determination evident in his gaze. It is imperative to deliver Wu Daiyue to Lin Feng. My daughter is so beautiful. Surely Lin Feng would be captivated. Chapter 77, Plastic Sisterhood. Achio. Who is calling my name? Lin Feng rubbed his nose, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Ding dong. At that moment, Lin Feng heard the doorbell ring. Glancing at the surveillance monitor, he saw Feng Qian and Wang Qing, drenched in sweat, panting heavily as they fanned themselves in the shade outside. The sight of so many corpses outside nearly terrified them into submission. Had they not known that Lin Feng's safe house was impregnable, they would never have come. Ring it. Ring it. On such a sweltering day. You two green TB cheese are going to melt. Lin Feng promptly silenced the doorbell and switched off his phone, declaring, I, Lin Feng, am going to sleep. You two can play cards with the heavens. What is taking so long? It's been 5 minutes. Why hasn't anyone come to open the door? Having taken over 20 minutes to walk from Feng Qian's house, Wang Qing was now feeling the heat. She felt as though she was on the verge of boiling. I'll send a voice message to the devoted admirer. Perhaps the house is too large for him to hear the doorbell. Feng Qian pulled out her phone to send Lin Feng a voice message, but after 60 seconds of ringing, there was no answer. Qian, when did this happen? Even under the shade, it's hotter than inside the building. I feel like I can't take it anymore. Hurry up and ask him. Wang Qing was truly anxious. Was the weather of 60 degrees a joke? Although there was no ultraviolet radiation in the shade, Lin Feng's safe house was constructed from titanium alloy. The sweltering heat left Wang Qing's scalp tingling. At this rate, she feared she might perish. I need to make a call. Where has this sycophant gone? Feng Qian, unable to bear the heat any longer, directly dialed Lin Feng. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is currently powered off. Sorry. Feng Qian, well, this is awkward. Where has this sycophant vanished to? On such a scorching day, are we expected to just wait here? Thankfully, we brought 2 bottles of water. Let's distance ourselves from this iron wall. Perhaps we can use the sunshade. Wang Qing, being sensible, had prepared 2 bottles of water before stepping out, although they had already consumed one on their way. To safeguard themselves from harmful UV rays, both wore long trousers, some protective gloves, long-sleeve shirts, and mesh shoes. This ensemble was already causing them to sweat profusely in 30-degree weather, let alone in the current 60-degree heat. The two of them squatted at a distance in front of Lin Feng's house, shielding themselves from the sun with the parasol. Feng Qian continued to send voice messages to Lin Feng, while he, having toiled through the night, had already fallen asleep. Feng, what are you doing? Why aren't you answering my calls? I've arrived at Feng's. Please open the door. Feng, the sun is going to roast me alive. Didn't you say you would take us out for steak, sashimi, and red wine? Having come this far, Feng Qian was certainly unwilling to return home to mere noodles. She remained squatting under the sunshade, repeatedly messaging Lin Feng, reminiscent of Lin Feng's previous fervent adoration for Feng Qian. However, Lin Feng was even more inconsiderate, having turned off his phone. As Feng Qian and Wang Qing could no longer endure, they took a small sip of water, their frustration mounting. What was going on? If they returned now, they'd be scorched all the way home. Moreover, there was hardly anything to eat at home. During the day, the indoor temperature exceeded 50 degrees, and at night, it lingered around 40. The discomfort was unbearable. As they gazed at the imposing steel fortress before them, both women yearned to enter quickly and recline upon the ice to cool off. Yet, over half an hour had passed, and Lin Feng remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, Qiao, with a fuming expression and a telescope in hand, scrutinized the 2 women outside. Humph. Lin Feng, you scoundrel. Your antics are becoming increasingly outrageous. 1 woman was not enough for you. Now you have 2? I wasted my worry on you. You are undeserving of my concern. Jealousy consumed Qiao as she pondered the fact that Lin Feng had not replied to her messages and had drawn the curtains in his room. Lin Feng never closed the curtains unless it was for a particular reason. In all her memories, the only time he had drawn the curtains was during their intense encounters. Otherwise, he left them open even while using the restroom. Now, Qiao harbored serious suspicions that Lin Feng was entertaining another woman in his abode. Why else would he close the curtains? Woe is me, you ungrateful cat. I gave you my first time, and this is how you repay me? With tears streaming down her face, Qiao sent a voice message to Lin Feng. Despite knowing he was a scoundrel, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different ordeal. In that moment, she found it unbearable. She thought she could accept Lin Feng's numerous liaisons, considering her role as the primary partner. However, the sight of so many women vying for his attention shattered her composure, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. You wretched man! Enjoy your games. Farewell. Send your videos to whomever you please. I shall never acknowledge you again. I am truly angry. This is the kind of anger that cannot be soothed. In a fit of rage, Qiao Qiao began to lash out aimlessly. There was little she could do, such is the nature of women. She drew the curtains, believing that out of sight would ease her troubled heart. After all, she had spent the previous night on edge, gripping her gun tightly. Fortunately, the water-fetching task was hindered by the formidable steel door, which bore the ominous warning inscribed by Jojo, armed. Danger. Do not approach. Consequences at your own risk. Consequently, no one dared to disturb Jojo, opting instead to fetch water from the adjacent rooms. Jojo wiped her tear-stained eyes with a damp towel, preparing for slumber. She placed the moist cloth upon her forehead, her sole means of respite from the heat. An hour later, Feng Qian and Wang Qing squatted beneath a sunshade, their legs growing numb from the prolonged position. Feng Qian finally grasped the feeling of being stood up, an experience made all the more unbearable by the sweltering 60-degree heat. The sensation was exasperating. Lin Feng, how dare you abandon me? This matter is far from over. Feng Qian refrained from sending a voice message to curse Lin Feng, fearing that such an outburst might bar her from entering his sanctuary again. Let us head back, Qian. If we continue waiting like this, we might faint from heat stroke. And that would be disastrous. Wang Qing rose, stretching her legs. The fact that they had managed to endure over an hour in such high temperatures with merely a bottle of water attested to their formidable determination to savor sashimi. Let us go back. I have given this infatuated fool far too much face. Just wait until I settle the score with you. With no other option, Feng Qian, her legs trembling from fatigue, unsteadily made her way home. After another half-hour of trudging, they finally returned, utterly exhausted. They filled their glasses from the bathtub and drank deeply, quenching their thirst before shedding their clothes and using the wet towels to cool their bodies. Before long, Feng Qian collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to the heat. This startled Wang Qing. What if Feng Qian were to perish? How could she possibly follow her into the safe house? After pondering for a moment, Wang Qing made a resolute decision. It is better to rely on oneself than to seek help from others. She picked up Feng Qian's phone, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and located the homeowner group alongside Lin Feng's WeChat. Wang Qing added him as a contact. After returning the phone to its original position, she commenced the transformation of her profile picture, selecting the most beautiful image of herself and editing it meticulously. She elongated her legs and enhanced her figure, applying beauty filters with utmost precision. There was no alternative. If Lin Feng were to become her devoted admirer, she could gain entry to the safe house, escape the heat, and indulge in seafood feasts. As for Feng Qian, that would be easy to handle. Wang Qing was well aware of Feng Qian's escapades with numerous men. Once she conveyed this to Lin Feng, would he still fawn over Feng Qian? As for whether Feng Qian lives or dies, what concern is that of mine? Feng Qian treats me as a close friend merely to flaunt her conquests of devoted admirers, does she not? Chapter 78. The Arrival of Disaster Relief Supplies, all members. Now, everyone, report your remaining household members and ID numbers to your building manager. Tomorrow morning at 3 a.m., official relief supplies will arrive. 1 portion per person. Wang Guifen's announcement sent the homeowner group into a frenzy. Oh heavens! Oh earth! Finally, the authorities are attending to us. I am on the brink of starvation. If relief supplies do not arrive soon, I shall perish from hunger. Gratitude to the authorities. Gratitude to Director Wang Guifen of the Neighborhood Committee. Gratitude to all building managers. I always said that nature is merciless, yet humanity is compassionate. The authorities would not abandon us. Director Wang, you are indeed a good person. My household has been out of food for 2 days. If help does not come soon, I shall surely starve. Will the authorities send someone down? Quickly report Lin Feng for arson and the deaths of over 100 people due to his illegal electric wiring. Such deeds deserve the harshest punishment. Indeed, as long as Lin Feng remains unscathed, we shall never find peace. He must be vanquished, this unscrupulous merchant. The monopolist deserves condemnation. If it weren't for his hoarding of a staggering 100 billion in supplies, would the city of Huanghai truly be facing such a dire shortage? Are we truly unable to procure anything? The current scarcity in Huanghai is far more severe than in previous times. The primary cause lies in Lin Feng's extravagant expenditure on stockpiling essential goods, coupled with the complicity of individuals like Qiao Qiao and Wu Yong, who have also joined him in this endeavor. This has resulted in a situation where, mere days into the disaster, one cannot even purchase supplies despite having the means. In his past life, Lin Feng could still acquire goods for a hefty price within half a month. The members of the group are seething with indignation. Yet Lin Feng remains oblivious, sleeping soundly at home. Wang Guifan gazes at the messages in the group with a gradual smile. Lin Feng, you have incurred the wrath of the people. Your days are numbered. The severity of this calamity is exacerbated by the lack of rescue personnel and the heavy demands placed upon them. The authorities lack the capacity and manpower to deliver supplies to every household. Thus, they can only tally the number of survivors and transport supplies to the heads of various buildings, who will then distribute them. Wang Guifan has already devised a plan. As the head of her building, she will oversee the distribution of supplies, ensuring a profit margin for herself. As for how much she will earn, that depends on the quantity provided by the authorities. The heads of various buildings are ecstatic, eagerly requesting that survivors bring identification to register and claim the official aid supplies. Finally, after witnessing a glimmer of hope, this group begins to restore a semblance of order. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao yearns for the rescue supplies, but is apprehensive about the dangers of venturing outside. After some contemplation, she decides against it, opting instead to remain at home. The prospect of leaving home only to return to find it ransacked is indeed a disheartening thought. Moreover, the building itself lacks a caretaker, and the number of residents has dwindled significantly. Lin Feng, feeling particularly disinclined, scoffed at the meager provisions offered: 2 pounds of compressed biscuits, a can of food, 5 packets of vitamin-enriched instant drinks, and 5 bags of pickled vegetables. Such scant supplies could hardly sustain an individual for more than a week. With the considerable risks associated with venturing out, he was certainly not inclined to collect them. After a restful slumber, Lin Feng awoke and glanced at his phone. Noticing an overwhelming number of messages from Feng Qian, he dismissed them, deciding to tease her in the daylight hours instead, allowing her to bask in the sun a little longer. A friend request caught his attention. It was from Feng Qian's close companion, Wang Qing. Lin Feng was taken aback by the edited photograph. Her features were strikingly altered. The image depicted a figure with a more ample physique than Xiao Xiao and legs longer than Jiang Qingshue's. Had he not known her, he might have been deceived. Choosing not to accept the request, he resolved to respond the following day. Both of these women, he mused, were nothing but trouble. In that moment, his thoughts turned to Xiao Xiao. Upon checking his phone, he realized to his dismay that she was indeed upset. Tears had been shed. It wasn't he that she had been silent. She had sent him a message just after midnight, inquiring whether he required any support. Unfortunately, her timely message had been overshadowed by the influx of group notifications and Feng Qian's messages, which he had overlooked. What a predicament! Xiao Xiao, displaying a semblance of concern, had reached out at midnight, offering her assistance from the window, yet her message had been eclipsed by Feng Qian's incessant chatter. Peering through his binoculars toward Xiao Xiao's residence, Lin Feng noted that the curtains were drawn tight, an unmistakable sign that she was genuinely upset. Alas, if anger is to be felt, then let it be. Jealousy is an unavoidable plight. Should you accept it, then you may assume the role of the principal wife. If not, our relationship shall devolve into mere transactions. After all, I, Lin Feng, shall undoubtedly have a multitude of wives and a lineage sprawling in abundance. This is an inescapable reality. Otherwise, to whom would all these riches be bestowed? Lin Feng replied to Xiao Xiao, while she, with tears in her eyes, gazed at her phone, resembling a jealous young girlfriend. Ignore me. Let me perish. Feel free to share those videos. If I die, it will be your doing. I want you to regret it for all eternity. As he perused her messages, Lin Feng lit a cigarette. If Xiao Xiao were to truly take her own life, he would likely be engulfed in remorse. Who could forget such a remarkable girl? Especially his first love? And to think he had driven her to such despair. Had he indeed gone too far? Was the pace too swift for her to endure? Pondering while smoking, Lin Feng contemplated his options. Compromise was not an option. Yielding even once would lead to countless future concessions. Thus, it was she who must acquiesce. Let us strike a deal. If you greet me good morning, husband daily, I shall reward you with 3 ice creams each day. What say you? After consideration, Lin Feng resolved to persist with this transactional approach. After all, he possessed little but an abundance of resources. Who would crave your meager ice creams? As for me, Xiao Xiao, I would rather perish from the heat than consume even one. Xiao Xiao was incensed. Why was Lin Feng so obstinate? Why was it more arduous to elicit an apology from him than to shatter his steel door? Lin Feng, if you merely comfort me, I would be just fine. Can you not utter a single tender word? If you refuse to relent, I might just have to pose the question in the group. We have become one, merging like armor. Soon, a multitude of women will call me their husband, while you bear the consequences. As he spoke, Lin Feng sent a photograph featuring 3 ice creams. Upon gazing at the ice creams, Xiao Qiao swallowed hard. Throughout these days, apart from experiencing a fleeting coolness at Lin Feng's home, she had not truly enjoyed a good night's sleep. She would awaken in the heat, sometimes unable to sleep at all. Pouting slightly, Xiao Qiao yearned for ice cream. On such a sweltering day, the sensation of that refreshing treat would undoubtedly be delightful. Moreover, having already crossed certain boundaries with him, she felt that calling him husband for 3 ice creams was a far better bargain than spending a night with Lin Feng for merely a hot dog. Husband. After some contemplation, Xiao Qiao relented. No typing, send a voice message. Lin Feng, filled with pride, mused that compromise could be singular or infinite, but he, Lin Feng, would never yield. Husband. Upon uttering those words, Xiao Qiao felt an overwhelming shyness, her cheeks flushing crimson. Oh dear, Lin Feng, you are truly mischievous. Testing me with ice cream. Could you not simply give it to me? Observing Xiao Qiao's yielding attitude, Lin Feng felt quite satisfied. Indeed, no one could escape the allure of irresistible temptation. He retrieved a lobster from his space, placing it alongside the 3 ice creams in a box, suspended from a drone. Open the window. See how obedient I am in sending you these treats. If you continue to behave, there will be delicious surprises every day. Xiao Qiao hurried to the window, and soon enough, she beheld the gifts Lin Feng had sent, 3 ice creams and a lobster. In an instant, her anger dissipated. Lin Feng, you truly care for me, don't you? As the apocalypse descends, there exists no girl who cannot be appeased with 3 ice creams. If that fails, perhaps a lobster will do. Chapter 79, Distribution of Relief Supplies. Xiao Qiao eagerly unwrapped the ice cream and took a bite, sending a delightful shiver through her chilled body. On such a sweltering day, indulging in a frozen treat is nothing short of bliss. Is it delicious? If you adore popsicles, come to my house. I shall treat you to them daily. But you must allow me a taste of your ice cream, Lin Feng's message read. Xiao Qiao nodded proudly at his words. This fellow certainly knows how to charm. Just as she was about to respond, sure, I'll come for some, she suddenly realized he might be teasing her again. She opened the app and searched for the keywords, popsicles, ice cream, enjoying together. Instantly, her cheeks flushed even deeper. Lin Feng, don't go too far. Every day? You only manage to irritate me. Can't you treat me with a bit more kindness, like other boys do when pursuing girls? Lin Feng chuckled softly. You'll grow accustomed to it in time. If you had been obedient, I would have already welcomed you in. But with your constant thoughts of either driving me mad or preserving your chastity, how could I trust you inside? Annoyed, Xiao Qiao finished her first ice cream and, with a pout, opened the second one. She had to eat quickly, lest it melt away. However, Lin Feng was not wrong. She indeed had been a tad extreme in her reactions. Why was she starting to think Lin Feng might actually be right? Xiao Qiao sensed that, imperceptibly, she had begun to be influenced by Lin Feng. The adage one is influenced by their surroundings rang true. It was indeed unavoidable. Sigh. Perhaps I should just accept my fate? If not for Lin Feng, I would have perished by now. Perhaps they would still be outmaneuvered by the cunning lions. At least Lin Feng engaged in fair transactions with me, unlike this group. While savoring ice cream, I conversed with Lin Feng. If it weren't for his notorious infidelity, Xiao Qiao wouldn't find it so difficult to overcome her emotional barriers. As she indulged in the delectable lobster, her face radiated satisfaction. After days of snacking on processed foods, how long had it been since she tasted something so exquisite? Xiao Qiao's spirits lifted considerably. Indeed, only exquisite cuisine could charm a beautiful woman. As their conversation flowed, the clock struck 3 in the early hours. Lin Feng ceased to provoke Xiao Qiao, and she too relaxed, as if with Lin Feng, the world felt significantly safer. The community bustled with activity, yet maintained an orderly calm. They had glimpsed hope. The arrival of official relief supplies signaled that the authorities had not forsaken them. In such times, chaos must be avoided, as the restoration of order was imminent. Observing the scene below, Xiao Qiao began to question the veracity of Lin Feng's claims regarding the depletion of the ozone layer. If the ozone layer had indeed been compromised, why would the authorities distribute relief supplies? Lin Feng, exhaling smoke, shook his head. Although the government's stance towards foreign nations had softened, they had genuinely endeavored to assist the common people as best as they could. Even when aware of their limitations, they did not wish to witness their citizens starve. The building representatives had received the supplies and began distributing them in an orderly manner. Each individual received their share. But the quantity was precisely as Lin Feng had described, sufficient for no more than 7 days. The recipients expressed their discontent. They had anticipated an abundance of fish, meat, and vegetables, only to find a meager offering. Yet they failed to consider the vast population of Huaxia. Providing 7 days' worth of sustenance for each person posed an enormous challenge. Lin Feng understood that this was also one of the primary reasons for the official bankruptcy. If the authorities had retained these relief supplies, they could at least have maintained some semblance of control. In an apocalyptic world, one must first eliminate the overly idealistic. Yet, in this instance, the authorities had assumed the role of the ultimate idealist. If the officials do not perish, who shall? Lin Feng was reluctant to distribute resources to the idle. What purpose would it serve? Those who are well-fed and well-hydrated may behave decently, but without sustenance, they might revolt. While the waters of Lake Baikal could quench the thirst of all of China for a century, it would be of little consequence. With water, they would beg for food. Once nourished, their demands would escalate to protecting animals, conserving the environment, and safeguarding Mother Earth. Every time a request of theirs was satisfied, they would present even grander and more outrageous demands, boundless and insatiable, until one could no longer comply. Thus, Lin Feng resolutely refused to yield. If they wished to perish, let them. At most, he would slightly lower the expectations of his trading partners. For instance, with Qiao Qiao, he could offer her ice cream. But she must first address him as husband and greet him respectfully. This, too, is a transaction. If one cannot manage the situation in the early stages, it becomes impossible to govern later. They throw tantrums at will. Will they heed my words or theirs? As Lin Feng puffed on a cigarette and deployed a drone to observe the scene, he knew there would inevitably be those unable to remain idle. At the resource distribution center, Liang Qiuyu stumbled in, reeking of alcohol, her eyes devoid of focus. It appeared that these past days had not treated her kindly. Her hair was disheveled, and her body ached. Gazing at the few individuals before her, despair engulfed Liang Qiuyu. She had already overheard a call from the leadership, stating that this would be the first and the last distribution of supplies. The leadership of the institution was captivated by the beauty of Liang Qiuyu and made a deliberate phone call to inform her. Come with me. Continue your practice as a physician, receive your official stipend, and transfer to the underground sanctuary. You may never experience wealth and luxury, but should you choose to be my woman, I shall ensure your sustenance is secure. If you refuse to accompany me and remain at home, you will gradually await your demise. The magnetic storms wrought by solar flares have already ravaged the ozone layer, and as long as you remain on the surface, your death is merely a matter of time. Upon receiving the call, Liang Qiuyu promptly blocked the leader's number. Men, she thought, as she resolved to await her fate. The provisions in her home were nearly exhausted, and Zhou Kaihua had taken away not only her 6 years of love, but also her means of survival. After much contemplation, Liang Qiuyu finally comprehended why Li Ying had made her choices. Li Ying had discerned the harsh realities. She exchanged her body for resources, for weapons, for a man. Without resources, without weapons, without a man, how long could a woman truly survive in this apocalyptic world? It must be said that Liang Qiuyu had learned a lesson from Li Ying. If she had not placed such a high value on her chastity, how could she have failed to secure Zhou Kaihua's heart? Was 6 years of affection shattered by a mere meeting with Li Ying? Yet, Liang Qiuyu shook her head. Even if she had surrendered her body to Zhou Kaihua, the outcome would have likely been the same. A man who could never be relied upon would always remain unreliable. At that moment, the head of Building 3 called the roll and reached Liang Qiuyu's name. With a vacant expression, she approached to collect the last of her provisions in this life. Then, she would return home, lie down, drink, and wait for death. Just as she was about to take her allocation, a sudden gunshot rang out, bang, and the head of the building was struck down, his head exploding in an instant. Murder. In an instant, screams erupted. All men who wished to live, retreat to the upper floors. The men hurriedly fled, while the women remained still. Otherwise, I will shoot you all. A scarred man brandished a gun, pointing it at the crowd, instantly creating chaos. The men covered their heads and retreated indoors, while the women crouched in terror, too frightened to move. The only exception was Liang Qiuyu, who, undeterred, leaned her head against the barrel of the gun. Go ahead. Shoot me. Liang Qiuyu understood that her death was merely a matter of time. If she were to die now, it would be the most liberating choice. Chapter 80. Are you here to save me? There really is someone unafraid of death. I'll end you right now. The scarred man raised his gun, ready to fire, while Liang Qiuyu closed her eyes, choosing to depart from this terrifying world. She had completely lost hope. No one was coming to rescue her. Dying sooner would mean liberation. The gaming experience had been abysmal. She wished not to return in the next life. Click. The gun was pressed against Liang Qiuyu's head. She shut her eyes, bidding farewell to this world, determined never to return. The next moment would be death. Death was the only release. Everyone watched in terror at the scarred man, who suddenly halted. Oh, my dear lady, though filthy, you are not without charm. Don't be so hasty to seek death. I'll indulge myself first. Ha ha. The man seized Liang Qiuyu's arm and began to tear at her clothing. They had already realized that this was the last official supply. Since we are all destined to perish, why languish in the official shelters? It would be far more exhilarating to take up arms and face our fate head-on. After all, residing in those shelters merely guarantees a meager existence, relegating us to the lowest echelons of labor. Those who gain entry are invariably affluent, influential, or decorated with accolades. With my unremarkable appearance, what chance do I have of finding a spouse within those walls? Such aspirations are nothing but folly. This is not the twisted mindset of the guard. It is simply the harsh reality. Those seeking refuge in the official shelters are either elites or mere laborers, fully aware that they are destined to serve the upper echelons for a lifetime. Why then should I subject myself to such a fate? I shall live each day to the fullest, even if it is in vain. No. What are you doing? Kill me. Just kill me. Suddenly, Liang Qiuyu snapped back to reality, unafraid of death, yet terrified of losing her purity. The situation was painfully clear. She was not only facing death, but also the prospect of being toyed with, to perish in the most tragic manner imaginable. Ha ha ha. I do not find you repulsive, so do not reject my appearance. Come now. Today, no one can save you. The man furiously tore at Liang Qiuyu's garments in public, utterly indifferent to the number of witnesses. With tears streaming down her face, she clutched her clothing tightly. I had already prepared myself for death. Do you intend to spare me no mercy? Those who witnessed the scene offered no intervention. They were powerless and fearful of the trouble it might bring upon themselves. Lin Feng, observing through the drone, shook his head. Although Liang Qiuyu had provoked him intensely, igniting a desire to take her home as a trophy, it was evident that the world had descended into chaos. With so many firearms outside, what if I, Lin Feng, were to sustain an injury and suffer from tetanus? I'm afraid all my accumulated supplies have been in vain. Lin Feng activated the recording, enlarging the screen, stating that the only assistance he could offer was to document the moment of her utmost despair when confronted with the wall. Perhaps, in a future where order is restored, this video might serve to exonerate her. However, with indifference, the ruthless Lin Feng focused solely on capturing the scene with his drone, disregarding the outcome. Meanwhile, Liang Qiuyu stood there, her clothing torn to shreds, her eyes filled with despair. As a delicate woman studying medicine, standing at 160 centimeters and weighing merely 40, she was utterly powerless to resist such brutality. With a mocking laugh, the man taunted, "Oh, little lady, are you still a virgin? I relish this. I take pleasure in witnessing a pure woman like you weep beneath me." He was thoroughly satisfied with Liang Qiuyu's plight as he continued to shred her garments, preparing to enact his cruel intentions. No one was there to aid her. The assailant wielded a gun, and mere mortals could not withstand the onslaught of bullets. Who could possibly come to her rescue? On the other end of the drone's feed, Lin Feng broadcasted the scene to Qiao Qiao. Take a look. This is the current state of affairs outside. While you and I, Lin Feng, may continue to survive, you, out there, even with a firearm, are merely awaiting your demise. Qiao Qiao stared in disbelief at the broadcast on her phone, astonished that the supplies, distributed by the authorities, had devolved into such chaos, with so many people involved and no one to intervene. At that moment, a scarred man revealed a lecherous grin. "My dear lady, I'm coming for you." Liang Qiuyu closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming down her face, fully aware that no one would come to her rescue. Lin Feng watched with keen interest, reveling in the spectacle, exclaiming, "Let us see how fair I can be this time. I never contravene a woman's will." Jojo could hardly believe the scene unfolding before her. It appeared that Lin Feng was indeed correct. No wonder Lin Feng was so cautious. Human nature is truly terrifying. Compared to this group of individuals, Lin Feng still possessed a semblance of humanity. At least he had replaced the door with steel. "Shiwan, halt. Release that girl." At that moment, Zhou Kaihua issued a command that brought Shiwan to a standstill. "Captain?" Shiwan asked, perplexed. "What business is it of yours? Did you not say you would not return to the official ranks? Women. Supplies. Is it a matter of taking whatever one desires? Kaihua, are you here to rescue me? Liang Qiuyu seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. After 6 years of affection, could he truly sever those ties? In this critical moment, it was once again up to him. Xiwan, this is your sister-in-law. If anyone is to indulge, it should be me first. Allow me. Just then, Zhou Kaihua began to shed his clothing, revealing a devilishly charming smile as he approached leisurely. 66,666. Lin Feng watched this scene unfold, fervently spamming the number. Meanwhile, Liang Qiuyu, the person involved, and Jojo, who was watching the live broadcast, were both left utterly shattered by the revelation. Is this even permissible? Apologies, Captain. I was unaware. You go ahead first. Once you're done, let the brothers have their turn. Xiwan hastily pulled up his trousers. Had it not been for the burn ointment and insider information provided by the captain, they might have met a heroic demise. Zhou Kaihua stood before Liang Qiuyu. A mischievous grin plastered on his face. It has been 6 years. Have you not always forbidden me from touching you? Do you have any idea how I have endured these 6 years? Regardless, you are destined to meet your fate. For the first time, compensate me for the pain you have inflicted upon me over these 6 years, and I shall forgive you. You are aware that the apocalypse has arrived, are you not? Since the end is upon us, I see no reason to hold back any longer. Today, I shall not only confront you, but I shall also involve my brethren. In an instant, Liang Qiuyu was rendered speechless. I had intended to entrust my life to you, nurtured over 6 years of affection. How could you betray me in such a manner? I once believed Lin Feng to be a brute, but for you, Zhou Kaihua, I sacrificed my home and land to save your life. You are even less than a beast. Zhou Kaihua, I must have been blind. I have followed you for 6 years and failed to see that you are such a scoundrel. I nearly met my demise to save you. I sold my house and exhausted all my savings to acquire a remedy for your sunburn, and this is how you repay me. Just as Zhou Kaihua prepared to retaliate, he was abruptly awakened by Liang Qiuyu's scathing words. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Kaihua recalled their once sweet memories and suppressed. You claim you sold your house merely to procure a remedy for my sunburn? Zhou Kaihua was entirely unaware of this. Liang Qiuyu, fearing the weight of this revelation upon him, had refrained from disclosing the origin of the ointment. At that moment, Li Ying, unable to bear the scene any longer, rushed over, seized Zhou Kaihua, and struck Liang Qiuyu across the face. This matter must not reach Zhou Kaihua's ears, lest her own position be compromised. Liang Qiuyu, depart at once. Do not attempt to sabotage our relationship. Zhou Ge and I share true love. What are you, but a mere afterthought? Liang Qiuyu, clutching her stinging face, was beset with disbelief. I have sacrificed so much for you. In the end, I could not even preserve my virtue. You dare to threaten me and bring your brethren along. Very well. Zhou Kaihua, Li Ying, Shi Yuan. Tears streaming down her cheeks, Liang Qiuyu nodded despondently, gazing at the individuals before her, and retreated, clutching her tattered clothing back to the third building. A gentleman's vengeance is not delayed even for a decade. However, a woman's retribution unfolds from dawn till dusk. Chapter 81, Turmoil. For every 50 gifts received, an additional chapter shall be added. Ying, what on earth is happening? Are you concealing something from me? Zhou Kaihua inquired of Li Ying while adjusting his trousers. Ever since that fateful evening when their villa was besieged for Zhou Kaihua had repelled the intruders with a firearm, he realized that the world had irrevocably altered. Without hesitation, he reached out to his acquaintances in the escort team, elucidating the situation, not for any other reason, but because they were armed. 3 of his friends, upon receiving the news, agreed not to report to the authorities and opted to accompany Zhou Kaihua. Nevertheless, the majority of the active duty soldiers chose to align themselves with the official channels. For individuals like Zhou Kaihua were always in the minority. With 4 escorts and 4 firearms, none dared to approach their villa, prompting Zhou Kaihua and his companions to set their sights on securing relief supplies, determined to execute a grand heist. This was the final batch of relief supplies. If they did not seize it now, it would be lost forever. Brother Zhou, I allowed her to leave for your sake. You have shared 6 years of affection. If you truly commit such an act against Sister Qiuyu, I fear you shall regret it for eternity. It must be said, Li Ying, the White Lotus, is quite the strategist. With just a few words, she had Zhou Kaihua believing her. Ying, I was mistaken, my actions were impulsive. Qiuyu has always prohibited my advances. Yet seeing another touch her ignited a pang of jealousy within me. and I momentarily lost control. Xiwan, you may indulge with other women, but Liang Qiuyu is off limits. Quickly, let us move the supplies. Dawn is approaching. Understood, Captain. These matters are trivial. Women are abundant. And what does it matter with whom one frolics? Xiwan, with a gun in hand, pointed it at the group of women, sending them into a state of terror, their cries piercing the air. Please, don't kill me. Take whatever you want. Spare my life. I was wrong. Just don't harm me. I'll do anything. The words of a middle-aged woman. Her figure bulky and reeking from a lack of hygiene, nearly pushed Xiwan to the brink of pulling the trigger. Yet, mindful of the dwindling ammunition, he held his fury in check. You six, step forward and load the vehicle. The rest of you get lost. The 6 women singled out were relatively youthful and attractive. The eldest merely 30 and the youngest a mere 14. They had already grasped the grim fate awaiting them. Compliance might afford them a chance at survival, perhaps even a morsel to eat. Defiance, however, would surely lead to dire consequences. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Qiao gasped in disbelief. Is it truly this dire? Not only are they robbing water and food, but now they've turned on women as well. Lin Feng still possesses a semblance of humanity, at least engaging in fair trade. To be captured by such a ruthless bunch would be a liberation in death. Xiao Qiao, do you understand? Reflect on this at home. My promise to make you the primary wife is already an exceedingly generous offer. With that, Lin Feng terminated the live broadcast, for he had other matters to attend to. The chaos of resource plundering was not confined to Building 3. As soon as gunfire erupted, nearly everyone joined in the frenzy. Zhou Kaihua and his trio armed themselves to seize supplies from Building 3, while Zheng Dehai and his gang, emboldened by their numbers, began their own looting spree. Meanwhile, the Shishan 13 Taibao showed no leniency, initiating emergency measures. The situation in the other buildings is quite similar. Nearly everyone senses that this is their final glimmer of hope. Wang Guifan is even more ruthless. Accompanied by her son, her family has utterly refrained from providing any relief supplies. It is rumored that in the West Mountain Villa, not only are supplies being seized, but women are also being taken. Any woman with even a hint of beauty is filled with dread. Of course, there are some exceedingly shameless ordinary women who believe they too might be targeted. Take, for instance, that corpulent and foul-smelling matron. Events have undeniably spiraled beyond control. From this day forth, the authorities, aside from diminishing water and electricity supplies, will completely abandon the inconsequential common folk. Only scientists, elites, leaders, and compliant young men and women will be granted access to the official shelters, awaiting the conclusion of the disaster to help reconstruct civilization. As for the rest, they are left to fend for themselves. The government is truly powerless. Ding. Just as dawn broke, Lin Feng received a text message. He glanced at it, wondering who had sent it. Greetings, Mr. Lin. This is the Disaster Relief Command Center of Huaxia's Huanghai City. You have now been granted entry to the official disaster shelter in Huanghai City. Please arrive at the designated location within 3 days. After 3 days, entry will no longer be permitted. This is your final opportunity for survival. Please consider this carefully. Do not disclose this information to anyone. It is classified. Any breach will result in severe accountability from the authorities. Huaxia Official, Huanghai City Disaster Relief Command Center. It was an official message, complete with a location coordinate. Foolishness. They merely wish to ascertain whether I possess those 10 billion resources. Am I insane enough to fall for this? Lin Feng promptly clicked delete, entirely dismissing it. In his previous life, Lin Feng had never received any information. However, in this life, he had. But why? Would Lin Feng remain oblivious to it? I questioned how the authorities could so altruistically distribute aid materials without any ulterior motive. This was merely an attempt to stabilize the common populace. To offer them a glimmer of hope, especially with the recent exodus of elite leaders, chaos must be avoided at all costs. It was then that Lin Feng realized that the authorities were not entirely benevolent. They too had their own agendas. Simultaneously, elites from various industries received official notifications. Naturally, these messages were only sent to the CRME de la CRME, meticulously vetted individuals or powerful magnates within their respective fields. Anyone who had ascended to such heights was far from foolish. They would never divulge this information to the general public. The authorities were acutely aware that revealing the criteria for entering shelters would lead to a loss of control, not to mention the inevitable chaos that would ensue. Do not underestimate the power of the authorities. Even a malnourished camel is larger than a horse. While they may not be able to manage natural disasters, they can certainly regulate human actions with relative ease. You may choose not to participate, but silence is paramount. At least for these 3 days, it must remain unspoken. Xiao Qiao was entirely unaware of this situation. She was just a college student, an ordinary individual without influence or power. How could she possibly receive such information? Was it merely because of her striking beauty? Lin Feng had found the recycling station and captured a screenshot of the message, sending it to Xiao Qiao. Do not share this. Just read it and delete it. If you dare to forward it, I cannot protect you. As Xiao Qiao read the message, tears streamed down her face. What would she do if Lin Feng were to leave? What good were her 20 million in supplies and a gun? After exhausting 200 rounds of ammunition, would she not still meet her demise? Darling, will you leave me behind? Xiao Qiao was truly frightened, as she chambered a bullet into the gun. If one day I can no longer hold on, this bullet shall be reserved solely for myself. Let us see how you perform. If you choose to play with me, indulging in jelly jump candy, yet become jealous and angry for no reason, then why should I seek refuge in a shelter when I am living quite well at home? Upon reading Lin Feng's message, Xiao Qiao's face flushed crimson. How infuriating. You only know how to vex me. Sooner or later, you will be the death of me. Xiao Qiao's heart eased slightly, observing Lin Feng. It was clear he had no intention of going to the official shelter. Lin Feng, however, remained silent, allowing Xiao Qiao to discern the circumstances for herself, gradually revealing the gravity of the situation. Chapter 82. The second deal. With nothing to occupy his time, Lin Feng piloted his drone to Building 3. Eager to observe the live stream, Zhou Kaihua and his cohorts had already removed the supplies from the women, and the bodies of the deceased lay unclaimed. With every household's door tightly shut, too fearful to venture outside, the drone arrived at Unit 303, and Lin Feng chuckled. Surprise. Here I am again. Inside, Liang Qiuyu had securely locked her door, drowning her despair in alcohol. Liang Qiuyu could never have anticipated that the very person she had risked everything to save, Zhou Kaihua, would turn against her. I absolutely refuse to die. Not until I have dealt with you beasts. Liang Qiuyu's heart had turned completely dark. Who could remain unscathed after such relentless blows? A gun. I need a gun. Who will provide me with a firearm? I shall comply with any demand you place upon me. Liang Qiuyu understood the critical importance of a gun. As a fragile woman, she stood no chance against Zhou Kaihua without one, even if he were unarmed. The bullet fired by an 8-year-old carries the same destructive force as that of a seasoned soldier. Therefore, acquiring a weapon is imperative, at any cost. With tears streaming down her face, Liang Qiuyu retrieved her mobile phone and unblocked those men she had previously cast aside. Knowing numerous soldiers, she sent out a mass message. I am Liang Qiuyu, and I am in dire need of a firearm. Who possesses one? I am willing to pay any price, whatever it may be. Many recipients scoffed at her appeal, recalling how she had recently blacklisted them. Now, in this apocalyptic scenario, they were expected to come to her aid? Most were busy gathering their belongings in preparation for the official shelters. Though following the authorities meant enduring arduous tasks and strict regulations, obedience ensured their sustenance and safety. Those who possessed firearms were predominantly official soldiers. Losing a weapon would jeopardize their access to the shelters. Only Lin Feng, with a smile, glanced at his phone, unaware that Liang Qiuyu had previously blocked him. Was she truly sincere in her proposition? Did she comprehend the extent of anguish her disdainful treatment had inflicted upon my fragile spirit? Upon noticing Lin Feng's response, Liang Qiuyu was consumed with rage. Once I acquire a gun, the first to perish shall be you, Lin Feng. You are a beast, but even more loathsome is Zhou Kaihua. Are there no decent men among you? Do you possess a firearm? What are your terms? For days, Liang Qiuyu had been too distraught to check her phone, oblivious to Lin Feng's heinous actions. Unbeknownst to her, she was negotiating with a demon. Accompany me for a day, and I shall grant you a handgun and 200 rounds of ammunition. Should you dare to belittle me again, do not blame me for binding you and using you as a makeshift weapon. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Liang Qiuyu's resolve to eliminate him solidified. What can men think of beyond those filthy and sordid matters? All men deserve to perish. Once I acquire a firearm, I shall eradicate every man in the world. Show me a picture of the gun, and after I examine it, I shall make my decision. Fearing deception, Liang Qiuyu pondered what would happen if the transaction concluded and Lin Feng refused to honor it. Here, take a look, he replied, the latest Russian-made Makarov 2045, with a magazine capacity of 20 rounds, capable of a clean headshot. As he spoke, Lin Feng fired 3 shots at a target in the video. One must admit that Russian handguns are remarkably durable and powerful. Watching the video, Liang Qiuyu felt a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng indeed possessed a firearm, and it was the most potent and recent model. Although she was unaware of how he had acquired it, as long as he provided it, she would swiftly end Lin Feng's life. I agree. Just hand over the gun, and I shall not resist. Liang Qiuyu had resigned herself to her fate. She truly would not resist, but once she obtained the weapon, she would ensure Lin Feng's demise. I will await you at home. This is your final opportunity. Lin Feng, possessing a modicum of humanity, had resolved that when Liang Qiuyu entered, he could not afford to be as gentle as he had been with Xiao Qiao. The vendetta against this despicable woman must be avenged. I shall deliver a blood-soaked reckoning. Liang Qiuyu's eyes blazed with murderous intent as she downed half a bottle of liquor, then tore off her tattered clothing and donned fresh attire, applying sunscreen. It was not vanity that drove Liang Qiuyu. Before she fulfilled her vow to kill Lin Feng and Zhou Kaihua, she could not afford to succumb to death or injury. At this moment, the sole purpose of Liang Qiuyu's existence was revenge. I desire to eradicate all men in the world. Liang Qiuyu rose to seek out Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng picked up his phone, accepted Wang Qing's friend request, and responded to Fang Qian's message. Qian, I apologize. I was injured and have been unconscious for a day, only now awakening to see your message. Fang Qian and Wang Qing were instantly elated upon receiving the notification. So it turns out he was injured? No wonder he didn't answer all those calls. They were terrified, recalling the events that transpired during the resource distribution. Thankfully, they had arrived early. Otherwise, they might have been unable to collect the supplies and could have been captured instead. Feng, do not fret. Wang Qing and I will come to care for you right away. How can you be alone and injured? Upon seeing this endearment, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. Feng? Ugh, how utterly repulsive. You're simply famished. When one is hungry, anything is palatable. And yet, you call me Feng. You're just seeking to come in and mooch off me. Subsequently, Lin Feng feigned concern and messaged back, I'm injured and cannot go out. I'm unable to pick you up. Had I not been hurt, I would certainly come to get you. With the chaos outside, what would I do if something happened to you, Qian? Fang Qian's face was filled with disdainful laughter. Indeed, Lin Feng remained the same pathetic sycophant. A sycophant is forever a sycophant. A wretch is always a wretch. Not only does he cling on, but he also retreats when struck. Lin Feng, wait until I get in. You shall soon understand the true meaning of cruelty. It is fortuitous that you are injured. I shall seize this opportunity to eliminate you and claim the throne for myself. Listening to Fang Qian's words, Wang Qing felt an unsettling sense of unease. She wished to send a message to Lin Feng, but felt that the timing was not right. After all, Fang Qian was right beside her. What if she discovered? Nevertheless, they were on their way to attend to you. They would arrive in half an hour, so remember to open the door. All right, I will open it punctually. Lin Feng replied. Upon receiving Lin Feng's response, Fang Qian's face was filled with malice. The matter of you standing me up yesterday is far from over. I shall strike you when you are at your most vulnerable. It will not be in vain after all those years of you fawning over me. As she spoke, Fang Qian found a metal hairpin, sharpened it, and inserted it into her hair. At that moment, the man would be the least guarded. A precise strike would be fatal. Watching Fang Qian, Wang Qing swallowed hard. This woman was truly ruthless. Once she confirmed that the sharpened pin could indeed deliver a lethal blow, Fang Qian finally dressed, descended the stairs, and proceeded to Lin Feng's safe house. Lin Feng smiled as he glanced at his phone, thinking, I'll let you bask in the sun for another day. No rush, let us take our time. Chapter 83. The frenzied Liang Qiuyu. Liang Qiuyu's home was relatively close, so Lin Feng did not worry about encountering Fang Qian and her companion. Ding dong. As expected, Liang Qiuyu had arrived. Lin Feng drew the curtains and went to open the door for her. Today, I shall impart a lesson upon you. It is not that I, Lin Feng, am cruel. It is simply that your disregard for rules has inflicted a deep wound upon my psyche as a 21-year-old. I must return the psychological harm to you, ensuring it remains etched in your memory for a lifetime. With a gun in hand, he opened the door. Don't move. He pressed the gun against Liang Qiuyu, preventing her from attempting to turn and leave. A real gun? Is this for me? Liang Qiuyu displayed no fear. Rather, her eyes sparkled with delight. The transaction is concluded. It is now yours. Enter. Consume this. The familiar routine, the same old formula. After enduring a significant battle, Go Wang Lin Feng could not afford any mishaps in the trading. Upon entering, Liang Qiuyu accepted the liqueur-filled chocolate without a moment's hesitation and swallowed it whole. Am I afraid of death? What else can I fear? At this point, I would dare consume rat poison. The fifth door on the left. Go in and take a shower for half an hour. What on earth? How can a young woman smell so foul? How much alcohol has she consumed? Lin Feng waved his hand in front of his nose, taken aback by Liang Qiuyu's unkempt state. In these past few days, all she had done was drink, day in and day out. In such sweltering heat, it was no wonder she reeked. Gazing at the massive blocks of ice cooling Lin Feng's home, the comfortable, refreshing temperature left Liang Qiuyu astonished. Is this the power of wealth? Outside, a single sausage could take a life. You use this to cool your home? Indeed. I have never witnessed the world of the affluent. What if I could eliminate Lin Feng, reside here, shelter, and protect some women? Perhaps it could avert many tragedies. With this thought, Liang Qiuyu shook her head. She would never forget Li Ying's fate and could no longer trust anyone. I could never take anyone in. Men are no good, and neither are women. There is no goodness to be found. After eliminating Lin Feng, I would go after Zhou Kaihua and Li Ying Xiwan. And once I have avenged myself, I would bid farewell to this world. The gaming experience has been dismal. There is little reason to continue. Upon entering Lin Feng's bathroom, Liang Qiuyu was astounded. Are the bathrooms of the wealthy truly this extravagant? Outside, even sipping water was a struggle, yet within these walls, there existed an artificial hot spring. Lin Feng locked the steel door, cigarette in mouth, and returned to the sofa. Liang Qiuyu, without much thought, shed her clothing and delicately dipped her slender feet into the water. To be able to meet death in such a pristine manner was, in its own right, a worthy endeavor. Unlike Xiao Qiao, Liang Qiuyu was notably frail, her recent lack of nourishment rendering her almost skeletal. She quietly scrubbed her body with a washcloth, devoid of any sense of relief or emotion. It seemed that the events of recent days had dealt her a grievous blow, leaving her heart utterly desolate. After a lengthy period, having cleansed her body, Liang Qiuyu sensed an unsettling disquiet. As a physician, she quickly discerned the reason. Indeed, men should be condemned. How could they harbor such distrust towards one so fragile? Her eyes betrayed no turmoil, nor did she exhibit any surprise. She had endured far more harrowing experiences, and this felt merely a continuation of the norm. Moreover, she harbored no intentions of rejecting Lin Feng's proposition. Her singular desire was to acquire a firearm. Willing to comply with whatever was demanded of her, the notion of bartering her body was trivial. She would even consider selling her very soul. Lin Feng glanced at the clock, extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, and noted that the time was ripe. He entered the bathroom and lifted Liang Qiuyu effortlessly, who uttered not a word, seemingly devoid of anger. With an expression as calm as a still pond, her face as frigid as ice, Liang Qiuyu weighed lightly upon him, standing at a mere 160 centimeters and barely exceeding 40 kilograms. He gently laid her upon the bed, taking a seat at its edge, quietly smoking without making any further advances. Although she had granted herself a significant challenge, it was evident that she was resigned to her fate, unlike Xiao Qiao. If one were to take action against her, would that not be an even greater act of bullying? Lin Feng, possessing a modicum of humanity, found himself unable to strike at the sight of Liang Qiuyu's frigid expression. It was evident that she did not meet the criteria for entering the safe house, and Lin Feng now felt devoid of any desire for revenge for the public humiliation she had inflicted upon him. She had already suffered enough. Why continue to inflict further pain? Should I not play the role of the benevolent one? Perhaps offer her a firearm? Assist her in escaping? Lin Feng was neither a paragon of virtue nor a figure of pure malevolence. He felt a profound sympathy for the tribulations that had befallen Liang Qiuyu. Just as he was about to utter the offer of a gun to her, Liang Qiuyu abruptly rose to her feet and silenced him with a swift motion. What is happening here? Have I misread the script? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, yet Liang Qiuyu, with an icy demeanor, transformed into an aggressor. Aren't men typically fond of taking the initiative? Today, I shall give it a try. I intend to take charge. For reasons unknown, Liang Qiuyu remained remarkably clear-headed, devoid of any inebriation. She launched an assault, determined not to be at a disadvantage in this encounter. In an instant, Lin Feng was bewildered. What could possibly be going through Liang Qiuyu's mind? Yet, given the circumstances, if he did not exhibit some semblance of resistance, would he still be regarded as a man? Liang Qiuyu, with her slender frame of merely 80 pounds, was brimming with determination. This time, I shall seek retribution against you. Lin Feng, wary of injuring her delicate limbs, refrained from exerting too much force. Liang Qiuyu was relentless, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon herself to cause 800 upon her foe. Her countenance remained cold, intent on avenging herself against Lin Feng. Blood staining the rivers, mountains shattered. The peaks and ridges rise majestically, while the sun and moon traverse the sky with relentless speed. Liang Qiuyu, in a frenzied state, has nearly driven Lin Feng to the brink of exhaustion. For 3 long hours, Lin Feng has yearned to conclude this transaction. Yet Liang Qiuyu remains unyielding. Good heavens! I hereby vow to never engage in dealings with someone so resolutely bent on self-destruction. Not only does she desire to perish, but she also wishes to take me down with her. Moreover, Liang Qiuyu is exceedingly slender, nothing but a mere collection of bones. It is painfully uncomfortable. Have you not incessantly claimed your intent to trade with me? After merely 4 hours, you are clearly at your limit, are you not? Liang Qiuyu, in a moment of cold realization, addressed Lin Feng with a chilling tone. Lin Feng, utterly speechless, pondered whether his reluctance to contravene a woman's will was truly a fault. Chapter 84. Illness must be treated at this very moment. Liang Qiuyu's condition was hardly any better, as it could be said that neither party had gained any advantage. It was a mutual downfall. This 4-hour-long struggle exacted a grievous toll on both sides. Lin Feng, bewildered, questioned, "What do you mean it has only been 4 hours? Do you think I am made of iron?" Even the donkeys on the production team are not worked to such extremes. A man's greatest fear is to be deemed inadequate by a woman. Yet Lin Feng truly found himself at his wit's end. "Dear lady, I am aware that you have been enduring a rather unsatisfactory existence lately. A miserable life is preferable to a swift death. What manner of gamble is this?" Lin Feng lamented, clutching his aching back, vowing never to engage in transactions with such individuals again. They are truly deranged. Have I not suffered immense losses this time? Hand over the handgun. I must take my leave. Liang Qiuyu rose, reaching out for the firearm. Have you lost your senses? I fail to perceive any sign of your distress. Lin Feng retorted, producing chocolate and examining its alcohol content. Indeed, there is no doubt about it, liquor-filled chocolates. After consuming one, Jojo felt her legs weaken as if she were intoxicated. How could you appear unaffected? My grandfather, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, has been nurturing my health since childhood with herbal remedies. My health has been frail since birth, and the extensive medication I've taken has rendered me somewhat resistant to many treatments, diminishing their efficacy. Liang Qiuyu, now dressed, exuded an air of tranquility, as if the preceding events had never transpired. What? Is there such a notion? It seems I, Lin Feng, have underestimated the entirety of this situation. Alas, this transaction has been arduous for Lin Feng, who feels on the verge of hemorrhaging. Give me the gun. I am leaving at once. With her attire complete, Liang Qiuyu was resolute in her demand for the firearm, intending to eliminate Lin Feng as soon as she acquired it. Sister, do you truly believe I would dare relinquish the gun to you? Your pallor suggests you are on the brink of death. Would I not be risking my life by doing so? For 4 hours, Liang Qiuyu remained silent, clearly exhibiting her aloof demeanor. Are you intent on breaching our agreement? It is no surprise. Individuals like you seldom honor their word. I shall take my leave. Liang Qiuyu, composed, turned to depart. In her eyes, nothing seemed worthy of indignation anymore, not even death itself. I shall apply sunscreen for you. The gun will be provided. Simply return home and await my arrival. Receiving Lin Feng's sunscreen, Liang Qiuyu applied it to her face while Lin Feng began dressing, his expression one of bewilderment. What kind of situation is this? I am going home, and I hope you will honor your promise. After bidding farewell to Liang Qiuyu, Lin Feng retrieved his drone. In search of a remedy for women within the confines of his space, Lin Feng resolved to embody the essence of a good Samaritan. He pondered, what purpose does life hold if one cannot alleviate another's suffering? He crushed the medicinal concoction and infused it into a cup of milk tea, reasoning that its flavor would remain undetectable. Subsequently, he employed a drone to deliver a handgun, 200 rounds of ammunition, and an iced milk tea to Liang Qiuyu's window. Upon returning home, Liang Qiuyu awaited by the window, and at the sight of the drone, she finally comprehended how Lin Feng had gleaned knowledge of the events transpiring at her residence. It dawned on her that the entire affair had been captured by the drone's intrusive surveillance, an unmistakable violation of her privacy. As she received the supplies, Liang Qiuyu took a sip of the milk tea, surprised to find it refreshingly chilled with ice. It was delicious, and after 4 hours of relentless combat, she felt utterly fatigued. After all, for a woman, the passage of time only amplifies the challenge. Liang Qiuyu marveled at Lin Feng's endurance, managing to persevere for 4 hours, a feat that would undoubtedly evoke envy in those who pride themselves on fleeting encounters. Recollecting the myriad experiences from those 4 arduous hours, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks upon her return home. Liang Qiuyu was not inherently aloof. Rather, she was resolute, unwilling to concede defeat. Why must the onus of initiative always rest upon her? Could she not take the lead in such matters? In this exchange, Liang Qiuyu found a sense of vindication against Lin Feng, convinced that she had not been the one to lose out. As a physician, she was acutely aware of the repercussions her retaliation might have on Lin Feng, intentionally concealing any expression of satisfaction and refraining from vocalizing her pleasure. She aimed to instill doubt in Lin Feng's abilities, a subtle act of retribution. It must be said, Liang Qiuyu's vengeance was strikingly ruthless. Even if she could not vanquish him, she would ensure he questioned his own worth. For men, there is nothing more fearsome than a woman proclaiming their inadequacy. However, today, Liang Qiuyu spoke to Lin Feng. Reflecting on the times she had never experienced, Liang Qiuyu's face flushed a deep crimson. This was indeed a case of inflicting harm upon the enemy while suffering self-damage. Subsequently, she took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Feng. Have you been secretly observing me all along? Do you harbor feelings for me? Why did you bring me milk tea? As Liang Qiuyu sipped her milk tea, she pondered over Lin Feng's true intentions. I appreciate beautiful women, and the milk tea is yours. If you wish to indulge, I can bring you a cup each morning and evening, regularly. Lin Feng, with his arm wrapped around his waist, examined the rather unenthusiastic medication instructions, contemplating whether this condition could indeed be remedied. Happiness is a shared endeavor, and since neither of them found joy in this moment, how could that possibly suffice? Today's venture had led Lin Feng to a significant loss. Unbeknownst to him, Liang Qiuyu was merely feigning her discontent, while Lin Feng was genuinely unhappy. Upon reading Lin Feng's message, Liang Qiuyu's fragmented heart felt a flicker of warmth. Even in the face of an impending apocalypse, could one still treat oneself to milk tea? Lin Feng displayed a semblance of humanity, at the very least. He kept his promises. Despite her own transgressions, he had not lost his temper. Had it been any other man, he would have either rejected her or struck her. Yet Lin Feng had not. Thank you for the milk tea. It is delightful, Liang Qiuyu replied, sending a photograph of herself enjoying the beverage. Standing at 160 centimeters and weighing 80 kilograms, while Lin Feng towered at 185 centimeters and weighed 160 kilograms, she was acutely aware that if it came to blows, she would surely be at a disadvantage. Yet, Lin Feng had refrained from any such actions. Gazing at Liang Qiuyu's delicate visage, he shook his head vigorously. He realized that he was still too soft-hearted. How could he possibly be devoid of compassion? Just live well. If you encounter difficulties, reach out to me. The next transaction will take place in an hour. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to be happy? As Lin Feng's message flashed on her screen, Liang Qiuyu felt her cheeks flush even deeper. She, too, is a normal woman. Pretending to be cold and genuinely feeling nothing are two entirely different matters. Liang Qiuyu was indeed affected, but she could never allow Lin Feng to know that. This was her form of retribution. Although Lin Feng was often brash and insensitive, he never disregarded a woman's will, which placed him far above Zhou Kaihua and his ilk. Observing him in discomfort, clutching his waist, she thought, would he dare provoke me again next time? He talks a big game daily, but when it comes down to reality, he is nothing. Are you capable? You coward. Ultimately, Liang Qiuyu replied to Lin Feng, inciting his ire. How dare you call me a coward? You must be unwell and in need of treatment. So it is my fault for respecting a woman's will. Lin Feng was furious, yet powerless. He ended the call, silencing himself. As a doctor, I know my own condition well. With that, Liang Qiuyu ceased her responses. In an instant, Lin Feng pondered whether he was still not ruthless enough. Next time, she would certainly pay the price. Chapter 85. The worth of a bowl of spicy noodles. It seems I, Lin Feng, am still not ruthless enough. Should I capture her now to serve my purposes? Lin Feng was exasperated. Why must he always suffer at the hands of this stubborn Liang Qiuyu? Forget it. This little woman is intent on her own destruction. She has a gun now, and if I approach, she would undoubtedly shoot at me. Even though I possess a bulletproof vest and helmet, there remains the risk of being grazed and infected. What if I were to die? It is utterly inconceivable for Lin Feng to risk so much to capture Liang Qiuyu. Perhaps it is best to defer this matter for another occasion. For hours? My dear, you are quite impressive. It seems I must strive harder next time. At that moment, Xiao Qiao sent a message. Lin Feng understood the situation. Was Xiao Qiao idly spying on him at home? Or was she simply easy to tease, now even calling him husband? How about it? Come over and give it a try. My younger brother is invincible. He has never faced defeat. Lin Feng sent a mischievous string of emojis, leaving Xiao Qiao blushing. Was his younger brother truly formidable? Xiao Qiao dared not respond. For hours? The last time was only 1 hour, and it still hurts. Wouldn't 4 hours lead to disaster? Little did she know that only the first time is painful. The subsequent experiences would be different. She remains a pure young lady. What about my dinner? Isn't calling you husband supposed to come with delicious treats? Thus, Xiao Qiao hastily changed the subject, wary of continuing the teasing with Lin Feng. Today, her behavior was commendable. She was neither noisy nor troublesome, so he could order. Lin Feng indulged in a post-activity cigarette, relishing this effect. In the future, the number of women would only increase. Would disobedience be tolerated? I desire spicy hot pot, extra spicy with plenty of vinegar. Do you have that? Xiao Qiao was taken aback that Lin Feng could still place an order. How wonderful. Open the window and wait. Lin Feng produced a bowl of spicy hot pot and 3 ice creams, delivered directly by drone. A bowl of spice, you must understand, that accounts for 13 instances. I'm keeping track of it. Saying this, Lin Feng pulled out a small notebook to record the details. On a certain day at the end of a month, Xiao Qiao savored a bowl of spicy hot pot, incurring a debt of 13 times. She opened the window and received 3 ice creams from a bag, along with a steaming bowl of hot pot, as if it had just been prepared. Eagerly, she picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, finding the noodles perfectly cooked, and wondered how Lin Feng managed such rapid service. You are truly wonderful, my dear. Filled with joy, Xiao Qiao embraced her hot pot and sent a message to Lin Feng. If she behaved, she could have anything she desired. If not, she would resort to eating bread and sausages at home. Lin Feng was quite pleased with Xiao Qiao's current state. This spirited young woman had ultimately succumbed to reality. As she sulkily enjoyed her hot pot, Xiao Qiao, being astute, realized it was futile to resist. Lin Feng was enigmatic from the very first day they met. He had orchestrated everything. Xiao Qiao was clever. Since she could not change her surroundings, she resolved to adapt herself instead. After all, Lin Feng had promised her that she would be the primary wife, which should not be too disadvantageous. Darling, those 2 women from yesterday are seeking you again today. What are they up to? They come every day? Why don't you let them in? Upon reading Xiao Qiao's message, Lin Feng scrolled through his call log. Indeed, Feng Qian had left over 99 missed calls. He could hardly be bothered to check. He was determined to outmaneuver her, and this was merely the beginning. Enjoy your hot pot. Remember, it costs 13 times, so do not weep later. As Xiao Qiao bit into a fishball, her brow furrowed. Is Lin Feng teasing me again? She opened her browser and searched for the meaning of a bowl of hot pot costs 13 times. Suddenly, the hot pot in her hand seemed far less appetizing. You are truly insufferable. How utterly detestable. Jojo has gradually grown accustomed to Lin Feng's nature. Despite his flirtatious tendencies, he has shown her kindness. He is neither violent nor depraved, and although his words may be flowery, he possesses little substance. Without Lin Feng, Jojo would have perished countless times by now. In this apocalyptic world, who needs a steadfast and infatuated lover? As long as one can eat and drink well without being captured, what more could one desire? Their conversation meandered into the night. Jojo found herself boarded, with no one to converse with, her brother's fate unknown, and Lin Feng had become her sole pillar of support. Lin Feng, meanwhile, was enjoying his day immensely, while Feng Qian was on the brink of explosion. Is this truly edible by human standards? This stuff could knock someone out if thrown. Feng Qian gnawed on government-issued compressed biscuits, her anger nearly bursting her lungs. Lin Feng had stood her up not once, but twice. Do you even wish to be my devoted admirer any longer? I am your goddess. Is this how you treat me? Eat up, Qian Qian, given the current situation. We should be grateful to receive any rescue supplies at all. Wang Qing had also come to terms with reality. Feng Qian was utterly unreliable. Lin Feng likely knew about her situation and was deliberately toying with her. That wretched Lin Feng. Hundreds of messages sent, yet not a single response. Once I reach the safe house, I shall exact my revenge. Otherwise, I shall not find peace. Feng Qian chewed on her compressed biscuits, drinking rust-flavored tap water, her teeth itching with resentment. Wang Qing, having consumed half a biscuit, retreated to her own room. Relying on others is futile. Feng Qian was definitely not dependable. If she wished to enjoy the comforts of a safe house, she would have to resort to selling her own body. Fortunately, Wang Qing is still a maiden. She believes she possesses a certain charm, and one man is sufficient for her. Lin Feng, are you there? Wang Qing sent a beautiful selfie. Surely Lin Feng must have seen it. After waiting for half an hour, there was still no response. I am Wang Qing, a close friend of Feng Qian. You may not recognize me. I know you must have seen the message. You are deliberately toying with Feng Qian. I hold many of her secrets. Would you like to hear them? Upon reading this message, Lin Feng realized that this superficial friendship had crumbled. Perhaps he should stoke the flames further. You are quite astute. Indeed, I am intentionally playing with her. I have no interest in her affairs, as I am already well aware. What is it that you wish to convey? Upon receiving this message, Wang Qing was elated. Her guess had proven correct. Lin Feng was indeed seeking revenge on Feng Qian. Feng Qian is such a fool. She thinks her attempts to attract wealthy suitors go unnoticed. Lin Feng is a billionaire. What kind of investigation would elude him with a mere expenditure? Lin Feng, I stand at 162 centimeters tall, weigh 98 pounds, and remain a maiden. I can wash clothes, cook, tidy up, and even provide warmth at night. Might I be granted access to your sanctuary? I could sneak in once Feng Qian falls asleep. My appetite is modest, as I only require instant noodles and some ham for each meal. Wang Qing still possesses a degree of self-awareness. Yet Lin Feng holds no interest in this scheming young woman. Here's a task for you. Remove one of Feng Qian's fingernails, and I will reward you with a box of instant noodles, including toenails. That amounts to 20 boxes, enough to sustain you for half a year. Upon reading this message, Wang Qing felt utterly stunned. Are the wealthy truly so extravagantly devoid of humanity? In such sweltering heat, the mere act of removing a fingernail could prove fatal. To extract all 20? That would surely be a death sentence, wouldn't it? How utterly cruel. I wouldn't even dare to remove a chicken's claw, let alone that of a living person. Wang Qing spoke the truth. She is not a heartless individual. This is a long-term endeavor, one that you can undertake at your convenience. Once you have completed the task, send me a photograph. Until then, please refrain from bothering me. Upon reading Lin Feng's message, Wang Qing contemplated responding but hesitated. Irritating Lin Feng could jeopardize her access to the safe house. After some thought, she donned her most alluring attire, began to take selfies, edit them, and post them on her social media,